9 Sun God King Chapter 2444 to Chapter 2498. The nameless old man hurriedly led Xianxia and company into the cave and arrived at a very spacious hall. On the floor of the hall, there were many purple sun elves groaning in pain. They had some injuries on their bodies, but those injuries were not very serious. They should not be in so much pain. However, they were constantly shouting in a low voice. Their faces were filled with pain and some of them were even rolling on the ground. There were hundreds of purple sun elves here and their situation was exactly the same. Some of the purple sun elves did not have any injuries on their bodies, but they were still crying out in pain. Bai Suxin came to the side of a female elf and squatted down. She tapped her finger on the female elf's forehead as if she was probing something. It really is the white devil divine curse. Bai Suxin frowned and shook her head. This is troublesome. The white devil divine curse can make a person's body and soul feel like they are being burned. It's as if a devil is doing evil in their body and they can hear all kinds of unpleasant cries. Doesn't that mean that this white devil divine curse is very destructive to a person's mind? Luo Yaofeng said in a low voice, it's too vicious. Is there any way to suppress it? It was very difficult to get rid of such a vicious curse. Qin Yan's father, Qin Long, was hit by the 9 Heavens Law curse. He needed to kill the person who cast the curse. Bai Suxin shook her head. It will take a very long time to completely undo it and most people won't be able to last that long. They will choose to commit suicide. The god of space said, can you make them sleep? It's very difficult. The most powerful thing about the white devil divine curse is that it can make people fall into an incomparably painful dream while they are unconscious. The torture their soul will suffer will be even more painful. Bai Suxin sighed and said, unless the person who cast the curse is killed. It's the curse of the white sun elf emperor. An old man from the purple sun elf race walked over and said angrily, that devil, the white sun elf emperor, spilled a large amount of black blood. When the blood dripped onto him, he was struck by this curse. It was also at this moment that a weak purple-haired girl walked over with a pale face. The purple-haired girl's face was slightly round and her eyes were big. They emitted a faint purple light. It was a very cute face. Qin Yan immediately recognized the girl. She was Princess Feng Feng. From the looks of it, she was also heavily injured. Princess, why did you run out? An old man hurried over and said with a pained heart, you have to rest well. It's all my fault for being useless, causing my clansmen to end up like this. Princess Phoenix's eyes turned slightly red when she saw so many purple sun elves in pain. She also saw Bai Suxin, the nameless old man, and the others. When she came, she learned that her father, the Elven Emperor, had returned, and he had brought some powerful friends with him. I am not a white sun elf, I am from the white sun divine realm. When Bai Suxin saw Princess Feng Feng looking at her, she chuckled and said, in the white sun divine realm, the white sun elves are also my enemies. Sister, do you have any way to help my people break the white devil curse? Princess Feng Feng said sadly. Her heart ached as she looked at the girl lying on the ground. It was obvious that she was her little friend. Bai Suxin shook her head with a pained expression. She sighed and said, there's nothing I can do. But I have a way to reduce their pain, and that is to freeze them. But this is not a long-term solution. If the white devil curse is not broken, their souls will be devoured sooner or later. I seal? Leave it to me. The nameless old man said. His primal chaos cold power is quite powerful. The white devil curse is fire attribute, the main pain is caused by the burning. Bai Suxin nodded and said, old mister, I'll leave it to you. The nameless old man quickly used his primal chaos cold power to turn a youth into white ice. Let's temporarily seal him in ice first. We'll think of a way to break it. Qin Yan said, if we can't break the white devil curse, then we can only kill the white sun elf emperor. Princess Feng Feng looked at Qin Yan with a trace of vigilance and doubt in her eyes. Because she felt that Qin Yan's voice was very familiar. Bai Suxin came to Princess Feng Feng's side and gently held her hand. She said softly, little sister, I'll help you heal and help you recover faster. Relax, don't resist my divine power. Her white sun divine power indeed has a very strong recovery ability. Qin Yan's nether sun had fused with her white sun before, so he obtained a kind of duplication ability. He looked at the people who were hit by the White Devil curse and thought about how to undo it. The White Sun Elf race was definitely a powerful race. If he were to face them in the future and be hit by the White Devil curse, he would definitely suffer a fate worse than death. And it was very difficult to kill the White Sun Elf Emperor. Therefore, Qin Yan had to overcome this difficult problem. In case he was hit by the White Devil curse in the future, he could immediately undo it. He came to the side of a robust young man. The young man was lying on the ground and screaming in pain. Qin Yan pressed his hand on the young man's body and secretly injected a very strong mental power to investigate the curse power of the White Devil curse. Very quickly, he discovered that the curse power of the White Devil curse had filled the young man's entire body. The most terrifying thing is that the young man's blood has turned white. When the White Sun Elf Emperor cast the curse, he sprinkled a large amount of black blood. After being dripped, the blood of the Purple Sun Elves actually turned white. The blood of the Purple Sun Elves should be purple, right? Qin Yan asked. My blood is purple. Princess Feng Feng replied in a low voice. She still felt that Qin Yan's voice was very familiar, but she couldn't remember whose voice it was. Even now, Princess Feng Feng still believes that the Nine Sun Palace King is a scoundrel who killed their clansmen in the Purple Sun Heavenly Island. After being hit by the White Devil curse, the blood in one's body will be dyed white. That white blood will turn into energy to maintain the White Devil curse's operation. The white blood will bring about a stabbing pain. Bai Suxin said. Qin Yan secretly used the Nether Sun's devouring power to devour the white blood, but to no avail. Even if the white curse blood was drained, the blood that would be regenerated from the Purple Sun Elves' bodies would still be white because the curse power had already invaded their entire bodies, including their souls. Qin Yan used the Nether Sun Divine Flame to dissolve the curse power, but it failed as well. Since it's a curse, there must be a curse rune. Space God said, Brother, try this. Qin Yan has been searching for the curse runes hidden in the Purple Sun Elves' bodies, but he couldn't find them. He couldn't find any trace of them. I can't find the curse runes. Qin Yan shook his head. If we kill the White Sun Fairy Emperor, this curse can be undone. This means that the key lies with the White Sun Fairy Emperor. Luo Yaofeng said, the Nine Heaven Law incantation is also based on the same principle. In other words, the curse power in the Purple Sun Elves' bodies has some kind of connection with the person who cast the curse. As long as the connection is severed, the curse power won't flare up. Qin Yan stroked his chin and pondered. He muttered, what kind of method is used to establish the connection? Spatial connection? It's some kind of strange ripples that can easily penetrate space and penetrate anything. This is equivalent to a pair of strange beads. No matter how far apart these two beads are, as long as one changes color, the other will also change. Space God said, this kind of connection is very difficult to sever. In that case, this is the same principle as the soul-chasing talisman. Even if it's far away, the soul will produce strange ripples that can be sensed by the soul-chasing talisman. Qin Yan suddenly thought of something, but he couldn't grasp the main point. This White Devil curse is much stronger than the soul-chasing talisman and the soul ripples. Not only can they sense each other, they can also transfer energy to each other. Space God said. Brother, use a very strong spatial power and try isolating it. Qin Yan said. The Space God immediately released a very strong spatial barrier, enveloping the youth who was hit by the White Devil curse and isolating him. As for the youth inside, the pain did not lessen. It was still the same as before. It's useless. This kind of ripple penetration is just like the Divine Universe Golden Stone, it can penetrate multiple spaces. Space God said. Qin Yan has the Divine Universe Heavenly Dragon's eggshell in his hand. That was something that could seal the Divine Universe Golden Stone. If it's the same as the Divine Universe Golden Stone, then I have a way. Qin Yan immediately took out a Sun Dragon altar and turned it into the size of a house. He placed it in an empty space in the hall. Princess Feng Feng and a few elders of the Purple Sun Elf race watched quietly from the side. They knew that Qin Yan and company were thinking of a way to help them and hoped that Qin Yan would succeed. Carry one person in. Qin Yan said to a Purple Sun Elf before walking towards the altar that had shrunk. Inside the altar, there was the ability to isolate the fluctuations of the Divine Universe Golden Stone. Qin Yan often placed a large amount of Divine Universe golden stone into the altar. A middle-aged elf carried a young girl, his daughter, and followed Qin Yan into the altar. Just as they entered, the young girl stopped shouting and immediately closed her eyes to fall asleep. This made Princess Feng Feng and company cheer happily. It's effective. Bai Suxin is also very surprised. Of course she knew that it was Qin Yan's 9 dragons heavenly origin formation. However, she never expected that it would require this kind of ability. This is only a temporary isolation. I still don't know how to completely remove the curse. Qin Yan said. It's better than being frozen. The nameless old man said with a smile. He immediately unsealed a few purple sun elves who had just been frozen. It was also at this moment that the battle outside suddenly stopped. The purple sun elf emperor returned. The divine judge followed behind the purple sun elf emperor and company and arrived at the hall. How is it? After the purple sun elf emperor came in, he saw many purple sun elves lying on the ground. He felt both anger and heartache. Xia Wufeng came along with the divine judge. Qin Yan and Xia Wufeng looked at each other and nodded slightly as a form of greeting. White Devil Divine Curse. The divine judge looked at it for a moment and coldly scolded in a low voice. It was done by the White Sun Elf Emperor. This bastard, he used such a vicious method to enslave a new race. The Purple Sun Elf Emperor's expression suddenly changed. He clearly knew the power of the White Devil Divine Curse. After his expression turned cold, he suddenly let out a furious roar. Then, he turned around and walked out. He wanted to continue fighting the White Sun Elf Emperor with his life. Daddy. This big brother has a way to alleviate it. He just needs to enter that small stone pagoda. Princess Feng Feng hurriedly pulled her father back and said, You just came back, you need to rest more. Feng Feng, he is Qin Yan, the palace king of the Nine-Yang Divine Palace. Purple Sun Fairy Emperor stroked Princess Fengfeng's head and said. He. Princess Feng Feng looked at Qin Yan and was momentarily stunned. Her round and adorable face was first astonished, then filled with anger. She shouted, Daddy, he's a scoundrel. He was the one who killed brother Dogwang and the rest. Dogwang is still alive. His soul was saved by brother Qin. The Violet Sun Elf Emperor sighed, and then he recounted what had happened on the Violet Sun Celestial Island. When the Purple Sun Elves present learned that God Monarch Xianxia and Heaven Fei Divine King had joined forces to kill so many of their people, they were filled with grief and indignation. After Princess Feng Feng heard this, her face is filled with shame. She walked in front of Qin Yan and very sincerely apologized. She said, Big brother. I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. I even brought people to attack you, please forgive me. It's nothing, just a misunderstanding. Qin Yan said with smile. Princess Feng Feng had long heard that Qin Yan dared to resist the divine kingdom of the heavens, but because she had been deceived by godly monarch Xianxia and company, she had always believed that Qin Yan was the one who killed Mei Dugwang and company. Now that she had finally met Qin Yan and had helped them, the Purple Sun Elves, greatly, she was not only grateful to Qin Yan. Especially after the misunderstanding was resolved, Princess Feng Feng admired this big brother even more. I'll go out now and kill that bastard. Purple Sun Elf Emperor said coldly, during the battle just now, he was the one who told me about the white demonic divine incantation. That's why I ended the battle and came back immediately. The venerable sovereigns will be here soon. The divine judge said, once this guy arrives, the trouble will be even bigger. The Empyreans had come to snatch the bloodline heavenly patterns. Regarding this matter, Purple Sun Elf Emperor could not say it out loud, because this matter was of great importance. He could not reveal it, so he still blamed himself. Divine Adjudicator, how confident are you in stopping the Empyrean supremacies from attacking? Asked Qin Yan. The venerable sovereigns would definitely attack Divine Universe Violet Sun Mountain with all their might for the sake of bloodline heavenly patterns. At that time, they definitely wouldn't be able to stop them. The overall strength of the divine nations was very strong. There were many divine kings behind them, and there were also quite a number of Shantian monarchs. There were also all sorts of powerful mysterious techniques. Once Divine Universe Purple Sun Mountain's defenses were breached, a large number of Purple Sun Elves would definitely die, and the space god would not be able to transfer so many purple sun elves in a short period of time. I don't have much confidence. I can only do my best to delay them and let the space god help you retreat," the divine chief judge said. Xianxia thought for a moment and said, "Quickly send the purple sun elves that have been afflicted with the white devil divine curse into the altar." There were quite a number of purple sun elves, so it would not be easy to retreat in a short period of time. "I'll listen to your arrangements." The purple sun elf emperor could only give up on divine universe purple sun mountain. "Elf emperor, I have something to discuss with you in secret," Xianxia said. "All right, follow me." Purple Sun Elf Emperor nodded before leading Xianxia out of the spacious hall and into a quiet room. After Xianxia entered, he used his inscription battle technique and quickly carved many runes, forming a barrier to prevent his voice from being transmitted or someone eavesdropping. "Brother Qin, is it something very important?" Purple Sun Fairy Emperor's expression turned solemn when he saw how cautious Xianxia was. "As far as I know, the divine kingdom of the heavens wants to snatch a box from you," Xianxia said. When the Purple Sun Elf Emperor heard this, his entire body trembled. He nodded and said, "That's right. Brother Qin, you've helped us many times. I shouldn't have hidden this matter from you, but that box is related to the life and death of our entire race, so I never told you the truth. It's the bloodline heavenly rune," Xianxia said. He is also puzzled as to why the bloodline heavenly rune is so important to the Purple Sun Elf race. Brother Qin, you actually know." Purple Sun Elf Emperor is even more astonished. "I have one too," Xianxia said with a smile. "This is indeed very important. I can understand even if you don't tell me." Purple Sun Elf Emperor took out his bloodline heavenly rune box. The box emitted a purple light, and on the outside, there are many purple runes swimming about. "How did the sovereigns of the heavens know?" Xianxia asked. "When I met the White Sun Elf Emperor before, he said that their White Sun Elf race also had bloodline heavenly rune. Then he asked me if I had one, so I told him the truth." Purple Sun Elf Emperor very angrily snorted. It was this guy who told the sovereigns of the heavens. Xianxia is alarmed. He suspects that the White Sun Elf race might really have bloodline heavenly rune, and it might very well fall into the hands of the sovereigns of the heavens. "Brother Purple, where did your bloodline heavenly rune come from?" Xianxia asked. "It's this bloodline heavenly rune that gives us life. If the bloodline heavenly rune falls into the hands of the sovereigns of the heavens, they will be able to control the lifeline of our entire race." Purple Sun Elf Emperor looked at the box in his hand and said, "I only know that this is a bloodline heavenly rune. As for whether it has any other uses, I don't know." Xianxia said, "There are a total of 9 of these boxes. It's related to the rebirth of the 9 heavens, and the Heaven Creation Divine Palace is also searching everywhere. I don't know any of this. I only know that I have to keep this box safe." Purple Sun Elf Emperor sighed and said, "It's all my fault, I trusted others too easily. The reason why the sovereigns of the heavens came this time is for this box. If they can't get the box, they will definitely attack crazily." Just as Xianxia finished speaking, his surroundings suddenly shook. "They're here." Purple Sun Elf Emperor cursed in a low voice, "Those bastards, they're finally here." Even inside the divine universe Purple Sun Mountain, they can still feel the terrifying pressure from outside. The divine judge shouldn't be able to come to an agreement. Xianxia said, "Brother Purple, if you trust me, hand the box over to me. I'll go out and distract the sovereigns of the heavens and buy time for you to retreat." Purple Sun Elf Emperor looked at the purple box in his hand and then handed it to Xianxia. He said with a sincere expression, "Brother Qin, I trust you. The box is definitely safer in your hands than in mine. I'll temporarily hand it over to you for safekeeping. Brother Purple, your roots also originate from the divine universe Purple Sun. I have a divine universe Purple Sunday. When the divine universe Purple Sun produces a sun seed, I will give it to you and let you create your own home," Xianxia said. "Brother Qin, you really have a divine universe Purple Sun?" Purple Sun Elf Emperor is extremely shocked. "My divine universe Purple Sun is still very young," Xianxia said with a smile. "That's great." Purple Sun Elf Emperor is very happy at this moment. "Let's not talk anymore. I'll go out and distract the sovereigns of the heavens," Xianxia said. Brother Qin, you must be careful. Purple Sun Elf Emperor patted Qin Yun's shoulder and said, from today onwards, you, Qin Yun, are my brother. Qin Yun nodded and said, I'll go out and put away the altar. The Purple Sun Elf is very safe inside, nothing will happen. He also wanted to keep that altar by his side because it was one of the 9 dragon heavenly origin formation. Qin Yun and Zao hurriedly walked out. The commotion outside was getting louder and louder. Qin Yun estimated that there were at least 10 heavenly lords attacking. In addition, there were also other huge ships attacking. Divine Judge, are you alright? The moment Qin Yun came out, he saw that the Divine Judge's expression was ugly. Blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth and his hair was disheveled. That bastard, he actually hit me with a palm. The Divine Judge snorted angrily. His expression suddenly eased up as he said to Qin Yun, I'm not seriously injured, don't worry. Qin Yun hurriedly put away the altar. At the same time, the spatial god also opened a spatial passageway. The spatial passageway led to the heavenly sword formation and it also needed to be stable. Therefore, it consumed a lot of the spatial god's divine power, causing him to only be able to open a door that was so big that only one person could enter at a time. Sushin, go and contact the White Commander and the others. Let them arrange to receive the Purple Sun Elf race. Qin Yun said, Princess Luo, you and I will go out and lure them away. Luo Yaofeng also knew the sovereigns of the heavens. The sovereigns of the heavens had once shaken the 9 heavens and Luo Yaofeng was the 9 heavens goddess and also the shadow god king. They were also very familiar with each other. You guys. Bai Sushin is somewhat worried. Don't worry. Qin Yun looked at Xia Wufeng and said, Boss Xia, after I go out and attract their attention, you quietly go out and destroy their attack ship. Alright. Xia Wufeng walked over. He has improved greatly in the Myriad Realm's divine court and with his extraordinary talent, he can also deeply comprehend the sword god's divine position. Therefore, his cultivation and strength have increased greatly. As long as those guys don't continue attacking, I can open a bigger spatial passageway and retreat faster, the spatial god said, Brother, remember to use my teleportation pearl to escape. Got it. Qin Yun nodded at Luo Yaofeng and walked out with her. Big brother, you have to be careful. Seeing Qin Yun walk out, Princess Feng Feng suddenly shouted. She naturally knew that Qin Yun wanted to go out and lure away the sovereigns of the heavens. Qin Yun turned his head and smiled at her, then quickly walked out with Luo Yaofeng. After walking out of the hall, Qin Yun grabbed Luo Yaofeng's hand and said in low voice, Don't be afraid, nothing will happen. This is not the first time Qin Yun is facing the sovereigns of the heavens. Last time, he was chased by the sovereigns of the heavens. He couldn't beat them, but it would also be very difficult for the sovereigns to kill him. After walking out of the passageway, Qin Yun immediately released the 9 sun heaven raising pagoda. The blue square pagoda suddenly appeared and the attacks in the sky immediately stopped. Qin Yun and Luo Yaofeng are inside the pagoda, they saw that the sky is filled with all kinds of huge ships. Those huge ships all have a very strong energy source inside them. They condensed all kinds of energy and madly bombarded the divine universe Purple Sun Mountain. There are also more than 10 heavenly monarchs standing on the bow of the ship, using their own divine power to attack the divine universe Purple Sun Mountain. The sudden appearance of the 9 sun heaven raising pagoda caused all kinds of attacks to stop. Qin Yun, you are really here, the sovereigns of the heavens sneered. Fine, I will devour you today and fix this variable. Sovereigns of the heavens, are you looking for a purple box? That box is in my hands. Qin Yun said. What? Don't try to trick me. You want to lure me away so that they can escape. The sovereigns of the heavens sneered. Qin Yun controlled a wall to become completely transparent. At the same time, he controlled the 9 sun heaven raising pagoda to float, allowing the divine nation's huge ship to see him. You can see me, right? Qin Yun said with a smile. Shadow God King, as expected, you are together with this tool. The sovereigns of the heavens laughed loudly and said, He is about to be devoured by me. Ha ha ha, you are really a short-sighted woman. The sovereigns of the heavens can see Qin Yun, so they can also see Luo Yaofeng beside Qin Yun. Qin Yun, do you know what's inside that box? Do you know how important that box is? You tool, quickly hand over the box to me. You don't deserve that box. All Heaven's sovereign emperors shouted in anger. All Heaven's sovereign emperors thought that Qin Yun didn't know about the bloodline heavenly rune and only wanted to use the box to lure him away. Of course I don't know what's inside the box and I can't open it. But I know you idiot, you really want that box. I am very sure that you will chase me like a dog. Qin Yun laughed heartily. Qin Yun, even if you are happy cursing me, in the end you won't get anything. You will be devoured by me in the end. All Heaven's sovereign emperor's voice was cold and angry. That monstrous killing intent enveloped down, even divine King Xianxia and the others felt fear in their hearts. Stupid dog, do you really think that whatever the heavenly rules and orthodoxies say is true? You really believe it, you are really a hopelessly stupid dog. Qin Yun laughed loudly as he controlled the 9-sun heaven-raising pagoda to fly in a certain direction. Chase. Gather all the power, we must break that pagoda. All Heaven's sovereign emperors shouted loudly. He is extremely angry but he can't do anything to Qin Yun. In the eyes of all Heaven's sovereign emperors, no matter how amazing Qin Yun is, he is just a tool. In the end, he will be devoured and become the new heavenly Tao. Although Qin Yun's 9-sun heaven-raising pagoda's flying speed is very fast, Shen Tianjun who is chasing behind is also not slow. He is crazily attacking the 9-sun heaven-raising pagoda from behind. The 9-sun heaven-raising pagoda didn't shake much but all kinds of explosions and vibrations caused Qin Yun and Luo Yaofeng inside the pagoda to feel fear. Brother Yun, I'm scared. Luo Yaofeng suddenly leaned on Qin Yun and hugged him tightly. Her beautiful and gentle face is filled with fear as she timidly shouted. Qin Yun pinched her face and said with smile, You are the 9 heavens female devil butcher, 9 heavens shadow god king, what are you afraid of? I should be the one afraid, I have never faced such a big scene before. If you are afraid, then hug me tightly. Luo Yaofeng suddenly said with charming smile. Qin Yun hugged Luo Yaofeng tightly and sat in a corner. He secretly controlled the 9-sun heaven-raising pagoda to fly. Brother Yun, is that box really a bloodline heavenly pattern box? Luo Yaofeng asked. The purple box has already been put away by Qin Yun. It was given to me by the Purple Sun Fairy Emperor. Qin Yun said, he only temporarily handed it over to me for safekeeping and asked me to lure away the Empyreans of the heavens. He also told Luo Yaofeng about Zhao being tricked by the White Sun Elf Emperor. After Luo Yaofeng heard this, he said, it's very likely that the White Sun Elf Emperor has a bloodline heavenly mark. If he really has one, he will definitely give it to the venerable sovereigns. I think it's possible. You should know how to use bloodline heavenly runes. Qin Yun nodded. The D-venerables followed behind, while a few powerful Shantian lords flew in front of the 9-sun sky-raising pagoda, attacking it from all directions. Brother Yun, we can't go on like this. Luo Yaofeng said, what if this tower is breached? Don't worry, it won't be breached. Qin Yun took out the Divine King Heavenly Seal. Luo Yaofeng looked at the Heavenly Seal in Qin Yun's hand and asked, Brother Yun, is your Heavenly Seal complete? Qin Yun shook his head, not only is it incomplete, it's still in the growth stage. How can it be stronger than my Yushan Seal? My Yushan Seal was also destroyed. Luo Yaofeng sighed softly. The Yushan Seal had followed her for many years but after she came to the Divine Desolate, it wasn't that useful and wasn't strong enough. It's fine, you still have the Wind God Divine Seat. Qin Yun said with a smile. Then, he gripped the Divine King Heavenly Seal tightly, wanting to activate it to draw the divine power of the 3 myriad realms' divine sons. Brother Divine King, you have to protect me. Luo Yaofeng said with a chuckle. Come, grab my Heavenly Seal tightly. Qin Yun said, I want to borrow your divine power. Try and see if you can connect the Wind God Divine Seat with the Divine King Heavenly Seal. Oh. Luo Yaofeng and Qin Yun tightly gripped the Divine King Heavenly Seal together. Their 4 hands grabbed the small human-shaped statue. It seems like it's possible. Luo Yaofeng said in low voice, it's really miraculous. Brother Yun, how do you want me to help you? Release your divine power. Qin Yun said. And at this moment, the surface of the 3 myriad realms' divine suns in the sky also began to churn with mist. All right. Luo Yaofeng poured her formidable divine power into the Divine King Heavenly Seal. The Divine King Heavenly Seal has been infused with Divine Monarch's divine power. It slightly trembled and burst out with a burst of invisible strong wave. The strong wave unceasingly spread out, sending a signal to the 3 myriad realms' divine sons, causing them to descend with formidable divine power. You are the wind god. If I borrow your divine power to draw the divine power of the myriad realms' divine sons, maybe I can attract a very strong solar storm. Xianxia said with mischievous smile. There are dozens of flying ships chasing after the 9 sun heaven-raising pagoda. They don't even care about the divine universe Purple Sun Mountain. In their eyes, the group of Purple Sun elves are of no value. Especially in the eyes of all heaven's venerables, that bloodline rune is more precious than 10 fairy race. Originally, all heaven's venerables planned to subdue the Purple Sun elves and obtain the bloodline heavenly rune. But with Xianxia's interference, his plan was ruined. After Luo Yaofeng came into contact with Xianxia's Divine King Heavenly Seal, he also sensed how strong a nearly complete Heavenly Seal is. Brother Ayun. What kind of existence is the Myriad Realms Divine Court? That divine judge doesn't seem to be very strong. Luo Yaofeng said, and will I also have to report to the Myriad Realms Divine Court in the future? Divine judge is not weak. He was hit by all heaven's venerable's palm but he was still able to run back. It can be seen that he is very strong. Just as Xianxia finished speaking, a rumbling sound came from behind. Divine Judge and Xia Wufeng chased after them and launched sneak attacks on those huge flying ships. Now is the most suitable time to get rid of those huge ships because all the heaven's venerables' thoughts are on Xianxia's 9 sun heaven-raising pagoda and others are the same. The flying ships have very strong attack power. Moreover, there are many heaven's divine nations' sacred deities and Tao gods inside the ships. They might become divine heavenly monarchs in the future. Killing them now can weaken the heaven's divine nation's power. All heaven's venerables are flying in the sky, their hands are constantly releasing berserk divine power and bombarding the 9 sun heaven-raising pagoda. He is also extremely angry in his heart. Venerables, there is a situation with the Myriad Realms Divine Sun. Is that bastard Xianxia borrowing the Myriad Realms Divine Sun's divine power? Sovereign King Ba Yao said. Impossible, it's that old turtle divine judge playing tricks. All heaven's venerables cursed in low voice, Sovereign King Ba Yao, go beat back that old turtle divine judge. It would be best if you can snatch his heaven's divine punishment flag. It is that flag that is drawing the Myriad Realms Divine Sun's divine power. Yes. Sovereign King Ba Yao immediately flew to the rear to fight Xia Wufeng and Divine Judge. Xianxia and Luo Yaofeng are still drawing the divine power of the 3 divine sons through the Divine King Heavenly Seal. This process is rather long. Is it still not working? Luo Yaofeng said with frown. Wait a bit more. I used it once before but that was through the Heavenly Law Altar. Xianxia said, now inside the 9 sun heaven-raising pagoda, it can't be compared to inside the Heavenly Law Altar but it will be very soon. If not for the 9 sun heaven-raising pagoda, it might take even longer. The Divine King Heavenly Seal can't immediately draw the power of the Myriad Realms Divine Sunday. This is mainly because the Myriad Realms Divine Sun and the Divine King Heavenly Seal are still in the growth stage. They are not perfectly compatible with each other. Of course, drawing it now is already very good. Xianxia had entered 3 Myriad Realms Divine Sons. The 3 Nine-Yan Divine Maidens in the Divine Sun's cores had helped Xianxia refine the Godly Monarch Heavenly Seal and brand it with a Divine Sun mark, allowing him to draw upon the divine power of the Myriad Realms Divine Sons. Behind them, Xia Wufeng and Divine Judge also started fighting with Sovereign King Ba Yao. When they started fighting, the commotion is very big. It's good that Divine Judge and the others are not following us. Otherwise, we might accidentally injure them later. Xianxia also saw that more than half of the dozens of ships chasing after them have been killed by Divine Judge and Xia Wufeng. Brother Ayun, my divine power is being drained very quickly. Is it time to start? Luo Yaofeng suddenly said somewhat excitedly. Xianxia is somewhat surprised and said, my divine power is not being drained at all. Could it be that the Myriad Realms Divine Sun is only extracting your divine power? It should be. Luo Yaofeng nodded and said. Alright, then try to create a gust of wind. Xianxia said. Luo Yaofeng closed her eyes and began casting. As the wind god, she is most proficient in wind power. It is also at this moment that a burst of golden gale suddenly appeared high up in the sky. It is like a raging storm blowing over from the distant sky. The three myriad realms' divine suns in the sky constantly shot out waves of golden lightning that fell into the gale, increasing the power of the gale. After the Empyreans sensed the gale, they cursed in low voice, "Damn divine judge, when did this guy borrow such strong myriad realms' divine sun power? Empyreans, what should we do now?" Divine King Xianxia flew over. He is also frightened by the whistling divine sunstorm. "Temporarily move away, we will quietly observe the situation from afar. The Empyreans are very close to the 9-sun heaven-raising pagoda, they have no choice but to move away." The large group of people and the flying ship surrounding the 9-sun heaven-raising pagoda suddenly scattered in all directions. The golden lightning storm suddenly arrived and enveloped the 9-sun sky-raising pagoda with the mighty might of the divine sun. The gale's speed is very fast, like a huge wave formed by golden lightning. It brought the 9-sun heaven-raising pagoda forward at an even faster speed. "Great!" Xianxia breathed a sigh of relief and said with smile, "Those guys don't dare to chase, they can't catch up." A lot of divine power in Luo Yaofeng's body has been drained, she is now somewhat weak. "Princess Luo, are you alright?" Xianxia hugged her waist and kissed her forehead. "Of course I'm fine." Luo Yaofeng lightly smiled and kissed Xianxia's face. Then she leaned on Xianxia and operated Sun and Moon Heart Sutra to recover her energy consumption. The 9-sun heaven-raising pagoda is absorbing the divine power of the divine sun storm outside. The pagoda is filled with all kinds of rich divine sun power. Through the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra, Luo Yaofeng can quickly absorb divine power. This time was different from last time. Last time, because Xianxia entered the myriad realms' divine sun, the Empyrean sovereigns thought that Xianxia was dead for sure and did not dare to chase after him, so they did not continue chasing after Xianxia. But this time, the Empyrean sovereigns led a large group of experts to chase after the 9-sun heaven-raising pagoda and even launched a frenzied attack. In the end, they were still unable to break through the 9-sun heaven-raising pagoda and even let Xianxia escape. The Empyrean sovereigns had always claimed that as long as Xianxia was not in the heavenly sword formation, he would definitely be able to kill Xianxia. Not only was Xianxia not in the heavenly sword formation, he had also taken the initiative to deliver himself to him. Yet, the Empyrean sovereign still could not take Xianxia down. This made him wonder if the fate trajectory recorded in the Heavenly Rules Tao orthodoxy was wrong. Previously, he could not kill Xianxia and believed that there was a slight deviation. This kind of thing was also normal. And now, he could not kill Xianxia the second time, which meant that the deviation was huge. "Empyrean, what should we do now? Continue chasing?" Tyrant Demon Sovereign King flew back and asked. "There is a very powerful divine sun power protecting the 9-sun heaven-raising pagoda. It's useless even if we catch up." The Empyrean sovereign stared at the 9-sun heaven-raising pagoda in the distance and said coldly, "Xianxia will definitely die in my hands. His fate has long been decided. Even if there is a deviation, the result will never change." "What about the Purple Sun Fairy race? Let's go back and attack them. Take down the Purple Sun Fairy Emperor and let Xianxia exchange that box," Divine King Xianxia said. "Alright, let's go back," the Empyrean sovereigns said. "We have arranged for people to stay near the Divine Universe Purple Sun Mountain. They have not left the mountain yet, so they won't be able to escape in a short period of time," Heavenly Demon Divine King said. White Sun Fairy Emperor said, "The Purple Sun Fairy race has great potential. This newly born race has overall strength comparable to our White Sun Fairy race. If we can't subdue them, we must eliminate them. We must not let them join the Nine-Yang Divine Palace Alliance." Divine King Xianxia said coldly, "In the heavenly sword formation in the Sword Forest Desert, there are several powerful races, but as long as they are trapped inside, they will not be able to do anything. The divine wilderness of the heavens is so vast, but they can only hide in such a small place. They lack resources, and it's hard for them to grow. They even live in fear of venerable sovereigns all day long. Even if we don't do anything, they will still bring about their own destruction." All heaven's venerables nodded and said, "That's right, when the 9 divine suns appear, I will be able to break open the heavenly sword formation with the help of the 9 divine suns." At that time I will personally capture Qin Yun and devour him in front of everyone, ending his fate. As they spoke, they began to fly towards Divine Universe Purple Sun Mountain. Divine Universe Purple Sun Mountain's surroundings were in complete disorder. It had been attacked for a very long time, and now, the entire mountain was still protected by a powerful barrier. On the Divine Kingdom's side, a large number of flying ships had been destroyed by Xia Wufeng and the Divine Inquisitor. Now, only half of the flying ships were frantically attacking Divine Universe Purple Sun Mountain. The dozen Shintianjun were all attacking with all their might. Divine Universe Purple Sun Mountain sank into a violent tremor, but the barrier was still very stable. The mountain protection array's energy comes from the Divine Universe Purple Sun Mountain, this huge Divine Universe Purple Sun fragment. As long as we continue to attack and consume enough energy, the array will naturally weaken. In about 2 more days, we will be able to break through the formation. Divine King Xianxia said. He was an inscription master. He was extremely proficient in this. Everyone continued to attack with all their might. Divine King Xianxia was right. 2 days later, they finally broke through the formation. Haha, we've finally broken through the formation. Let's continue and shatter that crappy mountain. Someone laughed loudly. The experts of the divine nations of all heavens were cheering and laughing as they frantically attacked the enormous Divine Universe Purple Sun Mountain below. Huge fragments of the mountain were sent flying. A large number of boulders flew out and many large holes were blasted into the mountain. Some places even cracked. Purple Sun Fairy Emperor, you have nowhere else to go. Divine King Xianxia shouted loudly, quickly come out and surrender. Swear loyalty to Dizun and we will definitely not kill you. At this moment, they also stopped attacking and waited for the Purple Sun Fairies to come out. The white-haired White Sun Fairy Emperor held a probing tool in his hand and said with a frown, strange, I can't detect the Purple Sun Fairies. What? The Empyrean Sovereign's faces sank. There are no Purple Sun Fairies inside. The Heavenly Demon Divine King said in a deep voice, they ran away. The Empyrean Sovereign said coldly, didn't you check if there was anyone inside? Didn't we attack for 2 days in vain? The White Sun Fairy Emperor said, they had a mountain protection array previously, we couldn't detect them, the Purple Sun Fairies had long run away and they had foolishly attacked here for 2 days. Divine King Xianxia and the other powerful divine heavenly monarchs all cursed in their hearts. The expressions of the Empyrean sovereigns were incomparably ugly. It was hard to imagine that a handsome young man like him would have such a twisted and terrifying face. They were lured away by Qin Yun and chased after him for a long distance. In the end, they returned without any results and continued to attack the Divine Universe Purple Sun Mountain. After breaking through the formation with great difficulty, they discovered that it was empty. The Purple Sun Fairies had long since left. They did not expect the Purple Sun Fairy race to give up this Divine Universe Purple Sun Mountain, especially the Empyrean sovereigns. He was the most furious because he couldn't help but recall Qin Yun calling him a stupid dog. Now that he thought about it, he was really stupid. A dignified Empyrean sovereigns led so many experts. Among the experts were a few god kings of the god realm, a few clan emperors of powerful races, and many divine heavenly monarchs. Yet, they were played in circles. It's all that damn Qin Yun's fault. Divine King Xianxia cursed angrily. There are hundreds of Purple Sun Fairies that have been hit by my White Devil Divine Curse. The Purple Sun Fairy Emperor will definitely not watch as hundreds of his clansmen die. He will come and beg me, the White Sun Fairy Emperor said with certainty. Are you confident? The Empyrean sovereigns asked. Yes. My White Devil Divine Curse is extremely torturous and only I can undo it. If the Purple Sun Fairy Emperor does not want to see his clansmen live a life worse than death, he will definitely lower his head to me, the White Sun Fairy Emperor said with certainty. Alright, if you can help me obtain that box. From today onwards, the Divine Desolate will divide the 9 desolate lands. You will be the overlord of a desolate land and obtain a divine son, the Empyrean sovereigns said. When Divine King Xianxia and the others heard this, their eyes were filled with burning jealousy. With a desolate land and a divine son, they would definitely be able to dominate an area. Yes, I will immediately head to the Sword Forest Desert. The White Sun Fairy Emperor's old face is filled with pride. He looked like a petty person intoxicated with success. He looked at Divine King Xianxia and the others as if he was showing off. Qin Yan and Luo Yaofeng are still inside the 9-sun heaven-raising pagoda. After 2 days, they are sure that no one is chasing after them. The divine sun storm has already dissipated. They came out of the 9-sun heaven-raising pagoda. It's time to go back. Qin Yan kept the 9-sun heaven-raising pagoda and took out the teleportation pearl. 2 days ago, he received news from the spatial god that the purple sun fairy race had successfully arrived at the heavenly sword formation. The heavenly sword formation is very large. Although it is a desolate desert, it is very safe. Furthermore, the formation can absorb the power of the divine sun, so staying inside is a very good choice. Qin Yan used the teleportation pearl to bring Luo Yaofeng back to the Sword Forest Desert's heavenly sword formation. After returning, Luo Yaofeng directly returned to the divine moon race's side. She wanted to go back and tell Yu Shangyun that everything went smoothly, and Qin Yan also has a very important matter to do. He immediately headed to the area where the purple sun fairy race is located. The heavenly sword formation is divided into 5 layers. The center is where the 9-yang divine palace is located, and from the center, there are 3 ring regions. The divine moon race and the Guanhan palace are located in the east of the first ring, while the white sun sky city and the 3-eye heavenly city are located in the south of the second ring. The purple sun fairy race is arranged to be located in the north of the first ring. The strong races are located in the first ring and their numbers are relatively small. If it was a huge city, it would be located in the second ring. For example, the huge city built by the 9-sun royal family is located in the second ring. Qin Yan quickly arrived at the location of the purple sun fairy race. They are currently building their own villa. After Qin Yan arrived outside, he released a sun dragon altar. There are still several hundred purple sun elves inside the altar. They have been hit by the white devil divine curse. If the purple sun elves who have been hit by the white devil divine curse are inside the altar, the curse power within their bodies will not flare up. Once they go out, they will be in excruciating pain. When Zhao saw that Qin Yan was able to return, a smile appeared on his face. He brought Princess Feng Feng and hurriedly walked towards the altar. Bai Suxin is also here. She told Zhao and the others many things regarding the white sun elves. Brother Qin, it's been hard on you. Zhao said with a smile. It's fine. Qin Yan looked at the sky. It's almost night time. He said, I thought of a way to give it a try. If it goes smoothly, we can get rid of the white devil divine curse. Let's proceed through the night. Zhao is somewhat excited and hurriedly asked, Brother Qin, is there anything I can help with? Princess Feng Feng said in a low voice, Daddy, you can't help. Don't cause trouble for big brother. Qin Yan said with a smile, Feng Feng, if my method is effective, you purple sun elves will be able to help. Is that so? That's great, what method is it? Princess Feng Feng asked anxiously. Blood exchange. Qin Yan said, the blood of those who have been hit by the white devil divine curse will be infected by the curse power. My method is to drain all the blood in their bodies and then inject new purple sun elf blood. Bai Suxin said, we can give it a try. Inside the altar, the curse power is suppressed and won't regenerate. As long as the cursed blood is extracted and new blood is injected. The new blood is strong enough, so it won't be infected. Alright, let's begin immediately. Zhao said, use my blood is strong. Qin Yan nodded at Bai Suxin because he will need her help when the time comes. Her white sun divine power can quickly regenerate the blood. After injecting half of the new blood, Bai Suxin would help to regenerate that half of the new blood and fill the entire body. This way, people can quickly fuse with the new blood. This blood exchange method sounds simple, but it is very difficult to execute. The conditions required are very harsh. First of all, it must be done in an isolated environment to prevent the person under the curse from activating the curse power. Inside the altar, it can be completely isolated. The purple sun elves who have been affected by the white devil divine curse entered the altar as if nothing happened. However, their bodies are still filled with curse power. Once they leave the altar, the white devil divine curse will relapse and they will once again fall into a state of unbearable pain. Furthermore, it is not easy to completely extract the curse power. Because the curse power is very tightly entangled with the flesh, blood, bones and even the soul. Without a brilliant method, it is impossible to completely extract the curse power. Qin Yan can do it because he has Nether Sun and Nether Moon. Nether Sun can devour the curse power within the body and Nether Moon can devour the curse power within the soul. This step is very crucial. Once this step is completed, blood transfusion and regeneration will be much easier. The youth who is willing to participate in the experiment is now completely relaxed, allowing Qin Yan to pour the devouring power into his body. Qin Yan poured in the Nether Sun devouring power and the Nether Sun totem entered the youth's body and began devouring the blood containing curse power. At the same time, Qin Yan poured in the Nether Moon power into the youth's soul to devour the curse power within. Qin Yan proceeded very quickly and finished in a short while. The youth is now very weak because all of his blood has been devoured, his entire body is shriveled and shriveled. Xiao hastily channeled his purple sun divine power into the youth's body to stabilize his body. Then he channeled his blood. The entire process is very smooth and fast. It doesn't take long, Xiao doesn't need to channel a lot of blood. As long as a bit of his blood enters the youth's body, with Bai Suxin's divine power, the blood will quickly regenerate. Alright. Qin Yan said with smile, let's see if the blood in his body has turned white. If someone is infected by the white devil divine curse, their blood will quickly turn white. After some investigation, the regenerated blood in the youth's body is purple in color. Moreover, after he left the altar, his entire body returned to normal. Finally removed the white devil divine curse. Although the process is still somewhat complicated, this method is very effective. Bai Suxin said with smile, she also admires Qin Yan in her heart. Come, let's join hands and quickly help everyone remove the white devil divine curse. Qin Yan said with a smile. Although it was already night, Qin Yan and company were still in high spirits. They seized the time to help the few hundred purple sun elves undo the curse. Qin Yan was in charge of devouring the hex power. Xiao and the other powerful purple sun elves were in charge of blood transfusions. Bai Suxin was in charge of supplying their white sun divine powers to hasten the recovery of their blood. Overnight, the purple sun elves that had been hit by the white devil curse all recovered. However, their bodies were still weak, and they still needed some time to adapt to the new blood. After that, Qin Yan could put away the altar. After a busy night, they were not tired, but they still took a simple rest. Bai Suxin also returned to Divine Moon Heaven City, while Qin Yan returned to Ninyang Divine Palace to rest. At noon, Qin Yan, who was resting in the Ninyang Divine Palace with his eyes closed, was woken up by the little palace spirit. Big Brother Palace King, the White Sun Fairy Emperor is outside the Heavenly Sword Formation. The little palace spirit said, this guy is threatening the Purple Sun Fairy Emperor. Threat? When Qin Yan heard that, he immediately thought of the purpose of the White Sun Fairy Emperor's visit. The White Sun Fairy Emperor must have thought that the few hundred purple sun elves that had been hit by the white devil curse were still in excruciating pain. However, those few hundred purple sun elves had long since escaped from the torment of pain. This morning, the white devil curse in the bodies of all the purple sun elves had been completely broken. Qin Yan immediately left the Ninyang Divine Palace and headed for the Ziyang Villa. This was the new home built by the purple sun elves. It was almost complete and there were many fake mountains and rivers inside. There were also lush green trees. When he arrived, he saw Princess Feng Feng flying around in an empty space. She was leading a group of young elves in pursuit training. This little girl is quite diligent. Qin Yan came to find Xiao. He was worried that Xiao would get hot-headed and rush out to fight the White Sun Fairy Emperor. When Xiao learned that Qin Yan had arrived, he immediately came out to welcome him. He brought him to a house beside a pool. The White Sun Fairy Emperor is here, he's outside. Brother Z, you should know about this, right? Qin Yan asked. That guy is shouting outside, of course I know. Xiao said with a smile, I was just about to go find Brother Qin and discuss if I should go out. Xiao was not threatened by the White Sun Fairy Emperor at all, so he was very calm. There's no need to go out. If we go out and fight that guy and get hit by the white devil curse, we can only retreat. In addition, there is a high chance that the Empyreans of the heavens are lying in ambush nearby. Qin Yan said, let that guy stay outside. I'll listen to you. Zao said, right now, we should peacefully develop. Our purple sun fairy race still has too few people, we need some time to grow. Xianxia nodded and said, that's for the best. Brother Z, during this period of time, you can bring people to familiarize themselves with the environment here. Communicate with the various races and learn from each other. Zao also had this plan. Ever since their purple sun fairy race appeared in the divine desolate, they rarely came into contact with others. Therefore, they knew very little about this dangerous world. After settling down the purple sun fairy race, Xianxia felt much more relaxed. Next, he had to wait for the sun dragon race to appear. Xianxia returned to the Nine-Yan divine palace and entered the heavenly palace. He arrived at a very secret room. In the room, he took out 3 bloodline heavenly pattern boxes and placed them on a table. The 9-Sun royal family's bloodline heavenly pattern box has now turned blue. The one Luo Yaofeng gave him was alternating black and white. The one from the purple sun fairy race is still purple. Of the 9 bloodline heavenly pattern boxes, 3 are in my hands. Where are the other 6? One of them should be in Sister Shangyun's hands. In other words, there are still 5 scattered everywhere. Xianxia looked at the 3 boxes. He did not plan on messing around right now, in case something big happened. Xiaoyun, there might be one white sun fairy emperor. Ling Yun'er said, do you want to go out and ask that guy? He won't tell me the truth. Besides, if that guy really has one, he will hand it over to the Empyreans. Xianxia said. Not necessarily. The White Sun Fairy Emperor is not hopelessly stupid. Furthermore, he is a powerful divine heaven lord and also the Fairy Emperor. On the surface, he is loyal to the Empyreans, but he might not be sincere. For this kind of person, as long as there are enough benefits, he can betray them. Ling Yun'er said. Indeed. Divine King Xianxia, Sky Demon Divine King and the others all seem to respect the Empyreans on the surface, but what about their hearts? Who knows? Xianxia nodded and said, but how can I get information from the White Sun Fairy Emperor? Ling Yun'er laughed, Xiaoyun, back then when you were immortal King Fu Yun, weren't you a big swindler? If the White Sun Fairy Emperor really has a bloodline heavenly pattern box, then he definitely doesn't know how to use it. He only wants to sell it for a good price. Alright then, I'll ask my little queen. Xianxia put away the 3 bloodline heavenly pattern boxes on the table and had the little palace spirit contact Bai Suxin. Bai Suxin understood the White Sun Fairies very well. She definitely knew the habits of the White Sun Fairy Emperor. Before Xianxia cheated, he had to make ample preparations. Not long after Bai Suxin returned, she found out that Xianxia was looking for her and immediately rushed over. Little brother, is there something urgent that you need me for? I was just about to go into seclusion to cultivate. Bai Suxin came to the hall and said with a gentle smile. This white-haired beauty who was as gentle as water, her gentle laughter was filled with coquettish anger. Her beautiful eyes revealed a trace of charming ripples that could cause one's heart to ripple. Xianxia walked over and held Bai Suxin's gentle lily-white hands. He said with a smile, of course it's because I missed you. Humph, you honest Qin, you're not honest at all. Bai Suxin chuckled and then leaned into Xianxia's embrace. She said in a soft voice, I missed you too. Xianxia hugged her and kissed her cheek. He said with a smile, I'm going out to meet the White Sun Fairy Emperor. I plan to bring you along. Ah? That's very dangerous. Bai Suxin suddenly raised her head from Xianxia's embrace and looked at Xianxia with a frown. She said, I forbid you to go, it's too risky. Xianxia caressed her jade-like face and said with a smile, that's why I want you to accompany me and protect me. No way, no way. Bai Suxin shook her head repeatedly because not only would they have to face the White Sun Fairy Emperor, there might even be experts from the Divine Kingdom lying in ambush. Xianxia suddenly kissed Bai Suxin and hugged her tightly in his arms. Bai Suxin and Xianxia hugged and kissed for a while before her heart softened. She said in a low voice, you actually used this move on me. Why do you want to find the White Sun Fairy Emperor? Do you have to find him? I suspect that he has a box. Xianxia carried Bai Suxin and sat down on a chair. Box? Another box? Bai Suxin shook her head and sighed, why are you looking for that box? It's an ominous item. Qin Yun was alarmed. He looked at the white-haired beauty in his arms and stared at her beautiful eyes. He asked, Suxin, do you know about that box? Bai Suxin caressed Qin Yun's cheek with her lily-white hands and sighed faintly, of course I know. That box was originally in my father's hands, but it was later obtained by the White Sun Fairy Emperor. For many years, my father has been a fugitive because of this box. In the end, in order to save my mother, he had no choice but to hand the box over to the White Sun Fairy Emperor. Is this what happened after you left the White Sun God realm? Qin Yun was very surprised. He never expected that the box actually belonged to the White Sun God King. The White Sun Divine King had the bloodline heavenly pattern box and he had it for many years. However, he still did not know what use the box had. When Bai Suxin learned that the Empyreans wanted to snatch the purple Sun Elf race's box, she was very shocked. She knew then that the box in Xiao's hands was definitely similar to her father's. She did not tell Qin Yun about it because her father's box had already been given to the White Sun Elf Emperor. Is that box really that important? Bai Suxin did not know about the bloodline heavenly pattern. Even if she was told that it was a bloodline heavenly pattern, she would not know what it was. If the Empyreans obtain it, their strength will definitely increase greatly. I want to confirm whether or not your father's box has fallen into the hands of the Empyreans. If it's in the hands of the White Sun Elf Emperor, it'll be much easier. Qin Yun nodded and hugged the white-haired beauty in his arms. Everyone knew that the Empyreans must kill Qin Yun. It could be said that because as long as he killed Qin Yun, he could obtain Qin Yun's Divine King Heavenly Seal and become the new Heavenly Tao. After the Empyreans were born, their main goal was to kill Qin Yun. Only by becoming stronger could Qin Yun fight against the Empyreans. Therefore, he had to stop the Empyreans from becoming stronger. Then I'll help you get that box. Bai Suxin sighed softly. When my father came to find me, he told me to stay away from trouble. Suxin, I won't let you get involved in trouble. You just need to tell me about the White Sun Elf Emperor and let me go deceive him. Qin Yun gently pinched Bai Suxin's face and said with a smile, it'll be fine, don't worry. That won't do. Your current strength is not enough. I can't let you face the White Sun Elf Emperor alone. Bai Suxin held Qin Yun's hand tightly. Alright, come with me. Oh right, does he know you? Qin Yun asked. He doesn't know me. There are so many people in the White Sun Divine Realm, of course he can't recognize all of them. Bai Suxin was afraid that Qin Yun would leave her behind and act alone. Seeing that Qin Yun agreed to bring her along, a beautiful smile appeared on her face. Following that, Qin Yun asked about the White Sun Elf Emperor and Bai Suxin told Qin Yun everything she knew. The White Sun Elf Emperor was an old man who had lived for a very long time. He was very ruthless. Once, because his son ruined his plans, he was enraged and executed his son in front of everyone. He even used very cruel methods. He had many children, but only a few of them could stay by his side, mainly because they were afraid of being killed by him. So, after his children had some strength, most of them left for other places, far away from this cruel and merciless father. The White Sun Elf Emperor was not only cruel and ruthless, but he was also very despicable and sinister. He was a very cunning fellow who only cared about profit. He could even betray anyone for profit. In order to obtain White Sun Divine King's box, he had once planned for his two daughters to encounter White Sun Divine King by chance. Then, he had White Sun Divine King save them so that he could get close to White Sun Divine King. In the end, White Sun God King discovered the scheme and didn't fall into the trap. He even helped the White Sun Elven Emperor's two daughters escape from their cruel father. His two daughters have signed a soul contract. It was not easy for my parents to undo the contract and let them go far away. Bai Suxin sighed. The White Sun Elf Emperor worked hard for so many years to obtain your father's box, so he definitely wouldn't give it to the Emperors of the Heavens so easily. Qin Yun said. Yes, unless the Emperors of the Heavens give him a generous enough reward, he won't give it to the Emperors of the Heavens even if he dies. Bai Suxin nodded and said, that box is of no use to him. Otherwise, when he came to the Divine Desolate, he wouldn't have gone to my father to ask about the use of the box. Oh? He even went to look for your father later on? Qin Yun said in shock. After all, that box has been in my father's hands for a very long time. The White Sun Elf Emperor believes that my father must know a lot about it. Bai Suxin shook her head and said, my father doesn't know much either. He only knows that the box is very, very important. Qin Yan's eyes lit up as he said with a smile, if that's the case, then it'll be easy. Bai Suxin pinched Qin Yan's hand and said in a low voice, Xiao Yun, do you have any plans? You must talk to me, discuss it with me. Qin Yan kissed her cheek and said with a smile, my little queen, don't worry. I said that I would bring you along. How about, we call Sister Luo? Bai Suxin said, she's very strong, much stronger than me. With her accompanying, it'll be even safer. Then you won't be jealous, right? Qin Yan said with a chuckle. Who's jealous? Bai Suxin laughed in annoyance and pinched Qin Yan's waist, if I want to eat, I'll eat you. Qin Yan took out the Divine King Heavenly Seal and called Luo Yaofeng over. Luo Yaofeng also has a box and she gave it to Qin Yan. Therefore, Qin Yan wants to have a chat with Luo Yaofeng and listen to her opinion. Not long after, Luo Yaofeng also arrived at the Nine-Yang Divine Palace's Heavenly Palace and entered the secret room. Previously, Qin Yan and Bai Suxin were hugging each other as they sat on a chair, flirting with each other. However, after Luo Yaofeng arrived, they were no longer together. You guys are having a secret rendezvous. Did you call me here to watch the show? After Luo Yaofeng arrived, she looked at Qin Yan and Bai Suxin and teased them with a smile. Sister Luo, what are you talking about? Bai Suxin walked over and smacked Luo Yaofeng's butt. Aya, why does our King White Sun not have the aura of a queen at all? Luo Yaofeng said with a charming smile. Normally, Bai Suxin indeed has a very cold and arrogant aura. This is very similar to Yu Shengyun. Of course, in front of Qin Yan, she is a gentle queen. Although that kind of aura is still there, it is turned into a kind of gentleness. Luo Yaofeng is the Shadow God King and also a female devil slayer. However, she doesn't have a dignified and regal aura like Yu Shengyun. When she is serious, her entire body is filled with a kind of sharp and frightening ruthlessness. She is indeed a female devil slayer. Of course, when she is with her friends in private, she is a little mischievous girl. When she is with Qin Yan, she is a little charming and from time to time, she would act coquettishly. And when she is not mischievous, she appears elegant and quiet. She is a multifaceted beauty. Xiaoyan really has something important to talk to us about. Bai Suxin rubbed Luo Yaofeng's face with both of her hands. It can be seen that her relationship with Luo Yaofeng is extremely good. She did not dare to attack Yu Shengyun like this. However, even if she were to rub Yu Shengyun's face, Yu Shengyun would only find it strange and would not say anything. Little queen, did he use Dragon Claw Hand on you? Luo Yaofeng giggled and looked at Qin Yan with a very righteous look. She laughed and shouted, scoundrel, let go of little queen. Just use your Dragon Claw Hand on me. These words caused Bai Suxin to blush a little. Because Qin Yan once used Dragon Claw Hand on her and she even secretly told Luo Yaofeng about it. Qin Yan really went over and pinched Luo Yaofeng's waist with a smile. Ayo! Luo Yaofeng shouted delicately. She rubbed her waist and said, where's the promised Dragon Claw Hand? My sister Luo, why are you becoming more and more mischievous? Qin Yan said with a smile. My brother Ayun, why are you becoming more and more honest? Luo Yaofeng said with a charming smile, you honest Qin, secretly meeting with the little queen. You even called me over? Aren't you afraid that the little queen's vinegar jar will overturn? It's about the box. Qin Yan said. The smile on Luo Yaofeng's face suddenly disappeared. She glanced at Bai Suxin and the atmosphere immediately became very serious. Suxin's father once had a white box but it was snatched away by the White Sun Elf Emperor. Qin Yan said, the White Sun Elf Emperor is outside. The box should be with him. I want to snatch it back. Luo Yaofeng thought that Qin Yan had told Bai Suxin about her bloodline heavenly pattern box. Of course, even if Qin Yan told Bai Suxin, she wouldn't say anything because she had always believed that a man's mouth was unreliable, especially in front of a beauty. Now that she knew that the box Qin Yan was talking about was Bai Suxin's father's box, she understood. Little queen, I won't hide it from you. I also have a box and I gave it to brother Yun. Luo Yaofeng said because she believed that it was necessary for Bai Suxin to know about this matter. Qin Yan spread his hands and said with a smile, Sister Luo, you said it first. I didn't tell Suxin. Suxin, when did you get your father's box? Luo Yafeng asked. He said he was born with it. Bai Suxin is also confused. She never expected that there would be so many boxes, even Luo Yafeng has one. You can't tell Sister Sheng Yun about me giving the box to Brother Yun, understand? Luo Yafeng pulled Bai Suxin's hand and warned her. Bai Suxin nodded. Soon after, Qin Yan took out 3 boxes and placed them on the table. This, 3. Luo Yafeng jumped up and cried out in alarm. She never expected that Qin Yan would also have one. Qin Yan had obtained Xiaqiru's bloodline heavenly pattern box long ago, but he did not tell Luo Yafeng. I got one a long time ago. Qin Yan said with a shrug. This is Sister Kiru's. Luo Yafeng promptly walked over and looked at the blue bloodline heavenly pattern box. It's a long story. Qin Yan simply explained that he obtained this box from 9 Sun royal family's big box. Then he told Luo Yafeng that the Heaven Creation 5 emperors are looking for bloodline heavenly pattern. Heaven Creation Divine Palace bastards, not only did they send a myriad Heaven's venerable emperor to stir up shit, they even set their eyes on bloodline heavenly pattern. Moreover, they even have designs on 9 divine sons of myriad worlds. Luo Yafeng cursed in low voice. Xiao Yun, how do you plan to snatch White Sun Elven Spirit Emperor's box? That guy is very difficult to deal with. Bai Suxin said. Qin Yan picked up the blue bloodline heavenly pattern box and said, I plan to meet him and then take out this box. I will first get close to him and then act according to the situation. You will pretend to be my attendants and follow me. Attendants? That's not good, I will pretend to be your little wife. Luo Yafeng said with smile, I am the big wife, little queen is your little wife. Not good. Qin Yan shook his head and said. It's settled then. Luo Yafeng smiled tenderly and said, Brother Yun, let's go. Alright, then you have to change your appearance. White Sun Elf Emperor has seen you before. Qin Yan said. Luo Yafeng took out a mask and put it on. She said, is this okay? Xiao Yun, why don't you pretend to be someone from White Sun Divine Realm? This way he can relax his vigilance. Bai Suxin said with smile. Become white hair and white eyebrows? That's easy. Bai Suxin took out a white liquid and stuck it on the comb. She combed Qin Yan's hair white and even emitted a weak white sun divine power. Let me do the eyebrows. Luo Yafeng found it rather amusing. She smiled and used the white liquid to dye Qin Yan's eyebrows white. Qin Yan pinched the laughing Luo Yafeng and said, since I'm from the White Sun Divine Realm, then my first wife should be the little queen. Sister Luo, you are my little wife after I came to the Divine Desolate Land. That's more reasonable. Alright, I'm your little wife. Luo Yafeng hurriedly grabbed Qin Yan's arm and said with a smile, Brother Yun, do you want your first wife to accompany you tonight or your second wife? Or, the 2 of us will accompany you. This caused Bai Suxin's face to turn slightly red. However, she found it rather amusing and could not stop chuckling. You guys accompany me to deceive the White Sun Elf Emperor. If I get beaten up, you guys have to protect me, understand? Qin Yan said with a laugh. Then, he hugged the 2 women's slender waists. If it was just outside the Heavenly Sword formation, Qin Yan would not be afraid because they could immediately run back into the formation. Luo Yafeng took off her mask and changed into a veil. She was the same as Bai Suxin. She covered her face with a white veil and entered Qin Yan's heaven-leaping shuttle. Then, she left the 9 Yan Divine Palace and flew outside. The White Sun Elf Emperor was shouting and shouting outside. He kept saying all sorts of threatening words, mainly aimed at the Purple Sun Elf race. The few hundred Purple Sun Elves that had been hit by the White Devil Divine Curse were now alive and kicking. Zao, the Elf Emperor, would not fall for it. For the sake of the White Sun Elf Emperor's box, Qin Yan could only take the risk and give it a try. This was a good opportunity, he could not miss it. He did not want the White Sun Elf Emperor to hand the box over to the Empyreans in the future. Once the box fell into the hands of the Empyreans, it would be very difficult to obtain it again. Not long after, the heaven-leaping shuttle flew out from the east side of the Heavenly Sword formation. He wanted to circle from the east to the north and pretend to meet the White Sun Elf Emperor. Bai Suxin and Luo Yaofeng came out of Sky Leaping Shuttle. Both of them wore white dresses of the same style, and their bodies were incredibly good. Even though their faces were covered by thin veils, it was still clear that they were rare beauties. They were holding hands, talking and laughing as they followed behind Qin Yun. They looked like two sisters who had a very good relationship. Back on the Heavenly Leaping Shuttle, Qin Yun had discussed with them and finally decided to expose their powerful strength. In this way, the White Sun Elf Emperor wouldn't dare to underestimate him. The concubines around him were already so strong, and to be able to subdue them, he must be very strong. Qin Yun planned on hiding his cultivation level so that the White Sun Elf Emperor wouldn't be able to tell that he was at the Saint God realm. Only by doing so could he pretend that he was hiding his strength. After flying for less than an hour, Qin Yun and company could finally sense the aura of the White Sun Elf Emperor. Luo Yaofeng and Bai Suxin, who had been chatting and laughing with each other, looked as if they had become completely different people. Bai Suxin's expression was cold and stern. There was a faint might in her eyes, and with the cold arrogance in her eyes, she looked like a mighty and proud queen. Luo Yaofeng, on the other hand, was expressionless. From time to time, her eyes would flash with a kind of ruthlessness and killing intent. She did not hide the ruthlessness of a female devil slayer. Qin Yun also knew that they had entered a state of mind. He hurriedly took out a blue robe and put it on. The blue robe he was wearing was engraved with very complicated dragon transformation runes. Furthermore, there were quite a few sun dragon runes. Anyone who knew a little about runes would know that it was an extremely brilliant and rare rune. Qin Yun had also changed his appearance, making him look like a middle-aged man. The shape of his face had also been made a lot more square. Furthermore, he had 2 strands of white beard and his chin was also filled with white beard. When they flew over, Luo Yaofeng and Bai Suxin's divine power aura had already spread out. After the White Sun Elf Emperor sensed it from afar, he immediately flew over with his people. The White Sun Elf Emperor was a slightly old man. There were some wrinkles on his face and his pointed ears were also somewhat shriveled. However, he had a very domineering aura. His entire being was brimming with energy and he was extremely spirited. And beside him were 3 white sun elves, an old man and 2 middle-aged men. They were all divine heavenly lords who were not weak. After they arrived, they could tell with a glance that Qin Yun and Bai Suxin came from the White Sun God realm. Therefore, they were very curious. Of course, they did not underestimate Luo Yaofeng because the divine power aura on his body was very strong, not inferior to theirs. They looked at Qin Yun with curiosity. A person with 2 beautiful and powerful women, this person was definitely very strong. Your Excellency is, from the White Sun Elf race? Qin Yun smiled faintly. What a coincidence, to be able to meet someone from my hometown in the God Desolate. Who are you? I've never heard of someone like you in the White Sun God realm. The White Sun Elf Emperor was very vigilant as he asked with a cold expression. I am Morong Filong. He was just a nobody. It's normal that you haven't heard of me. Qin Yun smiled, then looked at the 2 women beside him and said, these 2 are my first and second wives. Their personalities are like this, please forgive them. Luo Yaofeng and Bai Suxin's aura is very strong, almost suppressing the White Sun Elf Emperor's side. Furthermore, they are currently filled with vigilance as they stared fixedly at the White Sun Elf Emperor and company. The White Sun Elf Emperor and the others are extremely jealous and envious. It is already very rare to find a divine heavenly lord woman as a companion, let alone 2, and generally speaking, powerful women are all very cold and aloof. How could they be willing to be someone else's second wife? I am Emperor Yi, the White Sun Elf Emperor. Emperor Yi's voice is still cold but it is not as strong as before. So it's the White Sun Elf Emperor, I've heard a lot about you. Qin Yun said with a look of shock, I never thought that I would actually meet a legendary person from the White Sun God realm. Although you are not famous, for a hidden expert like you, there is no need to belittle yourself. Emperor Yi revealed a smile and said, I wonder why you have come here. Although this place is the famous Sword Forest Desert and the Heavenly Sword Formation, it is difficult to enter. Qin Yun said with a smile, I am an inscription master. The Heavenly Sword Formation is a rare heavenly creation great formation. I came here to take a look but I never expected to meet the Elf Emperor. This is also the second great figure from the White Sun Divine Realm that I have met since I came to the Divine Desolate. Oh? Then which great figure from the White Sun Divine Realm did you meet before? Emperor Yi asked curiously. Divine King White Sun. Xianxia said, we only had a simple conversation. You met him? He was defeated by me. Emperor Yi sneered, his face filled with pride. Xianxia is rather worried, he is afraid that Bai Suxin will fly into a rage. What he did not expect is that Bai Suxin suddenly said, Divine King White Sun has a weak personality and is indecisive. He was lucky enough to become a divine king and obtained a part of the heaven seal. Otherwise, he would not be as good as me. Emperor Yi was startled and said with a smile, Brother Morong, your first wife is really amazing. She is indeed very strong. Xianxia said with a smile. Xianxia is very surprised that Bai Suxin said that she is his father. Brother Morong, did you discover anything about the heavenly sword formation? Can you break the formation? Emperor Yi asked. If you can break the formation, I will recommend you to join the Divine Kingdom and become a Divine King Marquis. Brother Yi, I have long heard about the Divine Kingdom and the sovereigns of the heavens. I just did not expect that you would also join the Divine Kingdom. Xianxia pretended to be surprised. Of course, this world belongs to the sovereigns of the heavens from now on. Emperor Yi shook his head and sighed, our White Sun Divine Realm is about to be destroyed. Now that we are in the Divine Desolate, it can be said that we are under someone else's roof. But I feel that with Brother Yi's strength, there is no need for you to risk your life for the sovereigns of the heavens. Xianxia said. I don't care about that now, join first. If I feel that it is not good in the future, I can leave. Emperor Yi chuckled and said, Brother Morong, if you can break the formation, I will take you to the Divine Kingdom of Heavens. We are all from the White Sun Celestial Realm, we can take care of each other and suppress the Nine Heavens faction. The Nine Heavens faction he mentioned should be Divine King Xianxia, Sky Demon Divine King, and the others from the Nine Heavens. What kind of benefits can I get from joining a divine nation? Right now, we are all powerful Shantian lords. Can the divine nations move our interests? Luo Yaofeng asked. Of course there are benefits. Once the Divine Desolate of the heavens grew to a certain extent, it would automatically split into 9 regions, which were the new 9 Desolate. Moreover, they were all connected. At that time, one divine sun would correspond to one great wilderness. As long as the venerable sovereigns of the heavens are willing to reward us, we will be able to obtain a desolate divine sun. God's desolates, one desolate and one divine sun is something that even a few White Sun divine worlds can't compare to. The White Sun Elf Emperor suddenly became very excited. Will the celestial sovereigns really give it to you? Bai Suxin asked. Of course I will. As long as he became the new heavenly Tao, he would reach a higher level and be above the heavens. He would no longer interfere in the matters of this world. Right now, he is only training in God's desolate and myriad realms' 9 suns. Emperor Yi laughed, otherwise, the 9 heavens faction wouldn't be working so hard. Although Emperor Yi was the White Sun Elf Emperor, his power was weak. Divine King Xianxia and the others had formed a very strong force. If the celestial sovereigns didn't care about the 9 desolate and 9 divine suns in the future, then this place would be their world. If that's the case, then the benefits are not small. It's worth fighting for. Xianxia nodded and said, then I'll try to see if I can open the heavenly sword formation. It doesn't matter if you can't open it. With the strength of Brother Morong and the 2 madams, after joining my camp, it can be considered as joining the divine nations. Emperor Yi said, it's not a solution for you to wander around like this. It's true that we are divine monarchs, but with the arrival of the Great Era, we will definitely be able to enter a higher realm. We can become even stronger. But the prerequisite is that we have to stand firm in God's desolate. Brother Yi is right. Xianxia smiled and said, then I will do my best to open this heavenly sword formation. As he spoke, he took out a blue box. Seeing the blue box in Xianxia's hand, Emperor Yi let out a strange cry. At the same time, his eyes are filled with shock and greed. A strong desire to snatch it arose in his heart. Luo Yaofeng and Bai Suxin are now filled with vigilance, they are wary of Emperor Yi snatching Xianxia's bloodline heavenly pattern box. When Xianxia saw Emperor Yi's reaction, he knew that the White Sun bloodline heavenly pattern box was still in his hands. Brother E, have you seen this box before? Qin Yan pretended to be pleasantly surprised and hurriedly asked, "This box is amazing. If you know where it is, you must tell me." "This? I have seen it before. The heavenly emperors have been searching everywhere for it. He sent me here to find the purple sun elf race's emperor and obtain the box from him. The purple sun elf emperor's box is purple and yours is blue, but they look the same." Emperor Yi said. "So that's how it is." Qin Yan frowned and said, "What? Did the heavenly emperors promise you? As long as I obtain the purple box, he will give me 1 desolation and 1 divine sun." Emperor Yi still stared at the box in Qin Yan's hand and asked again, "Brother Murong, what is the use of this box? I know it is very powerful, otherwise the heavenly emperors would not be so anxious." Qin Yan sneered and said, "The heavenly emperors want to use 1 desolation and 1 divine sun to exchange for this box? What wishful thinking. Brother E, you don't know how important this box is, right?" "Ah? How important?" Emperor E is now excited and trying his best to restrain himself. "This is a bloodline heavenly pattern. The full name should be 9 Heavens Bloodline Heavenly Pattern. There are a total of 9 of these boxes, and the 9 Heavens Bloodline Heavenly Pattern sealed inside can create another 9 heavens." "Create another 9 heavens?" Emperor Yi said in shock. "The current 9 heavens is not a complete 9 heavens. A complete 9 heavens is incomparably powerful. 1 heaven is 1 9 earth 10 divine sun. Of course, as for how to operate it, it will take a long time to comprehend." Qin Yan said. 1 heaven 9 earth 10 divine sun? Isn't this better than 1 desolation and 1 divine sun? Emperor Yi said in shock. He was very unhappy because the heavenly emperors actually used 1 desolation and 1 divine sun to send him away. There is no comparison at all. Let's put it this way, heavenly emperors and divine desolation are 1 heaven plus 1 divine sun. Qin Yan shook his head and smiled. "If I had a bloodline heavenly rune in my hand, I would have my own 9 heavenly runes. Earth 10 divine suns." Emperor Yi took a deep breath and said, "It seems that bloodline heavenly patterns are really important. Brother Murong, are you going to use this box to break the formation? Bloodline heavenly patterns contain supreme heavenly patterns that can be used to break formations. I can't guarantee whether or not I can break the heavenly sword formation, so I want to give it a try." Qin Yan said and then poured in his imperial heaven divine power into the bloodline heavenly pattern box. In an instant, an incomparably shocking blue light burst out from the box, causing everyone to feel as if they were immersed in a blue ocean. It was as if they were enveloped by waves of vast heavenly might, and even breathing became slightly difficult. Luo Yaofeng was also astonished. She never expected Qin Yan to be able to activate a tiny bit of the bloodline heavenly pattern's power. The bloodline heavenly pattern was still sealed in the box, but it was able to release such a terrifying power. If his bloodline heavenly patterns were unsealed, how powerful would it be? Emperor Yi, the White Sun Fairy Emperor, is also wild with joy. Even though his eyes are hurting from the intense light, he still opened his eyes wide and stared straight at the box in Qin Yan's hand. He could see that the bloodline-like runes on the surface of the box, every time it flowed, it would release a very powerful heavenly might. It was as if the heavens were revolving, as if he could see the veins of the heavens. It was extremely shocking. Soon, Qin Yan stopped and the bloodline heavenly pattern box returned to its original appearance. "I didn't succeed." Qin Yan sighed lightly. "Brother Murong, why is your box able to cause such a huge commotion? I've seen the Purple Sun Fairy Emperor's box before, there was no commotion from his box." Emperor Yi asked. He did not care if Qin Yan broke the heavenly sword formation or not, he only asked about the box. "I've been studying for 10,000 years before I managed to pry open the first layer of the seal. This is a very powerful 9 heavens seal, there are a total of 9 layers. As long as I break the first layer, I can cause such a commotion." Qin Yan laughed self-deprecatingly, "I'm still too weak. My current strength is not enough to open the second layer of the seal." "So that's how it is. Then how can I open the first layer of the seal?" Emperor Yi continued to ask. He did not reveal that he has the box. Luo Yaofeng and Bai Suxin are watching from Qin Yan's side. They know that Emperor Yi has taken the bait, so they became even more vigilant to prevent Emperor Yi from attacking. This requires a very high-level inscription battle technique. While speaking, Qin Yan's finger quickly slid across the void and carved a set of very complicated runes in the void. Seeing those runes, Emperor Yi and the few divine heavenly lords beside him praised incessantly. There are actually heavenly runes. Brother Morong's inscription battle technique has truly broadened my horizons. Emperor Yi is truly astonished by Qin Yan's inscription battle technique. Because those were just casually drawn by Qin Yan. If he had drawn them seriously, they would have been even better. Qin Yan said with smile, Brother Yi, if you obtain this kind of box, you must not give it to the heavenly venerables. Keep it by your side. If you can break it, you will be the creator of the heavens. This, Brother Morong, I have a box in my hand but I don't know if it is the bloodline heavenly pattern box or not. Emperor Yi seems to have made a great decision and said. Oh? Can you let me take a look? I have researched bloodline heavenly runes for 10 to 20,000 years, I am very familiar with them. Qin Yan said. If I break the first seal, how much strength can I increase? Emperor Yi asked. He is trying his best to restrain the excitement in his heart, even his voice is trembling. As the White Sun Fairy Emperor, Emperor Yi has been stuck at the Divine Heavenly Lord stage for many years. He has never been able to see any hope of breaking through. If he doesn't break through, he will die of old age sooner or later. It's hard to say. My bloodline heavenly pattern box can only increase my inscription level. This mainly depends on Brother Yi's direction of development. Qin Yan said with smile, this situation is similar to the formation of Tao image. Emperor Yi suddenly took out a small white box. Its shape and size are exactly the same as the blue box in Qin Yan's hand. It is just that the color is different. Even the veins and runes on the surface give people the same feeling, ancient, mysterious, filled with Tao charm, completely natural. This is a bloodline heavenly pattern box. Bloodline heavenly rune is sealed inside, because bloodline heavenly rune is very powerful, it can make the box give birth to bloodline heavenly rune. Qin Yan said with smile, Congratulations Brother Yi, congratulations Brother Yi, you will be the person who creates heaven. Brother Morong, if I didn't meet you, I wouldn't have known that this is a 9 heavens bloodline heavenly pattern. Emperor Yi's face showed a hearty smile and said. Brother Yi, you have this box, there is no need for you to lower your voice to the heavenly sovereigns. I suspect that the heavenly divine desolate was created by something similar to the 9 heavens bloodline heavenly pattern. Your future strength and achievements will definitely be above it. Brother Morong, can you help me break the first seal of the box? Emperor Yi asked. I can't guarantee it. Different boxes have different ways of breaking them. Qin Yan shook his head and said, Brother Yi, it is best for you to comprehend it yourself. This will allow you to better control your bloodline heavenly pattern. But I don't understand it. Emperor Yi said with sigh. He has been trying to comprehend it for tens of thousands of years but he didn't see any signs of success. How about I try using my bloodline heavenly pattern box to break the seal of your box? Brother Yi, you just need to control the box to float. Qin Yan said. Emperor Yi promptly moved back a distance and then controlled his bloodline heavenly pattern box to float. Qin Yan made his box float, then poured an imperial heaven divine power into it. At the same time, he took out a teleportation pearl. Hoo! Qin Yan's box is the same as before, it released intense blue light, it is even stronger than before, causing Emperor Yi's eyes to be pierced and unable to see anything clearly. Qin Yan activated the teleportation pearl and controlled the heaven locking chain at the same time. It nimbly flew over and wrapped around the box in front of Emperor Yi, then vigorously pulled it over. At the same time, the teleportation pearl opened. Qin Yan, Luo Yaofeng and Bai Suxin arrived at the east side of the Heavenly Sword Formation in a flash. After arriving at the east side of the Heavenly Sword Formation, Qin Yan looked at the 2 boxes in his hands and said with mischievous smile, We succeeded. Let's hurry up and enter the Heavenly Sword Formation. Bai Suxin is also very happy, she pulled Qin Yan and Luo Yaofeng and immediately rushed into the Heavenly Sword Formation. It is also at this moment that they heard Emperor Yi's heart-wrenching and lung-splitting angry roar from the north side. When Emperor Yi saw that Qin Yan and company have disappeared, he knew that he has been deceived and screamed crazily. Luo Yaofeng and Bai Suxin are laughing non-stop. Qin Yan is also laughing inside the heaven-leaping shuttle. If I were the White Sun Fairy Spirit Emperor, I would definitely be angered to death. Luo Yaofeng giggled and said, "My husband, you are too good at deceiving people. Tell me honestly, how many ignorant women have you deceived?" "Why would I need to deceive? Have I ever deceived you and Little Queen?" Qin Yan said with mischievous smile. "Little Queen's performance is pretty good. I thought that when the White Sun Fairy Emperor talked about your father, you would be angry." Luo Yaofeng pulled Bai Suxin's hands and said with smile. "Xiaoyun wants to trick my father's box back, of course I have to cooperate." Bai Suxin said with a charming smile. Luo Yaofeng lied on Qin Yan's back and asked very seriously, "Brother Ayun, is that 9 heavens 10 divine suns real? And becoming a heaven creator or something?" "It's fake, I made it up." Qin Yan spread his hands and said with smile, "Of course, becoming a heaven creator is possible." "Alright, I almost believed it." Luo Yaofeng said with smile, "Fortunately, you were able to make that box react. Only then did those idiots completely fall into your scam." Bai Suxin said with smile, "Yue Mei and Yu Qing said that you used to take them everywhere to swindle people. I really didn't expect you to be such an honest Qin. To be honest, I also don't know how to use this bloodline heavenly rune, nor do I know how to break the seal." Qin Yan said, "This seal really has 9 layers. I didn't lie to Brother Yi about this. Brother Yi must be so angry that he vomited blood." Luo Yaofeng laughed again, "Brother Ayun, you already have 4 boxes in your hands. You have to quickly figure out what's going on so that you can become stronger." Previously, Luo Yaofeng was very unwilling to tell Yu Xiangyun, mainly because he was afraid that Yu Xiangyun would oppose her giving the box to Qin Yun and bring danger to him. But now, Qin Yun already has 4 bloodline heavenly pattern boxes. The situation is different from before. What do you guys think? Luo Yaofeng looked at Qin Yun and then looked at Bai Suxin. "Why can't we tell Sister Xiangyun?" Bai Suxin felt nothing wrong and said, "Since bloodline heavenly pattern is so important, we should discuss it with her." "I think so." Qin Yun said with smile, "I already have 4 boxes. Even if Sister Xiangyun is worried that I will be in danger, she can't say anything." "Who told me to get so many?" Luo Yaofeng stuck out his tongue and said, "Alright, stop the heaven-leaping shuttle, I will call her over." Qin Yan stopped the shuttle and floated in the air. A crescent moon mark appeared on Luo Yaofeng's forehead. It is something that can contact the divine moon race within a short distance, mainly through soul fluctuations. And outside, Emperor Yi's angry shouts could still be heard from time to time. Emperor Yi was swindled away by Qin Yun and he doesn't know Qin Yun's true identity. He also doesn't know how to find this Murong Filong. He still feels that Murong Filong is really from the White Sun Divine Realm and is related to the White Sun Divine King. "Damned Murong Filong, I will definitely find you, torture you for 100 years and then tear you to pieces." Emperor Yi crazily attacked the heavenly sword formation and shouted malevolently. An old man beside Emperor Yi asked, "Great Emperor, should we inform the Emperorians about this?" The few divine heavenly lords around Emperor Yi are all loyal and devoted, they would never betray him. Clearly, Emperor Yi used all kinds of methods to make them sign a soul contract to bind them. Otherwise, with Emperor Yi's character, it is impossible for him to have trustworthy people around him. Don't ever tell the Emperorians. This guy has always been looking for that box. He knows I have it but I didn't give it to him. And my box was swindled away, he will definitely be very angry. Maybe he will kill me. Emperor Yi calmed down and warned, "Don't tell anyone about this." Even if he was deceived, Emperor Yi could only grit his teeth and bear with it. "Grand Emperor, is there really a bloodline heavenly pattern sealed inside the box?" asked a middle-aged divine sky lord. "I don't believe a word that bastard said. He had 2 beauties with the strength of Shen Tianjun by his side, yet he did such a despicable thing. What is his background?" Sovereign Yi's anger rose again. "He came with a purpose. The only one who knows that you have the box is the White Sun Divine King." The old man said, "If we want to know who he is, we can only go find the White Sun Divine King. I wonder where God King White Sun has gone to. The reason I could suppress him in the past was mainly because my heaven seal was stronger than his. Now that we're in deity wilderness, our heavenly seals are useless. It won't be easy for me to defeat him." Sovereign Yi shook his head. "We're not here to pick a fight with him. We're here to ask him about the situation. Perhaps God King White Sun has also been tricked by him? Said the middle-aged Divine Heaven Lord. All right. Then go find the White Sun Divine King. Sovereignty thought about it and felt that this was the only way to break through. I'll go back and rest as well. This time, I didn't get a box and even lost one. Sovereignty angrily punched the ground, creating a large amount of sand and dust on the desert, leaving behind a huge crater. Then, he flew away from the Sword Forest Desert. Inside the heaven-leaping shuttle, Qin Yan did not take off his white hair and white eyebrows attire. He originally wanted to take it off but Luo Yaofeng told him not to. He wanted to tease Yu Shangyun when she came. Yu Shangyun came very quickly. When Luo Yaofeng contacted her, he said that there was a very important and urgent matter. He also said that Qin Yan was also here, so she hurried over. After entering the heaven-leaping shuttle, Yu Shangyun took off her helmet. Her originally gentle and moving face was filled with cold arrogance and seriousness. However, the wondrous fragrance on her body contradicted her cold, arrogant and domineering temperament. Sister Shangyun. Luo Yaofeng walked over with a smile and held Yu Shangyun's lily-white hand. Is there something important? Yu Shangyun also knew that Luo Yaofeng and Bai Suxin had an extremely good relationship with Qin Yan and often worked together. Yu Shangyun looked at Qin Yan. She believed that the important matter was definitely related to Qin Yan. Qin Yun did not say anything else. Instead, he immediately took out the 4 boxes and placed them on the table. When Yu Shangyun saw the 4 boxes, her pupils suddenly shrank and her expression became even more solemn and cold. Her beautiful eyes stared at the 4 boxes and a faint doubt gradually appeared between her brows. Qin Yan, Bai Suxin and Luo Yaofeng also quietly looked at Yu Shangyun, not daring to say a word. What's going on? Yu Shangyun looked at Luo Yaofeng and asked, one of the bloodline heavenly pattern box, you gave it to him, right? Luo Yaofeng was now like a little girl. She walked over and pulled Yu Shangyun's hand, shook her arm and said coquettishly, Sister Shangyun, I acted on my own in this matter, it's my fault. It's a long story. Brother Yin originally had 1 box and then he got 2 more. Let me say it. Let me say it. Qin Yan explained the process of obtaining the 4 boxes. Yu Shangyun was obviously a little angry because when they were doing these dangerous things, they did not tell her or discuss it with her. She seemed to understand Luo Yaofeng very well. She knew that Luo Yaofeng did not want to tell her, so she vigorously spanked Luo Yaofeng's butt. Luo Yaofeng stuck out his tongue and smiled sweetly. He knew that Yu Shangyun's anger had subsided. Sister Shangyun, do you also have a box in your hand? Qin Yan asked. I did. Yu Shangyun came to the side of the table and looked at the 4 boxes. She said, my box is rather special. It's not square, it's a round box. It looks like the moon. Then where did your box go? Luo Yaofeng asked. It was borrowed by someone and that person still hasn't returned it to me. Yu Shangyun sighed, back then, Muyu asked me to lend it out. Then? Will that affect you? Luo Yaofeng was very worried and held Yu Shangyun's hand tightly. Sister, that is very important to you. If anything happens, it will take your life. That won't happen. My box is rather special. As long as Xingyu is still here, nothing will happen to me. Yu Shangyun gently caressed Luo Yaofeng's face and said, don't worry. Qin Yan and Bai Suxin also heaved a sigh of relief. Sister Shangyun, who did you lend the box to? Why don't you come back? Qin Yan asked. That person is too strong, he doesn't want to return it to me. I have no choice. Yu Shangyun shook her head, we can only do this for now. In any case, it's still safe in that person's hands. Even the heavenly sovereigns won't be able to snatch it away. How do I use these boxes? It will definitely make Brother Yun stronger. Luo Yaofeng leaned on the table and stared at the boxes. I really don't know. If I had known, I wouldn't have lent the box out. Yu Shangyun looked at Bai Suxin and said, Suxin, your father has had the box for many years. Did he not discover anything but only knew that the box was very important? Bai Suxin nodded, my father wasted a lot of energy on the box. Later on, when the box was no longer in his hands, he became much more open-minded. There is one thing I am sure of. The bloodline heavenly pattern box can cause the birth of a powerful race. Yu Shengyun said. Qinyan thought about it carefully and realized that it was indeed the case. Xiaoqiru's bloodline heavenly pattern box corresponded to the 9-son royal family. Then there is the White Sun Divine King's box. He also had a powerful White Sun Divine race behind him, but it was later destroyed. The purple bloodline heavenly pattern box in Zao's hands is related to the purple sun fairy race. Then there is Yu Shengyun's divine moon race. My box didn't create a powerful race, Luo Yaofeng said. Your box has been sealed. Yu Shengyun said, that's why I suspect that the person who borrowed my box wanted to create a powerful race. In that case, if I want to find other boxes, should I pay attention to powerful races? Then what about the 9 heavens divine race and the 9 heavens demon race? Do they have boxes? Qinyan asked. They shouldn't have. The birth of these two races has nothing to do with the divine sun. 9 sun royal family, purple sun fairy race, white sun divine race and my divine moon race are all related to the sun. Yu Shengyun said, Qinyan, if you want to find other boxes, you can think about it from this aspect. Luo Yaofeng looked at his black and white box and mumbled, then what kind of powerful race will my box create? Why was it sealed? Sigh, could this be the will of the heavens? In that case, there are only 3 9 heavens goddesses left? No new 9 heavens goddesses have appeared? Qinyan asked doubtfully. I don't know. Generally speaking, the box will choose a new 9 heavens goddess. If no new 9 heavens goddess appears, it means that the 9 heavens bloodline heavenly pattern has not found a suitable successor. Yu Shengyun said. Qinyan looked at the boxes in a daze. What kind of secret is hidden inside? He plans to ask Tiandaozi. Put them away. Next time, don't hide anything from me. Yu Shengyun snorted and then lightly glared at Luo Yaofeng. Elder sister, I know I was wrong. Luo Yaofeng smiled tenderly and hugged Yu Shengyun. Then, she took a deep breath on Shengyun's jade neck. Only she would dare to do such a thing. Let's go back. I have something for you to do. Our divine moon race and Guanhan Palace need to quickly increase our strength. During this period of time, the blue light released by the Mother Moon transformation realm is very peculiar. It should be useful for us. Yu Shengyun pulled by Suxin and Luo Yaofeng's hands. Luo Yaofeng waved at Qinyan and said with smile, Brother Yun, I'm sorry, your little wife has been snatched away by Sister Shengyun. Goodbye. Bai Suxin smiled at Qinyan and waved her hand to bid farewell. Qinyan calculated the time and felt that there was no need to rush to the myriad heaven's divine moon. Right now, he still had something very important to do. Heaven Leaping Treasure Cannon. Qinyan took out the door-sized jade book, placed it on the ground and began flipping through it. This was given to him by the space god. It recorded the spatial runes mastered by the space god. These spatial runes can adapt to the current deity Desolate. Qinyan wants to learn from it and then use the spatial runes to improve his heaven-leaping shuttle and refine a teleportation magic tool. Teleportation Dharma treasures were very useful. After Qinyan obtained the teleportation bead from the god of space, it became very convenient for him. For example, when he went out to cheat the White Sun Elf Emperor, he had the teleportation pearl, which allowed him to run very fast. In terms of spatial teleportation, the Divine Court of Myriad Worlds had a good grasp of it. Before the space god returned to the Divine Court of Myriad Worlds, the Divine Court of Myriad Worlds already had spaceships that could travel through space. Now, the Divine Court of the Myriad Realms was using space teleportation like the sun at high noon. Brother Space is truly awesome. After Divine Desolate was formed, the spatial runes he mastered were no longer suitable for Divine Desolate. He was also regarded as a cripple. However, he disappeared for many days and studied in seclusion for more than 100 years. He comprehended a new spatial rune. Qinyan flipped through the heaven-leaping treasure scripture. Momo also flew out and sat on his shoulder. She looked at the spatial runes carved on every page of the heaven-leaping treasure scripture and seriously recorded them. Big brother, someone who can carve this kind of spatial rune must have a spatial inscription spirit. Momo suddenly said. Ah? Spatial inscription spirit? Qinyan was alarmed. This is a special type of inscription spirit. Just like totem inscription spirit, it doesn't have any special name. Momo explained with a smile. I have so many inscription spirits but they don't have much use in spatial runes. Xianxia looked at the spatial runes and felt a headache. They are rather complicated and it consumes a lot of blood soul power. Fortunately, he had the little queen ant to provide him with a large amount of spatial divine power, which made things much more convenient for him. Xianxia has mastered many inscription spirits but when it comes to using spatial runes, they are not of much help. Brother, I have an idea. It is to fuse these spatial runes with star runes, moon runes, and sun runes. Momo said. Xianxia's eyes lit up as Momo flew into his palm. Momo, when it comes to runes, you are much better than me. You should have a way to transform these spatial runes into moon runes, star runes, or sun runes, right? Xianxia looked at the beautiful and adorable high priest of the fairies in his palm. I do have a way, but I also need Big Brother's help. Especially the mystic fusion heavenly rune. The mysterious fusion heavenly runes we have now are all at the initial stage and it is very difficult for me to evolve them. Momo said. Mysterious fusion heavenly rune and Gemini heavenly rune are very formidable heavenly runes. Xianxia and Momo can record them but they are unable to evolve them. Originally, Momo could evolve many runes, especially the runes on the body of inscription beasts. Even heavenly rune beasts can evolve. However, she couldn't evolve the heavenly patterns to a higher level, mainly because the heavenly patterns weren't in her body. The profound fusion heavenly rune originated from Xianxia. Xianxia wanted to find Xianxia for a very long time. He has not seen her for a very long time. Ling Yuner charmingly smiled and said, Xiaoyun, Xianxia is also your wife. Xianxia recalled the interesting things that happened between him and Xianxia. Back then they were exchanging pointers and Xianxia said that as long as he could take off her clothes, he would win. Later on, Xianxia took off her underwear and they met each other. Then many things happened in 100 Pagoda sect that brought them together. I wonder how she is now. Will she be angry that I went to find her because of something? Xianxia is somewhat worried. Of course she won't be angry. Ling Yuner said with smile. Then I will secretly go find her. Xianxia doesn't dare to enter the Guanghan Palace because he is afraid that Yu Shangyun will find out and drag him out. At the same time, he is also worried that the little sisters of the Guanghan Palace will be too enthusiastic and he won't be able to handle them. Xianxia is suddenly very nervous because this time he is going to meet a masculine woman he has not seen for many years. Xianxia is also the kind of person who can fight very well. Although she looks gentle and elegant, she is very ruthless when fighting. I wonder what cultivation she has now. Xianxia took out a spirit-chasing talisman. This talisman has been chasing after Xianxia for many years. Xianxia tested it and discovered that it is still useful. Eh? She is not in the Guanghan Palace? Xianxia looked at the spirit-chasing talisman and is somewhat doubtful. Guanghan Palace and Divine Moon Heavenly City are located in the central region of the Heavenly Sword Formation. And now the direction of the spirit-chasing talisman is not at the central region of the Heavenly Sword Formation. Let's go take a look, it is inside the Heavenly Sword Formation anyways. Xianxia stored away the Heaven Leaping Shuttle and decided to quietly fly over. The Heavenly Sword Formation is very big, it is more than enough to carry out some trials. All the great inscription masters joined hands to create a trial ground that simulates a very cruel environment. This way, people will be able to stimulate their formidable potential during the trial. Xianxia followed the spirit-chasing talisman and flew very fast in the sky. After less than half a day, he suddenly heard a familiar shout. The sand in front of him is a complete mess. Fragments of armor and weapons are scattered all over the place. It is filled with a tyrannical aura. It is obvious that a great battle has just occurred. I, Suwudi Badian, even if I die, I will never eat your pill hall's broken pill. This is Su Xiaoba's voice. His shout is very loud and clear, it reverberated all around. It sounds unyielding and full of spirit. This can immediately cure your injuries, otherwise you would have to lie down for several years. Think about it, if you lie down for several years in the Divine Desolate Great Era, Uncle Zhang's dog next door might be stronger than you. Morong Darren chuckled and said from the side. Humph, hand over the pill. Su Xiaoba snorted and extended his hand to receive the pill from a middle-aged man. Hong Yan is also at the side. Apart from him, there is also Hua Zhong, a tall and simple and honest man. All of them have varying degrees of injuries on their bodies. Qin Yan frowned and muttered, "This Su Xiaoba is really something. Just a moment ago he said that he would rather die than eat Hull's pill. Why is he eating it now?" Su Xiaoba is Qin Yan's disciple. He possesses a very strong world extermination spirit and is now a member of Heavenly Palace. Qin Yan finds it somewhat strange that Su Xiaoba is at loggerheads with Hull. Qin Yan returned to Ninyang Divine Palace a few times and only saw Su Xiaoba once. At that time, Su Xiaoba was still shouting that in a few years, he would be able to hang up and beat up all the divine heavenly monarchs. Although Morong Darren is also a member of Ninyang Divine Palace, he doesn't have a hall and is just fooling around everywhere. Because his relationship with Qin Yan is pretty good, he often runs around blindly and boasted everywhere. Qin Yan did not go over, instead he looked all around and saw a woman standing on top of a sword peak. She is wearing black tight-fitting clothes which set off her snow-white skin even more. Her appearance is elegant and beautiful, her body is well-developed and graceful, her beautiful eyes are flickering with gentle light. A light breeze blew over, blowing her jet-black long hair. She is tall and slender, her grace is picturesque, charming and moving. Yi Yaoxue is indeed here. Just as Qin Yan was about to fly over and greet her, Su Xiaoba suddenly raised his head and looked at the sword peak and shouted, "Master's wife, why didn't you attack earlier? You just stood there and watched as I was being beaten up, you are too disloyal. No wonder Master has not come to find you for so many years." Hearing this, Qin Yan almost fell down from the sky. At this time, he saw Yi Yaoshua's charming and beautiful face suddenly become gloomy and cold, but soon after, it became filled with a charming smile. Her smile is very unusual. Qin Yan observed a moment of silence for Su Xiaoba in his heart. "Su Xiaoba, it is clearly you who are useless, yet you still say that I didn't attack." Yi Yaoshua said with charming smile, "You are Su Wudi Badian. If you can't defeat someone, how can I, a weak woman, defeat him? From now on, you are no longer my master's wife. I have many master's wives anyways, it doesn't matter if I don't have you, it doesn't matter if I have you." Su Xiaoba coldly groaned, then looked at Hong Yan and said, "Red-eyed chicken, I remember that you have an younger sister called Hong Mengshu. She is also my master's wife, right?" Qin Yan very much wants to hammer Su Xiaoba to death. He is actually talking nonsense all day long, how can people think of him? "Brother Badian, shut up. You can't say that to little brother Yun." Morong Darren promptly covered Su Xiaoba's mouth. "My master is so awesome, it is very normal for him to have many women." "You are the one who said it." Su Xiaoba pulled away Morong Darren's hand and said, "Sharon Morong, tell me, which master's wives I have not seen before?" At this time, a crisp paw sound can be heard. Su Xiaoba's shiny bald head has been smashed into the sand. Su Xiaoba's body is injured and it is not light at all. But after eating the pill, he became a lot better. He immediately flew into the sky and furiously said, "Which bastard hit me?" Qin Yan arrived behind Su Xiaoba in a flash and ferociously attacked again, causing Su Xiaoba to fall to the ground. Everyone present is extremely startled. Su Xiaoba is a very strong Dao god, even if he is injured, he should not have been plotted against like this. Qin Yan has concealed his aura, it is very difficult to sense him. Su Xiaoba drilled out of the sand, patted his head and very unhappily yelled, "Master, come out, don't hide." "Xiaoba, I did not expect you to be so quick-witted. You actually knew I was here." Qin Yan said with smile. Qin Yan also appeared in front of Su Xiaoba. "I also know that you are not here to find us, you are here to find great beauty Yi, am I right?" Su Xiaoba curled his lips and said, "You are truly a man who only cares about the opposite sex." Qin Yan looked at Yi Yaoxue who was standing on top of the sword peak, then rubbed Su Xiaoba's head and said, "Not bad, you guessed correctly. Little brother Yun, all heaven divine nation is too arrogant, when can you bring us to deal with them?" Morong Darren said with mischievous smile. "Master, all heaven divine nation is truly arrogant, nobody can do anything to them. It is up to Master." Su Xiaoba sighed and said, "I, Su Wudi Badian, was born a few hundred years later, Otherwise all Heaven Divine Desolate would not even have a chance with all Heaven Divine Nation. Xianxia slowly floated down from the sky, walked over with smile on her face and said, Su Xiaoba, you are being arrogant again. How am I being arrogant? In Nine Yang Divine Palace, even without Master's protection, my brother Baishan's strength is one of the best among Dao gods. Su Xiaoba very confidently said. Qin Yun was somewhat surprised. He never expected the Purple Sun fairies to integrate so quickly. They had already begun sparring with everyone. I'm not a normal human. If we were to fight one-on-one, Violet Sun elves of the same cultivation level are not my match at all. Su Xiaoba looked at Murong Darren and Hong Yan and said with a look of disdain, it's all because these two are too weak. Only Hua Laosan can hold on for a while. Murong Jun and Hong Yan were both grinning. It could be seen that they were also people who often dragged him down. Big brother dominating heaven, since you're the big brother, of course you have to take responsibility. It's normal for us to be weaker than you. Hong Yan stroked his flame-like hair and chuckled. Our strategy this time isn't good, and we didn't coordinate well. That's why this happened. It's not that we're afraid of death. Murong Darren said with a smile. Humph, you two are the worst. You didn't even fight and just ran away. Su Xiaoba seems to be already used to their style. Qin Yin said with a smile, if you were to fight the Purple Sun elves again, third brother Hua will be the first to disrupt their rhythm. Little tyrant, find an opportunity to attack. Don't be in a hurry to go up, second brother Murong and Red-Eyed Chicken, you have to find an opportunity to distract the enemy's attention and prevent third brother Hua from being targeted. He also had to prevent them from surrounding Xiaoba. As long as you create a good opportunity for Xiaoba to attack, he will be able to defeat the enemy quickly. Brother Yun, we'll do as you say next time. Murong Darren said with a smile, we only wanted to see if brother dominating heaven could fight so many Purple Sun elves alone. However, we didn't expect him to still be a little lacking. That's right, that's right. Hong Yan said, he was the one who told us not to attack. Su Xiaoba patted off the dust on his body, then looked at Qin Yun and Xianxia and said, Master, you two go take care of proper business. You don't need to worry about this matter, we will surely win next time. Xianxia smiled and rolled her eyes. Then she looked at Qin Yun and said in low voice, let's go, we have proper business to attend to. Qin Yun is somewhat speechless, he pulled her and flew far away and disappeared in a short while. As for Su Xiaoba and Murong Darren, they began to bicker and quarrel again. At the same time, they are waiting for the next round of attacks. Qin Yun brought her into the heaven-leaping shuttle and flew above the desert, passing through many huge sword mountains. Xianxia leaned back on the chair, her long legs under her tight pants were raised high. She ate a fruit and said with smile, Xiao Yun, why are you looking for me? Xianxia, I wanted to go find you before but it is not easy to go to the Guanghan Palace. In addition, too many things have happened, so I haven't been able to find you for a long time. Qin Yun said somewhat guiltily. Xianxia stood up and arrived in front of Qin Yun. She hugged his waist and said with gentle smile, are you afraid that I will blame you, so you don't dare to come find me? Yun said, Xiao Yun, Sun Yun, Yun Yin Yun Yu, Xiao Yun Yu Sun. Yun Sun and suddenly, Yun said. Yi. Yun and Yang Du you are my son. My. Humph, who wants to be your concubine? Xianxia said with smile. Xiao Long said it, he had to say, Xiao Yun, one said, he Xiao Yun said that his Yun, Yang Sunday Su Xiaoba said it himself, he has so many wives. It doesn't matter if I am one or not. So why are you still thinking about me? Xianxia said with charming smile. You gave it to me for free, it would be a waste if I didn't. Qin Yun hugged Xianxia's delicate body and let her stick to his body. Then he kissed her red lips. Xianxia also smiled sweetly. She closed her eyes filled with sweet smile and tightly hugged Qin Yun. Both of them enjoyed the sweetness of reunion after a long time. The two of them sat together on a big chair and hugged each other intimately. Xianxia, don't tell me you are going to fight like this? Qin Yun asked. Xianxia is wearing tight-fitting clothes. Moreover, the material of the clothes is very special. There are many dark runes carved inside the clothes, they can form very strong defense. There are many talented inscription masters in Guanghan Palace. The clothes they make are very high quality, the runes and materials are very good. I want to see the strength of purple sun elves. I fought with Princess Feng Feng before, she is indeed very strong. Yi Yaoxue said with smile. Inside the Through Heaven sword formation, everyone agreed to attack purple sun elves. Oh? Then don't damage the harmony. Qin Yan said with smile. This is Purple Sun Elf Emperor's request. He said that they don't have enough battle experience, so he wants us to help them train. Injuries won't matter, they will recover very quickly after eating pills. Yi Yaoxue lightly hammered Qin Yan's chest and said with smile, Xiao Yun, why did you come to find me? Quickly say it. Don't waste your time. Everyone knows that Qin Yun is facing a very strong enemy like all heavenly venerables. Yi Yaoxue also very much hopes that she can help Qin Yun. Therefore, she is very happy that Qin Yun came to find her. Qin Yun met Yi Yaoxue in 100 Pagoda sect. He experienced many things in 100 Pagoda sect, Yi Yaoxue remembers them very clearly. Back then, she predicted that Qin Yun would have very high achievements in the future. But she did not expect that Qin Yun is now a lord of a region. If he can defeat all heavenly venerables, he might even become a supreme expert. Yaoxue, how is your mysterious fusion heavenly rune? Along with your cultivation increasing, the mysterious fusion heavenly rune should also be continuously evolving, right? I looked at it just now but I can't see it. Qin Yun said. Yi Yaoxue slightly closed her eyes. Suddenly a weak red light suddenly rushed out from her chest. A ball of light that is intertwined with many red threads slowly appeared. This is my current mysterious fusion heavenly rune. It has evolved several times. Yi Yaoxue said with smile. Qin Yun is extremely shocked seeing Yi Yaoxue's mysterious fusion heavenly rune. This heavenly rune has an inner core inside, it is truly mysterious. Qin Yun deeply inhaled and said in amazement, moreover, the inner core is very strange, it looks like a crystal. My mysterious fusion heavenly rune has 3 layers, the inner core is 1 layer. There are 2 layers outside the inner core, if it continues to evolve, it will have 9 layers. Yi Yaoxue said. Then what about your Tao image? Does the mysterious fusion heavenly rune have any effect on your Tao image? Qin Yan asked. This is my Tao image. I only have 1 Tao image but I have 9 Xian divine veins. Moreover, I also have a sacred tribulation gate. Yi Yaoxue released her sacred tribulation gate. Her sacred tribulation gate is also very strange, it is red in color and also circular. There is a curved door opening in the middle of the circular gate. After opening the gate, it slowly moved to both sides. Everyone's cultivation is different, it is truly strange. Qin Yan said with smile, Yaoxue, it seems like you are not weak at all. How can I be weak to become your little wife? Yi Yaoxue very proudly smiled and said. Her beautiful eyes are filled with a sweet smile. Of course. Qin Yan cannot help but kiss her red lips. My mysterious fusion heavenly rune has 3 kinds of abilities. You obtained my mysterious fusion heavenly rune before, it can only fuse energy and runes. This is the first one, the second one can fuse some very strong solid objects. For example, if you fuse saber and sword together with flame, you can fuse them perfectly, there will be no rejection. The third one is to fuse even bigger and stronger objects, in short, the range of fusion is even wider. Yi Yaoxue said. Do you use it often? Qin Yan asked. Of course. In Guanghan Palace, I often help them fuse runes, or fuse all kinds of medicinal liquids and powders when refining pills. Now, Divine Moon Clan's inscription masters and alchemists frequently come to me for help. There is also Sister Xiangyun, I even followed her for a period of time and helped her a lot. Yi Yaoxue said. So that's how it is. Did Sister Xiangyun ask you about me? Qin Yan did not expect that Yi Yaoxue's relationship with Yu Xiangyun would be very good. She asked me a lot, I told her everything. She said that you took off my underwear, you are very perverted. Yi Yaoxue said with smile. Qin Yan curled his lips and said with smile, it seems like you have spoken ill of me many times. Xiao Yun, do you urgently need my mysterious fusion heavenly rune? No matter how difficult, no matter how dangerous, I will spare no effort to help you. Yi Yaoxue said with firm expression. It is not difficult. I want to use mysterious fusion heavenly rune to fuse those space divine runes into moon, star, and sun runes. If possible, I want to fuse them into heavenly runes. Qin Yan said with smile. He doesn't have space inscription spirit. Space runes are only single attribute, they are not suitable for him. If he can transform them into runes of the same attribute as his inscription spirit, it will be much easier for him to use space runes. That is no problem. I am very experienced in this aspect, I can help you. Yi Yaoxue said with smile. Yaoxue, thank you. Qin Yan hugged Yi Yaoxue and kissed her cheek. Qin Yan is also preparing to start discussing with Yi Yaoxue what to do. He wants to use inscription do technique to carve runes of leaping heaven treasured scripture in the void, then carve other runes and let Yi Yaoxue fuse them together. Yaoxue, what do Divine Moon Clan and Guanghan Palace do? What do you think is the best way to fuse them together? Qin Yan asked. I think it would be best to fuse them together. Yi Yaoxue said with smile, space runes should be fused with suitable star runes, moon runes, and sun runes. This way, you will only need to carve one. It can be done like this? Qin Yan said in amazement. Indeed, after fusing them together, it is very likely that they will become heavenly runes. Xiao Yun, you have many inscription spirits, it will be very easy for you to carve heavenly runes. Yi Yaoxue said, Divine Moon Clan and Guanghan Palace can't control heavenly runes after fusing like this, so I have never tried it. But I want to try it. There are altogether 30 sets of leaping heaven treasured scripture space runes. I will carve them all and float them in the sky, the time they can remain in the void is limited. Maybe when I finish carving the 30th set, the first set will disappear. Moreover, I will have to carve the best star, moon and sun runes. Qin Yan shook his head. A crescent moon imprint appeared on Yi Yaoxue's forehead. It will allow her to contact the Guanghan Palace and ask Jian Linglong and the others to come. Qin Yan is looking at the large jumping heaven treasured scripture on the ground, waiting for Yi Yaoxue to contact Jian Linglong and the others. After a while, Yi Yaoxue opened her eyes and said with frown, Xiao Yun, Sister Linglong and the others won't be able to come in a short period of time. Then we too will try it out first. Qin Yan said. Sister Linglong and the others have gone out. Sister Xiangyun brought them out, I don't know what they are going to do. I will contact Sister Qingqing and Sister Qianzi. Although they are not inscription masters, they can release blood spirit power. Yi Yaoxue said. Alright, I miss them a lot. Qin Yan said with smile. Xiao Yun, Sister Xiangyun brought Sister Linglong out, there must be something important. Yi Yaoxue said with worry. With Sister Xiangyun here, there should be no problem. Apart from Sister Xiangyun who is good at fighting, who else will go with them? Qin Yan said. There is also Wind Moon Marquis, Sister Bingxing, Sister Wulan. Yi Yaoxue said. With them, we can be at ease. Qin Yan nodded. Qin Yan began carving very complex spatial runes according to the jumping heaven treasured scripture. He also let Momo come out. Momo can very quickly record those runes and then carve them with her eyes. Don't look at Momo as a very small fairy, her blood spirit power is very strong. She only needs to look at those runes once to memorize them and then very quickly carve them in the air with her eyes. She can't use carving knife to carve runes on hard objects. If she uses blood spirit power to carve runes in the air, her speed will be a lot faster than Qin Yun. Qin Yun is not proficient in spatial runes, he also doesn't have inscription spirit in this aspect, so his progress is very slow. Momo, I did not expect you to be so awesome. Qin Yun said in surprise. I have become a lot stronger in this period of time. Sister Yang Yang, Little Bunny, and Little Ant Queen are all improving, I cannot fall behind. Momo said with sweet smile. Little Momo is really awesome. Yi Yaoxue said with smile, she is very fond of this cute little fairy. Yi Yaoxue can also release blood spirit power. She is currently pouring her blood spirit power into a set of spatial runes floating in the sky to prevent them from dissipating. Not long after, Zi Qingqing and Shui Tianzi arrived. Qin Yan and Yi Yaoxue are also inside the warehouse of the Heaven Leaping Shuttle. Xianxia was dressed in a light and elegant purple dress. A faint joy surfaced on her beautiful face. After seeing Qin Yun, this peerless beauty, Ziyan, was also extremely excited. Beside her was Shui Tianzi, who wore a white chiffon dress. "Little hubby, I missed you so much." Shui Tianzi floated over, like gentle warm water. She slowly rushed towards Qin Yun and wrapped him up. "Water fairy. She's messing with my mind again." Qin Yun cursed in his heart, but he was very happy. If Yi Yaoxue and Xianxia were not here, he would be worried that this water fairy would take advantage of him even more. "Little brat, how come you only came to find us now?" Xianxia grumbled in a low voice and then arrived beside Qin Yun. "Sister Steamed Bun, long time no see. Every time I see you, I feel that you have become a bit fatter. Let me pinch you and see if you have become fatter or not." Qin Yun giggled. It is as if his hand is not under his control. He extended it to Xianxia's face and began pinching. "Who has become fatter? Go away." Xianxia delicately groaned and said. She wanted to push away Qin Yun's hand, but she did not do so. Just like this, Qin Yun embraced the charming and enchanting Shui Tianzi with one hand and pinched Xianxia's face with the other. "Our big sister Yi is jealous." Shui Tianzi giggled and said. "Who is jealous?" Yi Yaoxue walked over, pinched Shui Tianzi's thigh and said with angry smile. "Now that Xianxia and Shui Tianzi have come, they will not leave again. Qin Yun wants to keep these two beauties inside the Nine Sun Divine Soul again. They will follow him and help him with some matters. Let's quickly begin," Yi Yaoxue said. Then she began assigning tasks to Shui Tianzi and Xianxia. These two beauties' cultivation is not low, they are sacred god and will soon enter Dao God realm. Also, their cultivation situation had changed drastically. It was no longer something Qin Yun was familiar with. The main thing is that their cultivation has changed greatly after cultivating in the heaven's divine moon. It is very good. Especially their usage of mental power has become even stronger. They can condense even stronger blood spirit power and some special flame. They often follow Jian Linglong and others to help them refine tools and talismans. Sometimes they also help them refine pills. Although their battle power is not very strong, they have a lot of experience in pill refining, tool refining, and talisman crafting. What they need to do now is to stabilize the spatial runes created by Qin Yun and Momo. They need to pour in blood spirit power to maintain the spatial runes in their best condition. Only when the runes are in their best condition can Yi Yaoxue fuse with them. They often follow Yi Yaoxue to fuse runes before, so they are very experienced in this aspect. "Oh, that's right, where did Sister Linglong and others go?" Qin Yun asked. "Sister Steamed Bun, do you know?" "It was Sister Xiangyun who brought them there. I don't know what they are going to do." Xianxia shook her head. "Feng told me before that they might take a trip to heaven's divine moon." Shui Tianzi said. "I remember Sister Xiangyun said that the blue light released by heaven's divine moon must be useful, it is just that we don't know how to use it. She must be bringing Sister Linglong and other inscription masters to study this." Yi Yaoxue suddenly realized. Qin Yun also heard from Yu Xianyun that he plans to fuse the spatial runes, make some teleportation magic tools and then immediately go to heaven's divine moon. He wants to see if he can meet Xiaqiru. Then he will go to Heavenly Dao Pawnshop to have a meeting and fight over the control rights of Heavenly Dao Pawnshop. With Momo's help, Qin Yun finished drawing all 30 spatial runes in the Leaping Heaven treasured scripture in one day. The 30 spatial runes are flickering with faint white light. They look like many tangled and complicated threads floating around. But if one looks carefully, they will discover that they are very mysterious. Even if one doesn't understand runes, they can see that they are very profound and formidable runes. "Momo, you go rest first. After I finish fusing, I will need your help," Yi Yaoxue said to Momo in gentle voice. "Alright, I will recover very quickly." Momo also entered the Nine Sun Divine Soul to rest. Next, Qin Yun will carve sun runes, star runes, and moon runes. "Xiaoyun, star, moon and sun runes, which one do you want to use the strongest?" Yi Yaoxue asked. "Of course I want star totem, moon totem and sun totem." Qin Yun said with smile, "I have all of them, they will surely be compatible with spatial runes." "Then let's quickly begin." Let me see the strongest star totem, moon totem and sun totem. Xianxia said with smile. The strongest, no problem. Qin Yan's eyes suddenly flickered with blue light. He used Imperial Heaven Heart and unleashed Imperial Heaven Divine Power to quickly condense the strongest star totem. Xianxia, Xianxia, and Shui Tianzi are now looking at the area in front of Qin Yan. They want to see what the strongest star totem looks like. What caused them to be incomparably surprised is that no star totem appeared in front of Qin Yan. Instead, a beautiful, graceful figure appeared. Soon after, a long-legged woman appeared. This is Star Lord Inscription Spirit's form. Its form is that of a star god. Xiao Yun, your Star Lord Inscription Spirit's form is actually that of Sister Star God. Shui Tianzi's eyes are blurry, she said with charming smile, I have not seen Sister Star God for a long time, I wonder where she is. She is in seclusion here. Qin Yan said. So it was you who hid Sister Star God. Shui Tianzi said with gentle smile. After Qin Yan released Star Lord Inscription Spirit's form, he began carving a very complex star totem. Very quickly the star totem was completed. Then the Star Lord flew around the rune. While flying, the transformed Star Lord's body released white threads that coiled around the star totem. Along with the charming and moving star god phantom gradually disappearing, the star totem completed by the Star Lord completely took shape. Now the star totem looks like a huge spiral galaxy, it is slowly revolving. This is the Daoyan star totem. If one looks carefully, they can see that there are many rune nodes inside the galaxy, they are all bright and resplendent stars. After carefully looking for a while, it is as if they are inside a sea of stars. Star totem is completed. Next is the moon totem. Qin Yan began carving the moon totem. Moon Lady Inscription Spirit's form should be that of Big Sister Yang. Xianxia said. Qin Yan used Inscription Spirit to condense its form and then fused it with the totem, making the totem even stronger. Very soon Qin Yan finished carving the moon totem. Just like before, he used the Moon Lady Inscription Spirit to condense the Moon Lady's form. The immortal-like long-skirt beauty is the Moon Lady Inscription Spirit's form, it is exactly the same as Yang Shuriwei. It is indeed Big Sister Yang. Xianxia said with smile. Just like before, Qin Yan fused the Moon Lady's form into the moon totem and made it even stronger. Now the moon totem is also the Daoyan moon totem, it is constantly changing, from a crescent moon to a full moon and then back to a crescent moon. It is constantly changing, it is very mystical. Things like Inscription Spirit are very difficult to see. For example, Qin Yan cannot see that the space god has an Inscription Spirit. I have Sun Emperor Inscription Spirit for a long time. Qin Yan said with smile. He began condensing the Sun Emperor Inscription Spirit's form. Shui Tianzi and Xianxia know that Qin Yan has Sun Emperor Inscription Spirit, so they are not surprised. But they don't know what the Sun Emperor Inscription Spirit's form will be. Very soon, Qin Yan condensed a tall and elegant woman filled with monarch's prestige through the Sun Emperor Inscription Spirit. This woman has beautiful white hair that is lingering with white mist. Her stern and cold face is filled with domineering aura. She is wearing white armor and is floating in the sky in a majestic manner. The Sun Emperor Inscription Spirit's form is by Suxin. It's actually Sister Suxin. Xianxia said in amazement. N. Qin Yan spread out his hands. When he first condensed the Sun Emperor Inscription Spirit's form, he was very surprised to see by Suxin. And now, he has also condensed a sun totem. Originally there were 9 sun totems but they were merged into one long time ago. After the Sun Emperor Inscription Spirit merged with it, the sun totem became even stronger. It released intense golden white light and transformed into a ball that looks like a golden white sun. The light is also very scorching. Alright, leave the rest to me. Xianxia lightly smiled and then released her mysterious fusion heavenly rune. Her mysterious fusion heavenly rune floated in the sky and became very big. Moreover, many complicated red runes spread out. Those runes are like roots, they quickly spread all around and coiled around the 30 spatial runes, as well as the star, moon and sun totems. After coiling around, the 30 spatial runes slowly rotated and then fused with the star, moon and sun totems. After fusing, the runes looked like they were smashed and then quickly fused together. The fusing process is very strange. It is as if all kinds of different materials were smashed and then kneaded together. Originally, this would certainly cause conflict. But under the effect of mysterious fusion heavenly rune, they very naturally fused together, as if they were innately one. A large number of runes broke apart, then recombined with other runes, then broke and recombined again. This process repeated many times, fusing into a new rune. Xianxia has consumed a lot of energy. Her absolutely beautiful face is very solemn. She lightly bit her lower lip, her beautiful eyes flickered with red light as she stared ahead. She is very concentrated on controlling the mysterious fusion heavenly rune. Qin Yun, Zi Qingqing and Shui Tianzi were all secretly alarmed as they watched from the side. So many groups of runes and totems fused together and gradually turned into a ball of white light, just like what Xianxia said before. It was very likely that a heavenly rune would appear. Qin Yun is somewhat excited because this is a path to create heavenly runes. This means that he will be able to cooperate with her in the future and create incomparably complex and formidable heavenly runes. Only he could grasp such a heavenly pattern. Xiao Yun, this is a heavenly pattern. Can you fuse them? If you fuse with this heavenly rune, you will be able to use it very quickly in the future. Qin Yun first let Mo come out and let her record the heavenly rune. Mastering the heavenly rune can increase Mo's cultivation. I won't be able to do it alone, I need Mo's help. Qin Yun released his nether sun and nether moon. Nether sun and nether moon revolved around the heavenly rune. Mo's eyes shot out 2 rays of light. She controlled the heavenly rune to slowly move and enter the nether moon. Nether moon and Qin Yun's soul are connected. After the heavenly rune passed through the nether moon, it has been branded into Qin Yun's soul. Mo can inject her own runes into Qin Yun's soul, so this step is very smooth. Next is to let the heavenly rune enter the nether sun. Nether sun and Qin Yun's body are closely connected. If it can smoothly fuse with the nether sun, Qin Yun will be able to carve the heavenly rune with incomparable precision. He will be able to let the blood spirit power circulate within his body and quickly condense the heavenly rune. This step is also very smooth. The heavenly rune finally entered the nether sun. After the nether sun and nether moon returned to Qin Yun's body, he closed his eyes and the heavenly rune appeared in his mind. A large number of tiny runes within the heavenly rune have been seen by Qin Yun very carefully, taking in a panoramic view. Moreover, he can sense that as long as he wills it, he will be able to carve it very quickly using the blood spirit power. Success! Qin Yun let out a long sigh, then said to Xianxia with smile, "Xianxia, thank you. No need to be polite." Xianxia said with charming smile. "Xiao Yun, Xianxia has helped you a great deal, yet you only need to say thank you?" Shui Tianzi said with chuckle. "I am very happy to be able to help Xiao Yun." Xianxia said with smile. Qin Yun hugged Xianxia and kissed her face. Shui Tianzi pulled Zi Qingqing and said, "Xiao Yun, quickly let us enter the 9 Sun Divine Soul. I haven't seen Yang Yang and Little Bunny for a long time." Qin Yun immediately let them in and said with smile, "You will also see an old acquaintance you have never met before." The old acquaintance he is talking about is none other than the immoral elfling Yuner. Xianxia has consumed a lot of energy to help Qin Yun fuse a very powerful space heavenly rune. Her beautiful jade-like face has become haggard. "I can help you recover faster," Qin Yun said with smile. "Alright, let us cultivate Sun and Moon Heart Sutra together." Xianxia said with smile, "I have not cultivated with you for a long time." Qin Yun brought Xianxia to a secret room inside the heaven-leaping shuttle. After arriving, Xianxia said with gentle smile, "Xiao Yun, we only cultivated first layer of Sun and Moon Heart Sutra before, how about we cultivate higher layer?" "This, we have never cultivated second layer." Qin Yun's mind is shaken by Xianxia's gaze. "Humph. I am already your little wife," Xianxia said in slight anger. "Alright, do whatever you want," Qin Yun said with mischievous smile. He hugged Xianxia and kissed her red lips. After kissing for a while, Xianxia said with smile, "You speak as if I want to take advantage of you." She laughed and then said with firm expression, "Xiao Yun, I want to cultivate Sun and Moon Heart Sutra with you because I want to see whether or not my mysterious fusion heavenly rune can help you." "Help?" Qin Yun doubtfully asked. "If you don't have something that can perfectly fuse with you, I can help you." don't talk too much, let's begin. Xianxia said. Oh, Qinyan let Xianxia do as she pleases because Sun and Moon Heart Sutra is controlled by her. All he has to do is cooperate with her. Unknowingly, Qinyan entered into cultivation state and entered an indescribable bewilderment. He only feels that his body is very loose and powerless. Very soon, he is in a daze. He has cultivated Sun and Moon Heart Sutra's third layer many times. Cultivating with different women gives him different feeling. And this time, Xianxia is truly different from before. He has never encountered this kind of feeling before. Naturally, this feeling is very good and very beautiful. Xianxia truly wants to help Qinyan. While Qinyan is in a daze, he suddenly heard Xianxia whisper in his ear, "Xiaoyun, your body's situation is very bad, it is much more serious than I imagined." Ah? Bad, what's the situation? Qinyan is very shocked in his heart. Your Tao image, Xian divine veins and tribulation gate are not completely fused together. Especially after evolving into sacred heavenly Tao image, there are big cuts on the Tao image, Xian divine veins and tribulation gate. Xianxia said. Why is it like this? Qinyan is very doubtful. It might be related to you breaking through too fast. Xianxia's gentle voice transmitted into Qinyan's mind, don't worry, I can help you adjust. Qinyan also realized why he felt that his body is very loose just now. So it is because Xianxia is examining his body. Next, Qinyan gradually sensed a very gentle power entering his body. At this very moment, he feels as if his soul and Xianxia's soul have fused into one. This kind of wonderful feeling persisted for the entire night. When Qinyan woke up, he feels as if he has been immersed in this wonderful feeling for many years. Xianxia, after he woke up, he did not see Xianxia beside him and cannot help but shout in fear. Xiaoyun, I am here. Xianxia's gentle laughter can be heard from the other side of the room, there is a bath. Qinyan walked over, took a bath with Xianxia and then put on his clothes. He also realized how bad the condition of his body was before. With the help of Xianxia's mysterious fusing heavenly rune, all the hidden problems have been fixed. Moreover, he can feel that using Imperial Heaven Divine Power has become even smoother. When using Imperial Heaven Divine Power, Tao Image, Tribulation Gate and Xian Divine Veins are working together. Previously when using Imperial Heaven Divine Power, there was a kind of intermittent feeling. But now it is incomparably smooth, it seems like it has become a lot stronger. Xiaoyun, I want to return to Guanghan Palace to help refine pills. Xianxia kissed Qinyan's cheek and said with enchanting smile, help me greet Qingqing and Tianzi. Oh that's right, next time you break through, you must find me. Even if I don't break through, I will still find you. Qinyan hugged Xianxia, he is somewhat reluctant to part with her. Xiaoyun, you can surely defeat all the heavenly venerables. You are not a tool, you are my good husband. It's all because of your influence that I'm where I am today and am where I am today. And now, I will also help you defy the heaven's fate. Xianxia's gentle and beautiful eyes are filled with sincerity. Qinyan nodded and kissed Xianxia's red lips. Alright, I am going back. Xianxia's beautiful face is brimming with sweet smile. Qinyan sent her off the heaven-leaping shuttle and watched her return to Guanghan Palace. All heavenly venerables. That wretched son of a bitch, he actually said that Guanghan Palace and Divine Moon Clan are his harem. I don't even dare to have such a thought. Qinyan recalled Xianxia's gentleness last night and recalled the threat of the heavenly venerables. He wants to quickly deal with this troublesome matter. The current Divine Wilderness's space far exceeded that of the Divine Wilderness's era. As for materials related to space, they mainly came from spatial rifts. In a stable space, there were very few spatial cracks, which meant that there were even fewer spatial materials. Therefore, even the Divine Court of Myriad Worlds didn't have many spatial materials. Qinyan also learned that as the Divine Desolate space gradually strengthened, many people's storage Dharma treasures were unable to adapt to the Divine Desolate space, causing them to gradually shrink and eventually collapse. Qinyan's nine-yang divine soul was not affected, but the heaven-leaping shuttle was affected to a certain extent. Qinyan found it increasingly difficult to use it. This transcending space divine stone is the best material but it is very rare. Qin Yan took out a fist-sized white stone. After the stone appeared, the surrounding space started to fluctuate slightly. Qin Yan planned to refine a sound transmission pearl so that he could easily contact the Ninyang Divine Palace and the Guanghan Palace. It should be enough to refine a few. Qin Yan wants to refine the magic mirror from back then, that is the most useful. However, the space in the divine wilderness had yet to stabilize. Even if he created a magic mirror array base, it would quickly lose its effectiveness due to the changes in space. The transmission bead he was making now was infused with spatial heavenly patterns. This way, it could evolve along with the changes in space. The transcendental space divine stone in his hand was given to him by the god of space. The spatial god did not have many transcendental space divine stones. If Qin Yan wanted to obtain a large amount, he would have to search for them himself. He first melted the transcendental divine stone, then merged some god-level beast bones into it. This could increase the stability of the transcendental divine stone. In addition, he had to integrate some divine yang mysterious iron that could store energy. The divine yang mystic iron was also a material used to make a strength-storing pearl. It could store a large amount of divine power without exploding. After the materials were melted, Qin Yan took out the Gemini treasure mirror and used the mysterious fusion heavenly runes power inside to shine on the melted materials. This way, they can fuse together even more perfectly. Finally, he divided this large lump of molten, scorching material into 10 lumps, and placed them into the Dan melting heavenly furnace. Very quickly, the pill transformation heavenly cauldron successively condensed 10 white beads. This Dan melting heavenly furnace is really useful. Qin Yan looked at the 10 pearls and said with mischievous smile, if I wanted to make them myself, it would take a very long time. Then, he entered the final step, which was also the most crucial step, which was to imprint the spatial heavenly pattern into the pearl. Qin Yan took a deep breath and controlled all the power in his body to condense it into blood-soul power. Then, he pointed his 10 fingers forward, and with the help of his heavenly eyes, he shot out 12 rays of blue light. He condensed the power of his blood soul into 12 light beams and began carving spatial heavenly patterns. The current space heavenly rune is the fusion of star, moon and sun totems. Qin Yan is using Star Lord, Moon Lady, Sun Emperor and Sky Sovereign inscription spirits to coordinate with each other, so the process is very fast. Heavenly runes were the most difficult, especially the Tao Birth heavenly rune. Tao evolution runes can flow and change, it means that they can evolve, so they are very profound and complicated. Ordinary Tao evolution runes are already very difficult to create, let alone spatial evolution heavenly runes. Furthermore, they are spatial evolution heavenly runes created by Qin Yan. Most of the runes can be carved on a flat piece of paper. It meant that there weren't that many changes. The heavenly pattern was three-dimensional, and it was a sphere. When it revolved, it would change. It was extremely complicated. Generally speaking, only those who have heavenly runes can carve a heavenly rune and it takes a very long time. Some inscription Do masters also have heavenly runes but when they fight, the heavenly runes they carve are not complete, they are only a part. The space heavenly rune that Qin Yan created now is complete and very fast. If not for the support of 4 inscription spirits, Qin Yan would need at least 1 or 2 years to create the space heavenly rune. But now, he only used 1 day to complete it. Of course, the consumption is very great, it took away 70% to 80% of his power. Not bad. Looking at the floating space heavenly rune in front of him, Qin Yan smiled with satisfaction. The space heavenly rune gradually became bigger under Qin Yan's control. He made the space heavenly rune bigger so that he could see it more clearly. Yuner, come out and help me recover, Qin Yan said. Ling Yuner is also playing with Shui Tianzi inside the 9 Sun Divine Soul. As soon as these 2 charming seductresses came out, they became very serious. Zi Qingqing released blood spirit power to maintain the space heavenly rune. Ling Yuner and Shui Tianzi are behind Qin Yan, they each extended a hand and placed it on Qin Yan's back. Then they began operating Sun and Moon Heart Sutra to help him recover. Qin Yan took out the Gemini treasure mirror, he wants to use it to record the space heavenly rune. He has mastered space heavenly rune, plus he just created a space heavenly rune, he feels that recording it in the Gemini treasure mirror should not be a problem. After recovering, Qin Yun controlled the Gemini treasure mirror and released the Gemini heavenly rune's power to illuminate the space heavenly rune. Under Qin Yun's control, the space heavenly rune began to slowly revolve and shine on the Gemini treasure mirror. Finally, the space absolute heavenly rune gradually shrunk and floated into the Gemini treasure mirror. Did you succeed? Zi Qingqing asked. Qin Yun looked at the Gemini treasure mirror, frowned and shook his head. Half success. He successfully recorded the space heavenly rune, but it is not complete, it is only half of the space heavenly rune. Is the Gemini heavenly rune not strong enough? Then wait for Yan Yan and big sister Kong to come out of seclusion, then go find them mother and daughter and ask for a better Gemini heavenly rune. Oh? Are they in seclusion? Qin Yan asked. They have been in seclusion for a long time. Sister Xiangyun is guiding them in cultivating Gemini heavenly rune. Their heavenly rune should have a great breakthrough. Shui Tianzi said. Kong Feiqing and Gong Fian's Gemini heavenly rune has great effect. Qin Yun gave Zi Qingqing and Shui Tianzi the Gemini treasure mirror before. After they brought it back to Guanghan Palace, it was copied by Jian Linglong and other female inscription masters. They only relied on Gemini heavenly rune. Gemini heavenly rune can also copy inscription spirits. Naturally, this kind of heaven-defying action is very dangerous. Neither Yang Shiriwen nor Yu Yu allowed them to try it. Qin Yun's fate is very hard and he is not afraid of heavenly punishment. Alright, then we can only wait for next time. Although Qin Yun's Gemini treasure mirror is only half complete, its effect is still very good. Through the Gemini treasure mirror, he can very quickly condense half-space heavenly rune. Moreover, it is mainly dark rune. As for the remaining ordinary heavenly runes, he will need to perfect them. With the help of the Gemini treasure mirror, he can be faster than before. Before, Qin Yun needed a whole day to make a space heavenly rune. But now, he can finish it in 3 hours. Because the Gemini treasure mirror can store energy, Shui Tianzi and Zi Qingqing can also use it. They can finish half and then let Qin Yun finish the other half. This way, Qin Yun won't have to consume too much energy and it will be very fast. This way, Qin Yun very quickly made 10 sound transmission divine pearls. These sound transmission divine pearls are much better than Space God's communication talisman. Space God's communication talisman requires Space God to periodically update space heavenly runes, otherwise he can't use it. That's why he doesn't give it to others, otherwise it would be very troublesome. After Qin Yun finished, he returned to Ninyang Divine Palace. He gave a small palace spirit so that he can contact the small palace spirit at any time and understand Ninyang Divine Palace's matters. He doesn't have many sound transmission divine pearls in his hands, so he cannot give them to many people. Only if he can find more transcending space divine stones and refine more. Qin Yun made a trip to Ziyang Villa and gave Zao a sound transmission divine pearl. Then, they would send one of them to the Moon Palace. Guanghan Palace's current contact person is Little Phoenix. She is mainly in charge of contacting various parties, so this sound transmission divine pearl is also given to her. Originally, Qin Yun planned to give it to Yang Shiryu and the others, but now he can't find them. Qin Yun wants to give one to Yu Xiangyun. Yu Xiangyun is not in Divine Moon Heaven City, it is very likely that she went to Divine Moon of Heavens. Alright, then I will go to Divine Moon of Heavens to take a look. Maybe I can turn my Divine Moon Dao image into sacred heavenly Dao image there. After Qin Yun finished arranging Ninyang Divine Palace's matters, he immediately left the Through Heaven Sword formation and flew towards the Blue Divine Moon of Heavens. Many people want to know the current situation of the Divine Moon of Heavens. Not long after Qin Yun left the Through Heaven Sword formation, the nameless old man contacted him. Palace King, I found Jiang Zhouchuan and Jiang Daliang. Where are you? The nameless old man asked. Qin Yun wants to use Jiang Zhouchuan and Jiang Daliang to help him set up a trap to capture Divine King Xianxia. Only by capturing Divine King Xianxia can he release his father's 9 heaven law curse. Bring them to Sword Forest Desert, I just left the Through Heaven Sword formation. Qin Yun replied to the nameless old man through communication talisman. The nameless old man also has a teleportation pearl. His relationship with Space God is very good, so he can also obtain this kind of precious thing. Not long after, the nameless old man brought Jiang Zhouchuan and Jiang Daliang to Sword Forest Desert and met Qin Yun. Qin Yan released a small house in the desert. Jiang Jiuchuan and Jiang Daliang entered the small house and the nameless old man also left. The father and son pair are wearing black battle armor, they are dressed for battle. When they stand together, they look very much like father and son. Master Qin. When Jiang Daliang saw Qin Yan, he immediately greeted him respectfully. Palace King. Jiang Jiuchuan cupped his hands towards Qin Yan and said with smile. Although Qin Yan's cultivation is lower than his, he still reveres Qin Yan. No need to be so polite, sit down. Qin Yan stood up, cupped his hands towards the father and son pair and said with smile. Qin Yan is very easygoing, this made Jiang Jiuchuan and Jiang Daliang feel a lot more at ease. They secretly praised Qin Yan for not putting on airs. Although rumor has it that Qin Yan is a tool, a stepping stone for all heaven's sovereigns, Qin Yan's status is not low. However, Qin Yan's status was not low. After all, there were not many people who could make the various heavens' venerable sovereigns suffer. Especially in the matter of purple sun fairy race, Qin Yan made all heaven's sovereigns suffer a great loss. In the eyes of Jiang Jiuchuan and Jiang Jiuchuan, Qin Yan is someone even more awesome than all heaven's sovereigns. Gentlemen, I want to borrow your strength to set up a trap to capture Divine King Xianxia. Qin Yan went straight to the point. Jiang Daliang and Jiang Jiuchuan have already mentioned this matter, so they are not surprised. Although Divine King Xianxia had followed the supremes of the heavens and joined the divine nation, he wasn't completely loyal. An old fox like him always had his own plans. His current strength is not weak. Even though he left the 9 heavens and his heavenly seal is not as strong as before, he is still among the best when compared to other divine kings. Someone like Divine King Xianxia was once one of the 9 heavens' divine kings. How could he be willing to become someone else's subordinate in divine desolate great era? Divine King Xianxia is very ambitious, he wanted to obtain Qin Yan's heavenly seal. Therefore, if Qin Yan wants to lure Divine King Xianxia into a trap, he must start from this aspect. I asked Jiang Daliang to think of a way to let Divine King Xianxia know that I am trading with Jiang Clan King. Did Divine King Xianxia find out? Qin Yan asked. He knew but he was not interested. Originally, I wanted to make up a story and say that we are trading with Divine King Heavenly Seal. That would make him suspicious because it is impossible. Jiang Daliang shook his head and said. This is indeed easy to make him suspicious. Who knows? We might even alert him. Qin Yan nodded and said, then we need to pretend to trade something to attract his attention and lure him out alone. Jiang Jiuchuan said, Divine King Xianxia knows that I have a good relationship with Palace King. Almost the entire 9 heavens divine race knows that. It is normal if we want to trade something. If Divine King Xianxia knows that Qin Yan and Jiang Jiuchuan are going to trade somewhere, he will definitely inform all Empyrean sovereigns to ambush them. If Divine King Xianxia knows that the item to be traded is very precious, he will go alone. Maybe he will even kill Jiang Jiuchuan and snatch the precious item. The premise is that the item to be traded can move Divine King Xianxia and not make him suspicious. If it is Divine King Heavenly Seal or other magic treasures on Qin Yan, Divine King Xianxia will definitely be suspicious. Because everyone knows Qin Yan very well, it is very difficult to get anything from him. He will not take the initiative to trade his number 1 supreme treasures. Qin Yan, Jiang Jiuchuan and Jiang Daliang sank into silence. They are thinking about what to trade to make Divine King Xianxia act alone. Does Divine King Xianxia have inscription spirit? Qin Yan suddenly asked after a moment of silence. I don't know. Jiang Jiuchuan's eyes lit up as he said, even if he has inscription spirits, no one will complain about having too many. If it is a good inscription spirit, he will definitely want it. What if it's the Star-Lord inscription spirit? Qin Yan asked. Star-Lord inscription spirit is a very rare inscription spirit. Feasible. Jiang Jiuchuan nodded and said, Star-Lord inscription spirit is very rare, he definitely doesn't have it. He often complained that the fineness of his star runes wasn't high enough, and the time required to carve them was too long. If he had a Star-Lord inscription spirit, he wouldn't complain so often. There should be many people who know that I already have the Star-Lord inscription spirit. Then it's not strange for me to obtain the Star-Lord inscription spirit and use it to trade with you. Qin Yan looked at Jiang Jiuchuan and said with smile, Jiang Clan King, you should think about it carefully. Jiang Zhouchuan also furrowed his thick brows. After pondering for a moment, he asked, Palace King, what do you need urgently now? Let's see if I have it or not. If I have it, we can act more realistically. I am very short on transformative space divine stones, I need a large amount of them. Qin Yan asked, Jiang Clan King, do you have something like that? Of course I don't have Star Lord inscription spirit, but I can use other things to trade with you. We can discuss this later. Jiang Zhouchuan is a divine heavenly lord, he has been staying in the outer region of ancestral God's Sun for many years, maybe he has some or knows how to get them. Many people have been looking for transformative space divine stones everywhere recently. I heard that heavenly sovereigns also need a large amount of transformative space divine stones, but they are very rare now. Jiang Daliang said. Jiang Zhouchuan said, I have transformative space divine stones but not many. My father Divine King Xianxia also knows that I have some. He came to ask me before but I didn't give them to him. How many do you have? Qin Yan asked. About 100 Jin. Only enough to set up 2 teleportation formations. Jiang Zhouchuan spread his hands and said with smile, I have been hoarding them for many years. Then is it reasonable to use this amount to trade for Star Lord inscription spirit? Won't Divine King Xianxia become suspicious? Qin Yan said with frown. The piece Qin Yan used before was only a few Jin, but it is very precious. Only Space God is willing to give it to Qin Yan. If it were anyone else, they would have asked for some benefits in return. If it is urgent, it is reasonable. Jiang Zhouchuan said. Rumor has it that Sword Forest Desert is like a prison that is being watched by heavenly divine nations. It is very difficult for people to come out. This means that Nine-Yang Divine Palace needs transformative space divine stones to set up teleportation formations. Jiang Daliang nodded and said, if it is like this, then it is very reasonable. Alright, you guys go and take action. Qin Yan took out a sound transmission divine pearl and handed it over to Jiang Zhouchuan. He said, if there is any progress, use this to contact me. Jiang Zhouchuan took the pearl and said in shock, this is a communication magic tool refined from transformative space divine stone? Indeed, I refined it, it is very useful. Qin Yan said with smile. The sound transmission divine pearl Qin Yan gave out can only communicate with the main sound transmission divine pearl in his hand. All sound transmission divine pearls cannot communicate with each other. After Jiang Zhouchuan took the sound transmission divine pearl, he can feel that it is very valuable. This kind of communication magic tool is very expensive. Generally speaking, the main communication magic tool is made into divine talisman and some transformative space divine stones are mixed into the talisman paper. The advantage is that it is cheap and can save a lot of materials. The disadvantage is that the number of times it can be used is limited. Moreover, the runes inside the talisman have to be regularly updated and maintained, it is very troublesome. Qin Yan's sound transmission divine pearl can save a lot of time and space penetration is very good. Even if it is inside Myriad Realms divine sun, it will not be affected. Alright, we will contact you again. Jiang Zhouchuan got up and said. Jiang Daliang also stood up. Qin Yan saw off the father and son duo, then stored the small house and flew towards heavenly divine moon. Before leaving Sword Forest Desert, Qin Yan told Little Phoenix to contact Yu Tian of Heaven Creation Divine Palace. Yu Tian is the palace master of Heaven Creation Divine Palace. Qin Yan wants to ask her a few things. There is still more than a month before the Heavenly Dao Pawnshop Conference begins. Qin Yan looked at Dongfang Bingbing inside the Nine Sun Divine Soul. Dongfang Bingbing's range of activity is very limited, she can only move around in a manner inside the Nine Sun Divine Soul. After Zi Qingqing and Shui Tianzi entered, they often went to find her to chat. And that rogue fairy Ling Yin'er often takes advantage of Dongfang Bingbing. Less than half a day later, Qin Yan arrived at the deep space. He looked down at heavenly divine desolate's land. It is a sea of dazzling golden light, it is reflecting the light of 3 myriad realms divine suns, it is already impossible to see the land clearly. Even from high up in the sky, Qin Yan cannot see how big heavenly divine desolate is, he also doesn't know where the center is. The center of heavenly divine desolate is a mysterious area, it is still a piece of primal chaos, it seems like some powerful creature is being nurtured there. At this time, Qin Yan's sound transmission divine pearl vibrated. Someone is trying to contact him. It's Jiang Jiuchuan. Qin Yan's mental power penetrated the sound transmission divine pearl and read the message. Palace King, I just received news that Divine King Xianxia suddenly had an urgent matter. He brought along a few generals and rushed to Heavenly Divine Moon. Jiang Jiuchuan's voice transmitted into Qin Yan's mind. Qin Yan is secretly alarmed. Yu Shangyun also went to Heavenly Divine Moon during this period of time. Do you know why Divine King Xianxian went to Heavenly Divine Moon? Qin Yan asked. He is now also flying towards Heavenly Divine Moon. I don't know for now. It is said that Illusion Race's clan emperor also went there, as well as Heavenly Demon Divine King and a few other Divine Kings. They are all rushing towards Heavenly Divine Moon. Jiang Jiuchuan said. Alright, I got it. Qin Yan put away the sound transmission divine pearl. His expression is grave. He increased his speed and flew towards Heavenly Divine Moon. Qin Yan recalled what Yu Shangyun said before. Her bloodline heavenly rune box was lent to a person and that person wants to use it to create a race. It is very likely that a powerful race will appear in Heavenly Divine Moon or some kind of mutation will happen. Why did Sister Shangyun bring Sister Linglong and other inscription masters there? Could it be that she wants to set up a barrier? Qin Yan said in his heart. Sister Steamed Bun, Sister Shangyun is an inscription master and also a pill master. How is her inscription level? Ling Yan'er asked Zi Qingqing inside the Nine Sun Divine Soul. Her inscription level is extremely high. She is one of the Divine Moon Heavenly Daughters, Yu Huaxue. Her current inscription level can be considered first-rate in Divine Moon Clan and Guanghan Palace. Qin Yan knows that Yu Huaxue is Yu Shangyun's disciple. It seems like Sister Shangyun is going to set up a barrier. Qin Yan is also guessing. Soon after, he took out a communication talisman. He used the same talisman to contact the Nameless Old Man and the Space God. Nameless Old Man, what happened to Heavenly Divine Moon? I heard that all kinds of big shots are rushing towards Heavenly Divine Moon. Qin Yan asked. I was just about to contact you about this. Heavenly Divine Moon indeed has an accident. I don't know the specifics. I only heard from the Divine Chief that the Heavenly Divine Moon's dangerous barrier has weakened and an extremely powerful creature has appeared inside, the Nameless Old Man said. A creature that just appeared? What type is it? Qin Yan asked. It might be a human, it might be a beast, it might even be a fairy. The Nameless Old Man chuckled and said, Palace King, we will go there immediately. Are you going? I'm on the way. Qin Yan said. He is still a distance away from Heavenly Divine Moon. Ha ha ha, we can directly teleport there. The Nameless Old Man laughed and said, then we might arrive before you. After we set foot on the Divine Moon land, we will contact again. So what if you have a teleportation pearl? Sooner or later, I will have one too. Qin Yan curled his lips. He is not in a hurry right now. Otherwise, he would be able to reach there very quickly through the Little Ant Queen's spatial divine power. The deep space is very spacious and empty. Although the sky is filled with stars at night, the distance between the stars is extremely far. Qin Yan sensed that there are people behind him and immediately concealed himself. Just as he concealed himself, the commotion of the people flying behind him became even bigger. There are a total of 10 people. When they were flying, they used a very high speed and did not conceal their aura at all, causing a huge commotion. When experts fly at high speed, their energy would form a bubble that enveloped their body. While flying, they would not be disturbed by any kind of airflow. The bubble is formed by very strong divine power. When moving at high speed, it will collide with the weak divine power in the void and produce a strange vibration sound. Sometimes when the bubble explodes, it will also release a very strong shock wave. When Qin Yan is flying, he will choose a suitable speed to avoid creating a huge commotion. At the same time, his speed will not slow down. This is mainly to avoid attracting enemies and to be able to travel in a low-key manner. The dozen or so people flying over can be said to be very high profile. The bubble film released from their body is very large and very thick. It produces intense multicolored light like shooting stars. When they fly at an extremely fast speed, not only do they create a low vibration wave, they also release a very strong divine power fluctuation that can be sensed from far away. Are these guys competing? Qin Yan is secretly alarmed. Those who dare to fly in such a high-profile manner in this kind of place are all extremely strong. Because in the void, there is a certain amount of danger. The 12 light balls whizzed past Qin Yan at an extremely fast speed. In just a blink of an eye, the dozen or so light balls have pulled apart a large distance from Qin Yan. They are also going to the heaven's divine moon. Qin Yan immediately chased after them. If he flew at full speed, he would still be able to keep up. Originally, he was not in a hurry to go to the heaven's divine moon, but now that he saw the mysterious expert flying towards the heaven's divine moon, he also flew at full speed. When he flew at full speed, he only consumed a lot of energy, but he could still maintain a very quiet state. This is mainly due to the nether sun in his body. It can produce a devouring power that absorbs all the energy waves and all kinds of commotion produced by flying at full speed. Qin Yan is now like a ghost, quietly following the 12 light balls. After following them, he became even more shocked. After maintaining the same speed as the 12 light balls, Qin Yan used his heavenly eye and could clearly see that the people inside the light balls are all young people. These guys are at least at the Tao God realm. Close to Shintian Lord, but they are all so young. What is their background? Qin Yan is very sure that these 12 youths are definitely not from the divine nations. Are there any characteristics to their divine power aura? Ling Yin'er asked, could they be creatures born from the divine sun's core? Among the divine power aura left behind by their high-speed flight, there is indeed a very strong aura of the myriad realms' divine sun power. Qin Yan could easily sense it as he followed behind. Previously, among the 3 myriad realms' divine suns, only the core region of the ancestral god sun had living beings, which were the sun dragons. Second god sun and 3 god suns' core regions were in a chaotic state when Qin Yan entered. Is it really a living being from the divine yang core? It hadn't even been that long, and such a powerful creature had already been born? It's just that young people are all close to Shin Tianjuan's strength. Qin Yan is very astonished. After all, this is the divine sun's core region. Even if they are very strong, in the face of the descendants of the divine sun in the myriad realms, aren't they just sending themselves to their deaths? Ling Yin'er said. The descendants of the divine sun are the most terrifying. Fortunately, they are currently unable to leave the myriad realms' divine sun and can only constantly devour the life force of the myriad realms' divine Sunday. There is still a long distance between them and the divine moon of the heavens. Qin Yan followed behind and did not discover anything. Just as Qin Yan relaxed, he sensed that there are people behind him. Furthermore, a very strong dragon aura surged out. It's the sun dragon race, there are also 12 of them. Qin Yan said in shock. Just as Qin Yan sensed that someone was chasing after him, the 12 beams of light suddenly rushed over. Their speed is even faster than the previous 12. Boom, Qin Yan was unable to dodge in time and was hit by one of the beams of light. To be precise, he was hit by a human-form sun dragon. This collision didn't cause any commotion. It was mainly absorbed by Qin Yan's gravity barrier. The gravity barrier that Qin Yan released was released instinctively. Not only can it block the collision, it also has a devouring power. It can devour all kinds of energy to weaken the collision. Even so, Qin Yan was still sent flying far away. And the one who hit him is actually a woman. 12. Isn't your bubble membrane a little too weak? It broke in an instant. We won't wait for you, slow turtle. A burst of laughter came from the front. It was a man who was laughing at the woman who hit Qin Yan. The other 11 youths of the Sun Dragon race continued to fly without looking back, chasing after the 12 youths at the front. Qin Yan could tell that this was a competition. He felt somewhat apologetic in his heart as he hurriedly flew towards the angry woman. This woman has a beautiful and fair round face. Her eyes are very big and clear. At this moment, she is very angry. Her face is puffed up and her clear eyes are filled with hidden bitterness and confusion, because she doesn't know why she suddenly bumped into something while flying. While she was flying, she had already released a very strong mental power to probe ahead. She did not detect any obstructions, but she bumped into something, causing her bubble membrane to explode. Miss, I'm sorry, it's my fault. Don't cry, it's my fault, I've let you down. Just as Qin Yan went over, he saw tears rolling down the woman's clear eyes. He hurriedly apologized. When the woman saw that someone was nearby, she jumped in fright. She hurriedly said, "I'm not crying. When I'm angry, I cry. It's my nature." As she spoke, she wiped her big watery eyes. She did not seem to be crying and her voice did not sound like she was crying. "That's good." Qin felt relieved and said with a smile. The woman sized up Qin. When she saw that Qin was wearing a blue robe with dragon transformation runes, she could not help but feel a sense of familiarity. In addition, it was also because she saw that Qin's face was handsome, his eyes were like bright stars and his smile was very amiable. Did I just bump into you?" the woman asked in a low voice. "That's right. Are you all right?" Qin asked. "I should be the one asking you." The woman said anxiously, "Are you all right? If a large meteorite were to be hit by me, it would most likely shatter. Not only are you not dead, you are not even injured at all." Qin said with smile, "Do I look like someone who is easily injured?" Seeing that Qin is talking and laughing, the woman felt relieved. Her round and charming face revealed a smile. There is a small dimple on the left side of her face. She said with smile, "Do I look like someone who likes to cry?" "Of course not, I just saw you crying and thought that you were crying." Qin also cannot help but laugh heartily. "I'm the one crying. When I'm angry, I unknowingly shed tears. Those guys really like to make me angry and then watch me cry in anger, so hateful." The woman said with smile, "That's why I rarely get angry. The more they make me angry, the more I want to laugh. A girl who loves to laugh, her luck won't be too bad." Qin said with smile. "No way, I'm very bad now, I almost injured you." The woman is still worried that Qin would be injured because Qin doesn't seem to be very strong. "I'm really fine." "Oh, that's right, are you guys competing in speed? I'm really sorry for delaying you. Aren't you going to quickly catch up?" Qin looked ahead and discovered that he can no longer see any light specks. "I'm not chasing, I won't be able to catch up." The woman floated in the air and suddenly took out 2 large red fruits. They look very delicious and she handed one to Qin. "Here, this is a fire dragon pear. It's very sweet." Then, she took a big bite of the fruit in her hand and very happily ate it. "Thank you." Qin received it with smile and also very happily ate. "You're welcome," the woman said with sweet smile while eating. "Brother, you are a human. Why are you so hard? You were hit by me and yet you are completely fine. Could it be that humans are very fragile?" Qin said with smile. While eating the delicious and sweet fruit, he flew towards the heavenly divine moon. The woman also followed beside Qin. She said, "That's right. My big brother said that the human body is like paper, it can be easily torn apart." Qin shook his head and smiled. "There are so many humans, there are strong and weak. You are an inscription master, right?" "My big brother said that an inscription master's inscription is very powerful but it is like a soft bone shrimp, it can be pinched to death." The woman looked at Qin and said doubtfully, "But you are not soft at all." Qin shook his head with a smile and asked, "Oh right, who are you competing with?" "We are competing with the heavenly lion race in speed." The woman waved her hand. "We let them fly for a while before chasing. They can't fly faster than us." Indeed, Qin could tell that the Sun Dragon race's speed was stronger than the Heavenly Lion race. What shocked him is that the Heavenly Lion race was born inside the Myriad Realm's Divine Sun Land. He remembered that the Heavenly Lion old ancestor was still inside the Divine Sun Land but he did not know where he was. Now that the Heavenly Lion race had appeared, it meant that the Heavenly Lion old ancestor was already free. He might even be the race emperor of a race. "Oh right, I am Yang Longtingting." "What's your name?" Yang Longtingting asked. "I am." Qin paused and decided to hide his name. After all, within the heavenly divine moon, there are divine King Xianxia and the others. "My surname is De and my name is Cousin. You can call me Big Cousin or Older Cousin." "Ah? This name is so strange. Big Cousin?" Yang Longtingting frowned, she felt that this name was strange. "You can also call me Cousin." Qin said with a smile. "This is not my real name." Yang Longtingting chuckled and said, "You are not honest." My grandfather said that names are like floating clouds, they are dispensable. I see different people with different names. Xianxia said with a smile. That's right. I want to be like this in the future. I want to have a different name. Ha ha ha. Yang Longtingting laughed and said, from now on, I will be called Yang Long Outyen. When Xianxia heard this name, he nearly spat out the fruit in his mouth. When Xianxia saw how cheerful and lively Yang Longtingting was, he was infected by her and could not help but laugh. He felt that Yang Longtingting was too naive. It could even be said that she did not have a mind of her own, which was not a good thing. Otherwise, he would need to be very vigilant when encountering strangers in such a place. Tingting, in the divine desolate, people's hearts are sinister. No matter who you meet, you must be on guard, understand? Xianxia is like an elder, imparting life experience to Longtingting. Yang Longtingting giggled and said, of course I know. I'm not on guard against you because you look like that. You're not as strong as me, so of course I'm not on guard against you. You actually underestimated Big Cousin. Xianxia said with a smile, I am not weak at all. Of course you're not weak, but you're not as strong as me. Yang Longtingting laughed, Big Cousin, why are you going to the Divine Moon? I heard something happened over there, so I want to go and take a look. Xianxia looked ahead and suddenly sped up a bit. Yang Longtingting also increased her speed to catch up. If not for being with Xianxia, she would have already flown to the front. Ah? Yang Longtingting asked, cousin, do you know? Xianxia shook his head and said, I also don't know. Since you don't know, why did you go to the Moon of Heavens? Because the elders told us to go. 2 elders went. Yang Longtingting said, they should have already arrived. We juniors are still on the way. What's going on with the Heavenly Lion clan? Are they stronger or are you stronger? Xianxia asked. He wanted to know more about the Heavenly Lion race. The Heavenly Lion race has 2 divine sons. Yang Longtingting said, our strength is the same as the Heavenly Lion races. We haven't fought before, the elders won't let us fight. A powerful race had already appeared in the core of the second divine son. And it was the Heavenly Lion race. What about the 3 divine sons? Tingting, when we reach the gods desolate, I will follow you. If someone asks, just say that I'm your friend. Xianxia thought for a moment and said, oh right, tell them that I am a mute and can't speak. Cousin, are you going to pretend to be mute? This seems quite fun. Yang Longtingting smiled and said, all right, I will cooperate with you when the time comes. Xianxia thought for a moment, then took out 2 tufts of beard and smeared it on. Then, he changed his hairstyle into a set of rather old-fashioned gray clothes. Cousin, why are you acting like this? Yang Longtingting asked curiously. I have a lot of enemies. Xianxia honestly said. Then don't be afraid, I can help you beat them away. Yang Longtingting stroked Xianxia's beard and said with smile, anything else? I also want a mustache or 2. Stop fooling around. Xianxia smiled and pushed her hand away, then said seriously, my enemies are all very strong, but Shin Tianjuan's cultivation is very high. Yang Longtingting was shocked and felt that it was impossible. How did you provoke Shin Tian, Lord? It can't be helped. I'm quite a rash person. Those guys couldn't stand being contradicted by others, so they wanted to kill me. Xianxia casually made up a reason. All right. Yang Longtingting is rather straightforward, she also promised Xianxia that she would not expose him. You're quite loyal. Xianxia said with smile. Xianxia is also not confident in going to Heaven's Divine Moon this time. His current cultivation is not strong enough. If he really had to face Divine King Xianxia and the others, his strength is also not enough. Therefore, he doesn't want to get involved in the battle. He only wants to safely land on Divine Moon's land and think of a way to find Xiaqiru. He wants to ask her some questions and also find out about the Bloodline Heavenly Rune Box. He feels that Heaven's sovereign emperors might not come because Heaven's Divine Moon's situation is not stable. Previously, divine kings from other divine realms descended to Heaven's Divine Moon's land. In the end, they were seriously injured and almost died. Now Heaven's Divine Moon is not that irritable, but no one knows when it will go crazy again. Heaven's sovereign emperors must have some misgivings about this, so they won't personally go to Heaven's divine moon. Maybe he can learn more about Heaven's divine moon's situation through Heaven Creation Divine Palace. Qin Yun and Yang Longtingting are chatting. He wants to ask about the ancestral god sun's internal situation, but Yang Longtingting is tight-lipped. She didn't talk about the core region's details or the divine sun's descendants. There are many things in the core region that must be kept secret. Although Yang Longtingting is carefree and looks very forthright, she didn't talk about the internal matters. Qin Yun and Yang Longtingting gradually increased their speed and rushed towards Heaven's divine moon. They can see that Heaven's divine moon is very big, but it is still far away. After flying for more than half a day, the distance has not shortened. Qin Yun flew with Yang Longtingting. He deliberately slowed down to hide Yang Longtingting's aura. However, Yang Longtingting's formidable dragon aura is constantly surging in all directions. After all, they are Sun Dragon race's dragons. Moreover, they are inside the ancestral god Sun, so they have their own arrogance. They are not afraid of any factions in Heaven's divine desolate. When they travel around, they never hide. They also don't learn aura concealment techniques. Therefore, when they use their formidable divine power, they always release a very strong aura. It is just like in a forest, a beast king releasing its aura to intimidate the other beasts in the surroundings, preventing them from approaching. It is not that Yang Longtingting is not low-key, rather, this is the instinctive behavior of the sun dragon since birth. They are born with formidable sacred god cultivation. With a bit of cultivation, they can become Tao gods. They can indeed show disdain for all outstanding heroes. They are not afraid of any faction, except the descendants of Divine Sunday. Even though Qin Yun helped Yang Longtingting conceal her aura, he still can't completely conceal it, causing them to be discovered. Now, something was catching up to them. More and more people are flying towards Heaven's divine moon. Therefore, Qin Yun has to keep a low profile to avoid unnecessary trouble. Why are there so many people going to Heaven's divine moon? Could it be that some news has spread? Qin Yun is puzzled. Not long after, a 10-meter-long boat approached from behind. That golden boat released intense golden light. It flew over like golden lightning. Its speed is very fast. Big cousin, don't worry, leave everything to me. Yang Longtingting sensed that the boat is rushing towards them and immediately took out a white dragon head saber. White light suddenly appeared on her body. White dragon scales turned into armor, making her look very majestic, like a powerful female dragon war god. After the boat flew over, it immediately stopped. A black armored man stood on the bow of the boat. Behind him, more than 10 large men wearing black armor came out one after another. It is indeed the Sun Dragon race. That cold and aloof youth glanced at Yang Longtingting. His ice-cold face revealed a smile filled with joy. Who are you? What noble purpose do you have? Yang Longtingting asked. My background is very big. Of course, a silly little girl like you might not have heard of me, that cold and aloof youth said with sneer. Humph. Yang Longtingting snorted and then wanted to fly away with Qin Yun. That cold and aloof youth suddenly flew out of the boat. The other large men also surrounded her. What are you doing? You know that I am from the Sun Dragon race, why aren't you getting out of the way? Yang Longtingting shouted loudly. I am from the Variant Dragon race. The Variant Dragon race is very large, but they have recently unified. And I am the son of the Variant Dragon race's emperor, Mad Dragon Lord. Mad Dragon Lord sized up Yang Longtingting and said with evil smile, don't tell me that your Sun Dragon race doesn't know about our Variant Dragon race's big movement? You. Yang Longtingting's expression changed. She clearly knows about it. Qin Yun heard about the Variant Dragon race a long time ago, but he did not expect that they would be so large in the Divine Desolate. Now that they have unified, they must be a very powerful faction. Our Variant Dragon race loves to find powerful dragon race like you. Especially a little female dragon like you. You are the most suitable for me to pluck. It can make my dragon blood even stronger. Mad Dragon Lord said with evil smile. While Mad Dragon Lord is laughing heartily, those middle-aged men's arms suddenly turned into dragon claws tightly holding black large sabers. Qin Yun's brows creased. He released an extremely dreadful supergravity and fiercely pressed down. Those middle-aged men just took out their large sabers and were immediately pressed down. Their bodies are also under great pressure. After Mad Dragon Lord was pressed down by the supergravity, his expression changed greatly. He released his divine power and realized that it is actually a divine heaven lord. Qin Yan could roughly guess that Mad Dragon Lord had just broken through to divine Sky Lord, and the dozen or so middle-aged men were not weak either. Qin Yan's 2 fingers joined together and quickly pointed at Mad Dragon Lord's head. He used Heaven Extinction 9 fingers, piercing heaven. Impudent. Mad Dragon Lord is furious. His body surged with powerful body-protecting dragon handle and blocked Qin Yan's piercing heaven finger power. Boom, the finger power landed on the body-protecting dragon handle barrier, causing a loud explosion and intense light. Mad Dragon Lord was also pushed back. Qin Yan's supergravity was also pushed back by Mad Dragon Lord. Let's go. Qin Yan grabbed Yang Longtingting's hand and used Transcending Void Step to leave through space. He didn't even leave behind any aura. Yang Longtingting's heart was palpitating just now. She naturally knew that with her strength, she would not be able to defeat Mad Dragon Lord. So she was prepared to fight to the death. However, she never expected that Qin Yan would be able to escape with her in just a few moves. Big cousin brother, are we safe? Yang Longtingting did not even have time to react and discovered that she is inside a flying magic tool. It is Qin Yan's Heaven Leaping Shuttle. Qin Yan is inside the Heaven Leaping Shuttle's main control room. He is controlling the Heaven Leaping Shuttle to become invisible. He nodded his head. I originally wanted to kill that guy, but I discovered that his armor is very hard. It's not easy to kill him. Moreover, there are also a few variant dragon races large ships nearby. That guy only used a very fast boat to chase after us. You are really strong. Yang Longtingting said with admiration, big cousin brother, no wonder you are so low-key. So this world is filled with danger everywhere. That's why, you have to be careful in the future, especially when you are roaming Jianghu alone. Qin Yan said, variant dragon race is watching you, human-eating devil is also watching you. In their eyes, you sun dragons are top-quality delicacies. Qin Yan is not trying to scare Yang Longtingting. He has seen how much 9 Heaven Demon race and 9 Heaven Divine race like to eat all kinds of living beings. The blue light on the surface of the Heaven's Divine Moon suddenly disappeared. Qin Yan, Yang Longtingting and Yang Longtingting are very shocked by the sudden burst of silver light. Yang Longtingting let out a cry of alarm when she saw the change of Heaven's Divine Moon. Cousin, what's the situation outside? Is that light harmful? I'm worried about my brothers and sisters. Yang Longtingting asked. Qin Yan sensed the situation outside and said, it's nothing, it's just a very strong storm. It's just that the storm has a mystical moonlight. Divine moonstorm? If that's the case, it will definitely be very hurtful. Yang Longtingting said, this is what the clan elders said. Is that so? I didn't feel it just now, don't tell me I have to go out to feel it? Qin Yan frowned. Although the Heaven Leaping Shuttle is rather old, it was refined by the space god and Qin Yan back then. Many of the materials came from inside the sun, so its defense is still rather strong. Let's go out and take a look. Those bastards from the variant dragon race shouldn't be nearby, right? Yang Longtingting is still rather afraid of the variant dragon race, mainly because she is not strong enough. If she had more people on her side, they would have already started fighting earlier. Alright, let's go out together. Qin Yan controlled the Heaven Leaping Shuttle and teleported Yang Long and Tingting outside to experience the divine moonstorm. After going out, Yang Longtingting's eyebrows are slightly knitted, her round face is puffed up, her expression looks like she is in pain. Qin Yan is actually fine. He is standing on the Heaven Leaping Shuttle and looking at the incoming moonlight gale. He can see that the silver sparkling and translucent moonlight within the gale is blowing on his body and entering his body. However, when the silver light entered his body, it was immediately refined by the nether moon and nether Sunday. Big cousin, how come you are completely fine? My soul is feeling a stabbing pain, this gale is giving me a headache. Yang Longtingting said in low voice. Qin Yan's expression is relaxed, only his hair is messed up, he is completely fine. Really? Qin Yan didn't even try to resist, but he doesn't feel any pain. It's getting more and more painful, I can't resist the divine power that is stabbing my soul. Yang Longtingting tightly held Qin Yan's hand and said in low voice, let's go back. Qin Yan immediately brought Yang Long and Tingting back to the main control room of the Heaven Leaping Shuttle. Here, they can still see waves of light mist surging out from the huge divine moon of the heavens. Much more comfortable. Yang Long Tingting let out a long sigh and sat down on the wide chair. Big cousin, you're really amazing. You're actually fine. Are you the Lord of Heaven? How can he be so strong? No, I'm still a saint god. Qin Yan said with a smile. Then it must be because your Taoist image is very powerful. Yang Long Tingting sighed lightly. The elders in the clan said that some monsters deliberately hold back their breakthroughs and use a long time to polish their Tao image. If they cultivate their Tao image to the extreme, they will be very strong. Qin Yan did not deny it. He controlled the Heaven Leaping Shuttle to fly forward. The divine moon of the heavens was in the place of the outer fringe. Previously, there was a layer of blue light enveloping it. That layer of blue light was still very dangerous. When the other divine kings of the divine world entered, they almost died inside. Now, the blue light had disappeared, and the divine moon in the heavens had returned to its original appearance. However, it was blowing out a very strong divine moonstorm. Qin Yan took out the communication talisman and contacted the nameless old man to understand the situation on his side. The nameless old man, divine judge, and the others have already arrived at the surface of the divine moon of the heavens. They had no choice but to release a large hull and enter it to avoid the violent wind. Even they are like Yang Long Tingting, they have a headache from being blown by the wind and are unable to resist the divine moonstorm's invasion of their souls. Qin Yan previously thought that Yang Long Tingting's cultivation was too low, so she was unable to resist. Who would have thought that even the divine judge and the nameless old man would feel dizzy from the violent wind? Qin Yan contacted Little Phoenix again. He wanted to ask the Guanhan Palace if there are any women who know what is going on. Little Phoenix only said that she would ask the powerful sisters about it. It seems like there is no progress on the surface of the divine moon of the heavens for now. Qin Yan is even more in no hurry to go to the divine moonland. He suddenly controlled the Heaven Leaping Shuttle to slow down and fly to another direction. Big cousin, aren't we going to the divine moon of the heavens? Where are we going? Yang Long Tingting saw Qin Yan suddenly change direction and said in shock. Let's go harass the mad dragon sovereign. Qin Yan chuckled and said, this guy was very arrogant just now. It was also because he had a lot of people around him that I couldn't make a move. This kind of environment is very beneficial to Qin Yan because he won't feel any pain inside the divine moonstorm. And the souls of other living beings will suffer the attack of the divine moonstorm. Ah. Are we really going? Isn't it very dangerous? Yang Long Tingting is now somewhat afraid. Let's go take a look first. In this kind of situation, they definitely won't dare to come out. Qin Yan said with smile. That's true. Then do you know where they are? Yang Long Tingting naturally wants to teach the mad dragon sovereign a lesson, but her strength is not enough. In the void of the universe, there are no obstacles, no mountains, or anything like that. Therefore, after Qin Yan opened his heavenly eye, he can see very far. He is inside the control room of the Heaven Leaping Shuttle. His eyes are blue and constantly flickering. Not only can he see very far now, he can also clearly see things far away. Even if the divine moonstorm is blowing, his heavenly eye can still see through the storm. Not long after, he caught a small shadow and promptly focused his attention on that small shadow. Although it is a small shadow from far away, upon closer inspection, he discovered that it is a 1,000-meter-long ship, and upon closer inspection, he can see that there are a few other similar large ships beside the ship. Mad Dragon Sovereign was riding a 10-meter-long small ship before, now he is flying around the large ship. Found it. Qin Yan took out 2 space divine power pearls and controlled the Heaven Leaping Shuttle to travel through space. After the Heaven Leaping Shuttle traveled through space, the 2 floating space divine power pearls were instantly sucked dry of divine power. So awesome! Yang Long Tingting shouted in shock. She feels that her luck is too good, she can actually meet such an awesome and amazing person, moreover he is so kind-hearted. In an instant, the Heaven Leaping Shuttle arrived near the large ship. Inside the control room, Yang Long Tingting also saw Mad Dragon Sovereign's dazzling golden boat. Although it is a small boat, it is decorated very luxuriously. If I get close, will they see my face? Yang Longtingting suddenly became nervous. No, my flying magic tool is invisible. Qin Yan said with smile. Ah? So awesome. It can travel through space and even become invisible. This thing is too amazing. Yang Longtingting said in amazement. Qin Yan opened his heavenly eye again and looked at the small boat. He discovered that Mad Dragon Sovereign is also on the boat. That guy is very strong. Moreover, the variant dragon race's great army is here. It won't be easy to kill him. Qin Yan took out the God King spear and stuffed a few purplish-red pellets into it. Zi Qingqing and Shui Tianzi are inside the Nine Sun Divine Soul. They are also helping to refine pellets. Qin Yan has a small black bottle that contains a large amount of sun flame liquid. Zi Qingqing and Shui Tianzi extracted a large amount of sun flame liquid from the black bottle and then let Yang Yang help guide divine power from the divine universe purple sun into the pill transformation heavenly furnace to refine pellets. Qin Yan's God King spear has now turned into a golden red large spear. Back when he roamed Earth, he saw a very large and domineering sniper rifle called Ba something super large cannon sniper rifle. Now the God King spear has turned into this shape. What is this thing? Yang Longtingting is standing in front of the muzzle. She is looking at the large muzzle and poking it with her finger. Cannon sniper rifle, specialized in dealing with all kinds of disobedience. Qin Yan said with mischievous smile, Tingting, stand behind me, I will let you see how awesome Big Cousin's spear is. Oh, is this thing very awesome? Could it be a weapon? But it's not sharp. Yang Longtingting immediately stood behind Qin Yan. Qin Yan aimed at the 10-meter-long boat ahead, opened the window of the main control room and pulled the trigger. Bang, a crisp sound burst out. Yang Longtingting jumped in fright. Then she became even more scared out of her wits, because after the boat not far away was hit, it burst out with incomparably large purple flame. The rising flame is like a large evil purplish-red mushroom slowly rising up, slowly expanding and becoming bigger. It is very spectacular. Yang Longtingting's eyeballs almost popped out. She covered her small mouth. She was standing in front of the muzzle just now. If she was hit, her little life would be gone. Bang, just when Yang Longtingting is scared silly, Qin Yan shot again, this time it hit the several hundred-meter-long boat. Another burst of intense purplish-red light burst out, followed by a huge purplish-red mushroom rising up. All right. Qin Yan turned the God King spear back into a small pistol, then put it on his waist and said with smile, it's enough for them to drink a pot of wine. Big cousin, from now on you are my blood cousin. After Yang Longtingting recovered from her shock, she excitedly hugged Qin Yan, you are so much higher than my brothers and sisters. Don't be excited, let me see where Mad Dragon Lord is, we will go take care of him. Qin Yan opened his heavenly eye and searched for Mad Dragon Lord. Very quickly, he found Mad Dragon Lord. He is covered in dust, he looks like he has been scared silly and there is no one beside him. Let's go, let's go. Qin Yan stepped on the air and arrived in front of Mad Dragon Lord with Yang Longtingting. As soon as he arrived, Qin Yan threw out the heaven-locking chain and wrapped it around Mad Dragon Lord's neck. It's you. Mad Dragon Lord suddenly shouted, Father, quickly save me. Who is it? An incomparably berserk and tyrannical voice came from all direction. Qin Yan's brows creased, he promptly released divine power to block. Yang Longtingting vomited blood because of the pressure. Even Mad Dragon Lord himself vomited blood because of his father's divine power. I'll let you go this time. Next time you act arrogantly in front of me, I won't be polite. Qin Yan took back the heaven-locking chain and returned to the heaven-leaping shuttle with Yang Longtingting. After Qin Yan and Yang Longtingting left, a tall and sturdy middle-aged man slowly landed in front of Mad Dragon Lord. Father. Why didn't you attack? Mad Dragon Lord endured the pain and asked, his soul is in great pain. This middle-aged man is the variant dragon race's emperor. I can't go all out in this divine moonstorm. Variant dragon race's emperor Xingming's face is filled with scars. His large tyrannical eyes looked at the direction where Qin Yan disappeared and said in deep voice, that person was not affected by the storm. How is this possible? Father, even you. Mad Dragon Lord said in low voice. If Qin Yan had killed Mad Dragon Lord, he might not have been able to escape. That variant dragon emperor is still very strong. Variant Dragon Emperor also doesn't dare to attack Qin Yun because he is worried that both sides will suffer. So as long as Qin Yun doesn't kill Mad Dragon Lord, he won't attack. Therefore, both of them have a tacit understanding and stopped fighting. Qin Yun is inside the main control room. He is still vigilant against the Variant Dragon Emperor. He is worried that the Variant Dragon Emperor will chase after him. Yang Longtingting's complexion was much better. She had just been shaken by the divine might of the outsider Dragon Race Emperor to the point of vomiting blood. She was not the Shintian Lord yet, but if she were to face an ordinary Shintian Lord, she would still be able to fight. But facing an extremely strong Shintian Jun like the Variant Dragon Emperor, the disparity is very obvious. She is sitting on a chair and healing her injuries. She looked at Qin Yun and felt even more admiration in her heart. He is actually completely fine. To be able to fight against the Variant Dragon Emperor, even if his cultivation is not as high as the Variant Dragon Emperor's, he should not be lacking in any aspect. Big cousin, that guy just now is the Variant Dragon Emperor. It is too scary. Yang Longtingting said in low voice with lingering fear. How strong is your son Dragon Emperor compared to that guy? Qin Yun asked. It should be about the same. In short, our Sun Dragon race is not afraid of the Variant Dragon race. The Variant Dragon Emperor has arrived. What exactly happened in Myriad Heaven's Divine Moon? Qin Yun looked at Myriad Heaven's Divine Moon. The Divine Moonstorm became even stronger. The Heaven Leaping Shuttle is also moving forward while facing the gale. Its speed has become much slower. I actually heard that a new race might appear inside Myriad Heaven's Divine Moon. This is just the speculation of our clan's elders. Yang Longtingting suddenly said. Even if a new race appeared, it shouldn't attract so many great people's attention. Qin Yun's brows are tightly knitted. This is precisely what he is worried about. If a new race is going to appear in Myriad Heaven's Divine Moon, it must be related to the Bloodline Heavenly Pattern Box. Yu Shangyun once lent out a Bloodline Heavenly Pattern Box to someone to create a powerful race, and even now she has not been able to get it back. The Bloodline Heavenly Pattern Box in her hand is related to Divine Moon. Then the race created might be inside Myriad Heaven's Divine Moon. What kind of powerful race is it? Qin Yun is somewhat worried. It is an extremely brutal and powerful race. In God Desolate, the 9 Heavens Demon race and 9 Heavens God race were now called man-eating demons. There were also the 8 Dao race, White Sun Elf race, etc. These powerful races had joined God Kingdom of Gods, causing chaos in God Desolate. Not long after, different races would definitely be born. Just as Qin Yun was thinking about this matter, his communication talisman suddenly vibrated. It was the nameless old man contacting him. Palace King, there's a situation in Mystic Moonland. The nameless old man's voice transmitted into Qin Yun's mind. It is very serious. What's the situation? Qin Yun asked anxiously. There are a lot of people. Those people were all very strong. They are surrounding our hall. The nameless old man said. They haven't attacked yet. Then you must be careful. Qin Yun is alarmed. Indeed, a powerful race has appeared on the Divine Moon of the Heavens. Don't worry. If we can't beat them, we'll teleport away immediately. From the looks of it, those people do not have any intention of attacking. The nameless old man said. They might have been born along with the Divine Moon Transformation Realm. It's good that you're safe. We'll contact you again. Qin Yun said. Qin Yun promptly instructed Zi Qingqing and Shui Tianzi to make a few more pellets inside the 9 Sun Divine Spirit. If they were to face many people, they could directly use the Divine King Spear to shoot them. The effect would be pretty good. Soon after, he secretly took out the Divine King Heavenly Seal. After testing it out, he could still sense 3 myriad realms' divine suns. If necessary, he could use the Divine King Heavenly Seal to unleash the 9 Sun World Extermination Scripture and summon the descent of super calamity and tribulation. The Heaven Leaping Shuttle flew for 2 days and the Divine Moonstorm suddenly stopped. Qin Yun immediately contacted the nameless old man and found out that the people surrounding them have also disappeared. He doesn't know where they went. At this time, Qin Yun received a message from Little Phoenix. Little Phoenix said that the Guanghan Palace doesn't know the exact situation. They only know that the Divine Moon Transformation Realm has succeeded. The Divine Moon Transformation Realm has succeeded. It means that the Divine Moon race can return to the Divine Moon of the Heavens. However, the Divine Moon of the Heavens is not like before. It doesn't have a natural barrier defense, anyone can enter the Divine Moonland. Before, only the Guanghan Palace and the Divine Moon race could enter the barrier of the Divine Moon of the Heavens. They dominated the entire Divine Moon of the Heavens. But now it's no longer possible. As long as they have the strength to go to the Divine Moon of the Heavens, they can occupy an area on the Divine Moon of the Heavens. After the Divine Moon transformation realm has succeeded, there might be some rare and precious treasures, so all the big shots from all over the place swarmed over. It doesn't matter if the moon's surface is occupied, but the Divine Moon's core area must be controlled by Sister Xianxia and the others. It can be foreseen that in the following days, the Guanghan Palace and the Divine Moon race will face great challenges. If they want to control the moon's core, they might have to engage in a very intense struggle. The mysterious powerful race that appeared on the Divine Moon of the Heavens might also want to seize the moon's core. Let's go, let's go. Qin Yan brought Yang Long Tingting and flew out of the heaven-leaping shuttle. They are getting closer and closer to the Divine Moon of the Heavens. Not long after they fly, they will arrive on the surface of the Divine Moon of the Heavens. Big cousin, I am contacting my clansmen. Do you want to come with me? A very small golden dragon scale appeared in Yang Long Tingting's hand. It is emitting multicolored light. Qin Yan felt that it is not bad to mingle with the Sun Dragon race, so he nodded in agreement and said, "You must not mention our encounter with the Mad Dragon Monarch." "All right. Cousin wants to keep a low profile, I know," Yang Long Tingting said with a charming smile. Not long after, Yang Long Tingting contacted the people of the Sun Dragon race. Other than the youngsters who were with her before, there are also a few elders. In addition, the Sun Dragon race and the Heavenly Lion race are together. When they join forces, their overall strength is extremely strong. This will allow them to explore the Divine Moon of the Heavens more safely. Qin Yan and Yang Long Tingting landed on the Divine Moon's land. The soil here is silvery white and very soft, emitting a faint cold air. "Is this the moon's surface?" Yang Long Tingting said with smile, "There's nothing special about it? Go find your clansmen first," Qin Yan said. "Alright," the dragon scale in Yang Long Tingting's hand can determine the direction of the Sun Dragon. She brought Qin Yan and ran in a certain direction. Qin Yan took out the communication talisman and contacted the nameless old man. "Palace King, have you arrived at the Divine Moon land?" the nameless old man asked. "I'm here. Have you made any progress?" Qin Yan asked. "Not yet. But the Chief Divine Judge is very sure that there will be many rare treasures appearing in the Divine Moon of Heavens after the place of the outer fringe," the nameless old man said with smile. The Divine Moonstorm from before was shaken out from the moon's core. Many rare treasures might have appeared on the surface along with the shaking just now. Qin Yan doesn't really care about those rare treasures. He only wants to quickly know the situation of the entire Divine Moon. He took out the soul-chasing talisman and looked at Yu Xiangyun's location. She is also in the direction he and Yang Long Tingting are currently heading. Yang Long Tingting brought Qin Yan and ran for a while. Suddenly, she said with some excitement, "Big cousin, my brothers and sisters are right in front." The brothers and sisters she spoke of are not related to her by blood. They are just dragon eggs that were placed in the same nest and hatched together. She hatched the latest, so she is the youngest, ranked 12th. There are no elders in front. Qin Yan released his mental power and detected that there is no Shen Tianjun in front. He said doubtfully, "There are 40 to 50 people in front. Your brothers and sisters, even if you add in the Heavenly Lion race, there are only 20 of them. Let's go and take a look first," Yang Long Tingting said in low voice and also became vigilant. Qin Yan promptly stepped forward and grabbed Yang Long Tingting's hand. Then, he used invisibility technique to make them invisible. "Let's slow down. Float in the air and carefully fly over." Qin Yan transmitted his voice to Yang Long Tingting. "Alright." Yang Long Tingting knows that Qin Yan is very powerful, so she feels quite at ease. Before they even got close, Qin Yan sensed the aura of the 9 Heavens Divine Race and 9 Heavens Divine Demon in front of them. "It's the Man-Eater." Qin Yan transmitted his voice to Yang Long Tingting. On the way here, Qin Yan and Yang Long Tingting talked about many things about the Divine Desolate, including the matter of the Man-Eater. Therefore, Yang Long Tingting immediately became nervous. Don't be afraid, they won't dare to make a move. They should be trying to get close to your two races. Xianxia can sense that the aura in front of them is very peaceful. Then we can go in peace. Yang Longtingting nodded. Xianxia stopped using invisibility technique and ran over with Yang Longtingting. The Heavenly Lion race and the Sun Dragon race are truly very strong. After all, they are creatures from the core region of the myriad realms Divine Sunday. They are innately very powerful. The Nine Heavens Divine Demon and Nine Heavens Divine Race are at most greedy and want to eat the Heavenly Lion and Sun Dragon, but they don't dare to do anything. Once these two races are angered, if the myriad realms Divine Sun unleashes its might, their Nine Heavens Demon Race and Nine Heavens Divine Race won't be able to survive in the Divine Desolate. Seeing her brother and sister, the lively girl Yang Longtingting excitedly jumped over and shouted, "I'm here, I'm finally here. Brother and sister, I've made you wait for a long time." The 11 handsome and beautiful men and women of the Sun Dragon race all shook their heads and laughed. 12, you're too slow. It's a good thing there's nothing to eat here, otherwise you'd be so angry that you'd cry again. A white-clothed youth with a rather imposing appearance said with a hearty laugh. With one look, it is obvious that he is the big brother. Big brother, my luck is bad, I bumped into something, that's why I'm so slow. Yang Longtingting pouted and said, if I didn't bump into something, my speed would not be slower than yours. Oh, that's right, who is this uncle? The one who spoke is a beautiful woman wearing a red dress. Her almond-shaped eyes are sizing up Xianxia. This is my big cousin, he's mute and honest. Yang Longtingting said, his spirit is not very good right now. This big cousin of yours doesn't seem to be very strong? When the fat man called Fat Meow smiled, his face did indeed look like a fat white cat's face. After Fatty Meow approached Xianxia, Yang Longtingting immediately stood over with her hands on her hips. Her watery round eyes glared at Fatty Meow. Yang Longtingting's round face is filled with ferocity. She lightly shouted, Fatty Meow, do you believe that I won't beat you into a pig head? Little 12, what's the matter with your big cousin? Where did he come from? Sun Dragon Race's big brother is also very puzzled. Don't worry about it, just know that he is my big cousin. Yang Longtingting said, oh that's right, where are the elders? She looked all around, her gaze stopped at 9 Heavens Divine Demon and 9 Heavens Divine Race people. Her eyes are filled with vigilance and disgust. Human-eating devils are notorious, she doesn't want to be together with them. The elders told us to stay here and wait for them to return, that big brother said. Then who are they? I keep feeling that they are not good people. Yang Longtingting looked at the group of human-eating devils and asked. She did not expose them as human-eating devils on the spot, this is what Xianxia warned her before. They are all from Myriad Heavens Divine Desolate. Fatty Meow said. A youth from 9 Heavens Divine Race promptly said, we are not from Myriad Heavens Divine Desolate, we are from 9 Heavens. That mute is from Myriad Heavens Divine Desolate, he is the idiot we were talking about. Yang Longtingting immediately became furious and lightly shouted, who are you calling an idiot? You bunch of dog eyes looking down on people. Xianxia immediately grabbed Yang Longtingting and pulled her to his side. The native humans of Myriad Heavens Divine Desolate are all weak idiots, and 9 Heavens Divine Demon with a head full of silver hair loudly mocked. Your Sun Dragon race is one of the strongest races, you shouldn't mix with those idiots, that youth from 9 Heavens Divine Race said. You are the idiots. Yang Longtingting is so angry that her eyes are moist. When she is angry, she will cry. Sun Dragon Race's big brother solemnly shouted, stop arguing. Yang Long is far-sighted, I advise you to leave that fool behind. Bringing him along will only drag us down. That 9 Heavens Divine Demon looked at Xianxia and licked his lips. It is clear that he wants to eat Xianxia. In fact, this group of man-eating demons all wanted to eat the Sun Dragon and Heavenly Lion, but they didn't dare to, so they had been craving for them for a long time. If Xianxia was alone, they would capture him and eat him to satisfy their cravings. The fat cat laughed and said, our Heavenly Lion Race's clan emperor said that we should try our best to integrate into the Divine Desolate. To be able to meet a human from the Divine Desolate, I am quite happy. Not bad. Yang Longyuan said, as one of the Divine Sun Totem race, our duty is to protect the Divine Desolate. Interacting with the humans of the divine wilderness is also something we need to do. Yang Long Yuanda was the big brother, and his words carried a lot of weight. When he led the team here, the elders had instructed him. Yang Long Tingting fiercely glared at the group of man-eating demons, then pulled Qin Yun's arm and stood beside him. Up to you. If you bring along such a fool and get dragged down, then it's your own fault, that Nine Heavens Divine Demon Team leader said with sneer. Shifu, don't worry about us, the fat cat said with smile, my heavenly lion race has no problem protecting a little saint god. Not to mention the sun dragon race. Nine Heavens Demon Race Team leader is called Shifu, which means that he is a combination of snake and bat. Ugly. He had the face of a snake spirit, and his entire person was filled with evil energy. Nine Heavens God Race Team leader is called Gao Xianlei. He is a tall and sturdy youth who looks very fierce. When he looks at Qin Yun, it is like a huge beast staring at its prey. Qin Yun is not afraid of the group of man-eating demons from Nine Heavens God Race and Nine Heavens Demon Race. Although they have more than 20 people, they don't have a single divine heaven monarch. One must know that the blue heaven locking chain hanging on Qin Yun's neck can send these man-eating demons to heaven in an instant. What made Qin Yun surprised is that the fat cat from Heavenly Lion race is actually the captain of the Heavenly Lion squad. This fat cat doesn't look like a captain at all. He is all smiles and fat, he doesn't have the slightest bit of fighting strength. Qin Yun naturally won't judge a person by appearance. This kind of harmless-looking guy is often the most terrifying. At this moment, he carefully sized up the fat cat again. The large golden chain hanging on the fat cat's neck is even bigger than Qin Yun's heaven-locking chain. Furthermore, there are 2 golden bracelets on the fat cat's wrists. The most embarrassing thing is that the fat cat's fingers are full of golden rings. Furthermore, the fat cat's big belly is tied with a golden belt. The belt buckle in the middle of the belt is very large and very dazzling. If this guy were to wear a pair of sunglasses, he would look very much like a dirty big shot. Big cousin, you are wearing a blue chain around your neck. Is there anything special about it? The fat cat has been paying attention to Qin Yun since the beginning because Qin Yun is like him, wearing a large chain around his neck. Qin Yun shook his head and did not say anything. Because he is now pretending to be mute, he can't speak. The fat cat laughed and patted Qin Yun's shoulder. He mischievously laughed and said, others say that the big chain around my neck is very stupid. They say that there is absolutely no one who would wear it like this. Today, I have finally met a kindred spirit, we are all bosom friends. Qin Yun revealed a polite smile, he also found it very funny in his heart. Yang Long said, Captain Fatty, no matter what, I feel that the big golden chain around your neck is very ugly. Fatty meow, my big cousin's chain is blue, yours is golden. It's too rustic, the taste is different. Yang Long Tingting said with smile. The fat cat disagreed and said with smile, it's good that I like it. I will walk my own path and let others say what they want. Besides, a human from Heavenly Divine Desolate wearing this shows that this is a fashion trend in Heavenly Divine Desolate, you country bumpkins who can't keep up with the trend, you won't understand even if I say more. When Qin Yun was traveling around Earth, he had seen glasses worn on the eyes, especially black sunglasses. They were very cool. He quickly took out some iron bars and 2 black transparent crystal pieces. He quickly made a pair of sunglasses and handed it to the fat cat. Everyone felt very curious as they looked at the thing that Qin Yun handed to the fat cat. The fat cat was stunned for a moment. After receiving it, he immediately realized what it was used for. He quickly put it on his eyes and took out a mirror to look at himself. Then, he happily laughed and said, this is a good thing, this thing is simply made for me. Now, the fat cat looks very cool, giving off the feeling of a black boss. Big cousin, don't worry. If you encounter any danger, I, fat brother, will definitely protect you. The fat cat patted Qin Yun's shoulder with a smile. Qin Yun only smiled and did not say anything. Waiting here is not a solution, let's go ahead and take a look. Yang Long Tingting said, the elders are really too much, making us wait here is really a waste of time. Let's go and take a look. Just now, a loud sound came from that side, I wanted to go over and take a look. The fat cat said. With that said, Qinyan followed beside Yang Longtingting as they ran with the large group. The direction they are heading is also Yu Shangyun's direction. Little 12, your big cousin's speed is not bad, he can keep up with us. The Sun Dragon race's gorgeous red-dressed woman arrived beside Yang Longtingting, glanced at Qinyan and whispered. Second sister, big cousin can come to the heavenly divine moon, how can he be bad? Yang Longtingting said with smile. Qinyan is always paying attention to the more than 20 man-eating devils. After running for a while, a trembling sound came from ahead. Soon after, a strong vibration wave came from the ground. Someone is fighting ahead, it seems like Divine Heaven Lord is fighting. The fat cat said with a serious expression. He suddenly stopped and took off his sunglasses. His narrowed eyes suddenly opened and looked ahead. Everyone stopped as well. If it is Divine Heaven Lord's battle, then it is best for them not to get involved. Let's wait for the elders here. On the Heavenly Lion race's side, a petite woman said in a low voice, the elders don't want us to go over because of safety considerations. We came here to gain experience and gain experience. It doesn't matter if we encounter some danger. The second sister beside Yang Longtingting said. What if it is too dangerous and we lose our lives? The petite woman from the Heavenly Lion race said. Truly cowardly. Your Heavenly Lion race should change your name to Heavenly Cat race. A delicate and pretty man from the Sun Dragon race laughed. Suddenly, Qinyan sensed a very strong aura rushing over. Qinyan suddenly grabbed Yang Longtingting's hand and pulled her to his side. Then he released an extremely strong body-protecting dragon aura barrier. This is body-protecting dragon aura barrier? This kind of strength, it should have at least cultivated to the 10th level, right? A sun dragon said in shock. Body-protecting dragon aura barrier is the most basic of the dragon race. There are a total of 18 levels. To be able to cultivate to the 10th level is not easy, let alone a human. Danger. Qinyan did not open his mouth but his voice came from his body. At this moment, the snake bat from the 9 Heaven Demon race shouted, Don't be afraid, it's my 9 Heaven Demon race's elder. Sure enough, a 9 Heaven Demon race's Divine Heaven Monarch flew over. That Divine Heaven Monarch's head is broken and bleeding. His head is a sinister cockroach head and his body is a human body. That black cockroach head has long hair fluttering in the wind. With one look, one can tell that this is the heavily injured Divine Heaven Monarch. Cockroach Heavenly Monarch, what's going on? The snake bat asked. Cockroach Heavenly Monarch did not answer. Instead, he looked at the youngsters from the Sun Dragon race and Heavenly Lion race and shouted, Eat them. What are you doing? After Yang Long reacted, he let out a roar. His body's dragon might is vast and mighty. He pushed his palms forward and released 2 golden roaring dragons. Roar, boom, boom. The 2 dragons instantly attacked Cockroach Heavenly Monarch's body and let out explosive roars. Cockroach Heavenly Monarch was sent flying. Attack, the snake bat also shouted at this moment. Kill them and eat your fill. 9 Heaven God race's Captain Gao Xianlei took out 2 large sabers and charged towards Fatty Meow and the others. Just as the snake bat rushed over, the beautiful second sister, holding a fiery red dragon head round shield, suddenly flashed over, stood in front of Yang Longtingting, and attacked the snake bat's shield. Damn slut. The serpent bat's head was fiercely hit by the dragon head sculpture on the shield and was sent flying. It can't help but curse loudly. Little 12, you two hide far away. Leave this to us. Second sister looked at the serpent bat and shouted, Bad insect, if there's anything, come at me. Second sister, you must be careful. Yang Longtingting is very worried. She looked at Qinyan, hoping that Qinyan can help her sister at the crucial moment. Qinyan pulled Yang Longtingting and hid at the side. His attention is mainly on the Cockroach Heavenly Monarch. Fat Meow and Yang Long Yuanda, these 2 captains are not to be trifled with. They joined hands to attack the Cockroach Heavenly Monarch. Second sister is fighting against the serpent bat is no match for her. However, another 9th Heaven's God Beast came over to help. 2 9th Heaven's God Beasts were able to fight on par with second sister. 9 Heaven Divine Race's Captain Gao Xianlei is also fighting 2 against 1, attacking a tall youth from the Heavenly Lion race. Qin Yan did not make a move because he is worried that there are other Shantian monarchs lying in ambush nearby. The cockroach heavenly monarch suddenly came over with injuries on its body. It means that there are other Shantian monarchs nearby. The cockroach heavenly monarch suddenly wants to eat people because it wants to quickly recover from its injuries. Qin Yan is secretly alarmed. One must know that ninth heaven divine demons have very strong recovery power. It is very difficult to seriously injure them. But now, the cockroach heavenly monarch wants to eat people to recover from its injuries. To be able to injure a ninth heaven divine demon like Shantian monarch, it must be very strong. Slut, if it wasn't because it's inconvenient now, after I take you down, I would definitely fiercely fuck you 300 times. What a pity, I can only kill you and then eat you. Serpent Bat said with a regretful expression. Second sister Yang Long Wanfei is very strong, but she is besieged by 2 ninth heaven divine demons. Moreover, those 2 ninth heaven divine demons have very strong recovery power. Especially Serpent Bat, to be a captain. His strength is definitely not weak. Another 9th heaven divine demon has a toad head. His mouth is spewing black poison mist that enveloped Yang Long Wanfei inside. The other members of the Heavenly Lion race and the Sun Dragon race were all facing very strong opponents, so they couldn't care about Yang Long Wanfei. Big brother. Yang Long Tingting looked at the black poisonous mist in front of her and heard Yang Long Wanfei's shout. At the same time, Qin Yan brought Yang Long and Tingting into the black poison mist. Yang Long Wanfei was poisoned, and her divine power suddenly weakened. Fortunately, her defense was extremely strong, and she had red dragon scales as armor. Her body-protecting dragon handle was not weak either. The toad head opened its mouth again, wanting to spit venom towards Yang Long Wanfei, but just as it opened its mouth, a blue light suddenly shot over. The lock chain, Heaven, long, one end of the heaven locking chain became very sharp and pierced through the toad head's mouth. Then Nether Sun's devouring power circulated and sealed the toad head's recovery power. Although Yang Long Wanfei didn't look back, she knew that the blue chain was released by her cousin. She is shocked in her heart. She used her large sword to hack at the toad head. At the same time, she used her red shield to block the serpent bat's poison. The toad head's defense is very strong. It has a blue armor protecting its body. Wanfei was unable to break the armor earlier. But now, the toad head is like a piece of paper. It has been chopped into pieces by her sword. While Wanfei is still in shock, Qin Yan's heaven-locking chain suddenly attacked the serpent bat like a lightning bolt. Serpent Bat quickly dodged and cursed in his heart. He never expected that his big cousin would be so dreadful. The heaven-locking chain is like a lightning bolt, chasing after the serpent bat at a very fast speed. The serpent bat did not even have time to run out of the poison mist. The heaven-locking chain pierced through the back of his head and then he was dragged by Qin Yan. When the serpent bat's head was pierced, he felt his divine power being crazily devoured. When the serpent bat was dragged by Qin Yan, most of the divine power in his body has been sucked out. Qin Yan's thigh, which is wearing the heaven-trampling divine boots, vigorously kicked the serpent bat's body. With a loud explosion, the serpent bat's body instantly burst into flames. Wanfei gasped for breath. Her face is filled with disbelief as she looked at Qin Yan. He actually killed the serpent bat in 2 or 3 moves. This kind of strength is comparable to Shantian monarch. Qin Yan took 2 steps forward, grabbed Wanfei's wrist and said in low voice, "Relax, I will help you suck out the poison." Just as Wanfei relaxed, the poison in her body was immediately sucked out. "Alright, you go help others. I am worried that there are other Shantian monarchs nearby. I need to be on guard," Qin Yan said in low voice. Wanfei's beautiful face is filled with shock as she stared at Qin Yan. "Quickly go," Qin Yan urged. Wanfei immediately rushed out of the poison mist to help others. And Qin Yan brought Yang Long Tingting and maintained a distance from the battlefield. "Big cousin, thank you so much." Although Yang Long Tingting knew that Qin Yan is very strong, she never expected that Qin Yan would be able to kill this powerful 9th heaven divine demon in just a few moves. Qin Yan has a lot of experience in dealing with 9th heaven divine demons and 9th heaven divine race people. His heaven-locking chain and Nether Sun are specially used to restrain these 2 powerful races. If not for the chaotic battle ahead, he would have used the God King Spear to shoot a few times and cleanly wipe out the group of man-eating devils. Of course, the movement would also be very big and it would disturb the Shintian monarchs ahead. Ahead, there are many Shintian monarchs fighting, it is unknown why they are fighting. Qin Yan still took out the God King spear and turned it into a black pistol. He held it in his hand and waited for an opportunity to shoot. Cockroach Heavenly Monarch is seriously injured, so he is now being suppressed by Yang Long and Fat Meow, causing him to be very irritated and constantly let out all kinds of strange cries. After this, Cockroach Head shouted a few times, his body trembled and released a berserk Shintian Monarch Divine Power Wave. Fat Meow and Yang Long Yuanda felt intense pain all over their body and were sent flying. If I eat these two guys, I will be able to recover immediately. After Heavenly Monarch Cockroach sent Fat Meow and Yang Long Yuanda flying, he arrived in front of Qin Yan and Yang Long Tingting in the blink of an eye. Little 12. Yang Long Yuan shouted anxiously and immediately flew over. Fat Meow also suddenly transformed into a mighty golden heavenly lion, roaring and flying. Heavenly Monarch Cockroach opened his big ugly and disgusting mouth and bit towards Qin Yan and Yang Long Tingting. Qin Yan suddenly raised his hand and fired a bullet from the God King spear in his hand. Bang! The bullet entered the Heavenly Monarch Cockroach's body and exploded. The moment Qin Yan fired, he used the 9 Sun Divine Spirit to release the Sun Heavenly Shield to block the aftermath of the explosion. Fat Meow and Yang Long Yuanda rushed over and saw the Heavenly Monarch Cockroach explode. They are shocked and were also sent flying by the explosion. Fortunately, the explosion flames are related to Divine Sunday. They are Divine Sun Totem race, so they won't be harmed. Earlier, Yang Long Wanfei was also extremely worried, but after seeing the explosion, she felt relieved. She knows how powerful Qin Yan is. The Heavenly Monarch Cockroach Heavenly Monarch was actually killed. Fat Meow and the others saw that Qin Yan used the thing in his hand to release energy to kill the Heavenly Monarch Cockroach. Fat Meow and Yang Long Yuanda, the 2 captains, are now free to deal with the other man-eating devils. Hand over the 9 heavens divine demon to me. Qin Yan suddenly shouted. This damned fake mute. One of the 9 heavens divine demon cursed at Qin Yan. Their Heavenly Monarch Cockroach was killed just like that. When Qin Yan saw that the 9 heavens divine demon was alone, he immediately fired a shot from the God King spear and killed that 9 heavens divine demon. His current bullets are second class, specially used to deal with Dao God realm experts. What is that thing? It looks so impressive. Fat Meow is still wearing the sunglasses that Qin Yan gave him. He only felt that Qin Yan's action of firing the gun earlier was extremely cool. After the Heavenly Monarch Cockroach was killed, the battle situation changed greatly. Those 9 heavens divine demons were killed by Qin Yan using the God King spear. Those 9 heavens divine race people were also quickly exterminated. Big cousin, what the hell is that thing? It's too godly, it can actually kill Heavenly Monarch. After the battle ended, Fat Meow hastily ran in front of Qin Yan. This is my ancestral divine tool, Super Cannon Sniper. Qin Yan said with smile and then put away the God King spear. No wonder a sacred god like you dares to wander around, it turns out that there is such a powerful guy. Fat Meow is very envious, he also wishes that he had a Super Cannon Sniper. Big cousin, thank you very much just now. Yang Long Wanfei walked over and smiled gently. Little 12 meeting you is really good luck. Yang Long Yuan laughed loudly and said. Big cousin said that girls who love to laugh won't have bad luck. Yang Long Tingting giggled and said. Qin Yan said, don't you know anything about 9 heavens divine race and 9 heavens demon race? They are infamous man-eating devils. We have never heard of them. Fat Meow said, Big cousin, quickly tell us about them. I thought you guys had some kind of cooperation, that's why I didn't say anything before. After that, Qin Yan simply explained about the man-eating devils. After the youngsters of Heavenly Lion race and Sun Dragon race heard this, they all blamed themselves because they were too careless. They said I was an idiot before because they wanted you to drive me away. Then they would send people to capture me and eat me. Qin Yan said they don't dare to eat you guys because they are afraid that they can't beat you. In front of them is Heavenly Monarch's battlefield. At this moment, 2 powerful auras suddenly attacked, it is Heavenly Lion and Sun Dragon. The elders are here. Fat Meow shouted in pleasant surprise. Qin Yan's expression changed because other than the elders of Sun Dragon race and Heavenly Lion race, there are also a few unfamiliar and powerful auras. They are not from 9 heavens divine race and 9 heavens demon race. Not good, let's run. Xianxia suddenly shouted. Little demons, why are you here? Quickly run, a middle-aged man's shout suddenly came from the distance. Don't the elders know that we are here? Why did they bring danger here? Fat Meow grumbled in a low voice and then started running. Xianxia could have run very fast, but he suddenly realized that he knows a middle-aged man from the Sun Dragon race. That middle-aged man is the Yanglong Lingyu he met in the core region of the ancestral god Sun. Yanglong Lingyu is an elder of the Sun Dragon race. On the way here, Xianxia was wondering if Yanglong Lingyu would come. He never expected that he would come. Ting, follow your second sister and big brother. I'll go take a look at the situation behind us. Xianxia said in low voice. Big cousin, it's very dangerous. Yanglong Ting shouted worriedly, but Xianxia suddenly disappeared. This big cousin is truly courageous. Fat Meow said. Xianxia slowed down and arrived beside a middle-aged man. Heavenly Lion race and Sun Dragon race's other heavenly monarchs are scattered everywhere. They also maintained a certain speed and did not immediately rush in front of those youngsters. They have to block the powerful enemies behind them, so they can't run too fast. Elder Lingyu. Xianxia secretly transmitted his voice to Yanglong Lingyu. I am Xianxia. Xianxia is now disguised as a wanderer. Yanglong Lingyu did not recognize him. Only after hearing Xianxia's voice transmission did he react. Little brother Qin, it's you. Yanglong Lingyu also transmitted his voice in shock. Why are you here? Such a big thing has happened in the heavens divine moon, of course I have to come. What happened? Who is chasing you? Xianxia asked. A group of people who claim to be from the Bright Moon sect. Yanglong Lingyu said, they will be the rulers of the heavens divine moon. Maybe in the future, they will even ascend to the myriad realms divine sun and attack the core region. Ah? What is the background of this Bright Moon sect? How can they be so powerful? Xianxia knew that a very strong race had appeared on the heaven's divine moon. It should be a powerful race that just appeared. It seems like they were born from the heaven's divine moon. Yanglong Lingyu looked behind and said, they are still chasing. These guys are truly deranged. Elder Lingyu, how much do you know about them? Xianxia asked. This Bright Moon sect did not call themselves a powerful race but rather called themselves Bright Moon sect. If the Bright Moon sect and the Divine Moon race were to fight over the Heaven's Divine Moon sect, Xianxia would have to face them in the future. What I know so far is that these guys have the characteristics of descendants of the Divine Sun God. Their souls are very difficult to destroy and they can be quickly reborn. Yanglong Lingyu's expression became very grave. The strongest thing about the descendants of the Divine Sun God was their souls. Those souls had very strong penetrative power. If their physical bodies were destroyed, as long as their souls were still around, they could quickly return to the Myriad Realms Divine Sun and then use the Myriad Realms Divine Sun to rebuild their physical bodies. Inside Xianxia's soul creation heavenly cauldron, there are the souls of the descendants of the Divine Sun. Until now, he has not thought of a way to destroy those souls. He can only seal them inside the soul creation heavenly cauldron. The powerful races that appeared in the divine moon of the heavens were actually similar to the descendants of the divine sun. This made it very difficult to kill them. Little brother Qin, don't worry. This guy from the Bright Moon sect wasn't as cruel as the descendants of the divine sun sect. It's mainly because the 9 heavens demon race and 9 heavens god race made a move first and infuriated them. We were dragged down by them. Yanglong Lingyu said. Were they the ones who injured Heaven Lord Cockroach? Asked Xianxia. That's right. What about the Heavenly Lord Cockroach? Yanglong Lingyu asked. Did you see him? I saw him. He even wanted to eat the juniors of your 2 races to speed up his recovery. Xianxia said, why are you together with these ogres? I told you before that these 2 races are ogres. Of course, the 9 heavens god race led by Jiang Jiuchuan is an exception. This is our negligence. We were originally with them and wanted to understand the situation here through them. Yanglong Lingyu also blamed himself. When he saw that Yanglong Yuanda and the others were fine, he knew that the Heavenly Lord Cockroach must have been killed by Xianxia. Thank you so much this time. Those little guys are really lucky to meet you. Yang Longlingyu is very grateful, little brother Qin, you are truly worthy of being chosen by the myriad realms divine sun. Don't say this, you must remember to be on guard against the ogres. Oh right, don't tell anyone about me coming to the divine moon of the heavens. I have many enemies here. Qin Yun warned. I know. Yang Longlingyu nodded. They ran for a while but the Bright Moon Sect's people are still chasing them. Qin Yun learned from Yang Longlingyu that the Bright Moon Sect's people look no different from ordinary people. And their strength, other than the fact that their souls are hard to destroy and they have a strong regenerative ability, they also have a very strong mental attack. The mental attack they release is just like the divine moonstorm from before. It is impossible to defend against and will cause a splitting headache, unless one hides in something. Qin Yun is not surprised. He suspects that the humans of the Bright Moon Sect were created through the Bloodline Heavenly Pattern Box. It is the Bloodline Heavenly Pattern Box that Yu Shengyun lent out. This is not the way to go. I'll go meet them, you guys run first, we'll contact each other again. Qin Yun passed a sound transmission divine pearl to Yang Longlingyu and said, I will contact you through this. Little brother Qin, danger. Yang Longlingyu shouted. Don't worry, nothing will happen to me. After Qin Yun finished speaking, his figure flashed and he rushed backwards. When Yang Longlingyu thought of Qin Yun's strange divine power, he suddenly felt a lot more at ease. However, he is still somewhat worried and looked back from time to time. When Qin Yun arrived at the back, he saw 10 people. They are all wearing silver robes and there is a crescent moon pattern on their chest and back. The silver robes on their bodies flickered and reflected a multicolored light that could make one's soul tremble. Is this the Bright Moon Sect? Why is their moon pattern a crescent moon? Qin Yun felt that it is somewhat strange. The 10 people of the Bright Moon Sect are all middle-aged men. Although their appearances are ordinary, their ice-cold expressions made them look very powerful. When they saw Qin Yun, they suddenly stopped. Sun Soul? You actually have a Sun Soul, who are you? A middle-aged man asked loudly. He is the leader of this small team. Qin Yun knows why Yang Longlingyu and the others ran away. These 10 people are all very strong divine heavenly monarchs and Yang Longlingyu and the others only have a total of 4 divine heavenly monarchs. The heaven-trampling divine boots that Qin Yun is wearing is a Sun Soul but very few people can see through it. The people of the Bright Moon Sect can actually see through it. Everyone, this must be a misunderstanding. The ones you were chasing just now are the Heavenly Lion race and the Sun Dragon race. They are all creatures born from the myriad realms divine Sunland. Qin Yun said. Then this is not a misunderstanding. The totem beast race within the divine sun is our Bright Moon Sect's competitor. The middle-aged man sneered, you have a Sun Soul, looks like your luck is not bad. However, aren't you being too arrogant? Do you really think you can stop us by yourself? Of course, Qin Yun did not think of defeating these 10 divine heavenly monarchs of the Bright Moon Sect. He only came to take a look and delay them in passing. The 10 divine heavenly monarchs of the Bright Moon Sect also saw that Qin Yun has a Sun Soul, that's why they stopped. This meant that they had the intention to snatch the heaven-trampling divine boots. Qin Yun released the 9 sun heaven-raising pagoda and entered it. He said, of course I can't stop you but if you want to snatch my Sun Soul, you won't even have a chance. The 9 sun heaven-raising pagoda was turned into a large square house by Qin Yun. Furthermore, it is pitch black, unlike the tall square building from before. You should be a human from the divine desolate. You insignificant beings that are as numerous as ants, how can you be so arrogant? As the leader spoke, he took out a crescent moon-shaped silver saber. Although this crescent moon-shaped saber is curved, it is as tall as a person. It flickered with a strong silver light. That kind of light is like a divine moonstorm. Qin Yun thought of the Nether Soul Sacred Blade. When this blade attacked, it could also stab at a person's soul. The Nether Soul Sacred Blade has already fused with the Myriad Heaven Divine Saber, so it still has the ability to attack the soul. However, this requires Qin Yun's Nether Moon to be even stronger. Otherwise, it would be easily blocked by others. Clang, the leader's saber struck the outer wall of the 9 sun heaven-raising pagoda, producing a crisp sound. The ground also slightly trembled. The power of this saber strike was extremely great but it did not leave a single mark. Qin Yun sat on a chair on the first floor with his legs crossed. He looked at the Bright Moon sect people outside and said with a smile, "Please continue. This pagoda is no ordinary object. The material comes from the core of the sun. After many years of tempering, we indeed can't break it." The leader sneered and said, "But don't be complacent, don't even think about coming out. I can control this pagoda to float and fly away from the divine moon. Although the speed is not fast, I can still leave." Xianxia laughed again and said, "As long as I return to the divine desolate land, I will no longer be afraid of you. We are not trying to steal your sun soul, we just want to borrow it." The leader said again, "If you lend it to us, we will also give you a corresponding repayment." Xianxia chuckled and said, "Really? Although I am an honest person and have been cheated many times, your words sound like there is no guarantee at all. We are disciples of the Bright Moon sect. Remember the 3 words Bright Moon sect. This is an existence that will dominate the world in the future." The leader said, "You insignificant human, you know nothing about the true heaven and earth. Our Bright Moon sect can lead you to dominate the world. Then do you know about the descendants of the divine sun?" Xianxia suddenly asked. "Of course I know. This group of undying ants will definitely become my slaves." The leader did not say that he could kill the descendants of the divine sun. He only said that he would make them slaves. From this, it could be seen that even the Bright Moon sect did not have the confidence to kill the descendants of the divine sun. "Then what do you want my sun soul for?" Xianxia asked again. He still had not figured out whether the Bright Moon sect was righteous or evil. "Of course it is to dominate the world." The leader said loudly, "As long as you contribute, after our Bright Moon sect leader dominates the world, the rewards you will receive will be 10 times, 100 times greater." To Xianxia, these words sounded like they were drawing a big picture. Xianxia took out the soul-chasing talisman and looked at the direction where Yu Shangyun was. She had not changed. Xianxia looked at the middle-aged men outside, thinking about how he could understand the situation of the Bright Moon sect through them. The overall strength of the Bright Moon sect was definitely very strong. This meant that they would dominate the heavenly divine moon for a long time in the future. And they definitely had a better understanding of the situation of the heavenly divine moon. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Xianxia did not want to offend the Bright Moon sect. Yang Long Lingyu had said before that the Bright Moon sect was not the kind of person who would take the initiative to provoke others. The reason why they attacked was mainly because the 9 heavens divine race and the 9 heavens demon race had provoked them first. "Everyone, since you want to borrow my sun soul, you should understand that sun soul is very important to me. Why should I believe your words?" Xianxia said, "We can say that we don't know each other and you just attacked my house. It's normal for me to be wary of you." The 10 heavenly monarchs of the Bright Moon sect thought about it carefully and felt that it would be very difficult for them to borrow the sun soul. If it were them, they wouldn't lend it either. "I am Mingyong Tian, the 18th branch master of the Bright Moon sect." The middle-aged man in the lead said, "Brother, we can make friends first. Let's not talk about borrowing the sun soul for now." Xianxia found it funny. Wasn't making friends just to borrow the sun soul? 18 branch masters? How many branches does your Bright Moon sect have? Xianxia asked. He was very shocked when he heard about the 18 branches. A total of 20. Every 5 branches is 1 door. We are from the Vermilion Bird sect. Mingyong Tian said. A branch master with 9 heavenly monarchs, then how many heavenly monarchs were there in the entire Bright Moon sect? Even the heavenly divine kingdoms could barely resist such a powerful force, right? Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. Wasn't it too easy for a newly born race to become a heavenly monarch? He now understood why the ordinary humans of the divine desolate land were regarded as ants. Compared to these powerful races that were blessed by the heavens, the difference in strength was too great. Many people were unable to become heavenly monarchs even if they risked their lives. This Bright Moon sect had 10 heavenly monarchs wandering around. It was too scary. Brother Ming, if I don't lend my sun soul to you, will you let me leave? Xianxia asked. You are already my friend. Even if you don't lend me your young soul, I will still treat you as a friend. Mingyong Tian said, Brother, may I know your surname? Me. I call you cousin. Xianxia said. Cousin? This name is a bit strange, it doesn't seem like the name of a hero. Ming Yongtian muttered with frown and then said to Qin Yun, then I will call you old cousin. You just arrived at the moon god realm, right? You can also be considered as a guest. We will treat you well. Qin Yun was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. The people from the Bright Moon sect were too casual in making friends. Brother Ming, you won't hit me after I leave, right? Qin Yun did not know if Ming Yongtian had any ulterior motives. I, Ming Yongtian, am willing to form a blood contract with you and become sworn brothers. I definitely won't hurt you. Ming Yongtian said, just condense a strand of your soul and blood and release it. Qin Yun is still not at ease because it is still somewhat dangerous. What if the other party cursed him? Ming Yongtian did not wait for Qin Yun and directly signed a soul contract, promising not to attack Qin Yun. Qin Yun is very astonished. This Ming Yongtian seems to want to borrow his son's soul very much. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become sworn brothers and signed a soul contract. It's fine as long as you don't hurt me. Qin Yun also walked out of the nine-sun heaven-raising pagoda. Ming Yongtian has a square face, thick eyebrows, a hooked nose and a pair of bull-like eyes. He looks very simple and honest. He wore a silver robe that looked like a leather coat, and it was very slim, making him look quite spirited. Qin Yun carefully looked at them and realized that the crescent moon pattern on Ming Yongtian's silver robe is a bit fuller than the other 9. He guessed that the higher the status of a person, the closer the moon pattern on their clothes would be to a full moon. Oh right, the sun dragon race you chased before is my friend. They don't have any ill intentions, the main thing is that the 9 heavens divine race and the 9 heavens demon race are causing trouble. Qin Yun then explained the ins and outs of the matter. We didn't want to kill them. Otherwise, those few Shintianjun wouldn't be our match at all. Those man-eating devils, their Shintianjun have all been killed by us. Although the Sun Dragon race and the Heavenly Lion race are our competitors, they are not mortal enemies. Ming Yongtian said. Qin Yun previously felt that it was strange. Why did the 9 heavens divine race and the 9 heavens demon race's Shintianjun die but the Heavenly Lion race's Shintianjun looks fine? So that's how it is. Then I will thank Brother Ming for being magnanimous on behalf of my friends. Qin Yun cupped his hands and said with a smile. Old cousin, how did you get your sun's soul? The 9 suns from before had 9 sun souls. You are really lucky to be able to get one. Ming Yongtian looked at Qin Yun's heaven-trampling divine boots. The heaven-trampling divine boots were originally golden and red but because they were too dazzling, Qin Yun made them black. However, Ming Yongtian could still see that they are sun souls. Luck, it's all luck. Qin Yun said with a smile. He didn't dare to tell Ming Yongtian that he has 3 sun souls. Our sect leader also has a sun soul. It's a hat. Ming Yongtian said, it's also the sun soul of the 9 suns from before. Since your sect leader has a sun soul, go and borrow it from him. Qin Yun said. Brother, we have 20 branch lords, 20 vice branch lords, 4 sect masters, 2 protectors, 5 elders, 2 vice sect masters, 1 bright moon saintess, 2 bright moon saints, and 10 bright moon saintesses. Everyone needs a sun soul. The sect leader only has 1 sun soul. In order to be fair, he won't lend it to anyone. Ming Yongtian sighed. Qin Yun's eyes widened as he exclaimed, how strong are the people you mentioned just now? Are they all Shintianjun? We were born to be Shintianjun. Ming Yongtian felt that it is somewhat strange and said, if there is anyone who is not a Shintianjun, they will expel us from the Bright Moon sect. Qin Yun almost vomited blood, they were born to be Shintianjun, no wonder Ming Yongtian dared to say that they wanted to rule the world. Then what do you want a sun soul for? Qin Yun asked. We want to borrow the sun soul to cultivate the divine moon heavenly soul. This is similar to the sun soul's ability. As for the specifics, I can't explain it in a short time. In short, this is our cultivation method. Ming Yongtian said, old cousin, it doesn't matter if you don't lend it to us. You are still our friend. Although Ming Yongtian said this, he really wanted to tear off Qin Yun's boots. Qin Yun secretly despised this Ming Yongtian. He looked honest and simple but he still knew how to play tricks. Especially when he smiled foolishly, he might be thinking of how to trick Qin Yun. Ming Yongtian suddenly sent his 9 lackeys away and let them leave. Old cousin, how about this, come with us to the Bright Moon City. I'll see if I can bring you into the Bright Moon Palace and see the Bright Moon Saintess. Ming Yongtian said again. Why do you want to see the Bright Moon Saintess? The corner of Qin Yan's eyebrows twitched as he said with a smile, I'm not interested in the Saintess. So you don't like women? Then let's see the Bright Moon Saint Sun. Ming Yongtian laughed. Qin Yan laughed dryly, I have a wife, I don't need any saintess. In my life, I've seen many saintesses and heavenly maidens. Ming Yongtian put his hand on Qin Yan's shoulder and said, our Bright Moon Saintess is different. If you can obtain her, it will be even more beneficial than obtaining the Sun Soul. She has mastered a cultivation technique, and when she cultivates with a man, she can make the man happy, and at the same time, her cultivation will advance by leaps and bounds. Furthermore, she can clone herself and create a few identical copies of her. Don't say any more, I'm an honest man, I don't do these things. Qin Yan waved his hand. He knew that this Ming Yongtian's tricks were very deep. He actually began to seduce him and even wanted to sell out the Bright Moon Sect's Saintess. Qin Yan was certain that Yu Shangyun should be in that Bright Moon City. Let's go to the Bright Moon City first. We built the Bright Moon City to receive heroes from all over the divine desolate land. You can buy shops or residences in the Bright Moon City and freely enter and exit the city. Ming Yongtian said. Ah? The 9 heavens divine race and the 9 heavens demon race can also enter? Qin Yan said in shock. Of course. However, when they enter the city, they need divine universe golden stone. You are my friend, I can bring you in through the back door. Ming Yongtian said. Brother Ming, you are a branch master after all. Can't you just openly bring me through the main entrance? Qin Yan curled his lips and said, you actually want to go through the back door. If you go through the main entrance, I'm afraid that your son's soul will be discovered by the guards. I won't steal your son's soul, but I can't guarantee that others won't. Ming Yongtian looked at Qin Yan's heaven-treading god boots. Qin Yan immediately took off the heaven-treading god boots and changed into another pair of boots. He said with a smile, can we go through the main entrance now? Let's go. Ming Yongtian and Qin Yan walked forward with their arms around each other's shoulders. Qin Yan took out a sound transmission divine pearl and contacted Yan Long Lingyu. He asked them to go to the Bright Moon City to take a look. Then, he used a communication talisman to contact the nameless old man. He found out that they had met people from the Bright Moon sect and were invited to enter the Bright Moon City. Brother Ming, has your Bright Moon sect completely controlled the divine moon of the heavens? Originally, there was a divine moon clan in the divine moon of the heavens. Do you know about this? Qin Yan asked. Of course we know. The great emperor of the Divine Moon Clan and our sect leader are friends. Therefore, the Divine Moon Clan can also be in the Divine Moon of the Heavens. However, the best place in the Divine Moon of the Heavens has already been occupied by us. Ming Yongtian said. The best place? In the Bright Moon City? How good is it? Qin Yan thought about how to help the Divine Moon Clan establish themselves in the Divine Moon of the Heavens. The Bright Moon Sect Palace in the Bright Moon City is right above the dragon vein of the Divine Moon of the Heavens. Ming Yongtian chuckled and said, although the Divine Moon Clan is the true master of the Divine Moon of the Heavens, after the Divine Moon of the Heavens transformed, their movements are not as fast as ours. Qin Yan thought of Xianxia and asked again, what about the interior of the Divine Moon? It's the core region. Have you been there? Ming Yongtian's expression suddenly became grave. He shook his head and said, that is a forbidden area, no one can go there. The sect leader once brought a protector and wanted to enter the core. However, he incurred the wrath of the divine moon and caused a very strong divine moonstorm. Knowing that even the Bright Moon sect master could not enter the moon's core, Qin Yan felt a lot more at ease. Xianxia was at the heart of the moon. She went in before the divine moon of the heavens had transformed. Originally, Yu Shangyun also wanted to enter, but she was worried about the Mystic Moon Clan, because once they entered the moon's heart, it was unknown how long it would take for them to come out. Brother Ming, your Bright Moon sect isn't in cahoots with the Divine Kingdoms, is it? Qin Yan was rather worried about this matter because the Divine Kingdom was already very strong. If they were to ally with the Bright Moon sect, they would truly be able to sweep through the Divine Wilderness. Of course not. We've heard about what happened in the All Heaven's divine nation. All Heaven's venerable sovereigns have sent envoys over this time. We will only maintain a friendly relationship and will not join forces. Mingyong Tian laughed and said, Bro, don't be afraid of that deity kingdom. You are my friend. How long do you want to stay in Bright Moon City? It won't be a problem for a long time. I will protect you. Mingyong Tian was frantically hinting to Qin Yan to lend him his sun soul. That way, the Bright Moon sect would help him. Of course I'm not afraid of the divine nation. Qin Yan waved his hand and said with a smile, when I became enemies with the sovereigns of all heavens, Brother Ming, you might not even have been born. Really? As expected of someone with a young soul. Mingyong Tian laughed. People with a young soul are very pleasing to the eye. To be honest, there are many handsome men in the Bright Moon Church, but none of them can compare to you. Qin Yan had disguised himself as a middle-aged man in dire straits. Although he was not ugly, he was still somewhat lacking in terms of handsomeness. Mingyong Tian's bootlicking techniques were rather clumsy. Mingyong Tian mentioned the Sun Soul from time to time. It was obvious how much he wanted to borrow the Sun Soul from Qin Yan. If there were really benefits and Mingyong Tian promised to return it, Qin Yan would still consider lending the Sun Soul. Brother Ming, let's talk openly. Qin Yan said, it's fine if you want to borrow my Sun Soul, but I need a guarantee. The Sun Soul is so important, if you can't promise to return it, what will you do? Mingyong Tian stopped and looked at Qin Yan solemnly. Old cousin, do you not believe me? Of course not. If I lend my young soul to you, what if I lose it in your hands? Or was it borrowed by someone else? Qin Yan spread out his hands and said, the Sun Soul is so important. If I want to lend it out, I have to be very careful. To be honest, I don't really want to borrow your Sun Soul. After all, it's too precious. It's like borrowing your lifeblood. So, let's talk about this after we enter the city. Mingyong Tian patted Qin Yan's shoulder and said with a smile, Brother, let's go quickly. Whether you borrow it or not. If you lend me your young soul, I'll find a way to let you spend some time alone with the Bright Moon Saintess. Qin Yan curled his lips. This Mingyong Tian was too bold. He actually wanted to sell off the Bright Moon School's holy maiden. Bright Moon City didn't have city walls, but it had a barrier. The barrier was very powerful. Although the barrier was transparent, one could still vaguely see the flow of energy. Qin Yan did not see any array pillars. He only saw a huge silver door standing there alone. The gate was not square, but round like a silver moon. The silver moon gate was tightly shut, but when they walked in, they discovered that there was no door. It was an energy gate formed by intense silver light. This is our Bright Moon City's Silver Moon Gate. What, isn't it grand? Mingyong Tian said. It's all right. Qin Yan had seen many grand gates. This Silver Moon Gate looked just like that. There were 10 people guarding the gate. They were all wearing bright silver armor. They were more than 2 meters tall and wielded golden spears. The moon on their armor was on the right chest. It was a badge. From the crescent moon, it could be seen that their status was inferior to Mingyong Tian's. Mingyong Tian held his head high and walked in with his hands behind his back. When the guards saw him, they immediately shouted, Greetings, Brother Yong Tian. You guys have worked hard. Mingyong Tian smiled faintly, Brothers, this is a friend I just met. He is a human from the Divine Desolate. Greetings, Brother Yong Tian's friend, the guards hurriedly shouted again. This Mingyong Tian truly had quite a bit of status. Qin Yan previously thought that with 20 branch masters, they would definitely not be worth much. He never expected them to have some status. Hello everyone, hello everyone. Qin Yan immediately cupped his hands and said with a smile. Bright Moon City occupied a very large area. Qin Yan secretly estimated that it should be as big as his Through Heaven Sword formation. This is a place that can accommodate tens of thousands of cities. Within the Through Heaven Sword formation, there are 3 I Heavenly City, White Sun Heavenly City, 9 Sun Royal City and Divine Moon Heavenly City. However, they are very scattered and did not occupy much space within the Through Heaven Sword formation. This Bright Moon City is also the same size. After entering the city gate, there is only an empty space in front of them. There are no buildings in sight. It's at the center. We will reach it after flying for a while. Ming Yongtian said and then flew close to the ground with Qin Yun. Brother Ming, what is the divine moon dragon vein? Qin Yun asked curiously. I also don't know what it is. In short, it is hidden below. Inside the bright moon city, we can obtain the divine power of the divine moon. Ming Yongtian said, Brother, after you entered the city, did you feel anything different? The divine moon's divine power is indeed a bit stronger, but that's all. Qin Yun shook his head and said, the change is not very big. That's enough. Right now the divine moon's divine power is a bit stronger, but that is only temporary. When the dragon vein matures, it will be even stronger. Ming Yongtian said with smile, Brother, cultivating your soul here will allow you to advance by leaps and bounds. Is that so? Then I will have to stay here for a while. Qin Yun's divine moon Dao idol is just short of an opportunity to break through to the sacred heavenly Dao idol. After flying for half a day, Qin Yun finally saw the buildings of the bright moon city. They are all spherical. Large and small spheres landed on the ground, that is the building. If it is a multi-story building, then it would be many spheres stacked on top of each other, looking like candied fruits. Of course, those spheres look like moons. This is also the style of the bright moon city. And in the sky above the center, there is a 10,000-meter wide golden sphere floating. It looks as round as a full moon. That is the Bright Moon Palace, near the Bright Moon Palace. There are many very small spherical buildings floating. They are 100 meters wide, several hundred meters wide, up to 1,000 meters wide. Only the people with high status in the Bright Moon sect can have them. Those large and small moon houses are all around the Bright Moon sect. Brother Ming, how big is your moon house? Qin Yun asked. The 20 smallest ones in the sky belong to us branch masters. Ming Yongtian spread his hands and said, Old cousin, I am only temporarily living in a small house. When my strength increases, I will be able to change to a big house. Can you increase your strength through the Sun Soul? Qin Yun asked. Let's not talk about the Sun Soul first. You make it sound like I really want to borrow your Sun Soul. Ming Yongtian put his hand on Qin Yun's shoulder and said with a laugh, Old cousin, I really didn't make friends with you to borrow your Sun Soul. Qin Yun rolled his eyes. It was very obvious. Ming Yongtian's moon house is 100 meters wide. It is not small. It floated in the air and was quite far from the great bright moon palace. When Qin Yun flew into the air, he discovered that the huge bright moon palace shot out a multicolored light that carried a very strong divine moon power. When being illuminated, he could clearly feel that his soul had become very active, greedily absorbing the divine moon power. With the bright moon palace as the center, it was divided into several levels. The closer the moon house was to the bright moon palace, the higher the status. The moon houses there were usually very big. However, Qin Yun discovered that there were 3 relatively small moon houses that were very close to the bright moon palace. Do you see that pink little moon? It's the bright moon saintesses. Ming Yongtian said with a smile, it's very close to the bright moon palace. It's even closer than the big moons of the elders and protectors. That means that the bright moon saintess's status is very high. How do you know the saintess? Qin Yun looked at Ming Yongtian suspiciously. Why can't I know the saintess? Ming Yongtian patted Qin Yun's shoulder and said with a smile, don't worry, I guarantee that you will be able to see the saintess and be alone with her. Qin Yun felt that this matter was not that simple, so he had to be more careful. Ming Yongtian's moon house was a faint golden color. There was a door on the outside of the big moon. When it was opened, one could enter a passage. The internal structure was filled with many passages and doors. This is my branch. The internal structure is similar to a rat's nest. Ming Yongtian said with a smile, there's nothing to study. Qin Yun thought that Ming Yongtian lived alone. He didn't expect it to be a branch. The passage inside was quite spacious. Ming Yongtian said that it was similar to a rat's nest, causing Qin Yun to suddenly feel like a rat scurrying around. Old cousin, this house is big enough, right? You rest here first, I'll go outside and see if I can find the saintess. Clean up, you might have to meet the saintess here. After Ming Yongtian finished speaking, he hurriedly left. Qin Yun's room was indeed not small. There was also a large bath without water. The four walls of the room were like silver jade, very simple and beautiful. He wrinkled his nose and smelled a faint fragrance. Then, he walked to the silver jade bed and sat down to touch it. Ling Yun'er said with a smile, "Xiaoyun, this is a woman's room." Qin Yun nodded and said, "This Mingyong Tian, what the hell is he doing? Could it be that this is the room he often uses to trick people? Could it be that he casually found a woman and dressed her up as a saintess to trick people? Besides, I didn't say that I wanted to meet the saintess. I already said that I'm not interested in her. Don't worry so much, it's delivered to my door, it's a waste not to take it." Ling Yun'er giggled and said, "If you don't want it, I want it. Great beauty Yun'er, lust is like a knife above your head. Maybe this is a trap?" Qin Yun shook his head, then sat on the bed, closed his eyes and rested. At this time, he doesn't know why but his imperial heaven heart is beating fiercely. The imperial heaven heart is squarish, it is located in his heart. The real heart is located inside the squarish imperial heaven heart. Could it be that being in the divine moon of the heavens will help me cultivate the imperial heaven divine art? Qin Yun suddenly became happy. After Qin Yun discovered the movement of the imperial heaven heart, he immediately went to cultivate the second stage. It is really effective. His soul is currently absorbing the special divine moon power of the heavenly divine moon. Then, in a very mysterious way, it allowed his soul to evolve. Qin Yun now feels that his soul is in a very relaxed and comfortable state, allowing him to circulate his cultivation technique very smoothly. Unknowingly, while cultivating, Qin Yun felt that one soul and one spirit of his 9 souls and 9 spirits are changing at a very fast speed. This kind of change is also carried out with the influence of the nether moon. My one soul and one spirit, are they going to evolve into heavenly soul and heavenly soul? Qin Yun is somewhat excited because within the imperial heaven divine technique, there are some techniques that require heavenly soul and heavenly soul to be used. When he was cultivating the heavenly soul and heavenly soul, he was completely isolated from the outside world, causing him to be unable to converse with Ling Yun'er. After coming to the heavenly divine moon, Qin Yun is very surprised to have such a harvest. While concentrating on cultivation, Qin Yun did not feel the passage of time. He only wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to evolve his one soul and one spirit in one go. In total, he has to completely evolve the 9 souls and 9 spirits into heavenly soul and heavenly soul. This can't be completed in a short period of time and needs to be done slowly. Many people can cultivate heavenly body but they can't cultivate heavenly soul and heavenly soul. Qin Yun thought to himself, and through the imperial heaven divine technique, regardless of whether it is cultivating heavenly body or heavenly soul, they are all extremely special. His heavenly body is different from other people's heavenly body. Not only is it abnormally powerful, it is also immune to all kinds of poisons. If he had enough imperial heaven divine power flowing within his body, it would make his heavenly body extremely tough. Even without armor, all kinds of powerful divine weapons would find it difficult to damage his heavenly body. Qin Yun closed his eyes and quickly entered the space of his soul consciousness. The 9 souls are white and the 9 spirits are black, like chains formed by mist. One soul and one spirit are a group, intertwining with each other and twisting into one. A faint divine blue splendor appeared on the surface of one group of souls, meaning that it is gradually transforming into a heavenly soul and heavenly soul. This is the first time I can see my 9 souls and 9 spirits so clearly. Qin Yun carefully looked at the evolving group of souls. He discovered that there were runes inside but he couldn't tell what kind of runes they were. This group of evolving souls was like 2 intertwining black and white chains. Every link was changing in size, as if they were breathing. Every time they breathed, they were absorbing the power of the divine moon in the heavens. As Qin Yun circulated the mental cultivation method of the imperial heaven divine art, he could activate the chain to breathe and absorb the divine moon's divine power. Qin Yun looked into his soul. Unknowingly, a period of time passed. He also saw the soul release a very strong blue glow with his own eyes. On the surface of the chain, blue runes appeared. My soul and soul have successfully evolved into heavenly soul and heavenly soul. Qin Yun is very excited, then he suddenly opened his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, he also opened his heaven eye. Now, he could see many more things with his heaven eye. For example, he could see many invisible threads around him, as well as floating silver mist. Only by opening his heavenly eye could he see the silver mist. Cultivating heavenly soul and heavenly soul can indeed allow my heavenly eye to evolve. Xianxia felt happy in his heart and then looked towards the door. Although the door was tightly shut, Xianxia could see a tall person walking back and forth outside through his heavenly eye. It's Brother Ming. How long has he been waiting for me outside? Xianxia immediately got off the bed and walked towards the door to open it. After he opened the door, he saw Ming Yongtian happily shouting, "Old cousin, you finally came out. How long have I been in seclusion?" Xianxia hastily asked. 3 days. Ming Yongtian pressed down on Xianxia's shoulder and said with sigh, "Old cousin, I'm really sorry. Saintess already came, but because you didn't come out, she left again. I couldn't keep her, I'm really sorry." "It doesn't matter," Xianxia said with smile. He felt that Saintess never came and that Ming Yongtian was just talking nonsense. Old cousin is truly magnanimous. Ming Yongtian patted Xianxia's shoulder and said with smile, "You wait patiently for 2 more days, I've already told her to come again." Xianxia originally wanted to say something, but his eyes unknowingly felt a bit cold, causing a faint blue light to appear. Then he saw that Ming Yongtian's entire body is wrapped up in black gas. This scared him so much that he let out a strange cry. "Old cousin, your eyes have a faint blue light. What kind of cultivation technique do you cultivate?" Ming Yongtian was also startled by Xianxia's strange cry and promptly asked. "No, nothing. I just feel that blue eyes look good, so I condensed blue divine power into my eyes." Xianxia hastily calmed down, then completely opened his heavenly eye and looked at Ming Yongtian. Ming Yongtian's body is wrapped up in black gas. Only when the heavenly eye is opened can he see it. When it is closed, he can't see anything. "Old cousin, why are you looking at me? Is there something on my face?" Ming Yongtian hastily took out a mirror and looked at his face. "Brother Ming, I have a premonition that you will be very unlucky for a period of time." Xianxia said with frown, "I can see that your body is surrounded by bad luck." "What? Old cousin, don't joke around." Ming Yongtian laughed and said, "I was very lucky to be able to meet you. How could I be surrounded by bad luck?" Just now, Xianxia also thought of the Imperial Heaven Divine technique that can see one's luck. This can only be done by cultivating heavenly soul and heavenly soul. Not only that, it can also see a person's fate and so on. It can even help people get rid of all kinds of bad luck. There is also an even more brilliant method, which is to put a curse on people, causing them to be surrounded by bad luck and even have a bloody calamity. In short, it is to see other people's heavenly fate and change other people's heavenly fate. Of course, if one goes too far, they will have to pay the price and even be punished by the heavens. Only now did Xianxia begin to understand the power of the Imperial Heaven Divine technique. This is indeed very Imperial Heaven. This? I just have a premonition, Brother Ming, you have to be more careful. Xianxia warned. It won't happen, I am so strong and I am in Bright Moon City, how can I be unlucky? Ming Yongtian waved his hand and said with a smile. At this moment, a middle-aged man hurriedly walked over and said in a low voice, "Branch leader, something bad has happened." "What's bad?" The smile on Ming Yongtian's face suddenly disappeared. He looked at Xianxia and felt that something is wrong. Our Vermilion Bird sect leader plans to place his disciple in our 18th branch. Sect leader wants his disciple to follow you for a period of time and then take over your position. The middle-aged man said in a deep voice. What? Ming Yongtian immediately became furious. Why should I be kicked out? The Bright Moon sect has 4 sects, namely Azure Dragon sect, White Tiger sect, Black Tortoise sect and Vermilion Bird sect. Under each sect leader, there are 5 branches, a total of 20 branches. Ming Yongtian is from the Vermilion Bird sect. It can be said that the Vermilion Bird sect leader is his superior. It's not that they are kicking you out, rumor has it that they will promote you to the Vermilion Bird sect and arrange a new position for you. They will make you go to the Divine Desolate to find the Vermilion Bird Divine Beast. The middle-aged man did not even finish speaking when Ming Yongtian flew into a rage and shouted, "Why should I go find a bird? I am not going, I am doing well as a branch master. That bullshit sect leader wants his turtle disciple to replace me? I want to fight to the death with him. Don't worry, branch master, we will definitely follow you, the middle-aged man said. Oldly, you go back first, I will take care of this matter. Ming Yongtian sent Oldly away and immediately pushed Qin Yan into the room and closed the door. Qin Yan did not expect that just as he saw Ming Yongtian's bad luck, he would immediately run into misfortune. Old cousin, how did you know that I would run into misfortune? Ming Yongtian only feels that this is incomparably strange. This is a technique that I cultivate. Qin Yan spread out his hands and said, you must help me keep this a secret. Ming Yongtian anxiously walked back and forth and cursed in low voice, this is troublesome. Why is it me? Why is he not looking for other branches, why is he looking for me? Brother Ming, are you that afraid of the sect leader? Qin Yan said with smile, didn't you say that you want to fight to the death with him? The problem is that I can't fight. Even if I fight to the death, it will be useless. Ming Yongtian shook his head and sighed, don't tell me that I really have to go find a bird? In the Nine-Yang Divine Palace, there is the azure dragon, the black tortoise, there is the little black donkey, the black tortoise. And the white tiger died in vain as the general manager of the Nine-Yang Divine Palace. As for the vermilion bird, there is no such thing. Yang Yang said that she can evolve into the Nine Heavens vermilion bird but she still can't. Old cousin, since you can see that I have bad luck, can you help me change my luck? Ming Yongtian's eyes suddenly lit up, he said with smile, if you can do it, I guarantee that I will be able to make the saintess come here tonight. Is the saintess your sister? Qin Yan unhappily asked. He can already roughly guess that the bright moon saintess is Ming Yongtian's relative. And this woman's room is the original residence of the bright moon saintess. That's right, the saintess is my sister. As expected of old cousin, you are truly a divine strategist. Ming Yongtian laughed mischievously and said, don't worry, my sister is very obedient, I will definitely persuade her to marry you. Qin Yan waved his hand and said, I don't dare to touch your bright moon sect saintess, I will be beaten to death by your sect leader. Don't be afraid, I can arrange for my sister to go far away with you. The divine desolate is so big, there must be a place for you to hide. Ming Yongtian said with smile, as long as you can help me change my luck, it's fine. Qin Yan rolled his eyes, he did not expect that Ming Yongtian would be scheming like this all along. Oh that's right, you have a sister, so you should have parents, right? Qin Yan asked curiously. I do, they are all very ordinary. Although they are all Shintianjun, they have been arranged to do other things. Only me and my sister are here, so she is very obedient. Ming Yongtian said. Shintianjun is also ordinary. Qin Yan is somewhat puzzled, what kind of existence are these bright moon sect people? I can help you change your luck but I don't want your sister. You make it sound like you are doing a flesh business. Qin Yan said. When Ming Yongtian heard that this is Qin Yan's first attempt, his face immediately became bitter. Because it sounds very unreliable, he really doesn't want to find birds. Old cousin, is this stable or not? If it doesn't work, then I will really have to find birds. Ming Yongtian's face is frowning, he placed his big hand on Qin Yan's shoulder. Don't worry, I have always been very stable. You go out first, I will properly prepare. Qin Yan said. Ming Yongtian's mood was originally very good but now that he knows that he can no longer be the branch leader and has to go everywhere to find birds, he feels very sad. Qin Yan took a deep breath and returned to his bed. He closed his eyes and began studying the method inside the Imperial Heaven Divine Technique. Inside the Imperial Heaven Divine Technique, there is indeed a method that can change one's luck. Qin Yan wants to understand clearly, if he helps people change their luck, will it have any effect on him, for example heavenly punishment? Furthermore, the method to change luck is somewhat complicated. It requires the use of extremely complicated and profound runes. I wonder what kind of runes it is. Qin Yan closed his eyes and all kinds of content of the Imperial Heaven Divine Technique appeared in his mind. He is also very familiar with those runes but he doesn't know their specific uses. Xiao Yun, if it can really be done, wouldn't it be able to help a lot of people? Ling Yuner is also very surprised about the Imperial Heaven Divine Technique. Of course not, helping people change their luck is a matter of fate. If I set up a stall to help others, I will be punished by the heavens. Qin Yan said with smile, I met Ming Yongtian, it can be said that I have fate with him, so I decided to help him. Qin Yan spent a long time to roughly understand the Imperial Heaven Divine Technique's Fate Imperial Luck Changing Technique. This Fate Imperial Luck Changing Technique can not only help people change bad luck into good luck, it can also change good luck into bad luck, and no matter how it is changed, if the person using the Fate Imperial Luck Changing Technique is not strong enough, they will easily suffer a backlash. The main thing is that the Heavenly Soul and Heavenly Soul will suffer heavy injuries. If the Fate Imperial Luck Changing Technique is used on a person with a very hard fate, after failure, not only will he suffer heavy injuries, he will also suffer from heavenly punishment and bad luck. Qin Yan is going to use it for the first time, and he is going to use it on a divine heaven lord, so he intends to use it to change his fate. As long as I remove the bad luck from Ming Yongtian's body, I won't help him change his luck. There's no need for that. Qin Yan took out the floating cloud divine needle and tested it in the void. He used the power of the blood soul to carve the runes of the Fate Imperial Luck Changing Technique. There are several types of such runes. Qin Yan is currently practicing the simplest one, which is specialized in dispelling bad luck. After a night of practice, Qin Yan was very proficient. What made him puzzled is that this mysterious rune did not resonate with any of his inscription spirits. What kind of rune is this? It's not a heavenly pattern. Qin Yan previously thought that it was a kind of heavenly rune. That way, his Empyrean inscription spirit would be able to play a role. But that is not the case. Because when he was carving runes, the Empyrean inscription spirit did not react at all. Although he did not use the inscription spirit, he was able to master it very quickly and skillfully. The precision of the runes he carved is very high, indicating that his perception in this aspect is extremely high. All right. Qin Yan walked out of the room, and just as he opened the door, he saw Ming Yongtian standing outside. His expression was extremely ugly, and his glabella looked like it had turned black. "Brother Ming, what's wrong?" asked Qin Yan anxiously. "Old cousin, I am really out of luck. The eldest disciple of the Vermilion Bird Sect Master will come over tonight and take my place. Tomorrow, I will set out to look for birds." Ming Yongtian bitterly smiled and said, "Goodbye old cousin, farewell forever." Isn't it just looking for birds? As for farewell forever? Qin Yan found it somewhat funny, then opened his heavenly eye and looked at Ming Yongtian. This look caused Qin Yan to jump in fright. Seeing Qin Yan's reaction and seeing Qin Yan's slightly blue eyes, Ming Yongtian realized that Qin Yan was looking at his luck. "Old cousin, don't scare me." Ming Yongtian's voice is already trembling. He hastily asked, "What did you see?" "The bad luck aura on your body has a kind of dark red color. This is the sign of bad luck." "I am not scaring you, I am serious," Qin Yan hastily said. I am dead for sure. I knew that looking for birds would be the end of me." Ming Yongtian very dejectedly shouted loudly. "Oh right, I heard that the people of your Bright Moon sect can't die. What are you afraid of?" Qin Yan thought of this matter. They can't die, but once their bodies are destroyed, they will need to be reincarnated and start growing up from a baby. Ming Yongtian bitterly smiled and said, "Old cousin, you don't know, usually, reincarnation is not for humans but for beasts. If your luck is bad, you will be sent to a pig." "What? There is such a thing?" Qin Yan is astonished. "After we are finished, our souls will fly back to the Bright Moon Palace. In the Bright Moon Palace, there are many female beasts that are used for us to reincarnate. Only people with very high status can reincarnate. For someone as unlucky as me, I will definitely be a pig or a dog," Ming Yongtian said with a bitter face. "Then what about coming out, will it be a human or a beast?" Qin Yan asked. "Of course it will be a human. But, a baby born from a pig, this doesn't sound good, you will be laughed at for the rest of your life." Ming Yongtian's face is gloomy, it is as if he can see himself being born by an old sow. Qin Yan finally understood that the rebirth of the Bright Moon Sex people is not through the soul rebuilding their body but through human or beast embryos. And there are definitely very few human embryos, so only a few people with high status can use it. Those with low status can use beast embryos. Don't say it's so disheartened, I haven't even made a move yet. Qin Yan very confidently smiled and said, "Brother Ming, you must believe me. I can see that you have bad luck, so naturally I can help you get rid of it." He pulled Ming Yongtian into the room and closed the door. Old cousin, if you can help me get through this, I will think of a way to get a few great beauties of the Bright Moon sect for you. Ming Yongtian said. Brother Ming, do I look like someone who lacks beauties? Qin Yan chuckled and said. That's right, someone as capable as old cousin definitely has a lot of women, maybe even more than I have seen. Ming Yongtian muttered. Qin Yan let Ming Yongtian sit cross-legged on the ground and then took out 9 white formation flags. These formation flags were made by Shui Tianzi and Zi Qingqing. Qin Yan began carving imperial fate-changing rune on the formation flags and said, Your current situation is very sudden, what I learned before might not be suitable. So I can't do it by myself, I need your cooperation. Ah? How do I cooperate? Ming Yongtian panicked and hastily asked. Let's say it like this, the people who brought you bad luck and bad luck are the Vermilion Bird sect leader and his disciple. Who do you think is more hateful? Qin Yan said. Of course it's that bastard disciple, this guy has been eyeing my branch master position for a long time. All day long he pesters his master for my position and also uses all kinds of methods to discredit me. This bastard disciple has some background, the Vermilion Bird sect leader is also very helpless. After Ming Yongtian finished speaking, he began to curse a bunch of times. Continuous curse words, it can be seen that he has cursed many times to be so proficient. Qin Yan said with smile, Alright, I will help you change the bad luck on your body into a special state. And you, through a special method, can transfer the bad luck on your body to that bastard disciple. Ah? There is such a good thing? This is great. Ming Yongtian almost jumped in joy, he said with smile, What method do you want to use? Slap him, maybe one slap is not enough, you need to slap him 2 or 3 times, then you can transfer the bad luck on your body to him. Qin Yan said, Do you dare? About this, let's do it. Ming Yongtian thought for a moment and said. At this time, Qin Yan finished setting up the 9 formation flags and controlled them to revolve around Ming Yongtian's body. The originally white formation flags slowly turned black as they revolved around Ming Yongtian. Moreover, they carried an evil dark red color. Ming Yongtian felt fear after seeing this. Brother Ming, let out his blood. Qin Yan said solemnly. Ming Yongtian responded, then hastily cut it and let the blood flow out. The blood on his body is silvery blue, it can be seen that he is also cultivating the heavenly body. Under Qin Yan's control, the blood entered the 9 formation flags. The formation flags suddenly turned into black flames, the black flames mixed with the silvery blue blood on Ming Yongtian's body. It is a state where water and fire fuse together, following Qin Yan's control, the flame gradually shrank. Open your palm. Qin Yan said. After Ming Yongtian opened his palm, the flame fell into his palm and entered his palm, then turned into a black-red round mark. This is your bad luck and misfortune. Now that it is in your hands, you have to ruthlessly beat that bastard disciple to transfer the bad luck on your body. He is the one who brought you bad luck, so only he can receive the transfer of your bad luck. Qin Yan said. Ming Yongtian looked at his palm and said with a smile, Old cousin, this method of yours is really awesome. Our sect leader has definitely never heard of this method of yours, this is simply too wonderful. My bad luck can be transferred to that bastard disciple, just thinking about it makes me feel so good. Let's go find that bastard disciple now. You can hit his face, as long as you don't leave a mark on your hand, it can be considered that your luck is good. Qin Yan said with a smile, Have you thought about how to hit him? Do I even need to think about it? When that bastard disciple comes, I will directly cut him up. Ming Yongtian said with a sinister smile, Damned bastard, you want to steal this daddy's 18th branch master position? Dream on. After you beat him up, you will definitely be punished by the Vermilion Bird sect leader. This is the price you have to pay for your luck. Of course, if the Vermilion Bird sect leader is lenient, then you won't lose anything. In short, this is your fault, I won't take responsibility. Qin Yan said. It's fine, as long as I can make that bastard suffer, I don't mind being beaten up. Ming Yongtian only wanted to vent his anger. Qin Yan said with a smile, Brother Ming, if you don't hurry up and find that bastard disciple, you won't be able to change your luck. Yes, this is very important. Ming Yongtian immediately went to open the door. After opening the door, Qin Yan saw a woman wearing a silver dress. She stood outside the door with her hands crossed over her chest. Her jet-black wavy hair draped over her shoulders. Her eyes emitted an ice-cold silver light and her beautiful white oval face revealed a jade-like luster. When she saw Qin Yan, her originally smiling face immediately turned cold and her eyebrows slightly knitted. This was Ming Yongtian's saintess sister, Ming Yunyue. Big brother, who is he? Why did you bring him to my room? Didn't you say that there was a problem with my room and that it needed to be repaired? How can you bring another man in? Ming Yunyue's voice was slightly hoarse and low, making her appear even more calm. Although her low and hoarse voice was ice-cold, it gave Qin Yan a different feeling. He's my cousin. He's a human friend I know. He came here to help repair the formation in your room. It's already been repaired. Ming Yongtian laughed and said, "Little sister, why did you suddenly come?" Ming Yunyue's eyes were filled with vigilance. She sized up Qin Yan and said, "Big brother, you're about to scram. You still have the time to help me repair my room?" Ming Yongtian frowned and said, "Little sister, what do you mean by this? The Vermilion Bird Sect Master transferred you to the Vermilion Bird Sect and put you in charge of finding the Vermilion Bird. Your position as Branch Master will temporarily be taken over by the eldest disciple of the Vermilion Bird Sect Master, Ling Ying. Don't you know?" After Ming Yunyue finished speaking, she glanced at Qin Yan again. She also felt that it was strange. Why was there a human in her room? Qin Yan knew that Ming Yongtian had deliberately tricked him into going to the Bright Moon Saintess room. Fortunately, nothing went wrong. Otherwise, he might have been scolded by the Bright Moon Saintess. Of course I know about this. I'm going to take care of that bastard disciple right now. Speaking of this matter, Ming Yongtian became extremely angry and immediately rushed out of the room. "Big brother, what are you doing? You want to beat Ling Ying?" Ming Yunyue immediately blocked in front of Ming Yongtian and said in a low voice, "Something will happen. Who do you think Ling Ying is? How can she be beaten up so easily?" Ming Yongtian looked at Qin Yan and smiled calmly. "Don't worry, no matter what, I will beat him up. It's this bastard who made me so unlucky. Brother, if you beat him up, you won't be able to stay in the Bright Moon Church anymore. Even if you want to vent your anger, you have to think about it carefully. I know you feel wronged, but you can't be so impulsive." Ming Yunyue knew very well just how great Ling Ying's background was. After all, she was the Bright Moon Holy Maiden. If Brother Ming hits Ling Ying, what will the consequences be? Qin Yan asked. He could help Ming Yongtian transfer away his bad luck, but Ming Yongtian himself would have to pay the price. The lightest punishment is imprisonment for 10 years, or torture. In the worst-case scenario, you will be expelled from the Bright Moon School. Ming Yunyue looked at Ming Yongtian and shouted, "Big brother, you have to calm down." Ming Yongtian looked at the circular mark on his palm and discovered that the red and black mark was floating. He hurriedly said, "Old cousin, what's the situation now? We have to act quickly. If we miss this opportunity, we won't have another chance." Qin Yan's expression changed as he said, "Quickly go find Ling Ying and beat him up." "Who are you? You are pushing my big brother into a pit of fire." Ming Yunyue heard the conversation between Qin Yan and Ming Yongtian and knew that the situation was not right. "Your big brother is plagued by bad luck and this is all caused by Ling Ying. I used a secret technique to condense your big brother's bad luck in the palm of my hand. As long as he slaps Ling Ying's face, he can transfer the bad luck and bad luck. Otherwise, your big brother will definitely suffer a bloody calamity." Qin Yan quickly explained. "What is this?" Ming Yunyue said with a cold face, "How can there be such a mysterious thing? So it was you, you swindler, who instigated my big brother to do stupid things." "Little sister, old cousin is an expert. I'm too lazy to explain to you, I'll go beat up Ling Ying first. If I'm too slow, I'll be completely finished." Ming Yongtian hurriedly left. Ming Yunyue immediately chased after him. She doesn't believe Qin Yan's words of luck at all. She looked at Qin Yan who was walking quickly beside her and said with an ice-cold voice, low and hoarse, carrying a faint domineering aura, "If you harm my big brother, I won't let you off." Qin Yan thought for a moment, then took a step forward, pressed down on Ming Yongtian's shoulder and took out a pot of strong wine. This is brewed by Xianru Jing and is also very precious. It can really make people drunk. Brother Ming, drink this pot of wine and then go beat up Ling Ying. Qin Yan said. All right. Ming Yongtian drank it in one gulp, then his face turned red. He is also a bit drunk and walking unsteadily. However, he is still quite spirited. Especially when he thought about beating up Ling Ying, he became very excited. Not long after, Ming Yongtian arrived at a large hall. In this hall, Ling Ying used a very strict and arrogant tone to reprimand the other people of the 18th branch. With one look, it is clear that Ling Ying wants to establish her might. Moreover, she wants to kill the chicken to warn the monkey and properly intimidate Ming Yongtian's subordinates. At this moment, Ming Yongtian rushed in a flurry. Ming Yunue did not stop him because she understood her big brother very well. Once her big brother decided to do something, he would do it even if he had to risk his life. Qin Yan promptly reminded Ming Yunue and said, Miss Ming, quickly tell Ling Ying that your big brother drank wine. Although Ming Yunue is very unhappy with Qin Yan in her heart, she still did as Qin Yan said. Ling Ying, my big brother is drunk, be careful. Ling Ying is a tall young man, his handsome face is filled with pride. He said with a smile, Ming Yongtian, you're finally here. I'm handing over your work. You used to be a branch master after all, how did you get drunk? Everyone can smell the alcohol on Ming Yongtian's body. There are more than 20 of Ming Yongtian's subordinates present. When they saw Ming Yongtian, they were quite happy. What they didn't expect was that Ming Yongtian, who was wobbling as he walked, suddenly grabbed Ling Ying's collar and gave her a tight slap. He roared angrily, you bastard disciple, I've always found you an eyesore. Boom, the power of this palm was extremely great, it shook the sky, Ling Ying's head was spinning from the slap. He thought that Ming Yongtian wouldn't dare to hit him, and he had even planned to taunt Ming Yongtian while he was grabbing onto his clothes. However, he didn't expect that Ming Yongtian would grab onto him and start beating him up. Ming Yongtian felt extremely good. He looked at the black and red round mark in his palm and discovered that the color had faded a little. It really is effective. Ming Yongtian was secretly happy in his heart and then he slapped him again. Another explosion sounded out in the hall. Ling Ying was stunned by the two slaps and was unable to retaliate at all. The main reason was that Ming Yongtian was stronger. Boom. Boom, boom. After a few consecutive powerful slaps, Ling Ying's face was crooked. What was rare was that he did not fall to the ground. Instead, he covered his face and leaned against the wall, glaring at Ming Yongtian. When Ming Yongtian saw that the black and red round mark in his palm had disappeared, he immediately stopped because it would be very difficult to end the fight if he continued. Qin Yan also revealed a smile but he was immediately glared at by Ming Yunua's ice-cold eyes. Ah. Brother Ling, you. What's wrong with you? Ming Yongtian pretended to suddenly sober up and immediately went over to support Ling Ying. He asked with concern, Who? Who hit you? Ling Ying covered his face and was so angry that his entire body was trembling. He gritted his teeth and said angrily, You were the one who hit me. When Ming Yongtian heard this, his face was immediately filled with vexation. He widened his eyes and said, This. Is this true? You don't want to admit it? Ling Ying shouted angrily. Plop, Ming Yongtian suddenly knelt on the ground and howled, Brother Ling, this is all my fault. I drank too much just now and thought of being arranged to find a bird, so I was in a very bad mood and lost my mind for a moment. Please forgive me. You. When Ling Ying saw Ming Yongtian kneel to him, he was also stunned. This was because Ming Yongtian's seniority was still relatively high and his strength was also stronger than his. The weight of this kneel was very heavy. Brother Ling, how about this? I'll let my sister, the Bright Moon Saintess, marry you. Consider it my apology to you. My sister is right there, you can take her away. Ming Yongtian pointed to the beautiful and elegant Bright Moon Saintess outside the door. Qin Yan was startled. He never thought that Ming Yongtian would actually kneel down and promise to marry his sister to Ling Ying. He looked at Ming Yunue in astonishment, only to see her calm expression, as if she was used to this. When Ling Ying came into contact with Ming Yunue's ice-cold gaze, he could not help but shiver. He said, This. I can't afford to marry her. Although you were drunk and hit people, I will report this matter to master. How about this, I'll marry my sister to the Vermilion Bird sect leader and ask him to let me go. Ming Yongtian hugged Ling Ying's thigh and shouted, Brother Ling, I beg you to let me go. Even the Vermilion Bird sect leader doesn't dare to marry the Bright Moon Saintess. Ling Ying gritted his teeth and cursed Ming Yongtian in his heart. In the Bright Moon sect, who would dare to marry the Bright Moon Saintess? Wasn't that courting death? In any case, I'm sincerely marrying my sister to you as an apology. You're the one who doesn't want it. Ming Yongtian curled his lips and said, I've already done this much, what else do you want? Qin Yan should have known long ago that Ming Yongtian, this middle-aged man who looked simple and honest, was actually an old fox with all kinds of tricks. Previously, he had planned to introduce the Bright Moon Saintess to him in order to trick him. Qin Yan couldn't help but look at the Bright Moon Saintess beside him. He knew that she was definitely a hot beauty. She glared back at Qin Yan, crossed her arms in front of her chest and leaned against the door frame, watching the farce caused by her big brother. Ling Ying hated Ming Yongtian to death, but there was nothing she could do. Brother Ling, tomorrow, I will announce to the entire Bright Moon sect that my sister will marry you. Your marriage is set. You are my brother-in-law and we will be a family from now on. Ming Yongtian also stood up and said with a smile. This time I'm unlucky. I'll let you go. Also, I won't be your brother-in-law even if I die. Ling Ying didn't even dare to look at Ming Yunyue at the door. That's a pity. Ming Yongtian sighed, Brother Ling, you're so handsome and talented, hurry up and pack up. Go find a bird. I don't want to see you again. Ling Ying snorted. Ming Yongtian trusted Qin Yan very much because when Qin Yan saw his bad luck, he was sent to find the Vermilion Bird. Later on, Qin Yan said that his bad luck was going to turn into bad luck, which scared him half to death. Now that he had transferred all his bad luck to Ling Ying, Ming Yongtian felt extremely happy. After he left the hall, he brought Qin Yan and Ming Yunyue to his living room. Big brother, you're smart this time, I'll let you get away with it. Don't be so reckless next time. Ming Yunyue glared at Qin Yan and said, Big brother, why do you believe anyone's nonsense? He's obviously a swindler. Little sister. I'm really sorry this time, I can only bring you out, please forgive big brother. Ming Yongtian said with a smile. Although he apologized, he didn't look guilty at all. Humph. Ming Yunyue snorted coldly and sat opposite Qin Yan. She crossed her legs and stared at Qin Yan coldly. When Ming Yongtian saw that his sister was biased against Qin Yan, he felt somewhat embarrassed. He said with a smile, Old cousin, can you help me see if my sister has any bad luck? Sure. Qin Yan's eyes flashed and turned into a faint blue color. He opened his heavenly eye and looked at Ming Yunyue. It's just a little trick. Who doesn't know how to change their eyes? Ming Yunyue still did not believe that Qin Yan could see through a person's luck because it was too mysterious. Qin Yan did not blame Ming Yunyue because if it was him, he would not believe it either. The main reason was that it was too strange. She has a faint purple aura on her body. This is a good thing. Purple aura represents good luck. She should have good luck next. Qin Yan was rather surprised. He thought that he would not be able to see anything. Bluff, continue bluffing. Ming Yunyue did not believe it at all. What about me, what about me? Ming Yongtian hurriedly came to Qin Yan's side. You just transferred bad luck and bad luck, so your luck will temporarily be in an empty state. It's neither good nor bad, as long as you don't court death. Qin Yan waved his hand and said with a smile. Ming Yongtian was somewhat disappointed because he also hoped that he would have good luck. Big brother, he looks like he's only at the Saint God realm. Why would you believe his nonsense? Ming Yunyue rolled her eyes in annoyance when she saw that her elder brother trusted Qin Yan so much. When she rolled her eyes, she looked quite pretty. She had a different kind of charm. Because old cousin is very capable. Ming Yongtian said with a smile. He did not reveal the matter of Qin Yan having a son's soul to his sister Saintess. He didn't even tell his own sister, so it was clear that he still had some integrity. Big brother. Although you pretend to be honest and simple, I know very well that you are a cunning fox. How can you be fooled now? Are you out of your mind? Ming Yunue was speechless. She shook her head and sighed. Sister, when you have the chance to see my brother's strength in the future, you will know why I believe him. Ming Yongtian sighed and said, originally, I wanted to matchmake the two of you, but since you don't believe him, then forget it. Brother, what are you thinking about? You matchmaking me with him. Ming Yunue was very depressed and said, he is a human from the god-desolate land. Even if I agree, will the sect master agree? Will the entire sect agree? So what if they don't agree? It's fine as long as I agree. Ming Yongtian curled his lips and said, Sister, the entire sect doesn't dare to marry you and they don't agree to you marrying outside. They want you to be single for the rest of your life. They are all heartless. When Qin Yin saw Ming Yunue look over, he hurriedly spread out his hands and said, Miss Ming, I have a wife. I have both big and small wives. I really don't have any thoughts of marrying you, this is all your brother's own idea. Before this, I didn't even know that you were his sister. Oh right, he even told me to stay in your room and wait for you. Ming Yunue immediately gritted her teeth and glared at Ming Yongtian. She said angrily, Brother, are you my brother or not? You actually invited a wolf into the house. Ming Yongtian scratched his nose and muttered, Old cousin is a bachelor. Aren't I doing this for your own good? In Ming Yongtian's eyes, Qin Yin having a son's soul was awesome. If his sister and Qin Yin were together, she would be able to borrow Qin Yin's son's soul. And it was only natural for him to find an opportunity to borrow his brother-in-law's son's soul in the future. Qin Yin knew that in the end, Ming Yongtian wanted to borrow his son's soul. It was just that he had to use a more complicated method. Let's not talk about this for now. Brother, even if you don't want to find the vermilion bird, you still have to go unless you don't want to stay in the Bright Moon sect. Ming Yunue said, and I will use my connections to help you investigate the whereabouts of the vermilion bird. I plan to go find the sect leader and ask him to give me another job. I don't want to leave Bright Moon City, I want to stay here. Little sister, you are alone in the divine moon of the heavens. As your big brother, I am worried. Ming Yongtian said. Then what can you do? The reason why he asked you to find the vermilion bird is because the sect leader felt that you can't do any other work, so he asked you to do the simplest one. You can play everywhere, it's not like you have to find the vermilion bird. Ming Yunue was worried sick for her brother. Little sister, I have an old cousin. He can help me. Ming Yongtian's eyes lit up. He felt that Qin Yun was very capable and would definitely be able to help him do a lot of things. Up to you. I still have other things to do. Recently, many distinguished guests from the Divine Desolate have arrived. I, as the Saintess, am the face of the Bright Moon sect's young people. I have to go receive them. Ming Yunue waved her hand and walked out of the living room. When she reached the door, she said, the next time you come back, come to my Saintess Palace. I have a hall and 5 rooms for you. Ming Yunue left. Qin Yin sat in the living room and ate fruits containing the power of the divine moon. These fruits were also grown by the Bright Moon sect. Old cousin, I can't be the branch master anymore. Even if I don't go find the bird, I have to move my nest. Ming Yongtian looked at his living room and said with disappointment, my moon house is gone just like that. Qin Yin came here mainly to find Xiaqiru. As for how to enter the moon's core, he had not tried it yet, but it was definitely very difficult. Even the Bright Moon sect leader was unable to enter the moon's core, so it would definitely not be easy for Qin Yin to enter. Qin Yin suspected that entering the moon's core might have something to do with the dragon vein. The dragon vein was in the Bright Moon City, so he had to stay here for a period of time. Old cousin, what do you know? Help me, let me stay in the Bright Moon City. I will definitely be able to persuade my sister to marry you. Ming Yongtian said with a grin. Brother Ming, a straightforward person doesn't beat around the bush. Tell me honestly, why is it that no one dares to marry your sister? Qin Yin ate the fruit and stared at the grinning Ming Yongtian. Ming Yongtian suddenly stopped laughing and said with a serious expression, because she has a forbidden box on her body. That box is very mysterious, it looks like a moon. When she was born, the box flew away from the sect leader's hand and entered her body. Qin Yin is greatly alarmed. That box is clearly the bloodline heavenly pattern box that Yu Shengyun lent to the Bright Moon sect leader, There must be a reason why the bloodline heavenly pattern box entered Ming Yunyua's body. It is also because of that box that my sister has been very strong since she was young. It is said that her strength is not below the sect leaders. Of course, these are all rumors. It is because of that forbidden box that no one dares to marry her. They are afraid of being implicated. Ming Yongtian sighed and said. Why is that box called the forbidden box? Qin Yan is puzzled and asked. I also don't know. It is spread by the Bright Moon Palace. Ming Yongtian shook his head and said. Your sister is so awesome, why don't you let her help you stay in Divine Moon? She is so capable, it should be a matter of a single word. Qin Yan said. A3, my sister has helped me too much. If not for her, how could I have become branch leader? Furthermore, I have caused a lot of trouble for her, I really don't want to trouble her this time. Also, she has her own troubles recently, she has been asking people everywhere for help. Ming Yongtian said very guiltily. I can plant medicinal ingredients, refine pills, I am proficient in runes, refine tools, set up formations and talismans, I also know soul refining techniques, I can carve runes on people's souls or martial spirits. Furthermore, I can cure many kinds of poisons and curses. And I only recently learned how to read other people's fortunes. Qin Yan said, I only know these things. Can I help you with this? Ming Yongtian opened his eyes wide in disbelief and shouted in alarm, Brother, is this true? You are too awesome. You alone know so much and your cultivation is so low. There is no other way, I am forced by life. Also, having more skills is never a burden. Qin Yan spread out his hands and said with smile. Are all of you people from Divine Desolate so awesome? Earlier, some strong races said that you were all idiots. And in our inherited memories, you are all like ants, although there are many of you, you can all be pinched to death. Ming Yongtian now believes in Qin Yan's ability. After all, he has seen Qin Yan's methods and Sun Soul. Therefore, he began to doubt his inherited memories. Most humans are indeed very weak. Humans are born with very low cultivation, they need to go through all kinds of hardships and cultivate for tens of thousands of years or even hundreds of thousands of years to become strong. Qin Yan said. So you were saying that Brother Ming, you are an old monster who has lived for many years? Ming Yongtian said. I guess so. Qin Yan said with smile, Brother Ming, what kind of good job do you think you can get? Let's go, follow me to see the sect leader and see what kind of good job he has. You can tell me when the time comes. Ming Yongtian said. Brother Ming, I am very interested in all kinds of mysterious things. Your Bright Moon sect's dragon vein makes me very curious. I want to understand more, can you help me? Qin Yan said, Don't worry, I have no ill intentions. That's no problem. First make sure that I can stay in Bright Moon City, I will think of a way to bring you into the Dragon Vein Underground Palace. Ming Yongtian said with smile, I can guarantee this because the Dragon Vein Underground Palace was built by my father. Then let's go. Qin Yan is secretly astonished, there is actually a Dragon Vein Underground Palace, maybe it is a passage to the Earth's core. Yu Shangyun had previously said that she would lend her box to others and this was something that Muyu had agreed to. Now, it was reasonable for her to take back the box. If the Bright Moon sect leader could not take it out, Yu Shangyun would definitely fall out with him. Qin Yan thought about it carefully and felt that the Divine Moon race might have a conflict with the Bright Moon sect. This was because the Bright Moon sect master had borrowed Yu Shangyun's box and created the powerful Bright Moon sect, becoming the strongest overlord of the Divine Moon. Yu Shangyun's Divine Moon clan would return to the Divine Moon in the future. Qin Yan followed Ming Yongtian and flew out of the Moon House. When they flew out of the Moon House, Qin Yan looked at the Bright Moon sect palace that was surrounded by moons. The giant moon of the Bright Moon sect palace was very different from the other moon houses. Perhaps it was also related to the Dragon Vein. Aren't you going to find the Vermilion Bird sect leader? Qin Yan asked curiously when he saw that Ming Yongtian did not fly near the Bright Moon Palace. Around the Bright Moon Palace, there were a few large moon houses. Although they were very small compared to the Bright Moon Palace, they were the largest moon under the Bright Moon Palace. They were the residences of some powerful people. It's not convenient for me to go find him now. It's better to be secretive. Ming Yongtian brought Qin Yin to the ground. There were many round moon houses on the ground, some of them were stacked together. Qin Yin followed Ming Yongtian and arrived at a building with 9 moon houses stacked together. The interior environment was not bad, filled with comfortable warm light. This was actually a hotel, one could drink and eat here and also stay. Ming Yongtian was a VIP here. He had a luxurious suite with 2 halls and 5 rooms. After he led Qin Yin in, he said that he was going out and asked someone to contact the Vermilion Bird sect leader. Qin Yin rested in the room. He originally planned to cultivate the heavenly soul, but he found that the effect of cultivating here was much worse than before. Previously, he was in the moon house near the 18th branch of the Bright Moon Palace. The special divine moon power inside was very dense. Now that he was on the ground, the effect was much worse. Qin Yin cultivated the heavenly soul, so he needed to absorb a good amount of divine moon power. Strange. Isn't the dragon vein of the all heavens divine moon underground? Why is a moon house built on the ground so bad at absorbing the heavenly divine moon's powers? Qin Yin was extremely puzzled. After coming to the myriad heavens divine moon, Qin Yin still wants to cultivate his divine moon Tao image and evolve it into the sacred heavens Tao image. However, this required an opportunity. Even now, he didn't know when that opportunity would come. Don't tell me I have to go to the divine moon dragon vein? Qin Yin wanted to go to the divine moon dragon vein, but he needed to wait for an opportunity. If he were to rush in, it would be very dangerous. Not to mention the fact that every one of them was a bright moon disciple of Shantian Lord, the dangers within the divine moon dragon vein alone would put Qin Yin in a predicament at any time. After Qin Yin rested for half a day, Ming Yongtian returned and knocked on his door. Bro. I have good news. Ming Yongtian shouted happily. Qin Yin hurriedly opened the door and walked out of the hall. He did not see anyone else. The Vermilion Bird sect master did not come either. What good news? Asked Qin Yin. Ling Ying's disciple is starting to be unlucky. Ming Yongtian laughed mischievously. He held the mouth of the wine flask in his mouth and drank happily. Oh? How unlucky? Qin Yin said with smile. He is also quite surprised. He did not expect that it would be effective so quickly. He messed around in the 18th branch and destroyed a rather important barrier. Then it caused a big hole to be blasted open in the moon house where the branch is located. The Vermilion Bird sect master is rushing over to clean up his mess. Ming Yongtian laughed loudly and said, I wonder how long his bad luck will last. Qin Yin also pondered. If a person has bad luck, they will encounter bad luck rather suddenly and it will be very unexpected. Generally speaking, it will last for 8 to 10 days. Even if his bad luck is gone, there will still be bad luck. Qin Yin laughed and said, if this Ling Ying doesn't die, his future days won't be easy. Then I'm relieved. Ming Yongtian very happily laughed. He wished that he could have a few more bad luck and then pass it on to his enemies. If Qin Yin knew what he was thinking, he would definitely vomit blood. Don't you need to find the bird? Qin Yin asked. I'll go find the vice sect master of the Vermilion Bird sect. He can directly arrange for me to plant a batch of medicinal herbs. Ming Yongtian also thought of this matter. He quickly took out a box and handed it to Qin Yin. He said that as long as I plant it, I don't need to find the bird. I can continue to stay in the Bright Moon Palace and enjoy good treatment. Qin Yin opened the box and saw many thumb-sized black seeds. There are more than 100 of them. He picked them up and opened his heavenly eye to take a look. He discovered that the spirit inside the seeds is very weak. Moreover, the seeds are completely lifeless. One look and one can tell that they are dead seeds. To a normal alchemist, these are dead seeds, but to Qin Yin, they are not. Does the vice sect master have any enmity with you? Qin Yin closed the lid and asked. No. Ming Yongtian frowned and hurriedly asked, Brother, what's the problem? These are dead seeds. Qin Yin said indifferently, You have no enmity with him, why would he give you these dead seeds to plant? What? These are actually dead seeds? I'll go and castrate that damned guy right now. After Ming Yongtian stood up, he instantly walked to the door and was about to open it to leave. Calm down. Qin Yin said, Brother Ming, it's best if you don't complicate things. You should think about it carefully right now. Why are people trying to trick you again and again? Ming Yongtian returned to his seat and said, Brother, now that you've said it, I've thought of a lot. Before, I only thought that my bad luck had come, that's why it's like this. There are 3 reasons for bad luck. First, it's caused by someone else. Second, it's caused by yourself. Third, it's because the heavens want you to be unlucky. Qin Yan said, What do you think your situation is? Ming Yongtian is a cunning old fox. Because of his bad luck, it caused him to make a wrong judgment. Brother, someone wants to mess with me. They want to take me away from the Bright Moon Palace. Or they want to make my status plummet. Their goal is to suppress me. Ming Yongtian said with a stern expression. The simple and honest Ming Yongtian with thick eyebrows and big eyes, when he became serious, he gave off the appearance of a deep old fox. I didn't expect that your Bright Moon sect has only been formed for a short period of time and you've already started fighting internally. Qin Yan said with a smile. When the Divine Moon Transformation Realm was formed, we began to be born. And the time inside is different from the time outside. Hundreds of thousands of years have passed inside, but outside of the Divine Moon, only a few days have passed, right? Ming Yongtian said, Therefore, our Bright Moon sect has been formed for a very long time. Qin Yan was puzzled before. The Divine Moon Transformation Realm was formed not long ago, so the Bright Moon disciples that appeared should be very young. As for Ming Yongtian, he looked like a middle-aged man. Then who wants to suppress you? Is it Ling Ying? Qin Yan asked. Ling Ying? It might be him. It might also be because of my sister, many people in the sect are very jealous of her. Ming Yongtian said. There are 2 Bright Moon Saint Sons and 1 Bright Moon Saintess. Why? Qin Yan had always been puzzled about this matter. Let's put it this way. There must be a total of 4 saints and saintess. However, my sister has always opposed the selection of the second saintess. Ming Yongtian said, My sister has a certain amount of power to oppose it, so the second saintess has never appeared. Qin Yan guessed that the saintess and saint son should be the result of the power struggle between the various powers. Could it be that they are secretly suppressing you for your sister to see? Remind her? Use you to threaten her? Qin Yan said. That's possible. Ming Yongtian pondered and said, It's very likely that my parents were transferred away because of this reason. I'm so stupid, why did I only discover it now? Your sister should know, but she didn't say it because she was afraid that you would overthink it. Moreover, she seems to want you to stay far away from the Bright Moon Palace and the struggle. Qin Yan recalled what Ming Yingyue had said to Ming Yongtian. Ming Yingyue did not help Ming Yongtian stay. It was clear that she wanted to do so. Qin Yan also thought about it on a deeper level. Ming Yingyue had the bloodline heavenly pattern box on her. Maybe the higher-ups of the Bright Moon sect also wanted it. Ming Yingyue was afraid of implicating her big brother, so she didn't say anything. If it was in the Gods Desolate, Qin Yan was confident that he could intervene. But in the Bright Moon City of the Gods' Moon Palace, Tao gods were everywhere and divine heaven monarchs were as numerous as dogs. His strength was still lacking. Old cousin, you said that my sister has good luck. What kind of good luck would it be? Do you want me to ask? Ming Yongtian asked. No need. She has many things to hide from you. If you ask too many things that she doesn't want to say and arouse her disgust, she might think of a way to get rid of you so that she can peacefully fight here. Qin Yan said. Seriously, why didn't she tell me about this kind of thing? Ming Yongtian slapped his thigh and cursed. You're too weak, you can't help. Qin Yan spread his hands and said, She's doing this for your own good. Old cousin, you have to help me. Your cultivation is definitely not as simple as sacred god realm, you must also be a divine heaven monarch, otherwise you wouldn't be so strong. Ming Yongtian's eyes are filled with pleading as he looked at Qin Yan. I'm really just a sacred god. Qin Yan said with a bitter smile, I also want to break through quickly, but my cultivation method is very bumpy and difficult. Every breakthrough is as difficult as crossing tribulation. Then, I used a lot of divine universe golden stones to buy these seeds. I can't lose out like this. Ming Yongtian said. You used divine universe golden stones to buy them? Didn't I give them to you? Xianxia never thought that there would be such a thing. In other words, Mingyongtian had been cheated miserably. It's all like this. After planting the medicinal herbs, they take them back. If it's not good, they can't bear the loss, right? They are very meticulous in their calculations. Mingyongtian snorted. How many Divine Universe Golden Stones are these seeds worth? Xianxia asked. He is currently lacking Divine Universe Golden Stones. After all, Divine Universe Golden Stones contain a very strong energy. If they could be used, it would be something with extremely great destructive power. 100. Mingyongtian said. After the Divine Moon Transformation Realm, resources will definitely be produced. Xianxia learned that Mingyongtian and the other disciples have many God Universe Golden Stones. He can guess that after the Divine Moon Transformation Realm, a large amount of God Universe Golden Stones will appear. Old cousin, very few people know about this matter. It was my sister who told me. You must not speak of this outside, it won't be good if it spreads. Mingyongtian warned again and again. Relax, I won't tell anyone. Xianxia nodded. There are many God Universe Golden Stones hidden under Haoyu City. This is also the reason why the Dragon Vein is here. Mingyongtian said, generally speaking, the God Universe Golden Stones will produce a strange fluctuation that can be easily sensed. However, it is suppressed by the power of the Dragon Vein. Your God Universe Golden Stones were dug out from below? Xianxia asked. Of course not. How would I dare to dig here? Mingyongtian waved his hand and said, although there are many God Universe Golden Stones under Haoyu City, it is very difficult to dig them out. If you dig down, you will find a very hard crystal layer. Only by digging through the crystal layer can you find the God Universe Golden Stones. Stone. Then what does your God Universe Golden Stones have to do with Haoyu City? Xianxia temporarily gave up on the idea of digging God Universe Golden Stones here. There is a certain relationship. Mingyongtian lowered his voice and said in a mysterious manner, my sister told me that there might be God Universe Golden Stones buried under the ground outside Haoyu City. You dug them up outside the city? Xianxia said in astonishment. That's right. But I dug very deep to find them. The God Universe Golden Stones are hidden very deep underground. I detected a little fluctuation, so I dug down and dug them out one by one. Mingyongtian said. You often go outside to dig God Universe Golden Stones? Xianxia met Mingyongtian outside Haoyu City. Mingyongtian nodded and said, although there are God Universe Golden Stones under the ground outside, there are very few of them. Moreover, digging down is also dangerous. There is a strange wind deep underground, after being blown by it, the soul will feel very painful. Is it similar to the Divine Moonstorm? Xianxia recalled the terrifying Divine Moonstorm. It is much more powerful than that. It took me a long time to dig up a few hundred pills. Not many big shots know about this matter. My little sister said that in the entire Bright Moon sect, only a dozen big shots know about this matter. And they have all sent out their trusted aides to secretly dig for information outside. Mingyongtian said with mischievous smile, but people have all died. You used 100 Divine Universe Golden Stones to buy these seeds. That's a huge loss. Xianxia said with smile, but I can grow them in my hands. I knew my cousin was capable. After you plant the herbs, you will definitely earn more than 100 God Universe Golden Stones. When the time comes, I will ask for 100 God Universe Golden Stones back and give the rest to you. Mingyongtian was still very generous. These herbs are so valuable? Xianxia looked at the black seeds in surprise. That was because he couldn't tell what kind of medicinal herb these seeds were from. Even if they were medicinal herbs, they weren't very precious. Old cousin, this medicinal ingredient is called free and unfettered divine grass. After it is grown, it will be processed and rolled into strips. Then it will be placed in the mouth and sucked. It will produce a kind of smoke that can make people feel free and unfettered. When inhaled into the body, it will be very refreshing. This thing is very profitable. However, only within the sect, the processing method is mastered. Moreover, it is very difficult to grow and no one knows how to breed free and unfettered divine grass. Mingyongtian said and then took out a jade box. After opening it, there are 10 index finger-sized things inside. This thing should be called smoke, right? Qin Yan said with frown, I once traveled to a place where these things were, they were very addictive. What a coincidence, this place is called free and unfettered smoke. It should be more or less the same, it is indeed addictive, it can numb a person's mind. After smoking one, it can make a person's soul very relaxed and very comfortable. Ming Yongtian said with smile, old cousin, do you want one? Qin Yan spread his hands and said, this thing is more or less harmful. I don't smoke this thing. Oh, that's right, how much is this thing sold here? A box of 10 divine universe golden stones. Ming Yongtian lit one and took a deep breath. Then he started coughing. This is also the first time he smoked. A box for 10 divine universe golden stones? Qin Yan opened his eyes wide, this is simply too profitable. Although this thing is addictive, it is not harmful. It can allow us bright moon disciples to cultivate our soul faster and better. Ming Yongtian also gradually familiarized himself with smoking. Then he started smoking and squinted his eyes, looking like he is enjoying it very much. Qin Yan picked up a stick and opened it to take a look. Inside is a rolled-up tobacco, it is the free and unfettered divine grass. He placed it under his nose and sniffed, then said with frown, this is not only free and unfettered divine grass, there are also other things added, at least a few. Then it is roasted by fire, the fire is also very special. Qin Yan opened his heavenly eye and looked at the processed tobacco. He discovered that there are 4 different kinds of divine power within the golden and dazzling tobacco. In addition, it is emitting a very weak purple aura, this should be left behind by the roasting flame. Purple sun divine flame. Qin Yan faintly smiled, he can already roughly see how to make this free and unfettered smoke. Old cousin, what are you laughing at? Ming Yongtian asked. Brother Ming, if I can make this kind of smoke, then can we sell it ourselves? Qin Yan asked, we can sell it cheaper than Bright Moon Palace, moreover. I can increase the effect. Old cousin. You are not joking, right? Ming Yongtian let out a strange cry in shock, the cigarette in his hand almost fell to the ground. I can give it a try. Qin Yan said with smile. Old cousin. You are awesome. Ming Yongtian only feels incomparable admiration. Refining holy Tao divine pills is very difficult, even Yu Shengyun still doesn't understand how Qin Yan can refine them. Because refining holy Tao divine pills requires several kinds of medicinal ingredients, they are all unique to Yu Shengyun. In addition, it also requires her special divine power. What she doesn't know is that Qin Yan's nether sun has a special ability to duplicate many kinds of energy. This ability is something Qin Yan obtained from Bai Suxin's White Sunday. The several kinds of divine power inside the free and unfettered smoke mainly affect the soul. When Qin Yan duplicates them, he can use nether moon to quickly duplicate them. In his opinion, the divine power inside the free and unfettered smoke is far inferior to the holy Tao divine pills, so it is very easy to make them. Free and unfettered divine grass is indeed very difficult to grow, but once the method is mastered, after germination, it can quickly grow. Growing free and unfettered divine grass is very simple for Qin Yan, he directly planted it in the divine yang heavenly earth of the 9 sun divine spirit. The divine yang heavenly earth turned into a large lotus flower in the 9 sun divine spirit. There are also 5 different kinds of mysterious divine medicines planted on it. These 5 divine medicines were obtained from the heavenly method inheritance pearl by Qin Yan. He still doesn't know what use they have, but they are definitely not simple. The work of growing free and unfettered divine grass is handed over to Shui Tianzi and Zi Qingqing. It is very easy for them. In the hotel's luxurious suite, Qin Yan and Ming Yongtian are drinking tea in the living room. It will mature in about 3 days. Qin Yan said with smile, as long as this thing germinates, it will grow as fast as weeds. Zi Qingqing told Qin Yan that the free and unfettered divine grass likes to absorb the power of the divine universe purple sun. After being illuminated by the divine universe purple sun in the 9 sun divine spirit, it grows even faster. Old cousin, it shouldn't be a problem for me to secretly sell cigarettes. But if I sell too much, it will definitely attract the attention of the palace. Ming Yongtian is also thinking about this matter. Don't sell too much. Qin Yan said, sell a little from time to time. If I am asked, I will say that someone gave it to me and then I will sell it at a discount. Ming Yongtian mischievously laughed and said, "Old cousin, I plan to apply to leave the Bright Moon Palace. I want to be a free person." "Oh? You don't want to be a disciple of the Bright Moon Palace anymore?" Qin Yan asked. "Not anymore, my heart is too tired. It is better to follow old cousin." Ming Yongtian can already see that he can earn a lot of Divine Universe Golden Stones. "Don't leave for now. Stay with me first because I want to see the dragon vein." Qin Yan warned, "Don't worry, I will give you some free and unfettered divine grass to report back." After the free and unfettered divine grass matured, Qin Yan could start breeding. Others might not be able to do it, but it was not difficult for him. With the Divine Universe Purple Sun and Divine Sun Heavenly Earth, the growth speed of the free and unfettered divine grass exceeded Qin Yan's imagination. In just one night, it was already half a person tall. Originally, it was black, but now it has become golden and dazzling. Qin Yan hurriedly took out a few stalks and took out hundreds of grass seeds to breed. He used the soul refining technique to refine many spirits that were full of vitality into the grass seeds. Then, he used the white sun divine power to refine them and made very good seeds. I can quickly grow a large amount of free and unfettered divine grass, which means that I can make a large amount of free and unfettered smoke. If I sell it slowly, wouldn't that mean that I don't want a large amount of Divine Universe Golden Stones? Qin Yan needs a large amount of Divine Universe Golden Stones. Whether it is the 9 Dragon Heavenly Origin Formation or the 9 Yang Divine Palace, they all consume a lot of Divine Universe Golden Stones. If he used the Divine Universe Golden Stones to refine bullets, the power would be even greater. "Alright, I'll use the free and unfettered smoke to make a profit and leave." Qin Yan could not resist such a huge temptation. He planned to do a good job and snatch business from the Bright Moon Palace. At night, Qin Yan extracted the required energy from the free and unfettered smoke. Furthermore, he copied a large amount of this energy and stored it in the large strength storing pearl. Now that the free and unfettered divine grass had matured, he immediately began to make free and unfettered smoke. This thing was not difficult for him at all. He had the purple sun divine flame and it was the best. He had the free and unfettered divine grass and it was much better than others. After all, it was planted through the divine sun heavenly earth. In just one morning, Zi Qingqing, Shui Tianzi, and Dongfang Bingbing had rolled up 500, 1 box of 10, that was 50 boxes. If he sold them for 8 Divine Universe Golden Stones, that would be a total of 400. At night, Qin Yan came out of his room. Ming Yongtian was also waiting for him outside. "Brother Ming, how are you going to make your move?" Qin Yan took out a large box. After opening it, there were hundreds of golden and dazzling free and unfettered smoke stacked neatly inside. "Damn. It's only been 2 days and you've already made so many? This can't be a fake, right?" Ming Yongtian picked up one and tested it, then praised it incessantly. "Brother Ming, if we sell so many unfettered smoke, will it attract the attention of the Bright Moon Palace?" Qin Yan said, "I can make so many in 2 or 3 days, I can continue selling them in the future. This thing is in high demand, we can sell it for a long time. Old cousin, we will sell a small amount for now. Let's sell this batch first." Ming Yongtian said solemnly, "If we are discovered, it will be very troublesome. The more Divine Universe Golden Stones, the better. No one would complain about having too little." After the Bright Moon disciples completed various missions, they would receive Divine Universe Golden Stones as a reward. Then, they would use these Divine Universe Golden Stones to buy unfettered smoke and some pills in pursuit of spiritual stimulation and enjoyment. The Bright Moon disciples were born as divine monarchs. They were very strong and did not need to struggle at all. As a result, they needed to pursue spiritual enjoyment and fill their emptiness. Otherwise, they would easily walk the path of evil and do some cruel things in search of excitement. Not only the Bright Moon disciples, in the future, this unfettered smoke would definitely be sold to the divine desolate land. Ming Yongtian knew that Qin Yan could make unfettered smoke, but he thought that it would take at least 10 days and he could only make a few dozen of them. He never expected that he could make a few hundred in one go. "Wait until the unfettered smoke is sold to the divine desolate land, then we will start selling ours." Qin Yan chuckled and said, "At that time, we will compete with them for business." After the Divine Moon Transformation Realm, a large number of Divine Universe Golden Stones appeared. In the future, when the myriad realms Divine Sun matured, there might also be Divine Universe Golden Stones. Only Divine Universe Golden Stones could satisfy people with higher and higher cultivation. In the great era of the Divine Desolate Land, the speed of breakthrough was very fast. Ordinary Sun God crystals were not attractive to experts at all. "Then I'll do my thing." Mingyong Tian wanted to hand over the unfettered divine grass and then wander around the bright moon city to sell loose unfettered smoke. Qin Yan gave Mingyong Tian a sound transmission divine pearl to facilitate future communication. He also wanted to go out and see what business opportunities there were in the bright moon city to earn more divine universe golden stones. Mingyong Tian and Qin Yan walked out of the hotel together. Mingyong Tian went to find the bisect master while Qin Yan took out Yu Shangyun's soul-chasing talisman to take a look. Sister Shangyun is still in the Bright Moon Palace. Following that, Qin Yan took out a few soul-chasing talismans. They were the soul-chasing talismans of the few women who followed Yu Shangyun to the divine moon of the heavens. They were also in the Bright Moon Palace. Qin Yan is currently unable to contact Yu Shangyun. Otherwise, he could ask her about the bloodline heavenly pattern box. Just as he was feeling very depressed, he suddenly saw a change in the light of one of the soul-chasing talismans, which meant that it was moving and approaching him. It's Sister Bingxing. Qin Yan is pleasantly surprised. He smiled in his heart and said, "Sister Bingxing is the best. She knows I'm here." Bingxing came to Divine Moon with Yu Shangyun, but now she ran out alone. Qin Yan originally wanted to stroll around Bright Moon City, but he suddenly realized that Bingxing might be coming over. He did not wander around and waited at the entrance. Just as he was filled with anticipation, the soul-chasing talisman's reaction was not that great, indicating that Bingxing had stopped halfway. "Why isn't he here? Are you not here to find me?" Qin Yan also used the soul-chasing talisman and quickly walked towards Bingxing. He has not seen Bingxing, the nine-sun divine maiden, for a long time. Although she is an iceberg beauty, she is still very good to him. It's good that she left the Bright Moon Palace. This way, I can go find her. Qin Yan walked on the road. Thinking of meeting Bingxing, he felt very happy in his heart. Qin Yan quickly shuttled through the streets and arrived at a very spacious plaza. In the middle of the plaza, there is a very large moon house. Crystal Moon Lane? What is this place? Qin Yan arrived at the entrance of the moon house and saw a sign. Then, he took out a sound transmission divine pearl and asked Mingyong Tian about the Crystal Moon Lane. At the same time, Qin Yan also walked in. After asking, Qin Yan found out that this Crystal Moon Lane is actually the shop of Bright Moon Saintess Ming Yunyue. "Brother Ming, your sister is too awesome. She has such a good location for a shop," Qin Yan said in astonishment. "Old cousin, what are you doing there?" "The Crystal Moon Lane mainly sells crystal moon equipment. My sister mainly does this business, so there are a lot of thugs inside. Don't cause trouble. Especially now that my sister is very biased against you," Mingyong Tian warned. If he was here, he would not be afraid. However, if Qin Yan were to go alone, if he were to be bumped into by Ming Yunyue, it would be rather dangerous. He might even be kicked out. "I have a friend in the Crystal Moon Lane, I'll go find my friend." Qin Yan is already strolling around the Crystal Moon Lane. Soon after, he also learned what Crystal Moon equipment is. It is mainly equipment made from Crystal Moon Divine Iron. There are not many Crystal Moon Divine Iron in the Divine Moon of the Heavens. There are a total of 3 mines and Ming Yunyue occupies one. After Qin Yan learned of this from Mingyong Tian, he was even more astonished by Ming Yunyue's ability. She is actually a mine owner, and Mingyong Tian is doing so poorly. He is like a mouse digging holes everywhere to dig for Divine Universe metal stones. Crystal Moon Divine Iron has 3 colors, gold, silver, and purple gold. Silver is the worst, gold is medium, and purple gold is the most expensive. When Qin Yan entered, he saw that they are all gold or silver. Most of them are armors. Armors are thicker and harder. Usually, after melting the Crystal Moon Divine Iron, one only needs to mold the shape of the armor and then carve the runes. It is very simple to make, very fast and also very easy to use. If one wanted a comfortable and soft equipment, then it would be very difficult to make. Only a top-level refiner can make it. Xianxia walked around and discovered that the equipment here is very ordinary, but it is very expensive. A set costs several thousand Divine Universe metal stones, and it doesn't even have boots. Just buying a pair of boots costs several thousand. To get a complete set of golden crystal moon divine iron stones would cost more than 10,000 Divine Universe metal stones. Xianxia recalled that the set Mingyong Tian is wearing is silver. Including the boots, a set would cost more than 2,000. In Xianxia's opinion, the golden crystal moon divine armor is not worth it. Of course, it is only in his opinion. But in the eyes of many followers, it is very good. Xianxia did not see any purple equipment. Instead, he heard the girl selling the equipment say that the purple equipment is custom-made. First, one has to pay 1,000 custom-made fee. To make a set, it would cost at least several tens of thousands. Xianxia took out the soul-chasing talisman and continued to look for Bing Xing. He also discovered that the number of humans entering the Bright Moon City is gradually increasing. He had previously contacted the nameless old man and learned that the Myriad Realms Divine Court and the Bright Moon sect want to join hands and build a teleportation array from the Divine Desolate to the Divine Moon of the Heavens. It is said that the Divine Kingdom's Empyrean sovereigns have also agreed to join hands with the Bright Moon sect. After all, the disciples of the Bright Moon sect are born as divine monarchs. No powerful faction can contend against them. Xianxia felt that it did not matter. As long as he helped the Divine Moon clan grasp the moon core of the Divine Moon of the Heavens, it would be fine. Xianxia left the hall and wanted to go to another hall that sells things. Just as he passed, he felt an ice-cold aura. Bing Xing is in that hall. She is wearing a white dress and her face is covered with a white veil. She is seriously looking at a golden longsword. That golden crystal longsword is exquisite and flickering. It is also very sharp. After approaching, one can feel the sword's ice-cold aura. The hall where Bing Xing is at sells high-level gold equipment. The price is 20 to 30,000 for a set and the weapons are also over 10,000. Xianxia hurriedly walked over and arrived beside Bing Xing. Bing Xing is looking at the sword very seriously. She did not notice that Xianxia is behind her. Sister Bing Xing. Xianxia secretly transmitted his voice to her. Bing Xing is alarmed but she is very calm. She turned her head and saw the disguised Xianxia. She is sure that this is the lover she has been thinking about day and night. Do you like this sword? Xianxia asked. N. Bing Xing nodded lightly, but it's so expensive. It costs 13,000 Divine Universe golden stones. Although they gave me a half-price discount, I still can't afford it. This lousy thing is not worth 13,000. Xianxia said in a low voice. This is very good. I am very satisfied in all aspects. Bing Xing said with a frown. She does not think that this is a lousy thing. Let's go. Xianxia pulled Bing Xing's hand and is about to leave the Crystal Moon Lane. However, just as they walked out of the hall, they saw Ming Yunue wearing a tight black battle armor walk in. Her jet black long wavy hair, coupled with this cool battle armor, made her look mature and beautiful at the same time, domineering and cold. Sister Bing Xing, do you know him? When Ming Yunue saw Xianxia and Bing Xing holding hands, she asked in a low and hoarse voice. He's my good friend. Bing Xing nodded and said in an indifferent and ice-cold voice, Yunue, thank you very much for the discount. But I still can't afford it. That sword? I'll give it to you. Ming Yunue glanced at the golden sword on the counter and released a very strong mental power. She controlled the sword to fly over and float in front of Bing Xing. I can't take it. Bing Xing said. You're not a person who talks nonsense. Quickly accept it. Ming Yunue's voice became colder and colder as she spoke. Xianxia also realized that when Bing Xing and Ming Yunue were talking, the surrounding people all felt a very strong pressure. The pressure of these two women is indeed very strong and it was released invisibly. All right, thank you. Bing Xing took the sword. You're welcome. Let's talk inside. Ming Yunue stared at Xianxia's eyes and then looked at him holding Bing Xing's hand. There is actually a trace of hostility in her eyes. Ling Yun'er said with a charming smile, Xiao Yun, she has taken a fancy to Sister Bingxing. She wants to snatch your woman. No way. Qin Yun groaned in his heart. Can't you just take her down? Ling Yun'er giggled and said. Ming Yunyue brought Bingxing and Qin Yun into a very cool living room. This place is very quiet and filled with a faint fragrance. The tables and chairs seem to be made of white jade, very unique and elegant. Sister Bingxing, how do you know him? Ming Yunyue said, as far as I know, he's a swindler. When I met Sister Bingxing, you weren't even born. Qin Yun curled his lips and said. Swindler? Bingxing looked at Qin Yun and said, Xiao Yun, do you have a conflict with Yunyue? No, I even helped her look at her luck. Her luck should be pretty good recently. Qin Yun said with a smile, Bright Moon Saintess, am I right? How's your luck these past 2 days? In the past 2 days, I got to know Sister Bingxing and Sister Shangyun. After having an in-depth discussion with them, my mastery of the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra has increased by a level. My luck is pretty good, but this is all because you happen to be right. Ming Yunyue still does not believe Qin Yun's words. When she learned that Qin Yun knew Yu Shangyun, Ming Yunyue was even more astonished. She began to believe that Qin Yun was a very powerful person. Sister Bingxing, I've been here for so long, why did you only come to find me now? Qin Yun pulled Bingxing's gentle and slender lily-white hand and gently caressed it. This caused Ming Yunyue to secretly gnash her teeth. She was not stupid. She could tell that the relationship between Qin Yun and Bingxing was not ordinary. It was definitely not as simple as good friends. She could not help but recall that Qin Yun once said that he had wives. He had all kinds of wives. Therefore, she immediately thought that Bingxing was most likely Qin Yun's woman. I was going to look for you. On the way, I met Yunyu. She said that this place might be suitable for my Crystal Moon Divine Tool, so I took a look. Bingxing explained in a low voice. I see. Qin Yun said with a smile. Then, he took off the white veil covering Bingxing's face and stared at her cold and elegant appearance. Qin Yun could not help but reach out his hand and pinch Bingxing's delicate and beautiful face. Then, he even kissed her. Bingxing's expression is calm. She does not reject Qin Yun at all. However, because an outsider like Ming Yunyue was present, she was still a bit shy in her heart. However, she did not show it on the surface. In order to hide her embarrassment, her expression gradually became cold to hide her shyness. Ming Yunyue secretly gritted her teeth. She knew that Qin Yun deliberately kissed Bingxing's face in front of her to let her know that Bingxing is his woman. Miss Ming, thank you very much for giving the sword to Sister Bingxing. Qin Yun said with a smile and gently caressed the back of Bingxing's smooth hand. You're welcome. This is what I should do. Sister Bingxing has helped me a lot in cultivation. Ming Yunyue's calm voice is hoarse and somewhat unhappy. Is this shop yours? The things they sell are so expensive? Qin Yun said. He also saw Bingxing's sword just now. It looks pretty good, but in Qin Yun's eyes, it is not a good sword. At least it wasn't worth more than 10,000. It's not expensive at all. The equipment from the Crystal Moon workshop is the most valuable. If you don't believe me, go to the other shops. They are selling it at a higher price than mine. Ming Yunyue said coldly, Old cousin, please don't question the quality of my family's shop, lest it brings a bad influence to my shop. Bingxing gently pinched Qin Yun's arm and said, Xiao Yun, the equipment in Yunyue's shop is indeed very good. And, if Sister Bingxing says it's not bad, then it's not bad. Qin Yun chuckled and then kissed Bingxing's face. Ming Yunyue is very unhappy. If not for Bingxing being here, she would have already flipped out. She endured the unhappiness in her heart and said, Old cousin, it seems like you are an expert. Can you give me a few pointers and evaluate the Soul Moon Divine Sword I gave to Sister Bingxing? Of course I'm an expert. Qin Yun said, since you gave it to Sister Bingxing, no matter if it's good or bad, I have to thank you. I'm not questioning the quality of the equipment in your shop. It's just that in my opinion, it's not worth the price. Your equipment is the best. When Qin Yun saw Bingxing's ice-cold gaze, he could only say some good words. He can see that the relationship between Bingxing and Ming Yunyue is quite good. Oh right, where's my big brother? Isn't he with you? Is he ready to go find the vermilion bird? When Ming Yingyue saw Bingxing's expression, she did not continue to harp on the matter. He's planting the unfettered divine grass. I'm helping him. Before Qin Yin could finish speaking, Ming Yingyue cursed in a low voice. Big brother is really something. He's usually so smart, how could he do such a stupid thing? How could the unfettered divine grass be so easy to grow? Besides, the vice sect master of the Vermilion Bird sect who is in charge of distributing seeds is a famous trader. He must have given him a large pile of dead seeds. Bingxing said with a frown, Xiao Yun, I also know about the unfettered divine grass. Can you really plant it? The Bright Moon sect master also wants us to plant some and then sell them in exchange for Divine Universe golden stones. Did my big brother spend a lot of Divine Universe golden stones to buy seeds? Ming Yingyue looked at Qin Yan and said, is he hiding in his room and getting angry? Qin Yan said with a smile, he has already gone to report to the vice sect master. I successfully planted it. It's not difficult at all. What? It's only been a few days and you've already planted it? Ming Yingyue's face is filled with disbelief as she suddenly stood up. Bingxing does not find it strange because she knows that Qin Yin has many methods and has mastered all kinds of astonishing divine skills. If you don't believe me, forget it. Qin Yin waved his hand, took out 2 beads and handed them to Bingxing. Bingxing took it and looked at it. She said, this is for communication, right? This is a sound transmission divine pearl. Go back and give it to Sister Xiangyun. I have an urgent matter to discuss with her. If it's not convenient to meet, just use this to contact her. Qin Yin said with a smile. I'll give it to her. Bingxing nodded and said, if it's an urgent matter, I'll go back and give it to her. It's not that urgent. We haven't seen each other for so long, we need to have a good chat. After Qin Yin finished speaking, he glanced at Ming Yingyue, as if he despised her for being in the way. I have a room here. Ming Yingyue said in a low voice with an expressionless face. Qin Yin hurriedly said with a smile, thank you very much. We just want to talk alone. It's not as dirty as you think. You. Ming Yingyue did not know what to say. She almost died from anger. Bingxing gently glared at Qin Yin, then secretly pinched Qin Yan's hand and said, Xiao Yun, I'll go back and pass the sound transmission divine pearl to Sister Xiangyun as soon as possible. All right. Qin Yin nodded and said, then I'll stay in the Crystal Moon Lane. You can find me here in the future. Then he stood up, looked at Ming Yingyue and said with a smile, Miss Ming, thank you very much for your room. Quickly take me there to take a look. Yingyue, I'll go back first. I'll pay for Xiao Yun's stay here. Bingxing said softly. No need. I've already given you such an expensive sword, do I still lack this little bit of room money? Ming Yingyue is also convinced by Qin Yin. Not only did he have such an outstanding woman like Bingxing, he even had Bingxing take the initiative to pay for his room. This made her extremely envious. Xiao Yun, don't cause trouble for Yingyue. Yingyue is my good friend, you are not allowed to bully my friend. Bingxing's ice-cold beautiful eyes flashed with hidden bitterness. She is worried that Qin Yin would provoke Ming Yingyue. Got it. Qin Yin said with a smile. Sister Bingxing, you're underestimating me too much. I'm not that easy to bully by this guy. Ming Yingyue rolled her eyes. Bingxing left the Crystal Moon Lane and Ming Yingyue personally brought Qin Yin to a luxurious suite. Furthermore, they sat in the living room of the suite. Old cousin, what is your background? Is Sister Bingxing your woman? Ming Yingyue crossed her legs and looked at Qin Yin. She's been my woman for a long time. However, I didn't take the initiative, she took the initiative. Qin Yin said with a smile. She is one of the 9 Sun Divine Maidens, why would she take a fancy to you? Ming Yingyue stared at Qin Yin and asked, you definitely have a great background. You look like you're only at the Sacred God realm but you're definitely not. I'm really at the Sacred God realm. Qin Yin spread his hands and said with a smile, as for my background, I can't tell you because I don't trust you. I can't expose my identity or I'll be in danger. Since you're Sister Bingxing's man, I have nothing to say. I trust Sister Bingxing and I will also trust you even though I hate you. Ming Yingyue snorted. Why do you hate me? I didn't offend you, I even helped your big brother. Qin Yan sighed and said, Miss Ming, I really don't want to incur enmity with you. Ming Yinue waved her hand and said, we don't have any enmity. I hate you not because of my big brother but because I can't tell you the reason. Alright. It's good that it's not because of your big brother. Qin Yan said with a smile. Then, he opened his heavenly eye and looked at Ming Yunue's luck. You're looking at my luck again? When I came back from Big Brother's place, I met Sister Shen Yun and Sister Bing Xing. I was indeed lucky. Ming Yunue said. You also met Feng Yu and Wulan, right? Qin Yan asked. Do you know them too? Don't tell me they're all your women. Ming Yunue is even more astonished because as far as she knows, the women of the Divine Moon clan don't really interact with men. Of course not. Wulan is my sworn second sister. Qin Yan said with a smile, Feng Yu is my good friend. I once saved her life. Alright, then do you see any luck on my body now? When Ming Yunue learned that Yu Wulan was Qin Yan's sworn second sister, she was quite surprised. She said, if you're right again, I'll believe you. Qin Yan said with a frown, it's a little strange. Although you have purple gas on your body, it's being suppressed by a black gas. Your good luck is being suppressed by bad luck. Your good luck won't last long and will be pushed away by bad luck. In less than 3 days, you'll be out of luck, then you'll have to be prepared to welcome bad luck. As for whether or not it was brought to you by someone else, I'm not sure. Is it bad luck this time? Alright, I want to see what kind of bad luck I, Ming Yunue, the Bright Moon Saintess, will encounter in Bright Moon City. Ming Yunue still did not believe Qin Yan's words. Qin Yan spread out his hands and said with a smile, after your big brother's bad luck was taken away by me, he's doing pretty well now. Did you really help him grow the unfettered divine grass? How did you do it? I gathered the elite alchemists under me and only managed to grow a little. How many days did you manage to do it? You couldn't have tricked my big brother with a fake thing, right? It wasn't that Ming Yunue didn't believe it but it was too unbelievable. Yes. Qin Yan said with a smile, that's my secret. As for me, although my cultivation isn't high, I have quite a few tricks. I know how to refine pills and grow herbs, I'm proficient in inscriptions, I can craft talismans, set up formations to break barriers and detoxify curses. You're amazing. Ming Yunue rolled her eyes, expressing her disbelief. Miss Ming, you can go back to your work. Qin Yan said. You want to chase me away and let bad luck descend on me, right? Ming Yunue's ice-cold face gave up on a complacent sneer and said, I'm not leaving. I want to see what kind of bad luck will befall me while I'm sitting here. That's not good, we're alone. Qin Yan said with a dry laugh. In fact, he was somewhat worried. If bad luck did not descend, he would have misjudged. Don't be afraid, there are several rooms here. Ming Yunue revealed a crafty smile and said, I want to stay here for a few days and see what kind of bad luck will come. At this moment, an angry roar suddenly shook the place. Shopkeeper, get the hell out here. Your broken shop actually used trash silver equipment to pretend to be high-grade purple equipment to trick people. I will smash your black shop. There was no need for Qin Yan to say anything. Ming Yunue also wanted to go out and take a look. Those who could afford to buy purple equipment were all big shots. If they were to cause trouble, Ming Yunue would have a hard time. Qin Yan was secretly curious. What kind of big shot was it that actually wanted to buy equipment from the Crystal Moon Lane? Didn't the big shots who could afford purple equipment directly find a refiner to customize it? Why did they have to go through the shop? Furthermore, someone who could spend so many Divine Universe gold stones to buy purple equipment must be very knowledgeable. They should have recognized it from the start. Now that they discovered that it was a silver equipment, wouldn't it make people think that they were here to cause trouble? Ming Yunue immediately walked out of Qin Yan's suite. Seeing that Qin Yan did not follow her out, she shouted, aren't you coming to take a look? I'm not going, so as not to cause trouble for you. Qin Yan waved his hand. Ming Yunue had also thought of many things just now. She suspected that someone had deliberately come to cause trouble. If that was really the case, then she would be out of luck. Unless she could calm this matter, the reputation of the Crystal Moon Lane would definitely be damaged. If you can't solve it, come find me. Of course, if you trust me. Qin Yan said. If I can't even solve such a small matter, then what kind of bright moon saintess am I? If even I can't solve a problem, you definitely can't. After Ming Yunhui finished speaking, she quickly left. Qin Yan chose a room and began refining the unfettered tobacco. With the help of the three of them, the 9-sun divine spirit, Qin Yan would be able to relax a lot. All he needed to do was to use the divine power that he had copied to refine the unfettered tobacco and use it with the purple sun divine flame to refine the tobacco. As long as there was enough tobacco, when Zi Qingqing and the others had nothing to do, they would be able to quickly roll some cigarettes. These were all divine universe gold stones. Even Shui Tianzi and the others felt that it was inconceivable. These things that could be casually produced could actually be exchanged for many divine universe gold stones. When they heard Qin Yan say this, they did not believe it. Of course, Qin Yan had yet to obtain the divine universe gold stones. He still had to wait for Ming Yongtian to sell the scattered smoke. Brother Ming, I'm staying at the Crystal Moon Lane. Qin Yan took out a sound transmission divine pearl and contacted Ming Yongtian. What? You got my sister? Or did she lock you inside because you caused trouble? Ming Yongtian was shocked. No, my friend also knows your little sister, so I live here. Qin Yan said with smile, have you sold the goods in your hands? Quite a few have dropped. In another 4 to 6 hours, they will be sold out. Ming Yongtian chuckled. Bro, you're really awesome. The cigarettes you make are much better than those made by the Bright Moon Palace. Really? What's so good about it? Although it was Qin Yan who made it, he didn't know how good it was. There's a lot of smoke inside, and it contains a lot of divine power. It's very resistant to fire. It was a little longer than before. Furthermore, the paper used for cigarettes was very different from that of the Bright Moon Palace. In short, when an old smoker holds it in his hands, he can tell that it's very different. Ming Yongtian laughed and said, they even asked me. Is this batch of cigarettes specially supplied? Qin Yan felt that he could improve it even better. The paper he used for cigarettes was also not ordinary paper. It was made from the stem of the unfettered divine grass. The main stem in the middle of the unfettered divine grass was very thick. Combined with the sun-fire liquid and a very strong supergravity, it was indeed very special. Brother Ming, when you handed over the unfettered divine grass, did the vice sect master say anything? Qin Yan asked again. He said that the quality of this batch of unfettered divine grass is very good. He is very sure that this batch of unfettered divine grass was given to me by my little sister. He also said that it was impossible to grow it in such a short period of time. He gave me 300 divine universe golden stones. I'll go back and give you 200. In addition to the 300 from selling cigarettes, a total of 500 is yours. Ming Yongtian had also made a small profit. It was much easier than digging for divine universe golden stones. All right. Qin Yan said, oh right, your little sister might have encountered some trouble. She has bad luck. What? What's going on? Ming Yongtian suddenly became anxious. He was still very concerned about his little sister. Qin Yan briefly explained what had happened. After Ming Yongtian heard it, he guessed that someone was trying to mess with Ming Yunhui. Qin Yan also felt that it was possible. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said that it was silver equipment pretending to be purple equipment. Old cousin, if my little sister encounters any trouble and you can solve it, do your best to help her. Don't worry, she's a rich woman, there will be no lack of benefits for you. Ming Yongtian said. Because Qin Yan was here, he felt a lot more at ease and continued to sell cigarettes. Qin Yan was not too worried about Ming Yunhui. He had interacted with Ming Yunhui before and knew that this woman was not someone who was easy to deal with. Otherwise, she would not have been able to sit firmly on the throne of Holy Maiden. Ming Yunhui's status was high to a certain extent. The expansion of her power and industry affected the interests of the big powers. That was why there was a conflict with the other big factions. Qin Yan also wanted to earn a lot, but he was alone. He could change places with each shot or shoot in the dark. No one could do anything to him. He planned to wait for Ming Yongtian to return and then stop selling cigarettes for a period of time. He would let the Bright Moon sect expand Xiaoyao Yan's business. When it reached the Divine Desolate, he would intervene and snatch the Bright Moon sect's business. Otherwise, if the Bright Moon sect knew that he could quickly produce a large amount of good cigarettes, they might not expand or use other methods to protect themselves. Qin Yun was in his room, using the pill transformation heavenly furnace to refine something. Suddenly, he heard someone knocking on the door. He opened his heavenly eye and saw Ming Yunhua standing outside the door. He did not open his heavenly eye too much, otherwise he would have been able to see through other people's clothes. Ming Yunhua still came. She hated Qin Yun. Previously, she said that if she couldn't solve it, Qin Yun wouldn't be able to either. She came now either because the matter has been resolved or because it hasn't been resolved. She had no choice but to find Qin Yun. Qin Yun put away the pill transformation heavenly furnace and opened the door. He said with a smile, "Miss Ming, I knew you could handle it. I haven't settled it, you can make fun of me as much as you want." Ming Yunhua's expression is unsightly. She is suppressing her anger, but she did not flare up at Qin Yun. "You are Sister Bing Xing's friend and also Brother Ming's sister. If you encounter any difficulties, I will definitely help you." Qin Yun said, "Since you came to find me, it means that the matter is very serious. Tell me about it." "It's the Zhou family who are messing with me. This time, they did it impeccably. If I can't handle it, I'll have to bleed a lot." Ming Yunhua said, "If you can help me settle it, there will be benefits for you." Qin Yun came to the living room outside. As he drank tea, he listened to Ming Yunhua. Within the Bright Moon sect, there are many factions and the Zhou family is one of the big factions. In the Zhou family, the highest position is the vice sect master. There is also an elder, as well as the Black Martial sect master, branch master, and other positions. And the Zhou family has always hoped that their family could produce a saintess. However, they were stopped by Ming Yunhua. Because in order to become a saintess, one must first obtain Ming Yunhua's approval or defeat her. Otherwise, no one would have a chance. The woman sent out by the Zhou family is simply unable to defeat Ming Yunhua. Only then can she obtain Ming Yunhua's approval. However, Ming Yunhua is unwilling. After becoming a saintess, there are many benefits. Ming Yunhua did not mention any benefits to Qin Yun. Ming Yunhua and the Zhou family have always been at odds. This is mainly a conflict of interest, as well as a private conflict with the future saintess of the Zhou family. The person causing trouble this time is one of the 10 great Bright Moon war gods of the Bright Moon sect, the Heavenly Fiend War God. The Bright Moon war god's status is extremely high and he is very strong. Normally, they would not establish their own forces. They were mainly responsible for fighting and killing and they would directly listen to the sect master's orders. This Heavenly Fiend war god had indeed come to buy a set of purple equipment before. And it was tailor-made. The refiner who made the purple equipment for the Heavenly Fiend War God was bribed by the Zhou family, so he made a very poor set for the Heavenly Fiend War God. The Heavenly Fiend War God trusted the Crystal Moon Lane very much. Therefore, after receiving the purple equipment, he did not use it or look at it. He just kept it in his own storage magic treasure. It wasn't until he used it recently that he realized it was trash. After Qin Yun understood the cause and effect, he said with a smile, "Miss Ming, you are too careless. You actually let the Zhou family spy sneak in. He even has such great authority to participate in the customization of purple equipment." The Heavenly Fiend War God did not know about the scheme. A war god like him does not have any thoughts and is very stubborn, so he thinks that we cheated him. "We want 100 times the compensation." Ming Yunhua said, "If we want to compensate, we will have to compensate several million." Several million Divine Universe Goldstones. Qin Yun felt somewhat afraid just thinking about it. He had obtained a lot of Divine Universe Goldstones from the chest previously and now, the number of Divine Universe Goldstones is increasing. The most terrifying thing is that Ming Yunhua also seems to have a lot. "If you can help me settle it, I'll give you 10,000. Ming Yunhua said. Qin Yun felt that it was a bit too little. After all, he was helping her make up for her losses of several million. Yet, he only gave her 10,000. "Well, I'm still not sure if I can settle it or not. If it's done, you give me 20,000, how about it?" If Qin Yun really had 20,000, he would use it to refine bullets. In the future, if he was surrounded by the people from the Divine Kingdom, he would shoot wildly. Even if he couldn't kill them, he would be able to scare them away. "All right. Ming Yinue said, let's go take a look at the heavenly fiend war god. When you get there, you have to be more polite. This person's temper is not good. Xianxia nodded and followed Ming Yinue out of the suite. They arrived at a very spacious hall. What surprised Xianxia is that the heavenly fiend war god is actually a youth with delicate features. He is wearing a set of tattered armor. The armor's skin is cracked and the insides are silver. In his hand is a large saber that is full of cracks. Hello, young master heavenly fiend. Xianxia walked over and said with a smile. Don't play any tricks, quickly compensate me. The heavenly fiend war god's voice is filled with anger and he did not care about Xianxia. Ming Yinue glanced at Xianxia, her eyes did not hold any expectations. She had previously said that the heavenly fiend war god only wanted compensation and nothing else. If there was no compensation, then even if he had to risk his life, he would destroy the Crystal Moon Lane and then destroy the Sanctus Palace. The Bright Moon Holy Maiden, Ming Yinue, was helpless against the heaven fiend battle god. After all, it was the Crystal Moon Workshop's fault. Although they were framed, they couldn't shirk the main responsibility. Xianxia did not understand the heaven fiend battle god, but Ming Yinue knew him very well. She only held a sliver of hope for Xianxia and did not place all her hopes on him. She was also prepared to compensate them. This matter was very troublesome for Xianxia. The Xianxia battle god was so powerful, and he was definitely not lacking in any aspect. It would be very difficult to persuade him to give up on demanding compensation or reduce the amount of compensation. On the way here, Xianxia had thought of several methods but now he couldn't use any of them. I'll give you 2 hours. If you don't give me compensation, I'll smash the Crystal Moon Lane. The Xianxia battle immortal said, after I destroy the Crystal Moon Lane, if you still don't want to pay, I will destroy your Saint Lady Palace. Xianxia battle immortal, I've explained it before. That inscription master tricked you. Someone is purposely framing us. Ming Yinue said coldly, if you continue to pester me like this and make me anxious, then go all out. Let's risk our lives. Even if Sect Master intervenes, I'll still fight you to the death. The heavenly fiend battle immortal laughed coldly and said, your Crystal Moon Workshop's business is so big. It is your responsibility to let people in to fish in troubled waters and cheat others. Also, didn't you say that if it's a fake, I'll pay you back 100 times? If Ming Yinue didn't compensate, then it would be a fight to the death. Xianxia also opened his heavenly eye to look at the heaven fiend battle god. He was shocked to discover that the heaven fiend battle god had 9 Dao images. Furthermore, they were all divine saber Dao images. The Xianxia battle immortal did not hide his Dao image, so it was easy to see through him. Xianxia could only see that the heavenly wraith battle god had a divine saber Dao image. He could not tell the heavenly wraith battle god's luck, which meant that the heavenly wraith battle god's luck would not change in the near future. This guy uses saber. Xianxia also has divine saber Dao image, he also wants to see the opponent's divine saber Dao image. Of course, the current situation was impossible. In 2 hours, I will begin smashing. I will kill whoever blocks me. Even if the sect master comes, I will still smash them. The heaven fiend battle god closed his eyes and no longer spoke. He did not even look at Xianxia and Ming Yinue. There were only the 3 of them in this hall. Ming Yinue had no choice. She had long known that the Xianxia battle immortal was such a person. This time, her Crystal Moon Workshop could only accept it. She now began to believe that Xianxia's bad luck was true. Can you help me change my luck like how you helped my brother? Ming Yinue secretly transmitted her voice to Xianxia. It's too late. 2 hours later, this fellow started smashing the shop. Moreover, if you want to change your luck, you have to slap that inscription master's face. Can you find that guy? Xianxia shook his head. The inscription master spy planted by the Zhou family must be hiding well now. It was impossible to find him. Ming Yinue gritted her teeth as she looked at the Xianxia battle immortal. Her eyes were filled with killing intent. She actually wanted to kill the Xianxia battle immortal. Don't look at me like that. I know you want to kill me, but you're still too inexperienced. Don't be fooled by my young appearance. In terms of the killing Dao, I'm better than you. The Xianxia battle immortal could sense Ming Yunua's killing intent. If you want to kill me, then do it. Let's see who will die. Xianxia Battle Immortal, you have the 9-God Saber Dao image, right? Qin Yan asked. Everyone knows that, the Xianxia Battle Immortal said with his eyes still closed. Why are you asking this? No matter how strong your Dao image is, it is only a soul state. You need an extremely strong saber body to store your 9-God Saber Dao image. Only then can your saber become even stronger and reach the peak of perfection. Qin Yan said. The Xianxia Battle Immortal opened his eyes and looked at Qin Yan. He said, you are also a saber user? Do you have the Divine Saber Dao image? Have you found a good body for your Divine Saber Dao image? I am a saber user, I also have the Divine Saber Dao image. My Dao image has found a good body. Qin Yan said with smile. You are only Sacred God Realm, your Divine Saber Dao image has not evolved into the Sacred Heaven Dao image, right? For a Divine Saber Dao image of your level, the body you found must be very bad, the Xianxia Battle Immortal laughed disdainfully. Even though I only have one Divine Saber Dao image, I spent many years to create it. Even though it has not evolved into the Sacred Heaven Dao image, it is definitely not weak. Qin Yan laughed, I am a human, I started my growth from zero. My Saber Dao is not something a little baby like you can compare to. Ridiculous, you ants are born weak and yet you are proud of it. What starting from zero, that is just your self-comforting words. We were born as Sacred Heaven monarchs, this is something you can never catch up to in your entire life. The Xianxia Battle Immortal said with even more disdain. Then let's not compete in battle, we will compete in saber. Even though my Divine Saber Dao image has not evolved into the Sacred Heaven Dao image, it has the might of the Sacred Heaven Dao image. Let's exchange saber blows, as long as my saber is not destroyed, it will be my win. Qin Yan said, if I win, then you will be exempted from the Crystal Moon Workshop's compensation and I will personally refine a saber for you, a saber. Who do you think you are? You think you can compete with me in saber? The Xianxia Battle Immortal laughed loudly. Ming Yingyue also frowned, there is actually someone who dares to compete with the Xianxia Battle Immortal. It must be known that the Xianxia Battle Immortal's 9 Divine Saber Dao image is extremely strong. Even if he doesn't have a good saber now, his 9 Divine Saber Dao image is still very strong. Also at this moment, a dazzling sacred tribulation gate appeared behind Qin Yan. The gate opened and a majestic saber aura rushed out. Suddenly, a gale blew within the hall. In front of Qin Yan, a very ordinary-looking sharp saber is floating. This is his Divine Saber Dao image. This is my Divine Saber Dao image. Qin Yan's smile disappeared, his calm voice is filled with fierce arrogance. The Xianxia Battle Immortal also stood up and stared at Qin Yan's Divine Saber Dao image. He can naturally tell that this Divine Saber Dao image is very strong. Ming Yingyue is even more astonished. She always thought that Qin Yan was a Sacred Heaven monarch, she never expected him to be a sacred god. Currently, Qin Yan has the Divine Moon Dao image, Nether Sun Dao image, Heavenly Dao Divine Rune image, Heavenly Dao image as well as the Divine Saber Dao image. They have yet to evolve into the Sacred Heaven Dao image. Cultivating each of his 10 Dao images is more difficult than the last. Especially when it comes to the Nether Sun Dao image, Heavenly Dao image and Heavenly Dao Divine Rune image, he has no idea how to cultivate them. Where's your Divine Saber Dao image's body? The Xianxia Battle Immortal asked. He is now very curious as to what kind of good saber Qin Yan found for this Divine Saber Dao image to have a body. Qin Yan raised his hand and the myriad Heaven Divine Saber appeared. The appearance of this saber is very calm. Furthermore, its form is very similar to Qin Yan's Divine Saber Dao image. It is an ordinary sharp saber that flickered with cold light. The myriad Heaven Divine Saber has long formed a connection with Qin Yan's Divine Saber Dao image. Its form has also become the same. Ming Yingyue did not speak. She can't see what's so good about the myriad Heaven Divine Saber. However, she saw the Xianxia Battle Immortal's pupils shrink and then reveal a fanatical look. It is as if a hungry wolf has seen its prey. The Xianxia Battle Immortal actually wants to snatch that saber. This caused Ming Yingyue to immediately become vigilant. She never expected that Qin Yan would have a saber in his hand that could move the Xianxia Battle Immortal's heart. She previously found it strange that Bing Xing would become Qin Yan's woman. Furthermore, Qin Yan said that the sword she gave to Bing Xing was nothing much, only now did she realize that Qin Yan has something good in his hands. Unfortunately, she doesn't know what's good about it. She can't see what's so good about Qin Yan's saber. Good saber. The Xianxia battle immortal stared at Qin Yan's saber for a long time and let out a sigh of admiration. You and I will exchange a saber strike. If I lose, this saber will be yours. If I win, you won't ask for compensation from Crystal Moon Lane. Furthermore, I will refine a saber for you. How about it? Qin Yan said, this saber of mine was refined by me. You can refine such a saber? I don't believe it, the Xianxia battle immortal said. Ming Yinue also doesn't believe it. It took me hundreds of thousands of years to refine. I used my blood, my flesh and my soul to refine it for hundreds of thousands of years. Qin Yan said indifferently. Bragging without blinking is something he is very good at. All right. The Xianxia battle immortal waved his hand and 9 golden saber shadows appeared around him. The moment these 9 saber shadows appeared, they quickly merged together and fused into a huge golden saber that floated in front of the Xianxia battle immortal. The Xianxia battle immortal gripped the saber hilt and immediately the earth trembled. Baleful energy surged as if the heavens had descended with wrath. It is extremely terrifying. He has the appearance of a young man, but Qin Yan knows very well that this Xianxia battle immortal is not a young man but a terrifying expert. Come. The Xianxia battle immortal pointed his saber at Qin Yan and said, my saber does not have a body but it is enough to destroy your divine saber Dao image. Qin Yan gripped the myriad heaven divine saber tightly and used the divine king heavenly seal to activate his imperial heaven heart and condense a powerful imperial heaven divine power. This guy's baleful energy is so strong, his divine saber Dao image must be mainly made of baleful energy. And my overwhelming righteous energy should be able to restrain him. Together with the imperial heaven divine power, I should be able to win this strike. Qin Yan suddenly closed his eyes and his eyes turned blue. He has entered imperial heaven state. Entering imperial heaven state means that he will be using his body's maximum strength. The bright moon sex people mainly have strong mental power. In this aspect, I have a certain advantage. Qin Yan took a deep breath. The nether moon and nether sun suddenly fused together. He wants to unleash sun and moon splendor together. After the nether moon and nether sun fused together, Qin Yan sensed a kind of incomparably perfect fusion feeling. At the moment of fusion, a very strong sun and moon splendor together power burst out. This is. Yao Shui used her mysterious fusion heavenly rune to help me repair it. The fusion is actually so perfect. Qin Yan shouted loudly. The sharp saber in his hand suddenly trembled. The sun and moon splendor together power poured into the saber. He chopped down with his saber. The Xianxia battle immortal is already prepared. He brandished his saber to meet the attack. The two sabers collided, causing the entire hall to violently tremble. If the divine saber Dao image inside Qin Yan's saber scatters and returns to the sacred tribulation gate, it will be Qin Yan's loss. You will definitely lose, the Xianxia battle immortal sneered. The one who will lose is you. Qin Yan's myriad heaven divine saber suddenly flickered with a weak silver light. A strange silver light appeared inside the saber and entered into the Xianxia battle immortal's divine saber Dao image. Ming Yinue is greatly alarmed because the silver light released by Qin Yan's saber is somewhat similar to the divine moonstorm. Qin Yan believed that his chances of victory were high because he could use the myriad heaven divine saber while the heaven fiend battle god could use the 9 divine saber Dao image. The heaven fiend battle god needed to destroy the Dao image within Qin Yan's myriad divine saber to win. Furthermore, Qin Yan's myriad divine saber was very powerful. Now, with his imperial heaven divine power, he was able to cast sun and moonshine together. Not only was his defense powerful, it was also able to injure the heaven fiend battle god's Dao image. Just from this clash, the heaven fiend battle god knew how powerful Qin Yan's myriad divine saber was. There was no way he could destroy the Dao image within the myriad divine saber. At the instant the two sabers collided, energy waves surged out violently. Qin Yan's sun and moon splendor together erupted with an extremely powerful storm, just like a divine moonstorm. Even the bright moon disciples could not resist the mystic moonstorm, and their souls would be hurt. At this moment, the Xianxia battle god felt his own soul in great pain. Although his 9-god saber image had merged into one, it was trembling and becoming very unstable. The 9-god saber Dao seemed to be very strong, and it had even fused into one saber. However, it was still a soul form, and if it was attacked by a very strong soul, it would easily dissipate. Who, as a strong gust of wind blew, the sabers in the hands of the heavenly fiend battle immortal suddenly shattered and reverted back to their original 9 sabers. They could no longer maintain their combined state. You lost. Qinyan faintly smiled and said, not only you failed to destroy my Tao image, you also failed to stabilize your own Tao image. You're good. The Xianxia battle immortal was enraged. He said in a low voice, just you wait. I will definitely defeat you next time. This was a huge blow to the Xianxia battle god. After all, he was the Shantian lord, but now he had lost to a saint god. His 9 divine saber Tao image is very powerful, but it is unable to disperse Qin Yan's divine saber Tao image. Mainly because my saber is very powerful. Qin Yan said. Of course I know. Don't be too pleased with yourself. You won't be able to go far with this saber. Goodbye. The Xianxia battle immortal left angrily. Wait, I said I would help you refine a saber. Qin Yan hastily walked over. No need. The Xianxia battle immortal snorted coldly and left without looking back. Upon seeing the Sky Fiend battle god leave, Qin Yan looked at Ming Yunyue and asked, what's up with that person? He feels that his pride has been insulted, so he naturally won't accept your things. Ming Yunyue also heaved a sigh of relief. This was because the Xianxia battle immortal was still very principled. A loss was a loss, and he didn't continue to ask for compensation. But I have to do what I said. Oh right, your Crystal Moon Lane must also compensate him with a set of purple equipment. Qin Yan said, I owe him a saber, I will give it to him. Ming Yunyue had finally witnessed Qin Yan's abilities, but she was still rather displeased. Something that even she, the mighty Bright Moon Saintess, could not handle had been settled by a human at the sacred god realm. If this matter were to spread out, she would definitely become a laughingstock. Oh right, you said you would give me 20,000 Divine Universe Golden Stones. Qin Yan said with a smile, it doesn't matter if you don't give it to me. After all, you are Sister Bingxing's friend, do I look like someone who would go back on his word? Ming Yunyue snorted coldly. Then, she took out what looked like a golden water jar and placed it on the ground. Qin Yan touched the water jar and knew that the material is not bad. Furthermore, it is the kind that can reduce weight. The Divine Universe Golden Stones are very heavy and the fluctuations they release are very large. They can penetrate through space. Without a good container to store the Divine Universe Golden Stones, it would cause a lot of trouble. Ming Yunyue opened the lid of the water jar and a scorching wave of air immediately surged out, accompanied by a strong light. There are many Divine Universe Golden Stones inside, they are all the size of rice grains. Do you have something to store them with? Ming Yunyue asked. Yes, just pick out 20,000 and give it to me. Qin Yan also took out his black chest. This was also from the 9-son royal family. Ming Yunyue used her powerful mental power to control 200 Divine Universe Golden Stones to float up and put them into Qin Yan's chest. Not long after, 20,000 Divine Universe Golden Stones entered Qin Yan's chest. There were many Divine Universe Golden Stones in the chest before, but they were mostly used by Qin Yan. Now, there are more. Qin Yan is somewhat regretful. He should have asked for more Divine Universe Golden Stones because Ming Yunyue still has a large jar. These Divine Universe Golden Stones are not all mine. Ming Yunyue seemed to have seen through Qin Yan's thoughts. She rolled her eyes at him and said, are you regretting that you didn't ask for too much earlier? Of course not. Miss Ming is Sister Bingxing's friend, I naturally have to help you. Qin Yan said with a smile. Ming Yunyue put away her large water jar and said, then take a look at my body, do you still have any bad luck? Qin Yan immediately opened his heavenly eyes and said with a frown, there's more. Furthermore, the purple aura of good luck on your body has completely disappeared. The bad luck on your body is getting thicker and thicker. Damn Zhou family, what are they going to do next? Ming Yunyue cursed in a low voice. Qin Yan spread out his hands and said, next, let's see if it will turn into bad luck. Once it turns into bad luck, you will be in danger. If you don't die, you will be injured. Don't scare me. Ming Yunyue is somewhat anxious. She was tricked by the Zhou family. If not for Qin Yan helping her, she would have suffered a great loss today. Qin Yan sat down and drank his tea without saying a word. Ming Yingyue looked at Qin Yan and her tone became much calmer. She asked, then you should have a way to help me get rid of the bad luck on my body, right? You've seen how your big brother operates before, right? Qin Yan said, you have to slap the face of the person who gave you bad luck. Is there no other way? If I were to make a move, then the conflict between me and the Zhou family will escalate. It won't be easy for me to mingle in the Bright Moon sect in the future. Ming Yingyue said. There is. You can transfer bad luck to someone else's palm and then let someone else beat it for you. However, this is very risky. If it doesn't succeed, you and the substitute will be in big trouble. Qin Yan said. Can't you just dispel the bad luck on my body? Why do you have to find someone to pass it over? Ming Yingyue lightly stamped her feet. Because once this bad luck is born, it can't be eliminated by external forces. It can only dissipate by itself. During this period of time, it can only go around. There has to be someone who is unlucky. Qin Yan said, and the best way to transfer bad luck is to transfer it to your enemy. Ming Yingyue finally knows why her big brother wants to slap Ling Ying's face. Furthermore, he is so excited about it. She is very puzzled and muttered, how did you learn this kind of evil technique? Not to mention being able to see other people's luck, he can even transfer bad luck away. She, the Bright Moon Saintess, can also be considered an expert of the Bright Moon sect. She is also very knowledgeable, but she has never heard of such a thing. Not to mention the Bright Moon Saintess, even the Heavenly Sovereigns and the Heaven Creation Divine Palace's 5 Heaven Creation Emperors do not know of this technique. Because this is what Qin Yan comprehended from the Imperial Heaven Divine Technique. Of course, he did not know that he comprehended it himself. He thought that it was a technique that originally existed in the Imperial Heaven Divine Technique. Then help me come up with an idea. Name a price. Ming Yingyue also plans to spend money to avert disaster. Don't talk about a price or not. I already said, you are Sister Bingxing's friend, I will definitely help you. However, the premise is that you have to cooperate with me. Qin Yan said, as long as you are willing to cooperate, it will be very easy to operate. Speak. Ming Yingyue said. I have a method that can transfer your bad luck away in a more stable manner. Qin Yan said, I will transfer your bad luck to me and then I will transfer it out. The bad luck is in my hands, I can control it better. This won't cause any danger to you, right? If something happens to you, Sister Bingxing will blame me. Ming Yingyue does not want to do this. Don't worry, the bad luck is in my hands. I can suppress it for a period of time and then find an opportunity to transfer it out. Qin Yan said with a smile. Then let's begin. Ming Yingyue felt a bit relieved. But, because I am involved and I am the caster, it will be rather difficult to extract the bad luck from your body. I need a special method. Qin Yan said, there will be physical contact. Tell me about it. Ming Yingyue narrowed her eyes and secretly gritted her teeth. Take off your clothes and I'll rub out the bad luck from your body bit by bit. Every time I rub out a bit, I'll absorb a bit. When Qin Yan saw Ming Yingyue's expression change, he hurriedly said, your big brother's situation is different from yours. Back then, I concentrated your big brother's bad luck and transferred it to the palm of my hand. Then, I let him hit me. When he gets out, the bad luck is still with him. Then forget it. Ming Yingyue could not accept it. She snorted and said, bad luck is bad luck. I'll just endure it. Knowing that one will have bad luck and need to face it is the most difficult thing to endure. Up to you. Qin Yan stood up and walked back to his suite. On the way back, Ling Yin'er said with a smile, Xiao Yun, I really didn't expect you to be so dishonest. You actually want to take advantage of Bright Moon Saintess. Great beauty Yin'er, I'm an honest person. I can only do that. Oh right, you should also help Sister Steamed Bun and the others plant the unfettered divine grass and roll cigarettes. Qin Yan said with a smile. They won't let me roll because I smoked one last time. Ling Yin'er smiled tenderly and said, it's really easy to smoke. It's not good to smoke too much. Don't smoke anymore or I'll spank you. Qin Yan deliberately said fiercely. You sell cigarettes but you don't allow me to smoke. Ling Yin'er said with a smile. Qin Yan returned to his suite and continued to refine tobacco. He made another batch and then used the Divine Universe Golden Stone to make bullets. He stayed in his room for a long time when someone suddenly knocked on the door. Qin Yan did not need to use his heavenly eye to guess that it was Ming Yunue who had come to find him. Ming Yunue must be out of luck again. Qin Yan opened the door and saw Ming Yunue's jade-like face. Her eyes were filled with helplessness as she looked at Qin Yan for help. Unlucky again? Qin Yan said with a frown, isn't this too fast? Something big has happened to my crystal moon divine iron mine. I think it's over. Ming Yunue let out a long sigh and said, this is very sudden and it's not done by the Zhou family. It seems like I'm really out of luck. Ming Yunue is extremely unlucky this time. She originally thought that if she didn't go anywhere, she wouldn't have any bad luck. However, even if she sat in the Crystal Moon workshop and didn't go out, calamities would come one after another. Especially this time, her Crystal Moon divine iron mine was directly smashed by a meteorite that fell from the sky. Moreover, that meteorite was a fragment of the Extreme Poison Divine Sunday. Extreme Poison Divine Sun is a kind of divine sun filled with all kinds of poisons. After this kind of divine sun shattered, the fragments were naturally extremely poisonous. When they fell into the divine iron mine, the poison seeped into the divine iron mine and it was very difficult to remove. Furthermore, mining this kind of highly poisonous divine iron mine is extremely difficult. After being poisoned, one would be half dead. After mining it, she would need to go through many processes to remove the poison power. This would cause her to have a very high cost. Miss Ming, did you come to find me to ask me to help you change your luck? Qin Yan said sternly, I am sincerely helping you. To be honest, helping you change your luck is also taking a great risk. It's not to take advantage of you at all. My bad luck just left, how long will it take for it to come again? If Ming Yunue were to suffer a few more bad luck, she would probably go crazy. I don't know, it all came very quickly. Qin Yan spread his hands and said, look at your big brother. After the bad luck on his body circulated, he's fine. And that Ling Ying is also starting to have bad luck. You should have heard of it, right? Ming Yunue is the bright moon saintess. She is very well informed. She also knows that after Ling Ying took over the 18th branch's moon house, she began to have bad luck. Then tell me the steps clearly. Ming Yunue doesn't want to end up like this. Take off your clothes, then I'll condense magic power in my hands and rub it on your body. Through this method, I'll use the magic power in my hands to squeeze out the bad luck energy from your body bit by bit. Qin Yan said, of course, this is my first time trying it. The specific situation will also change when the time comes. When Ming Yunue heard this process, her beautiful eyes filled with valiance stared at Qin Yan. She thought that Qin Yan was deliberately taking advantage of her. Don't look at me like that. I have a beauty like Sister Bingxing, I have no interest in you at all. Qin Yan waved his hand and said, you probably don't know how many beauties I have around me, right? Any one of them would be much more beautiful than you. Don't deliberately attack me like this. Ming Yunue snorted coldly. Then have you decided? I want to do my own thing, I am very busy. Qin Yan asked. I want Sister Bingxing to watch from the side. Ming Yunue said, didn't you give Sister Bingxing a sound transmission divine pearl? Contact her to come over. All right. Qin Yan immediately contacted Bingxing and said that he had something very important to tell her to come over. Then, he asked if she had given the other sound transmission divine pearl to Yu Shangyun. Bingxing had already returned to the Bright Moon Church Palace, but she did not see Yu Shangyun. Because Yu Shangyun suddenly went into closed-door training with Yu Wulan and Feng Yu to cultivate the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra. After the Celestial Moon Transformation Realm, Yu Shangyun also had a new understanding of the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra, and was currently studying it. Bingxing would arrive soon, and at this time Ming Yongtian also arrived. This seemingly simple and honest middle-aged man hurriedly ran over and said with a smile, old cousin, we've earned big this time. Sister, how are you getting along with my cousin? I'm really unlucky. Ming Yunue said with a wry smile and then simply explained her encounter. When he learned that Qin Yan had chased away the heavenly evil battle god, Ming Yongtian was also shocked. When he learned that Ming Yunue had given Qin Yun 20,000 Divine Universe Golden Stones, he also despised Ming Yunue for only giving that little. "Big brother, what did you do?" Ming Yunue asked. "Selling cigarettes, old cousin is really awesome, his unfettered smoke is very easy to sell." Ming Yongtian said with a smile, then took out a cigarette and handed it to Ming Yunue. Ming Yunue is extremely astonished. She looked at Qin Yun and said, "This is your unfettered smoke? Where did you get it?" Qin Yun said with a smile, "I got it through a special channel." He did not want Ming Yunue to know that he could make unfettered smoke. "What channel?" Ming Yunue lit a cigarette and took a deep breath. Then, she gently exhaled the smoke. She was originally very cold and elegant. The way she smoked made her look very cool. "Secret," Qin Yun said. "It's a very good cigarette, it's specially supplied, right? Even I haven't smoked such a good one." Ming Yunue's mood was originally very bad, but after taking 2 breaths, her mood became much more stable. She is not surprised that Qin Yun could obtain such a good cigarette. After all, Qin Yun could even deal with the heavenly evil war god. Ming Yongtian knew that he had spoken too much previously. He should not have revealed the secret of Qin Yun having unfettered smoke. Therefore, he is currently smoking silently, not saying a word. "Brother Ming, your sister is in a bad mood. Let her calm down." Qin Yun pulled Ming Yongtian into a room for a secret discussion. Ming Yongtian gave Qin Yun 500 Divine Universe Golden Stones and begged Qin Yun to help his sister get rid of her bad luck. Of course Qin Yun would help. It just depended on whether Ming Yunue was willing to cooperate or not. "Old cousin, as long as you help my sister this time, I will do anything for you." After Ming Yongtian finished speaking, he chuckled and said, "If you help her this time, she will definitely have a whole new level of respect for you. Then, she will be very moved. In the end, she might even devote her life to you? Don't talk about this. Oh right, help me ask around and see if there are any transcending space divine stones for sale. I want to buy some." Qin Yun said. He has 20,000 Divine Universe Golden Stones in his hands, he can buy many good things. "Alright, I'll do it immediately." Ming Yongtian also left in a hurry. After Ming Yongtian left, Bing Xing also came to the suite. The moment she arrived, she saw Ming Yunue smoking. And Ming Yunue is also smoking while telling Bing Xing about how she was unlucky twice. After hearing about Qin Yun and the heavenly evil war gods competition, although Bing Xing knows that Qin Yun is fine, she still feels worried. Finally, Bing Xing also found out about the process of Qin Yun's luck technique. After she finished listening, she looked at Qin Yun and asked, "Xiao Yun, is that technique really effective? Don't bully Yunue. That's really the only way, I didn't lie to her." Qin Yun curled his lips and said, "Sister Bing Xing, others don't understand me, but don't you know my character? I will take advantage of her. Humph, there are many great beauties who are willing to let me take advantage of them. He has Shui Tianzi and Ling Yuner, the long-legged and charming fairies, sticking to him all day. Don't say any more, Sister Bing Xing, watch from the side. In case he acts recklessly, the faster the better. If I wait any longer, I might be finished." Ming Yunue gritted her teeth and made a decision. "Come to my room," Ming Yunue said. Soon after, Qin Yun and Bing Xing followed Ming Yunue to her room. The 4 walls of the room are made of light blue crystal jade, emitting a faint multicolored light. Furthermore, the entire room is filled with a faint comfortable fragrance. "Take off all your clothes and lie on the bed," Qin Yun said. "Then wouldn't it be fine if I just show my back?" Ming Yunue said. "No, clothes will block the spread of bad luck energy. It's not beneficial for me to collect." Qin Yun shook his head and turned around. Bing Xing walked to Ming Yunue's side and helped her take off her clothes. After Ming Yunue took off her clothes, she lied on the bed. In order to not make Ming Yunue nervous, Qin Yun took out an eye mask and covered his eyes. Through the heavenly eye, he looked at the bad luck energy on Ming Yunue's body. When he looked through the heavenly eye, Ming Yunue's entire body is shrouded in black gas. Her jade-white skin cannot be seen. "I'm starting." Qin Yun placed his hands on Ming Yunue's back and gently massaged it. Bing Xing only watched from the side. She naturally knew that Qin Yun would not do anything. Qin Yun's hands are releasing Imperial Heaven Divine Power. This Imperial Heaven Divine Power is not the kind that he usually releases. Instead, it is condensed from his blood. That's why there is a mix of blue and red. After Qin Yun's hands massaged Ming Yunyue's back, he also absorbed the bad luck energy into his palms. To Ming Yunyue, the process is rather long and she is also very shy. Fortunately, Bing Xing is holding her hand, allowing her to relax a lot. He began massaging her from her back all the way to her delicate feet. He did it all in one go. It took quite a long time, so after he finished, Qin Yun looked very tired. All right. Qin Yun took a deep breath. At this moment, 2 faint black marks appeared on his palms. Xiao Yun, are you all right? When Bing Xing saw Qin Yun's pale face, she felt her heart ache. She immediately walked over and placed her lily-white hands on Qin Yun's chest and abdomen. She injected divine power into him. I'm fine. Qin Yun was still wearing a blindfold. As for Ming Yunyue, she got up and put on a robe. She felt much more comfortable now. She walked behind Qin Yun and placed her hands on his back and lower back. She injected divine power to help Qin Yun recover. Thank you, I will give you 20,000 Divine Universe Golden Stones as compensation. Ming Yunyue said. No need, no need. Your mine is gone. It's a huge loss. In the future, there will be many places where you will need Divine Universe Golden Stones. Qin Yun was also speaking from the bottom of his heart. He wanted to establish a good relationship with Ming Yunyue and obtain her bloodline heavenly pattern box. Ming Yunyue did not say anything else. She was indeed in need of Divine Universe Goldstone. She could only silently thank Qin Yun in her heart. Previously, she felt that Qin Yun was not worthy of Bing Xing, the 9-sun goddess. But now, she feels that there is nothing wrong with him. At the same time, she feels that Qin Yun is even more mysterious. It's not over yet. Your bad luck is in my hands, I need to quickly beat this bad luck out. So, Miss Ming, you must take me to find your enemy. Qin Yun said, as long as we find the core members of the Zhou family, it will be fine. They are involved in scheming against you. It would be best if they are not especially strong. I can afford to offend them like this. I will arrange for you to make contact with the people from the Zhou family. Ming Yunyue also thought of a candidate and said, rest well, I'll go make the arrangements first. Ming Yunyue left her room and left Qin Yun and Bing Xing alone. Qin Yun sat on the bed and took off his blindfold. He looked at Bing Xing's elegant and otherworldly appearance and said with a smile, Sister Bing Xing, you look exactly the same as Yu Tian and Yu Shi, but I still think you look good. Humph. Look at your hands, you're still smiling. Bing Xing is extremely worried about Qin Yun's current situation. It'll be fine. Qin Yun kissed Bing Xing's red lips. Xiao Yun, it's too risky for you to come to the Divine Moon alone. Bing Xing also knows that there are many Divine Nations experts in the Bright Moon City. Qin Yun's main goal in coming to the Heaven's Divine Moon is to enter the Moon's core and find Xiaqiru. Therefore, he must go in. Is the Moon's core really dangerous? Could it be that the sect leader said this on purpose to not let you in? Qin Yun said. He heard from Ming Yongtian that the Moon's core is very dangerous. The sect leader and protectors almost died inside. However, this is what Ming Yongtian heard. Bing Xing must have also heard about it from the sect leader. As for the specifics, she must have never been there, so she definitely doesn't know. The Bright Moon sect leader shouldn't be lying to us. Sister Xiangyun also said that it is very difficult to enter the Moon's core. Even she can't enter for the time being. Bing Xing shook her head. All right then. I won't enter the Moon's core. Qin Yun nodded. You just said that on purpose. You will definitely go again. Bing Xing lightly groaned and said. She understands Qin Yun very well. Don't worry, nothing will happen to me. Qin Yun said with a smile, even the Heaven's sovereign emperors can't kill me, how can anything happen to me? Bing Xing looked at Qin Yun's hands and saw the 2 round marks on them. She is also very worried and said, Xiao Yun, can you really get rid of this bad luck? Definitely. Qin Yun is very confident. If you help Yunyue this time, she will owe you a great favor. Her position in the bright moon sect is not low. If you have any problems in the heaven's divine moon, you can also ask her for help. Bingxing said. N. Qingyun is working so hard to help Ming Yunue because of the bloodline heavenly pattern box on her body. It will definitely not be easy to get her box. Because the bloodline heavenly pattern box ran into Ming Yunue's body on its own. If he wanted to obtain it, he would need her consent. After Qingyun and Bingxing rested for a while, Ming Yunue knocked on the door. After opening the door, Qingyun saw Ming Yunue looking at him with a strange expression. Don't think too much, we are just chatting inside. Qingyun said with a smile, this kind of time is not suitable for the two of us. You are the one who thinks I am thinking too much, I am not thinking too much. Ming Yunue snorted and said, I have already arranged it. The future heir of the Zhou family is currently roaming around a certain place. Just go and find him. The successor of the future patriarch? Then he must be very strong. Qingyun said with a frown, moreover, there must be many people protecting him. He's said to be the future successor of the clan master, but who knows when that will be. In Bright Moon City, there's no need for any protection at all. Who would dare to kill people here? That is courting death. Ming Yunue said, let's go and take a look first. I will return to the Bright Moon Church and wait for Sister Xianxia and the others to come out of seclusion. Bingxing said, I believe that you will be able to cooperate well. Sister Bingxing, don't worry. I will protect your lover. Ming Yunue said with a faint smile. Bingxing bitterly looked at Ming Yunue and gently smiled, he doesn't need protection. You, on the other hand, have to be careful. You have too many enemies. After Bingxing left, Ming Yunue told Qingyun the details of the target. The target was called Xianxia. He looked like a middle-aged man and was a rather strong Shen Tianjun. His appearance is very recognizable. He is bald and likes to wear black clothes. He also likes to collect all kinds of precious refining materials, especially those beautiful stones. Now, Xianxia is strolling on a street that specializes in selling all kinds of refining materials, looking for what he likes. Qingyun and Ming Yunue are sitting comfortably in the carriage. Ming Yunue is controlling the carriage to move forward. There are only the two of them in the carriage. A faint silver light appeared in Ming Yunue's beautiful eyes. Her fair and beautiful oval face has a trace of graveness. She sat opposite Qingyun and crossed her arms over her chest, making the curves of her upper body appear even more alluring. She is currently wearing a light and simple purple dress. It looks like a dress, but Qingyun can tell with a glance that it is a very good set of purple clothes. It is clear that she is prepared to fight. What are you looking at? Didn't you see enough when you helped me massage my body? Ming Yunue saw Qingyun staring at her and spat softly. I was blindfolded at that time, how could I see anything? Qingyun curled his lips and said, besides, at that time, I saw your body emitting black gas. It's not good at all. Then do you want me to take a good look at you? Ming Yunue deliberately smiled and said. You look pretty good wearing clothes. Qingyun said, you are at least half a beauty and you look quite pleasing to the eye. You don't mind if I look at you a few more times, right? If someone else said this, Ming Yunue would have already flipped out. Because Qingyun actually said that she, the Bright Moon Saintess, is only half a beauty. You were wearing a blindfold before, so you really couldn't see me clearly. However, my back was rubbed many times by you. Ming Yunue remembered very clearly that that feeling seemed to have happened not long ago. I'm helping you and I'm also very tired. Qingyun spread his hands and said, don't think of me as such a bad person. You've touched all the places that you shouldn't have touched and you actually said that I'm half a beauty? This is what made Ming Yunue angry. Because you're not my woman. I can only say that you're half a beauty. If I say that you're very good looking and you go back and tell Sister Bingxing, she'll be jealous. Qingyun said with a round expression, I can't just keep praising you as a beauty, right? Humph. Ming Yunue doesn't know whether to laugh or cry. She thought about it carefully and realized that Qingyun's words are somewhat reasonable. Qingyun said with a smile, let's not talk about this anymore. After this matter is settled, take me to see your mine. I might have a way to reduce your losses. Alright, if you can help me reduce my losses, I'll thank you. Ming Yingyue said. Soon, they arrived at the street. The street is very spacious and there are many large stalls on both sides. Although they are open-air stalls, the people who set up the stalls are not weak. I'll get off the car and go find that guy. Just wait for me here. Qin Yan said. Oh right, do I have to hit his face to pass on bad luck? Ming Yingyue asked. Not necessarily. Generally speaking, hitting any part of the head is fine. The main target is the soul. As Qin Yan spoke, he got off the carriage. Qin Yan walked alone on the street. Ming Yinyue's carriage followed behind him, maintaining a certain distance from Qin Yan. However, no one would discover that she was following Qin Yan. Ming Yinyue was also worried that something would happen to Qin Yan. Therefore, she wanted to ensure that Qin Yan was within her line of sight. When necessary, she wanted to be able to stand in front of Qin Yan as fast as possible. Xianxia and his two subordinates swaggered on the road. They looked extremely arrogant. If anyone blocked their way, they would be roared away by them. Furthermore, when they saw all kinds of stones placed in the stalls, they went up and played with them, making the stalls a mess. Xianxia's fame is not small. After all, he is the future patriarch of the Zhou family. Furthermore, he often moves around here, it would be difficult for him not to be famous. Qin Yan has also changed his appearance. He is wearing a straw hat and his body is emitting a faint silver light. He is wearing a set of silver clothes, disguising himself as a bright moon disciple. At this moment, he slowly walked towards Xianxia. Xianxia stopped beside a stall and used a magnifying glass to seriously look at the stones on the stall. The two people beside him were also observing the strange shapes and colors of the stones. Seeing Qin Yan approach Xianxia, Ming Yinyue was extremely nervous because she knew that Qin Yan was going to hit Xianxia. Generally speaking, hitting him once was definitely not enough, so he had to hit him at least twice. To hit Xianxia on the street, it would definitely be difficult for him to not be beaten up. The nearby stall owners were all watching Xianxia choose the stones. They also wanted to see what Xianxia could see. Qin Yan quickly walked behind Xianxia and jumped up to slap Xianxia's reflective head. He laughed loudly and said, "Baldi Chong, I've finally found you." The slap was very loud and Ming Yinyue, who was in the carriage far away, could hear it clearly. Everyone was stunned. To actually hit Xianxia's head on the street, this was simply courting death. Xianxia flew into a rage. He turned around and grabbed Qin Yan by the collar. He said angrily, "You bastard, are you tired of living?" The two middle-aged men besides Xianxia were furious. They looked like they wanted to kill Qin Yan. "Big brother. I recognized the wrong person. I thought you were my friend Baldi Chong. From behind, you really look alike." Qin Yan's expression was filled with fear and guilt as he hurriedly waved his hand. "You." Xianxia had already raised his hand to slap Qin Yan. Qin Yan hurriedly said, "Big brother, you are much more handsome than my friend Baldi Chong. It's really rare to see someone as handsome as you. With a single glance, I can tell that you are someone who can accomplish great things. You will definitely be able to dominate an area." Of course, Xianxia was not considered handsome. Furthermore, he had heard many people criticize his looks behind his back, saying that he did not have the looks of a patriarch. Now that he heard Qin Yan's words, he felt much better. "Of course, I am the future patriarch of the Zhou family." Xianxia snorted and let go of Qin Yan. Then, he punched Qin Yan in the abdomen, causing him to bend over and scream in pain. "Scram! Consider yourself lucky this time," Xianxia shouted. Qin Yan ran away in a panic. He was prepared to be beaten but Xianxia's punch did not pass through him at all. His pained expression was deliberately feigned. After running far away, Qin Yan quietly returned to Ming Yinyue's carriage and said with a calm smile, "The bad luck of this palm has already been struck out. Are you all right after being beaten up? Did you injure your bones?" Ming Yinyue was truly concerned. "I'm fine. It doesn't hurt at all," Qin Yan said with a smile. He had cultivated a very powerful heavenly body. Although that punch was very powerful, it did not cause him any harm. Ming Yinyue also controlled her carriage and carefully followed behind Xianxia, allowing Qin Yan to find an opportunity to attack again. An hour later, Xianxia did not buy any stones. At this time, he also entered a large moon house on the side of the street. It was a large shopping mall. Next, I'll make my move inside, Qin said. No, I can see you fight outside, Ming Yingyue said with a frown. It's not convenient to escape inside. Qin had also thought of what to do next. As long as he hit Xianxia again, Ming Yinyue's bad luck would be completely turned around. That bastard, he didn't go easy on me just now. Qin caressed his abdomen and took out a very thin and short thorn. It looked as thin as a strand of hair, but it was very hard. The thorn pierced through Qin's clothes and stabbed into his abdomen. Xiao Yun, when that guy punched you in the abdomen, he also inserted a poisonous thorn. How ruthless. Ling Yin'er snorted and said, we can't let him have it easy. Qin looked at the thorn and said with a smile, the poison in this thorn is extremely toxic and it's a one-time use kind. After stabbing into my body, the poison quickly left the thorn and won't leave any evidence. And that kind of poison will only flare up after a period of time. Killing people in Bright Moon City should be severely punished, so he didn't dare to be ruthless directly. He used this method. After a period of time, when you suddenly died, he could say that you were poisoned to death. Ling Yin'er said, the Zhou family's methods are pretty good. Indeed not bad. Qin released flames and burned the thorn. The poison in his body also quickly dissolved and dispersed. He did not tell Ming Yingyue about this matter because he was afraid that she would worry and react too much. In any case, he will be unlucky sooner or later. Ling Yin'er smiled and said, that guy is going to have bad luck. Qin looked at his other palm. The imprint on it was moving. As long as he hit Xianxia again, it would be a success. After the time was almost up, Qin walked out of the carriage and entered the big moon in the empty space outside the street. To be able to have such a big moon house on the ground, the people behind it all had some background, so they had to be more honest when entering. After Qin entered, he saw Xianxia and Ming Yingyue chatting. Their conversation was not bad and their reaction was not intense. Bright Moon Saintess, you are really unlucky. Although your mine is not big, it is very important to you. Now that you have been hit by a huge poisonous meteorite, it is truly unfortunate. I hope you can survive. Xianxia comforted her. Although he pretended to feel heartache for Ming Yingyue, he was actually very happy in his heart. His heart was dying. Xianxia, your Zhou family has been developing well recently. I'm so envious. Ming Yingyue was also very unhappy. The reason her mine had been destroyed was mainly because the Zhou family had directed the bad luck to her. Of course, after all, our Zhou family has many talented people, and before Xianxia could finish, he was hit on the head. Qin walked over and slapped down with great force, causing a crisp sound to be heard. Then, he laughed and said, let's go. Baldi Chong. I finally found you. Previously, there was a very unlucky stupid turtle whose back view was very similar to yours. That damn stupid turtle even hit me. This trading hall was very spacious and could accommodate thousands of people. However, there were only a few dozen people here, so it seemed very empty. They were all paying attention to Xianxia and Ming Yingyue. Both of them were important figures. Ming Yingyue, the Bright Moon Saintess in particular, drew the most attention. To their surprise, someone suddenly jumped out and hit Xianxia's head hard. When Ming Yingyue saw Qin use the same method to hit Xianxia's bald head, she almost laughed out loud. Fortunately, she held it in. Xianxia's entire face turned black with anger. He covered his head with one hand and turned around. He looked ferociously at Qin and roared, Baldi Chong? Chong your grandpa, I will kill you today. Why is it you again, stupid turtle? Sorry to disturb you. After Qin finished speaking, he immediately used the light transformation sacred pupil. His body turned into a white light and shot towards the door. The people in the shop, as well as the two middle-aged men besides Xianxia, also hurriedly chased after him. However, Qin had already disappeared. We must find that bastard. Xianxia shouted angrily as he chased after him. In a single day, he had been ruthlessly slapped on the head twice. Furthermore, he had pretended to mistake him for Baldi Chong. It was obvious that he was deliberately playing with him. After Qin Yun slipped out, he immediately hid. Then, he changed into a set of white clothes and returned to the appearance of the middle-aged wanderer. He returned to Ming Yunyue's carriage. Ming Yunyue also left the shop and returned to the carriage. When she saw that Qin Yun had returned safely, she finally heaved a sigh of relief. She asked, "Let me see your hands." The black marks on Qin Yun's hands had already disappeared. It meant that all his bad luck had been transferred to Xianxia. Xianxia is still very sinister. You have to pay more attention in the future. Qin Yun warned sternly. What do you mean? Do you know him very well? Ming Yunyue said with a frown. Qin Yun told Ming Yunyue about the poison stinger. After she heard it, she was greatly surprised. She said, "That's not right. He shouldn't know this kind of technique? That's why he doesn't look like he is on the surface. He must be a very sinister person in secret." Qin Yun said. "I will be on guard against him." Ming Yunyue sighed softly. "My bad luck should be completely over." "It's over. I just don't know when the next time will be." Qin Yun said, "There will be a next time. Can't we guard against this?" Ming Yunyue is also fed up with bad luck. She said, "I've been unlucky a few times in the past. It's just that I didn't realize that it was bad luck." Qin Yun said with a smile, "As long as we live, we will always be unlucky. We can live for so long, so it's inevitable that we will be unlucky. What about you? If you can see your own luck, won't you be unlucky?" Ming Yunyue asked. "Me? I've been unlucky a lot. I've experienced a lot of bad luck and bad luck. It doesn't matter to me." Qin Yun said with a carefree smile, "I can't see my own luck." At this moment, he took out a sound transmission divine pearl. It was Ming Yongtian contacting him. "Old cousin, someone offered transcending space divine stone but it's only 10 genes." Ming Yongtian sent a message and said, "I'm at Heavenly Stone Street's 37th moon building. Hurry over. 10 genes of transcending space divine stone is not a small amount to Qin Yun. Miss Ming, I want to make a trip to Heavenly Stone Street's 37th moon building. Take me there." Qin Yun said. "This is Heavenly Stone Street. Did Big Brother contact you just now?" Ming Yunyue asked. "Indeed. Brother Ming helped me find transcending space divine stone. He said he has 10 genes, I want to buy them." Qin Yun said with smile, "That's great, let's hurry over." When Ming Yunyue heard that Qin Yun wants to collect transcending space divine stone, she is slightly astonished and asked, "What do you want transcending space divine stone for? Do you know how to use transcending space divine stone?" "Of course. I said before, I know how to refine pills, plant medicines, refine tools, and craft talismans." Qin Yun said with smile, "Miss Ming, you should also have transcending space divine stone, right?" "I don't. If I had, I would have given it to you directly. In the Bright Moon sect, only the sect leader's subordinate inscription masters have mastered space runes." Ming Yunyue controlled her car and drove towards Building 37. "Ah? I thought you also have tool refiners who have mastered space runes." Qin Yun said. "I don't, but I plan to go to the Divine Desolate to look for them." Ming Yunyue looked at Qin Yun with eyes filled with suspicion and asked, "Have you really mastered space runes?" "The sound transmission divine pearl was refined by me." Qin Yun said with smile, "Otherwise, where do you think I got it from?" "As far as I know, the only one who has a good grasp of space runes is the Divine Desolate, the space god of the Myriad Realms Divine Court." Ming Yunyue said, "I met the Divine Presiding before and talked to him but he didn't want to cooperate with me." "Did you offer a low price?" Qin Yun asked. "No, the main thing is that the Zhou family's vice sect leader said something to the Divine Presiding, so he temporarily doesn't want to cooperate with me." Ming Yunyue is very angry when she mentioned this matter. "Then will the space god cooperate with the Zhou family?" Qin Yun quickly took out the communication talisman to contact the nameless old man and the others. "Not yet." Ming Yunyue shook her head and said, "The Divine Palace of the Myriad Realms is currently looking at the situation of the Bright Moon sect to choose who to cooperate with. Maybe the Divine Palace of the Myriad Realms will directly cooperate with the sect leader." Qin Yan immediately used the communication talisman to secretly contact the nameless old man and told him to be vigilant against the Zhua family's vice sect leader. There are many big shots of the divine desolate land in the Bright Moon sect palace. Which one do you have a good relationship with? Qin Yan asked. Other than Sister Xiangyun, most of them only say that they have the intention to cooperate on the surface, but when they see that I am a woman, they don't have much interest in cooperating. Ming Yingyue also felt very helpless when she mentioned this matter. She said, only the Divine Moon Clan is willing to cooperate with me. Furthermore, Sister Xiangyun helped me perfect my cultivation technique. To me, my luck is pretty good. Indeed, my luck is pretty good. The Divine Moon Clan is worth cooperating with. Qin Yun nodded. Oh right, old cousin, you come from the Divine Desolate Land. Have you heard of the Nine-Yan Divine Palace? Ming Yingyue asked. Ah? Of course I've heard of it. I'm quite familiar with it. Qin Yan laughed. He was the palace king of the Nine-Yan Divine Palace, how could he not be familiar with it? Why didn't the Nine-Yan Divine Palace send anyone? I've heard of the Nine-Yan Divine Palace. I want to talk to their person in charge. Ming Yingyue said, it can be considered cooperation. Qin Yan frowned. He couldn't think of any good cooperation between the Nine-Yan Divine Palace and Ming Yingyue. He asked, I know the general manager of the Nine-Yan Divine Palace. I can help you pass on a message. How do you plan to cooperate? I understand that the Nine-Yan Divine Palace is very lacking in resources. Because their palace king loves to court death, they can only hide in a very strong formation. And I am willing to provide the Nine-Yan Divine Palace with the resources they need. Ming Yingyue said. Then what do you need the Nine-Yan Divine Palace to provide? Qin Yan asked. Ming Yingyue was the Bright Moon Saintess. Even if she publicly traded with the Nine-Yan Divine Palace, no one would dare to do anything to her. There is something in the Divine Desolate Land that our Bright Moon sect members need very much. And we are currently unable to leave the Divine Moon in large numbers. Only a very small number of people with special physiques can leave. Ming Yingyue said, therefore, we need the help of the people from the Divine Desolate Land. Qin Yan nodded and said, is your big brother someone with a special physique? Me too, my whole family is. We can all leave the Divine Moon. Ming Yingyue said, tell the general manager of the Nine-Yan Divine Palace that if he is willing, we can discuss in detail. Surpassing the realm of Shintian Lord was the goal of all Shintian Lords. This Bright Moon sect actually had a way to surpass the Shintian Lord realm, and the key was that Sun Soul. Qin Yan is suddenly very interested. He wants to understand more because he might have to use this method to cultivate in the future. Don't ask me how to use the remnant Sun Soul. It's not suitable for your cultivation. Ming Yingyue immediately said when she saw that Qin Yan was about to ask. Miss Ming, I will inform the general manager of the Nine-Yan Divine Palace about the cooperation. Qin Yan said. That's great. Old cousin, you should have a better understanding of the various powers in the Divine Desolate, right? Ming Yingyue said, can you tell me about it? There's nothing much to say. It's mainly the divine court of the myriad realms, the divine kingdom of the heavens, the divine palace of Nine Yang, and the divine moon clan. Then there are the sun dragon race, heavenly lion race and illusion race above the myriad realms divine sun land. You should know about the divine kingdom of heavens, right? The divine kingdom of heavens has 9 heavens divine race, 9 heavens demon race god kings from other god realms. Ming Yingyue nodded slightly and said, I've seen the representatives they sent at the Bright Moon Church's gathering. Those bastards from the All Heavens Divine Nation look down on me. You are a woman, and a saintess at that. In their eyes, your status isn't that high. Qin Yan said with a smile, don't worry, the Nine-Yang Divine Palace will definitely be willing to cooperate with you. The premise is that you can't be too stingy. You know quite a bit about the Nine-Yang Divine Palace. Do you know that palace king? Ming Yingyue asked. Why are you asking this? Asked Qin Yan with a smile. Nothing, I just want to know more about this person. He has the Divine King Heavenly Seal in his hands. That is an incredible thing. Even our sect master wants it. Sect leader also said that the palace king has 10 images and is a very difficult person to deal with. Ming Yingyue said. The Bright Moon sect master was also very interested in the godly monarch heavenly seal. This made Qin Yun secretly wary. The Empyreans also have 10 images. Qin Yun said, that guy is much stronger than the Nine-Yang Palace King. Ming Yinhua shook her head and said, no. All celestial sovereigns had encountered Hall King Nine-Yang several times, but none of them had been able to kill him. Sect Master said that if the all-heaven venerable sovereigns couldn't kill Palace King Zhou Yang the first time, then it's even more impossible for them to kill him the second time. There won't be any more chances in the future. Why does your sect master say that? Qin Yun was rather impressed by the Bright Moon sect master. That's because the cultivation of the all-heaven venerable emperors is much higher than the Nine-Yang Palace King. It was very difficult for the venerable sovereigns to improve their cultivation, but the Nine-Yang Palace King could. The Nine-Yang Palace King's cultivation will continue to rise in the future, and the chances of venerable sovereigns in the heavens will become smaller and smaller. Ming Yinhua said. So, is this the reason why you want to cooperate with the Nine-Yang Divine Palace? Qin Yun said with a smile. In the long run, the person who wields the Divine Monarch Heavenly Seal must be an expert from the Divine Wilderness. The premise is that he can survive. Currently, this Nine-Yang Palace King is cowering and doesn't dare to move. As long as I am willing to cooperate with him, I will be his best ally in the early stages. Ming Yinhua sneered and said, wait for the Nine-Yang Palace King. Once the deity's Templar grows stronger, not even the All-Heaven's Divine Kingdom will be a match for it. Qin Yun also somewhat admired Ming Yinhua. This Bright Moon Saintess is quite far-sighted. He took out the sound transmission Divine Pearl and contacted Ming Yongtian to inquire about the situation on his side. Brother Ming is staring at that transcending space Divine Stone. It hasn't been sold yet. Qin Yun felt a lot more at ease. He said with a smile, this transcending space Divine Stone is very rare. To be able to exchange it with Divine Universe Golden Stone, it's really worth it. Generally speaking, transcending space Divine Stone will be reclaimed by the Bright Moon Sect Palace. However, the Bright Moon Sect Palace's price is relatively low, so the ones that flow out are very expensive. Ming Yinhua said. Then didn't you collect some? Qin Yun sighed and said, this is a very expensive thing. If you hoard it in your hands, it will definitely rise. I also need a divine tool to cross space, so I handed over some to the Bright Moon Sect Palace. They promised to help me refine them. Ming Yinhua said, oh right, how is the spatial magic tool you refined? Is the quality good? Of course it's good. Qin Yun said with a smile, if you have transcending space Divine Stone in the future, just give it to me. What about refining storage magic tools? Ming Yinhua asked again. She always felt that Qin Yun's refining level should be very ordinary. After all, it is a spatial magic tool. As the divine desolate divine world gradually became stronger, the spatial laws also changed greatly, thus affecting all kinds of spatial magic tools and divine tools. Especially storage magic tools, they have been greatly affected. Storage magic tools that originally had a lot of space are now gradually shrinking. Only by using new spatial materials and new spatial runes to refine storage magic tools can they be as big as before. Of course, Qin Yun's 9-Sun Divine Spirit is not affected at all. Storage magic tool? Naturally it's not a problem. Qin Yun said with mischievous smile, Miss Ming, are you still questioning my ability? Qin Yun can also use the spatial runes he synthesized to refine storage magic tools. Moreover, the effect will be even better. I just feel that your ability is already very strong. If you were also proficient in refining and spatial Dao, it would be too unreasonable. Ming Yinhua lightly curled her lips and said. Heavenly Stone Street, 37th Moon Building, this is a moon building stacked with 10 large moons. After Ming Yinhua arrived, she determined that this is the property of an elder of the Bright Moon sect. It can also be considered to have a great background. Qin Yun and the veiled Ming Yinhua hurriedly entered the moon building. Just as they entered, Qin Yun and Ming Yinhua saw a very familiar person. Swiss Xiongquan is actually here. Qin Yun slightly opened his heavenly eye and saw that Swiss Xiongquan's entire body is filled with bad luck. He felt relieved. He guessed that this Baldi Chang will soon be out of luck. Ming Yongtian immediately arrived beside Qin Yun and Ming Yinhua. Old cousin, not good. Swiss Xiongquan also took a fancy to that transcending space divine stone. Ming Yongtian said in low voice. It doesn't matter, we just need to quietly watch. Qin Yan said in low voice. There are many people in the hall on the first floor, apparently they all came for the transcending space divine stone. I offer 3,000 divine universe golden stones, the transcending space divine stone belongs to me, Swiss Xiongquan. Whoever fights with me will be my, Swiss Xiongquan's, enemy. Swiss Xiongquan loudly shouted. In a transparent crystal cabinet at the front of the hall, there is an irregular transcending space divine stone. It is emitting a faint blue and white light. Although it only weighs 10 jin, it is very precious. 3,000 divine universe golden stones, to big shots like Ming Yunue and Swiss Xiongquan, is not a lot. But to other Bright Moon sect disciples, it is a very large number. If Qin Yan did not help Ming Yunue deal with the heavenly evil battle god, it would have taken him some time to obtain 3,000 divine universe golden stones. I bid 5,000. Ming Yunue's hoarse and ice-cold voice rang out. Everyone present also looked at Ming Yunue. Bright Moon sect master, what do you want that stone for? You don't have any spatial masters under you, are you just trying to argue with me? Swiss Xiongquan is very unhappy. I just want to collect it, can't I? Ming Yunue said with a sneer. She wants to buy it for Qin Yan, it can be considered as returning the favor. Everyone present burst into an uproar. They never expected that the veiled woman is actually the Bright Moon Saintess. At this moment, a middle-aged man coughed dryly and said, both of you, this transcending space divine stone is very precious. Since both of you want it, then let the highest bidder win. I hope the two of you can give me, shopkeeperly, some face and bid peacefully. I bid 6,000 divine universe golden stones. Swiss Xiongquan shouted. Swiss Xiongquan, your Zhou family also doesn't have a spatial master, right? Ming Yunue said coldly. We didn't in the past, but now we do. We cooperate with the divine kingdom of the heavens. The divine kingdom of the heavens has a spatial master. Swiss Xiongquan chuckled and said, in terms of wealth, your Saintess Palace can't compare to our Zhou family. Furthermore, your mine has just disappeared. Speaking of the mine gone, Ming Yunue's heart ached faintly. She also believed that this was caused by the Zhou family's bad luck. I bid 8,000. Ming Yunue shouted loudly. 10,000. Swiss Xiongquan smiled faintly. I already said, in terms of wealth, the Saintess Palace is trash in front of my Zhou family. 12,000. Ming Yunue shouted again. 15,000. After Swiss Xiongquan finished shouting, he looked at Ming Yunue with a mocking smile. Ming Yunue gritted her teeth. Just as she was about to raise the price, Qin Yan suddenly pulled her hand and secretly transmitted his voice, Miss Ming, don't buy it. There's something wrong with that transcending space divine stone. When Ming Yunue heard this, she hurriedly suppressed the thought of increasing the price. In this aspect, she believed in Qin Yan. Humph, you win. Ming Yunue snorted and did not continue to raise the price. This moon tower's shopkeeper Li is overjoyed. The transcending space divine stone that was originally worth several thousand divine universe golden stones could now be sold for 15,000. At this moment, Swiss Xiongquan also rushed over excitedly to trade with shopkeeper Li and obtain the transcending space divine stone. He hugged the transcending space divine stone and sniffed it with his nose. He said with a laugh, what a treasure. This kind of rare material will only become fewer and fewer. It's a sure win. At this moment, the transcending space divine stone suddenly shook and released a burst of black gas. Boom, the transcendental divine stone suddenly exploded, and a large amount of black liquid gushed out with a whoosh, splattering all over Swiss Xiongquan's body. Ah! Swiss Xiongquan screamed in pain as if his whole body had been doused with black paint. This happened too suddenly. Everyone fled in all directions and hid by the wall, looking at Swiss Xiongquan who was screaming in pain. Manager Li, what's wrong with your stones? A middle-aged man from the Zhou family shouted angrily. They didn't dare approach Swiss Xiongquan. This, we don't know either. Shopkeeper Li is also panicking and said, don't worry, we will definitely compensate you. At this time, some powerful seniors in the building came out one after another to stabilize Swiss Xiongquan's situation. Ming Yunue was also alarmed. Qin Yan had previously said that there was a problem with the stone, but she did not know what the problem was. It's the space evil ant, Qin Yan whispered. This was something he had heard the little queen ant mention before. The space demonic ant and the space black ant were similar, the only difference was that the space demonic ant wandered in different spaces, and specialized in devouring the blood of living beings, or condensing various kinds of evil divine power. Because of this sudden situation, the scene was in a mess. After all, this shop was opened by an elder, so there were many experts overseeing it. After the experts heard the news and rushed over, they all rushed to Xianxia's side and surrounded him, releasing a very strong divine power, wanting to stabilize Xianxia's expanding black body. And at this moment, Qin Yan also quietly took away the exploded fragments. The transcending space god stone exploded, and the black liquid that gushed out from inside seemed to be alive. It rushed towards Xianxia, and the fragments of the transcending space god stone scattered on the ground. Qin Yan picked up the slightly larger fragment and estimated that it weighed at least 2.5 kilograms. Furthermore, he had obtained it without spending a single divine universe goldstone. He had really profited. The experts who rushed over quickly realized that Xianxia's body had been parasitized by some evil creature. He had to destroy Xianxia's body to prevent the evil parasite from rapidly reproducing and growing. Once it went out of control, there would be no end of trouble. Quickly seal him up to prevent the evil spirit from spreading. Shopkeeper Li said with a grave expression, there is an evil being inside that transcending space divine stone. We must figure out what it is. There are still some fragments on the ground, but they are very small. The larger fragments have been taken away by Qin Yan. Ming Yingyue naturally saw Qin Yan stealthily taking away the fragments. She was worried that Qin Yan would be targeted by the evil being. Let's go, Qin Yan said. Ming Yingyue nodded and hurriedly left the building. Ming Yongtian had long since slipped away, and he was watching the commotion with a large group of people. Qin Yan and Ming Yingyue entered the carriage. Ming Yongtian also rushed over and entered the carriage. Xianxia was so arrogant. He must have suffered a setback this time, right? Ming Yongtian laughed and said, Bro, if you were to make a move, you would definitely be able to settle things for him, right? Of course. Qin Yan said with a smile, the Zhou family cheated your sister before. It is because of the Zhou family that your sister is so unlucky. Ming Yongtian stared blankly for a moment before bursting into laughter. I understand. The bad luck must have passed to Xianxia, that's why this guy is unlucky. Big brother, you have to be careful during this time. Ming Yingyue said, I should have told you earlier. Because of me, you might be implicated. I knew it. Ming Yongtian chuckled and said, I've analyzed it with my cousin before. Someone wants to mess with you, so they want to include me as well. Don't worry, with my cousin around, nothing will happen to me. Ming Yingyue now knew that Qin Yan was not a bad person. However, she still felt that Qin Yan had other plans. She asked seriously, Cousin, you were so kind to help me and my big brother. Do you have a purpose? I won't hide it from you. I want to enter the Divine Moon Dragon Vein to take a look. I am very curious about this, but my brother Ming told me that it is not easy to enter. However, he will help me enter. Qin Yan said. Dragon Vein, is it? I can take you in. But, you can't enter the depths because it's very dangerous. Even the sect master almost died inside. Ming Yingyue said. Can you really bring me in? That's great. Qin Yan is very happy. Very soon, it will be my turn to enter the Dragon Vein to cultivate. I will bring you in at that time. Ming Yingyue looked at Ming Yongtian and said, If it is my big brother, he can bring you in, but he can only force his way in. Ming Yongtian curled his lips and said, Little sister, why do you make me sound so barbaric? I have a way to bring my cousin in, but I just haven't thought of it yet. Big brother, you can't enter at all. It's fine if you brag to others, but it's not good to brag to my cousin. Ming Yingyue snorted lightly. Little sister, why are you so protective of your cousin? I am your brother. Ming Yongtian chuckled and said, You little girl, your elbows are starting to turn against your big brother for the sake of your sweetheart, right? What are you talking about? Ming Yingyue gritted her teeth and snorted. Then, she vigorously pinched Ming Yongtian's thigh. Aya, I was wrong, I was wrong. Ming Yongtian held. Humph. If you spout nonsense again, then scram to find a bird. Ming Yingyue crossed her arms over her chest and coldly looked at Ming Yongtian. Brother Ming, take these cigarettes and sell them. Qin Yan took out a large box. There are hundreds of Xiaoyao yen inside. They were rolled up by Zi Qingqing and the others. After Ming Yingyue saw it, she said with a frown, is it those special cigarettes again? Where did it come from? Could it be that Sister Bingxing gave it to you? She knew that Yu Shangyun and the Bright Moon sect leader are old friends, so it is normal for Bingxing to have special cigarettes. You want them? Qin Yan said with a smile. Sell them all to me. Ming Yingyue said, 1 divine universe golden stone for 1. Little sister, I can't sell them to you. I want to sell them. Those old buyers from before have already made an appointment, they will pay 2 divine universe golden stones for 1. Ming Yongtian hurriedly picked up the box and stored it in his storage magic tool. I'll buy them all for 1,000, is that okay? Ming Yingyue is also an old smoker. She smoked this kind of cigarette last time and knew that it was very good. No, I'm using it to build relationships and then earn divine universe golden stones. Ming Yongtian shook his head and said, little sister, I'm not only selling cigarettes now, I'm also managing my network. All right. Then hurry up and go sell cigarettes. Ming Yingyue is somewhat unhappy and waved her hand. Then I'm leaving. Ming Yongtian seems to like doing business very much. His main purpose is not to earn divine universe golden stones but to enjoy the process. After Ming Yongtian left, Qin Yan took out a box of cigarettes and handed it to Ming Yingyue. He said with a smile, this is for you. Humph, outsiders are still the best. Ming Yingyue took out a cigarette and lit it up. Then, she took a deep breath and looked like she enjoyed it very much. Very quickly, she immersed herself in this relaxed and comfortable state and began to smoke. After the bad luck ran away, she indeed felt a bit more relaxed. However, when she thought about how her mind was finished, she felt very uncomfortable and worried. At this time, smoking a cigarette made her feel much more comfortable. Let's go out of the city and take a look at your mine. Qin Yan said with a smile, I'll help you to the end. Alright, if you do this well, I'll help you get even more transcending space divine stone. Ming Yingyue said, after the heaven's divine moon transformation realm, there should be some transcending space divine stone. I'll think of a way to help you get them. I really need these things, then I won't refuse. Qin Yan extended his hand and shook hands with Ming Yingyue. After the incident at Ming Yingyue's mine, she did not personally go to take a look. The main reason is that she did not want to go because going to the scene would only make her feel even more sad. If Qin Yan could help her reduce her losses, it would be a very good thing for her. Ming Yingyue controlled the carriage and left the city. Then, she flew outside towards her mine. The people of the Bright Moon sect controlled a few crystal moon divine iron mines. One of them was found by Ming Yingyue. It was also a relatively small mine but it was managed by her very well. Although her mine was very small, the crystal moon divine iron it refined was the best. Therefore, the quality of the crystal moon divine armor sold by her crystal moon workshop was better than that of other families. Selling the crystal moon divine armor was her main way to earn divine universe golden stones. She wanted a large number of divine universe golden stones. On one hand, it was used for cultivation or to assist in artifact forging. On the other hand, it could be used for transactions. In the future, she could purchase the incomplete sun's soul that was very important to her. Ming Yingyue doesn't know how to refine tools but she has many inscription masters under her command, all of them are rather outstanding. This time, Yu Shangyun brought along several inscription masters, namely Jian Linglong and the others. Currently, they are cultivating in seclusion in the Bright Moon sect palace. I didn't expect your Bright Moon sect to be so friendly to the humans of the Divine Desolate. Qin Yin said with a smile, not like those man-eating devils. That's because you humans of the Divine Desolate have never been a threat to me. Ming Yingyue said, the greatest threat to us are the descendants of the Divine Sun. In the future, the Divine Desolate will be the battlefield between us and the descendants of the Divine Sun. Ah? Descendants of the Divine Sun? Qin said in alarm, "You have a way to kill the descendants of the Divine Sun? It seems like you know quite a bit about the descendants of the Divine Sun." Ming Yunua's expression became slightly solemn and said, "We currently don't have a way to kill the descendants of the Divine Sun, we can only seal them. Being able to seal them is already pretty good," Qin said. "But there are a lot of them and they reproduce very quickly inside the Divine Sun, sealing one batch after another, unless the entire Divine Sun is destroyed." Ming Yunua shook her head. "It's really hard to kill the descendants of the Divine Sun." Qin said, "What about you guys? I heard from Brother Ming that you guys are also immortal." "We are different from the descendants of the Divine Sun. After they die, they can quickly revive and quickly condense a body. But after we die, we have to start from the fetal stage. We have to experience enough time to grow before we can form combat power," Ming Yunua said. "The soul doesn't die, this is very awesome. Moreover, after they mature, they will become divine heavenly monarchs." Ming Yunua's carriage is flying very fast. Not long after, they arrived at the vicinity of the mine. After arriving, the carriage in the air suddenly jolted, and a violent wave of air surged in the air. "Someone is fighting." Ming Yunue immediately walked out of the carriage and looked at the huge crater in front of her. She cursed in a low voice, "Which bastard is fighting here?" Qin also ran out. In an instant, his expression changed greatly because of the violent divine heavenly monarch aura. "It's the heavenly evil war god," Ming Yunue said in shock. "Who is he fighting with?" Qin looked at the black crater in front of him. "That is Ming Yunua's mine." After being hit by the huge poisonous meteorite, it became pitch black and was covered by a large amount of black venom. He opened his heavenly eye and saw that under the crater filled with black venom, there was a faint purple light mist. "What is that? Divine Universe Amethyst? It doesn't look like it." Qin is secretly alarmed. He suddenly felt that the poisonous meteorite falling here was not a coincidence. Rather, someone had deliberately done this, mainly to find something. "Bright Moon Sect's people, hurry up and stop. We are from the Heaven Creation Divine Palace. When your sect master sees us, he has to be courteous, but you actually attacked us. How dare you?" The one who spoke is a middle-aged woman. The heaven-creating 5 emperors of the heaven-creating Divine Palace were very mysterious, and their strength was unfathomable. 2 of them even had the backing of heavenly venerable sovereigns. And now, the people from the heaven-creating God Palace who had appeared here actually said that they knew the Bright Moon School leader. It seemed that they had known the Bright Moon School leader for a long time and that the Bright Moon School leader had given them face. Qin and Ming Yunue did not immediately go over. If they were to fight, they would be embroiled in the battle once they went over. They were also puzzled as to why the Xianxia battle immortal was here. Heaven creating deity palace, so what? You are in the territory of the Bright Moon School. Moreover, this mine belongs to the Bright Moon Saintess. What right do you have to take it? Although the Skyfiend battle god seemed like a young man, he was extremely frightening when he unleashed his might. At this moment, the terrifying aura on his body enveloped the mine. The woman from the heaven-creating Divine Palace also seemed to be very afraid and did not immediately go over. It's true that this mine belongs to the Bright Moon Saintess, but she's definitely given it up now. With so much venom covering her body, would she still want it? Since it is an ownerless mine, we have the right to seize it, the woman of the Heaven Creation God Palace shouted. Ming Yunue secretly gritted her teeth, because in her opinion, it was possible that the Heaven Creating God Palace had intentionally destroyed her mine so that she would give up. She didn't give up on the mine, so it's still hers. The Heavenly Fiend Battle Immortal sneered and said, "Heaven Creating Divine Palace, you guys are so anxious about this mine. Did you guys attract the fragments of the toxic Divine Sun to fall here? Don't slander me." The woman from the Heaven-Creating God Palace suddenly shouted, "Please get out of the way. If we continue to fight, you will definitely be the one to suffer. Even if I am severely injured by you, you won't be any better off." The Xianxia Battle Immortal laughed maniacally. "Come at me if you have the guts." "Humph. If we tell your sect master, he will definitely punish you," the woman said again. There were quite a few people on the side of the Heaven-Creating Divine Palace, but they all knew that if they were to directly surround and attack them, they would not be any better off. The Xianxia battle immortal continued to sneer. Sect master, punish me? Do you really think that the church master is the strongest in the Bright Moon School? If I were to fight with my life on the line, I would be able to beat cult master to the point of kneeling and begging for mercy. Qin Yun was taken aback. Then, he looked at Ming Yunue beside him and saw her nod. It was obvious that the Xianxia battle immortal was someone who would dare to do such a thing. Previously, the Xianxia battle immortal had said that he would destroy the Crystal Moon Lane and then destroy the Saint Lady Palace. He wasn't just spouting nonsense, he could really do it. Therefore, Ming Yunue was prepared to bleed. She would rather compensate the Xianxia battle immortal than clash with him. Who are you? The woman from the heaven-creating deity palace suddenly realized that the person she was facing was not an ordinary Bright Moon disciple. I'm your grandfather. The Xianxia battle immortal laughed and said, aren't you going to kneel and pay your respects to your grandfather? The heavenly fiend battle immortal was indeed a battle immortal. He was not afraid of fighting. Instead, he was very fond of fighting. He was now leading a fight and letting the few people from the Heaven Creation Divine Palace make a move. How reckless. So what if they were disciples of the Bright Moon sect? So what if you don't die? Facing my Heaven Creating Divine Palace is simply hitting a rock with an egg. The Heaven Creating Divine Palace's side was also enraged. The woman shouted with killing intent. Come and attack me from all sides. Let's see who's afraid of who. The Heavenly Fiend Battle Immortal's voice came out. Soon after, a few powerful Heaven Monarch auras suddenly rushed towards the Heavenly Fiend Battle Immortal from all directions. The Heavenly Fiend Battle Immortal floated above the mine. 9 large sabers flickering with cold light suddenly appeared around his body. He released his 9 divine saber Dao image. Get down, the woman from the Heaven Creation Divine Palace shouted in a deep voice. In the sky above the Heavenly Fiend Battle Immortal, a huge 9-horned golden plate suddenly appeared. It formed a huge formation and then fiercely pressed down. After the 9-horned golden plate descended, the berserk impact landed on the Heavenly Fiend Battle Immortal's body. In an instant, the Heavenly Fiend Battle Immortal fell into the pit filled with poison. After Qin Yun saw the 9-horned golden plate, he was secretly shocked. That's because it is somewhat similar to the Star Dome Divine Mirror. It is very likely to be a heavenly divine tool. The opportunity for the Star Dome Divine Mirror to evolve has been triggered by the Star God. It is currently evolving. After the evolution, it will become an even stronger heavenly divine tool. Go back to the furnace and reforge, the woman from the Heaven Creation Divine Palace said coldly as she controlled the huge 9-horned golden plate in the sky to rotate. The 9-horned golden plate is more than 100 meters wide. In the center, there is a golden and dazzling energy condensed. If it were to be struck down, the power would definitely be very strong. Who is causing trouble in my mine? Ming Yunue suddenly flew over and shouted coldly. You are the Bright Moon Saintess? The woman from the Heaven Creation Divine Palace stopped controlling the 9-horned golden plate and put it away. She said, your mine is already crippled. Even if it's crippled, it's still mine. I never said I would abandon this mine. Ming Yunue said coldly. Her eyes are filled with killing intent. Because she suspects that the reason why her mine has become like this is very likely because of the Heaven Creation Divine Palace. I am the Great Emperor of the Heaven Creation Divine Palace. The poison in your mine is very strange. We need to use it for research. We want to seal it and not allow outsiders to enter. The woman said. Her tone is very strong and carried a commanding tone. Right now, he can only hear her voice and did not see where she is. Qin Yun is secretly alarmed. This woman is actually one of the 5 heavenly creation emperors. He just doesn't know if she is related to the heavenly sovereigns. I am the master of my mine. Please leave. Ming Yunue angrily rebuked, no matter who you are, don't even think about snatching my mine. Little girl, you are truly arrogant. I will go find your sect leader right now. Just you wait to kowtow and admit your wrongs. The great emperor sneered. His laughter was filled with sinister killing intent. Accompanied by a gust of wind, it enveloped Ming Yunue. In that instant, Ming Yunue also shivered. She could feel that the great emperor is very strong. Of course, if she, the Bright Moon Saintess, were to go all out, the other party would definitely be afraid. The sorrowful emperor left with his people, and they caused a great commotion. They were like a violent storm of lightning as they charged towards Bright Moon City. Heaven Fiend Battle God, are you alright? Ming Yingyue asked. I'm finished. That damned old slut, she actually used such a despicable trick to trick me. The Heaven Fiend Battle God said angrily. She had already released that thing in the air. While I was unprepared, she blasted me into this poison pool. That poison is extremely terrifying. Previously, many Bright Moon disciples of Shintian Lord could only give up their bodies after being poisoned and choose to reincarnate. Why did you appear here? Ming Yingyue looked at the black poison man that slowly floated up from the poison pool and asked. After the Heaven Fiend Battle God landed on the ground, he shook off the poison on his body. His skin turned pitch black as the poison penetrated deep into his body. The sect leader told me to come. There is something hidden under this mine of yours. I don't know what it is at the moment. The Heaven Fiend Battle God said, Bright Moon Saintess, quickly use your flames to destroy my body. Let me be free quickly. Qin Yun has already appeared in front of the Heaven Fiend Battle God. Seeing Qin Yun, the Heaven Fiend Battle God's expression changed. Because Qin Yun is the person who gave him a heavy blow. Are you courting death? The poison energy released by my body can corrode your weak body at any time. The Heaven Fiend Battle God said in cold voice. Let me try and see if I can help you detoxify the poison. Qin Yun did not say anything else. He took out the floating cloud divine needle, his eyes turned blue. Cooperating with his heavenly eye, he quickly carved the Nether Sun Totem in the air. After carving the Nether Sun Totem, he condensed it into a palm-sized ball. Then, using his formidable mental power, he pushed the Nether Sun Totem onto the Heaven Fiend Battle God's body. At this time, Ming Yingyue landed behind Qin Yun and said in low voice, This is an inscription battle technique? It can be used to detoxify. Just as she finished speaking, she saw the Nether Sun Totem on the Heaven Fiend Battle God's chest emit a faint blue light. The Imperial Heaven Divine Power inside is circulating, urging the Nether Sun Totem to produce a devouring power. ZZZ, the Nether Sun Totem is emitting hot air, it is crazily devouring the poison inside the Heaven Fiend Battle God's body. It's effective. Qin Yun once again quickly carved the totem in front of him. The incomparably complex Nether Sun Totem was completed by him in a few blinks of an eye. Then he inserted it into the Heaven Fiend Battle God's back. Ming Yingyue is extremely astonished seeing this. The Heaven Fiend Battle God did not say anything, instead he earnestly cooperated with Qin Yun. He controlled the divine power within his body to circulate and let the poison flow through his body. The Nether Sun Totem sensed it and quickly sucked it out. Ming Yingyue remembered that Qin Yun said before that he knows how to refine pills, plant medicines, craft talismans, detoxify devil-breaking curse and so on. She did not believe it back then. Now it seems that not only can Qin Yun detoxify, he can also detoxify the most difficult poison. This kind of poison is indeed very dreadful. The Heaven Fiend Battle God already knew a thing or two because many heavenly masters of the Bright Moon sect have researched this poison and determined that it is very malicious. Therefore, they sent the Heaven Fiend Battle God to guard this place to prevent people from coming here to collect poison and commit evil. Sect Master sent me to guard this place to prevent people from coming here to collect poison and commit evil. But after I arrived, I discovered that there was something hidden under the poison pool, the Heaven Fiend Battle God said. His tone became much more relaxed. He secretly admired this mysterious human Qin Yun for being able to detoxify this kind of poison. Now it has not been completely detoxified, but the Heaven Fiend Battle God's condition has improved a lot. The black poison gas on his skin has already disappeared. There is indeed something under the poison pool. Qin Yun said, It seems like the Heaven Creation Divine Palace is very concerned about it. Did the Heaven Creation Divine Palace deliberately destroy my mine? To obtain that thing? Ming Yingyue said coldly. I don't know. It is also possible that there is something inside that toxic divine sun fragment and it coincidentally landed in your mine. The Heaven Creation Divine Palace found that thing and came to find it. Qin Yun said. No matter what, it is in my mine, so that thing is mine. Don't even think about touching the Heaven Creation Divine Palace. Ming Yingyue coldly snorted and said. The Heavenly Fiend Battle God doesn't dare to speak nonsense. Although he is not afraid of death, he will try his best not to die. Otherwise, he will have to be reborn and it will take a very long time for him to recover his peak strength. He is a person who cares a lot about face. If he is reborn, he will be weak for a period of time and be mocked by other war gods. Have you heard of that heavenly emperor Sorrow? Emotion? Xianxia asked. Heaven Creation Divine Palace actually has such a strong guy. Never heard of him, but sect leader told us that the Heaven Creation Divine Palace's 5 Heaven Creation Emperors are very strong and told us not to provoke them, the Heavenly Fiend Battle God said. The 2 nether sun totems Xianxia branded on the Heavenly Fiend Battle God's body have already weakened and lost their effectiveness. Then he created another nether sun totem and placed it inside the Heavenly Fiend Battle God's body. The sad emperor should know the sect leader. Xianxia said, so what if she knows the sect leader? I won't hand over this mine even if I die. She still needs some time to go to Bright Moon City and meet the Bright Moon Hierarch. Before she comes back, I will first take out the things inside the mine. Xianxia patted the Heavenly Fiend Battle God's shoulder and said, the poison in your body is almost completely detoxified. The rest is up to you. Use your divine power to refine it. Many thanks. Oh, that's right, who the hell are you? A human from God Desolate shouldn't be this strong. The Heavenly Fiend Battle God asked. In his eyes, humans from God Desolate are very weak. He is my cousin, my big brother's friend. Xianxia waved her hand and said, God Desolate is so big, there are countless races. It is very normal for someone like him to appear, there is no need to make a fuss about nothing. Although she said this, she indeed made a fuss about nothing. Alright. Then how are you going to take out the poison pool? Before the Heavenly Fiend Battle God finished speaking, Xianxia jumped into the poison pool. He looked at Xianxia in shock. Xianxia spread out her hands and said, he will be fine. How did this guy go down? The Heavenly Fiend Battle God stood up and floated in the air. He looked at the bubbling poison pool. By the way, the fake purple equipment that you bought from my shop is indeed our responsibility. We will compensate you with a new set. Xianxia said, but I also have to tell you that I was tricked by the Zhua family, and they chose you to kill me. This means that they want to sow discord between us. I know, I'm also investigating this matter. The Heavenly Fiend Battle Immortal said, I want to confirm if I was innocently dragged into this, or if the Zhua clan is targeting me and plotting to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. I thought you were a brute who didn't understand these schemes. Since you know, why don't you let us go? Xianxia said unhappily. I was just going with the flow. I didn't expect that your cousin would mess up my plans. The Xianxia Battle Immortal had wanted to say your man, but he immediately changed his words. Xianxia glared at him and snorted coldly. You are going to beat me at my own game. Do you really want to smash my Crystal Moon Lane? If we don't smash it, how can we beat them at their own game? It's just a Crystal Moon Lane. How much is it worth? The Xianxia Battle God looked at the poison pool. He was really worried that Xianxia would not come. Then have you investigated it clearly? Is the Zhua clan deliberately targeting you? Do you have any enmity with the Zhua clan? You actually have enemies. You never make enemies with others. Xianxia asked. How do you know I don't have enemies? Didn't I just provoke the people from the Heaven Creation Divine Palace? The Heavenly Fiend Battle God said fiercely, that Heavenly Emperor of Sorrow. I won't let her off. He saw that Xianxia is not worried at all and said again, cousin has been down for so long, aren't you worried at all? He will be fine. Don't look at his low cultivation, even if we die, he won't die. Xianxia has already seen how powerful Xianxia is, so she is not worried at all. I didn't plan to ask him to make a saber for me, I thought his level was only SOSO. Now it seems like I have to be thick-skinned and ask him for it, the Heavenly Fiend Battle God said. Don't worry, he told me before that he will definitely make a saber for you. He is not the kind of person who goes back on his word. Xianxia said. Cousin's character is not bad. Then I don't need to be thick-skinned and ask him for it, I just need to wait for him to deliver it, the Heavenly Fiend Battle God said. Humph, he saved you just now, have you thought of how to repay him? Xianxia said. I haven't thought about it yet. Then tell me, how are you going to repay him? A person like him shouldn't lack divine universe golden stones, right? The heavenly fiend battle god said. Of course they are, if they weren't, they wouldn't be selling special supply cigarettes. Also, he is very lacking in transdimensional divine stone, you can give him some. Ming Yinue said. That's no problem, the heavenly fiend battle god nodded. After Qin Yin entered the poison pool, he opened his heavenly eye and flew towards the thing emitting purple light. The poison pool's poison is very black, causing the purple light at the bottom to be unable to penetrate it. Furthermore, the poison is very corrosive, it even blocked the aura of the treasure emitting purple light at the bottom of the poison pool. What could it be? Something that can still have such active energy at the bottom of this poison pool is definitely not ordinary. Qin Yin is filled with curiosity, he increased his speed and advanced towards the tyrannical energy released by the poison. The bottom of the poison pool is very deep, there is a tunnel that goes straight down. Qin Yin suspected that the passageway was pierced through by the treasure that emitted purple light. That was why it was formed. Qin Yin has already sneaked into the tunnel and increased his speed. He wants to get a closer look at the treasure emitting purple light. Not long after, he finally arrived at the bottom. The thing emitting purple light is actually a coffin, it is a coffin made of amethyst but there is no gap between the coffin lid and the coffin body, it is a hole. This kind of material should only be found in the Divine Sun core. Qin Yin is secretly alarmed, could it be that the interior of the highly poisonous Divine Sun was gradually evolving towards the direction of the Divine Universe Purple Sun? However, because it was a descendant of the Divine Sun, it self-destructed? When Qin Yin saw the amethyst coffin, he is very certain that it is not something that the divine moon of the heavens originally possessed. It is very obvious that it was brought about by the highly poisonous divine sun fragment that fell into this mine. Through his heavenly eye, he can clearly see that there are many runes on the surface of the amethyst coffin under the black poison pool. There are a lot of runes and there are no hidden runes. It means that the person who made this coffin hoped that others would be able to use those runes to break open this amethyst coffin. Could it be that inside is the inheritance of a civilization within the divine sun? Qin Yin is secretly alarmed. After that, he stored the amethyst coffin and quickly floated up. Very soon, he came up from the poison pool. Inside the poison pool, Qin Yin's body is enveloped by the bubble formed by divine power, so the poison did not stick to his body at all. What did you find? Ming Yinue saw Qin Yin come up and asked anxiously. It's an amethyst coffin. It should be an object from the heavens. Qin Yin said, I can't release it for now, I'm worried that it will be sensed. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone about this. Heavenly Evil Battle God revealed a friendly smile towards Qin Yin. For the time being, only the three of us know about this. Even if the sect leader comes, we can't reveal it to him. Qin Yin warned. Old cousin, what's next? Are we going to wait for the great Emperor of Sorrow here? Ming Yinue asked. Qin Yin thought about it. And said, how about this, I will hide first. I guess that the great Emperor of Sorrow will definitely come together with your sect leader. If the great Emperor of Sorrow wants your mine, you can sell it to her and offer a very high price. Then we can slowly negotiate. Anyways, the poison pool doesn't have the thing she is looking for, so it's pointless for her to buy it. Heavenly Evil Battle God nodded and said, sect leader will definitely not let you give away this mine for free. After all, this mine caused you to suffer great losses. So maybe he will let you carry out a transaction. Alright. Ming Yinue listened to Qin Yin, then looked at Heavenly Evil Battle God and asked, what about you? I will hide for now. If the great Emperor of Sorrow wants to attack, I will jump out. Heavenly Evil Battle God said. After saying this, Qin Yin and Heavenly Evil Battle God hid inside a rock. Moreover, Qin Yin also concealed his aura to avoid being sensed. Ming Yinue is waiting in place, waiting for the great Emperor of Sorrow to come. Not long after, the great Emperor of Sorrow arrived but she still didn't show herself. She only said in a cold voice, little girl, it's fine if you were rude to me before, but now why aren't you bowing? Bright Moon sect leader also arrived but he also didn't show himself. No one knows where he is hiding. Bowing? You are not worthy. Ming Yinue proudly sneered and said, old witch, you threw the heavenly evil battle god into the poison pool, he will be reborn very soon. You should be prepared for his revenge. Yunue, this is the Heaven Creation Divine Palace's Great Emperor of Sorrow. Bright Moon sect leader's voice came. It sounds like a middle-aged man's voice, very gentle, seemingly carrying a faint smile. We are all on the same side, we are all friends, everyone be a bit polite. If there is a problem, we can discuss it. Bright Moon sect leader also tried to smooth things over. He said with smile, Big Sister Sorrow, this mine is the source of Yunua's wealth. Now that it has become like this, she is in a bad mood. You should understand and be more forgiving. Sect leader, I suspect that there is something under this mine. In order to obtain the treasure under my mine, the great Emperor of Sorrow attracted the poison meteorite to fall here. She destroyed my mine. Ming Yunue shouted very angrily. Yunue, there are not that many crafty plots and schemes in this world, this is all a coincidence. Bright Moon sect leader lightly sighed and said. Then now that this mine has become like this, it also belongs to me. As long as I don't die, no one can touch my mine. Sect leader, if you help that old witch, you will be my enemy. Ming Yunua's voice is ice cold, filled with hatred. She shouted, when my parents return, I will call my parents and go beat them up, I will destroy your sect. Ming Yunue always believed that it was not a coincidence that her mine was destroyed but rather caused by the meticulous planning of the Heaven Creation God Palace. In addition, the Heavenly Emperor of the Heaven Creation God Palace was still being overbearing here, so she was very rude to the Heavenly Emperor. Naturally, she did not have a good expression on her face. Yunue, I can understand that you lost this mine. Since it has already happened, it is best to calm down and think about how to recover the loss. The most important thing is to calm down and think about how to recover the loss, the Bright Moon sect leader advised in a gentle voice. The Heavenly Emperor did not speak again. Clearly, she could not argue with Ming Yunue. Moreover, she was not in the right. After all, she wanted to seize Ming Yunue's mine and could not use barbaric methods. She could only swallow her anger. However, she had already remembered Ming Yunue. She would not let her off. Fine, you want this mine, right? Take out something to exchange with me. Ming Yunue said, otherwise, don't even think about getting it. She already saw the Bright Moon sect leader and the Heavenly Emperor as a group. She kept talking about them. The main reason was also because the Bright Moon sect leader called the Heavenly Emperor Big Sister Heavenly Emperor. It seemed that they were very close, which made Ming Yunue even angrier. What do you want to exchange? The Heavenly Emperor finally spoke. Take out a crystal moon divine iron mine of the same size and exchange with me. Ming Yunue said, if you don't have it, then forget it. Humph, this mine of yours is covered in poison and has no value at all. You actually want to exchange for a mine of the same size? Truly an exorbitant demand. The Heavenly Emperor said coldly. If you don't want to exchange, then scram. Ming Yunue knew that the Heavenly Emperor really wanted to obtain the thing under the poison pool, so she wanted to ruthlessly rip him off. And the thing under the poison pool has already been taken away by Qin Yun. Even if the Heavenly Emperor paid a great price to take down this abandoned mine, she would not be able to find what she needed. Thinking of this, Ming Yunue felt extremely happy in her heart because this would make the Heavenly Emperor suffer a great loss. Yunue, my sect also has a crystal moon divine iron mine. How about this? I will let you mine for 10 days. Within these 10 days, you can mine as much as you can. The premise is that you cannot destroy the entire mine, the Bright Moon sect leader said. No, let me mine for a month. Ming Yunue shouted. How much can we extract? My mine is a big mine. Within 10 days, you can mine as much as you want with your ability and I won't say anything. The Bright Moon sect master said with a smile, Yunyu, this is very profitable. He felt that Ming Yunue definitely wouldn't be able to dig much within 10 days. Let's each take a step back, 15 days. In addition, give me another 50 genes of transcendental divine stone. Ming Yunue said. She did not forget to give Qin Yun some benefits. Qin Yun, who is hiding in the rock, is secretly delighted. He never expected that Ming Yunue would actually think of helping him ask for transcending space divine stones. What do you want the transdimensional divine stone for? It's useless to have it. The Bright Moon Hierarch said. I told you to give, so give. Ming Yunue snorted coldly. Why are you asking so much? 25 Jin. The Bright Moon Hierarch also chopped half and half. Alright, deal. Ming Yunue felt that it was about time and said, bring the transcending divine level stone over first. The transcendental divine stones were more valuable, so they were all in the hands of the Bright Moon Hierarch. At this moment, he also threw out a storage bag, which fell from the sky. Ming Yunue opened the storage bag and took a look. She lightly shouted, it's only 48 jeans, it's still 2 jeans short. Hurry up and hand it over. This girl, she is really calculative, the Bright Moon Hierarch said with a smile. He could only give Ming Yunue another 2 jeans of transcendental divine stone. Ming Yunue snorted and controlled the carriage to fly over. The rock that Qin Yun and the Heavenly Fiend Battle God were hiding was also loaded into the carriage by Ming Yunue. At this time, the Heavenly Fiend Battle God also transmitted his voice to Ming Yunue, Saintess, go and ask the sect leader how that old slut is going to deal with him after he threw me into the poison pool. After Ming Yunue loaded the large rock into the carriage, she asked, Sect leader, how are you going to investigate the matter of the Heavenly Fiend Battle God? After he was thrown into the poison pool, he jumped out and ran off somewhere. He will not let this matter rest. And this matter is that old witch's fault. About this, don't worry. I will talk to the Heavenly Fiend. The Bright Moon Hierarch said with a smile. Yunue, hurry up and go to my mine. I will inform them to stop work and let you mine. The time will start now. What? Your mine is so far away. It will take me half a day to get there. You want to start now? Ming Yunue said very angrily. That's why, hurry up and go. The Bright Moon Hierarch said with a smile. Wretched sect leader. Ming Yunue cursed in a low voice. She immediately boarded the carriage and flew towards the Bright Moon Hierarch's mine. Inside the carriage, Qin Yun and the Heavenly Fiend Battle God came out of the rock and sat inside the carriage. Am I in your way? I'll jump out of the carriage right now. The Heavenly Fiend Battle God said. Ming Yunue was made a fool of by the Bright Moon Hierarch. She was in a very bad mood. She waved her hand and said, Heavenly Fiend Battle God, go back to Bright Moon City and help me get more people to help me mine. Consider it my repayment to old cousin. Old cousin is not your man. It's not like I can repay him by getting people to mine. The Heavenly Fiend Battle God curled his lips and said. Just do what I tell you to do. Ming Yunue snorted. The Heavenly Fiend Battle God muttered, I am the Grand Heavenly Fiend Battle God, how can I help others mine? He jumped out of the carriage and went to help Ming Yunue get people. Qin Yun also took out a divine sound transmission pearl and said with a smile, do you want me to help get people to mine? Alright, as many as you can. It must be trustworthy. Ming Yunue said. Qin Yun immediately contacted the nameless old man, Yanglong Lingyu, Bing Xing and Ming Yong Tian and asked them to gather in Bright Moon City. What surprised Qin Yun was that after he contacted Ming Yong Tian, he suddenly found out that Bright Moon City was now forbidden from leaving the city. One could only enter but not leave. This ban would last for 15 days. Miss Ming, you are forbidden from leaving the city. This is an emergency notice from the Bright Moon Church Palace. Within 15 days, you are not allowed to leave the city. Qin Yun said. This wretched sect leader is actually playing tricks on me. Ming Yunue was about to explode from anger. She could only immediately drive the carriage and catch up to the Heavenly Fiend Battle God. She told him to wait at the mine. The only people Ming Yunue could use now were Qin Yun and the Heavenly Fiend Battle God. There are only 3 of us, how can we go and mine? What is the relationship between this wretched sect leader and that old witch? She actually tricked me like this. Ming Yunue is very angry. The 3 of us should be enough. Qin Yun chuckled and said, you helped me get 50 gene of transcendent divine stone, of course I have to help you. When Ming Yunue saw Qin Yun's smile, she knew that he had a way. She sighed and said, it's all up to you. But, I might destroy that mine. Qin Yun said. No problem, go ahead and destroy it. Even if you don't destroy it, I will destroy it. Ming Yunue clenched her fists and cursed, wretched sect leader, just you wait and see. The Bright Moon Church Master and the Sad Emotion Great Emperor are currently floating above the poison pool. The Sad Emotion Great Emperor is wearing a white robe. She looks like a woman with a plump face. Her skin is extremely good, but one can still see from her eyebrows that she has experienced many vicissitudes of life. She is a woman who has lived for many years. The Bright Moon Church Master is dressed in black. He looks like a middle-aged man with black and white hair. His square face is filled with a gentle smile. Big Sister Sadamotion, why are you in such a hurry to destroy this mine? Did you deliberately bring the poisonous meteorite here? The Bright Moon Church Master said with smile. That's right. I brought it here to destroy this crystal moon divine iron mine. When the unrefined crystal moon divine iron receives a strong impact, it will produce a very strong energy. And the poison can absorb that energy and become even more poisonous, so no one dares to go down and investigate. The Sad Emotion Great Emperor said with sneer, I already investigated long ago. This mine belongs to that little girl. That's why I felt at ease and smashed it here. I knew that you would be able to help me deal with her. You should have told me earlier. You even beat the heavenly evil war god into the poison pool. If this brat were to be reborn, I would have a headache. The Bright Moon Church Master shook his head and said. Oh right, you let that girl mine the 15 heavenly crystal moon divine iron mine. Is the loss big? The Sad Emotion Great Emperor said with smile. If the loss is big, then I will owe you a big favor. She will definitely send people to the Bright Moon City to call people. I just informed the Bright Moon City to seal the city. You can only enter and not leave. The Bright Moon Church Master laughed and said, this little girl is still too inexperienced. Then what if she destroys your mine? Aren't you afraid? The Sad Emotion Great Emperor said. There are 2 war gods guarding that mine. You can't beat the 2 of them. Even if it is destroyed, my loss is not big. It is nothing to loosen the soil of that mine, the Bright Moon Church Master said with a chuckle. Aren't you afraid that she will cause trouble for you in the future? You are such a failure as a sect master. You don't have any dignity at all. The Sad Emotion Great Emperor shook his head. There's nothing I can do. Who told the followers to not die, and their strength is about the same as mine? If they attack me together, I can only be reborn. The Bright Moon Church Master sighed and said, Big Sister Sad Emotion, quickly tell me what is down there. A coffin. There is no one in the coffin, but there are some important research results sealed inside. That is the research results of the Poison Sun Divine race. They are researching how to deal with the descendants of the Divine Sun, and they have made great progress. They once contacted us and told me about their progress, but in the end, they were still destroyed along with the Poison Divine Sun. The Sad Emotion Great Emperor said. The descendants of the Divine Sun. Are you guys in such a hurry to deal with the descendants of the Divine Sun? These descendants of the Divine Sun were originally introduced into the 9 suns by you guys. The Bright Moon Church Master said with smile, moreover, you guys have also exterminated many races that specialize in dealing with the descendants of the Divine Sun. Are you guys afraid of the descendants of the Divine Sun now? The descendants of the Divine Sun have already lost control. Also, we did not expect that the Divine Desolate and 9 Divine Sun would be formed. If our Heaven Creation Divine Palace wants to peacefully dominate the Divine Desolate, we must be able to suppress the descendants of the Divine Sun so that they don't destroy the 9 Divine Sun. The Sad Emotion Great Emperor said. That's right, your son, the Great Heaven Sovereign, isn't he coming to the Divine Moon to take a stroll? The Bright Moon Church Master asked. He is waiting for an opportunity to kill Qin. He won't run around recklessly, he is afraid of missing the opportunity, the Sad Emotion Great Emperor said. The Tragic Emperor floated in the air for a long time before using her formidable divine power to condense a golden bubble around her body. Then she entered the poison pool again. The Bright Moon Sect Master is floating in the air, looking all around to prevent anyone from approaching. If someone attacked the poison pool and broke the bubble, she would definitely be poisoned. The Bright Moon Sect Master also has some understanding of the poison in the poison pool. He sent people to study it before and knew that it is very powerful. That is why he sent the heavenly evil battle god to watch over it to prevent others from taking it away. When Qin Yin dived down, he took away all the poisonous crystals at the bottom of the pool. Of course he knows that this poison is very powerful, it is a must-have item for home travel. The Bright Moon Sect Master also contacted an inscription master because no matter what happened later, he had to seal this place and get rid of all the venom here. He must not let it leak out. Once it is leaked out, the Bright Moon sect master might be targeted by this poison in the future. Not long after, the tragic emperor came out of the poison pool with an ugly expression. Did you find it? The Bright Moon sect master asked. No. The tragic emperor shook his head. It's gone. Gone? How is that possible? Who took it away? The Bright Moon sect master said with frown. Are you sure that the thing you are looking for is below? If you don't believe me, go down and take a look. Below, there's a tunnel that goes straight down. There used to be something there, but it's gone. The tragic emperor said with grave expression. It shouldn't be the saintess girl who took it, it should be that little ghost war god. It was heavenly evil? The Bright Moon sect master said with frown. Wasn't he caught off guard and thrown into the poison pool by you? The tragic emperor nodded. Yes, no matter how strong he is, he can't cure the poison. But he is not weak, he won't die for a while. Maybe he went to the deepest part and saw the coffin. Then he took it away. Then what should we do? Ask heavenly evil for it? The Bright Moon sect master said with bitter smile. Heavenly evil was thrown into the poison pool by you, but you let him get the thing you are looking for. Now it will be very difficult to ask him for it. No matter what, I must get it, the tragic emperor coldly groaned. Seriously? Why did you send him into the poison pool? The Bright Moon schoolmaster shook his head and said, I can't help you next. In order to deal with that girl, Yun, I've spent 25 kilograms of transcendent divine stone. Just allow me to enter Bright Moon City to look for Xianxia. The sad heavenly emperor said. He wasn't prepared and was sent into the poison pond by me. He must have been poisoned very deeply. I thought he would die in the poison pond. If he was poisoned very deeply, then he might already be dead. He should be reincarnated now. The Haoyue hierarch said. Then he must have hidden the coffin somewhere. We must find him. The sad emperor said. All right, wait for my people to seal this damn place. I'll take you back to Xianxia to ask. The Bright Moon hierarch said. Can't we go back now? The sad emperor was very anxious. No, I must seal this poisonous pool. I want to see it sealed with my own eyes. If the poison in the poison pool flows out, it will be very disadvantageous to both your heaven-creating deity palace and our Bright Moon sect. The Bright Moon hierarch said. Are you afraid that we will collect these poisons and use them against you? The sorrowful emperor snorted coldly. Of course not. The heaven's mystic moon is a jumble of fish and dragons. There are too many people with bad intentions, so I have to be on guard. The Bright Moon hierarch said with smile. Big sister sorrowful emperor, don't you understand me? Humph, the sad emperor coldly snorted and said, Xianxia is also in Bright Moon City, right? Yes. What's wrong? She is my guest. The Bright Moon hierarch said. Of course I know she is your guest. If she didn't lend you the bloodline heavenly rune, there wouldn't be the Bright Moon sect today, right? Did you return the bloodline heavenly rune to her? The sad emperor asked with a hint of jealousy in his eyes. I returned it to her. Returning it to its rightful owner. Moreover, I also owe her a great favor, so I will have to pay a great price to repay her. The Bright Moon hierarch said with smile. Big sister sorrowful emperor, do you have enmity with her? I don't, but I might not in the future. Xianxia has the bloodline heavenly rune and our heaven-creating deity palace doesn't. The bloodline heavenly rune was originally hers. Isn't it very normal for her to have it? The Bright Moon hierarch said with smile. You spent a lot of effort and finally destroyed the 9-son royal family, but didn't you get the bloodline heavenly rune? Therefore, if it is not yours, you will never be able to obtain it. The sad emperor said in cold voice. You should have given Xianxia's bloodline heavenly rune to me. You should know that he obtained the bloodline heavenly rune from the hands of Purple Sun Fairy Emperor. This is very disadvantageous for us. The Bright Moon hierarch spread his hands, shook his head and said with sigh, Big sister sorrowful emperor, I borrowed Xianxia's bloodline heavenly rune for many years and finally created the Bright Moon sect. How can I not return it to her? This will infuriate Muyu. Back then Muyu vouched for me and I borrowed her bloodline heavenly rune. If I don't return it, I will be finished. And your heaven-creating deity palace can also forget about having good days. Speaking of Muyu, the sad emperor no longer thought about Ju Shengyun's bloodline heavenly rune. Clearly he is afraid of Muyu. The Bright Moon Sect's inscription masters also arrived. Under the command of the Bright Moon Sect leader, they began sealing the poison pool. On the other side, Qin Yun and Ming Yunyue are rushing towards the Bright Moon Sect Palace's Crystal Moon Divine Iron Mine. The Bright Moon Sect leader did not tell the sad emperor that the bloodline heavenly rune is in Ming Yunyue's body, otherwise she would have definitely attacked her. The heavenly fiend battle god who is flying at the front doesn't know that he has already become a scapegoat. The sad emperor believes that the amethyst coffin is in his hands. Old cousin, do you really have a way to get a large amount of Crystal Moon Divine Iron Mine? Ming Yunyue is still somewhat worried. I can. The premise is that you can guarantee that I won't be disturbed. Qin Yin said with smile, he is very confident. We can guarantee this. With the heavenly fiend battle god here, there won't be any problem. Ming Yunyue said. Qin Yin said, we cannot let the heavenly fiend battle god's identity be exposed. He must hide now. Ming Yunyue crooked her finger and let the heavenly fiend battle god enter the carriage. It is also because Qin Yin saved the heavenly fiend battle god that he considers Qin Yin his benefactor, otherwise he would not listen to Ming Yunyue's instructions. Ming Yunyue crooked her finger and he immediately went over, this is to give Qin Yin face. The heavenly fiend battle god entered the carriage and asked, what's the matter? Brother heavenly fiend, do you have a way to hide your identity? Qin Yin said, when you fight, don't let others recognize you as the heavenly fiend battle god. Why? The heavenly fiend battle god is puzzled. If the sad emperor can't find it, she will definitely think that you took it. And you are with us, so she will think that we are together. Qin Yin said, let her think that you are missing for now. Alright. If it were anyone else, I would definitely not agree. But old cousin, you saved me, so I will listen to you. I will let her think that I took the coffin. The heavenly fiend battle god is not afraid at all. Don't worry, when we get enough Crystal Moon Divine Iron Mine, I will help you make a good saber. Qin Yin said with a smile. Will it be as powerful as yours? The heavenly fiend battle god chuckled. Not for now, but after you refine it for many years, it will definitely not be a problem. Qin Yin did not lie to the heavenly fiend battle god. That's good. The heavenly fiend battle god is also looking forward to it. Soon after, they discussed how to act. It would be best if they don't start a fight. After some discussion, they came up with a few plans, mainly to deal with a fight. The only people they had to face were two powerful war gods. If they don't need to fight, the heavenly fiend battle god will hide. If they fight, the heavenly fiend battle god has his own methods to hide his aura and attack stealthily. The Bright Moon Sect Palace's mine is indeed very big, it covers hundreds of mountains. There are a large number of beasts in charge of digging the ground and excavating the ores. After Ming Yunyue arrived, she immediately went to find the person in charge. It is a small old man. Steward Ma, the sect leader should have sent you a message. He wants you to stop immediately. Dig for 15 days. Ming Yunyue said. This place is so big, we will only dig this area, you guys dig elsewhere. Steward Ma said with smile, then he looked at Qin Yun. When he saw that Qin Yun is only a sacred god, his eyes flashed with disdain. This mine will be ours for the next 15 days. Ming Yunyue said coldly, you don't agree? Are we going to fight? No, it's not 15 days, it's 14.5 days. Steward Ma said with smile. Then hurry up and stop working and move to the side. Ming Yunyue said. My people have already stopped working. The sect leader promised you that the people would stop working, but he never said that the beasts would also stop working. Steward Ma said with a treacherous smile. Despicable and shameless slut sect leader. Ming Yunyue stomped her feet in anger, causing the ground to tremble, causing the beasts to let out low roars of fear. Those beasts are all very large, like small hills. They are constantly digging the earth, digging out many ores and putting them into the two large bags on their backs. Because of the divine desolate space, there are very few large spatial storage magic treasures. They can only store ores like this. It's fine, let's go to other places to dig. Qin Yun said. This place is definitely rich in ores, that's why they are concentrating on digging here. Ming Yunyue cursed in a low voice, If we go to other places, we have to first investigate where there are ores, then dig deeper and dig bit by bit. After spending 15 days, we won't be able to dig anything. Let's go. Qin pulled Ming Yunue. Saintus, there's not much time left. Hurry up. Steward Ma shouted with a beaming smile. He waved at Qin and Ming Yunue, who were flying in the air. Qin floated in the air. He could see that there are many large pits in the mining area. Many of them have been dug, but because there are few ores, they did not continue digging. Currently, the most concentrated area is the area guarded by Steward Ma and the 2 war gods. That is the rich mining area. Qin opened his heavenly eye and looked down to see if there are any ores. However, he could only vaguely see that the area is emitting a faint mist. Ming Yunue thought that Qin could see a lot of ores in that area, so she was somewhat excited. She stared at Qin and waited for his response. I can only see that there are ores in this large area. As for which small area has more ores, I can't tell. Qin shook his head. Ah? In other words, you can see the ore released by the entire Crystal Moon Divine Iron Mine? Ming Yunue said in surprise. It's very easy to see. Qin nodded and sighed, but I can't see where there are more. Ming Yunue whispered, if that's the case, then wouldn't it be very easy for you to find the Crystal Moon Divine Iron Mine? About this, if we stroll around the mystic moonland, if we are lucky, we might really be able to find it. Qin scratched his head and said with a smile, let's talk about it later. Ming Yunue said, there is indeed no rush. The most important thing right now is to dig out a large amount of Crystal Moon Divine Iron in 15 days. There were a lot of ores in the area where the beasts were digging, but they needed to be mined on a large scale. As for the other areas, there were many large and small exploration pits. They had all been explored and confirmed to be empty. There might be some in the deeper parts, but it would take time to dig to the depths. Let's go down and talk. Qin spoke and landed on top of a huge mountain. After Ming Yunue landed, she looked around and said, that Chief Steward Ma didn't follow us. Isn't he worried about us? It seems like they are very confident that we won't be able to dig anything in 15 days. Qin is also thinking of a way. This bitch sect leader is really an old fox. I've lost this time. Ming Yunue snorted lightly and said, luckily, I asked him for several dozen kilograms of transcending space divine stone. It's not too much of a loss. At that moment, the heavenly fiend battle god quietly followed them. He was wearing tattered clothes and a straw hat that must have been woven from weeds. There was even a blade of grass in his mouth. He looked like a country bumpkin. After the mystic moon transformation, plants gradually appeared in the mystic moonland, and their growth speed was extremely fast. The area they were in was densely covered in weeds and trees. The heaven fiend battle god was hidden in the weeds, and it was hard for the guards to discover him. The sect leader contacted me just now. The Xianxia battle immortal took out a message amulet and said, he knows that I have not been reborn. Did he say anything? Ming Yunue asked. He told me not to return to Bright Moon City for the time being. Furthermore, he told me to hide the item that I took from the bottom of the poisonous pool. Don't hand it over to the sorrowful old B*TCH. The Xianxia battle immortal said. This slut sect master even dares to trick his sorrowful big sister. Truly an old fox in front of others. Ming Yunue cursed in a low voice again. By the way, he told me that the toxic meteorite was attracted by the sad emperor of the heaven-creating deity palace. The Xianxia battle immortal said hurriedly. Holy Virgin, please calm down. Can I calm down? No, I'm going to destroy that heaven-creation divine palace. Ming Yunue is about to flip out. Qin hastily grabbed her hand to calm her down. Did the Bright Moon sect leader say what is under the poisonous pool? Qin asked. He did. He said that it is an inheritance left behind by the Poison Sun divine race to deal with the descendants of the Divine Sun divine race. The Xianxia battle immortal also knows the details and then told Qin and Ming Yunue everything he knows. It can be seen that the Bright Moon sect leader still trusts his own people, otherwise he would not have told everything to the Xianxia battle immortal. After Qin finished listening, he suddenly understood why the Bright Moon sect leader did not want the sad emperor to obtain the amethyst coffin, Because inside the amethyst coffin, it is highly possible that there is a technique to restrain the descendants of the divine sun divine race. The bright moon disciples and the descendants of the divine sun divine race are about the same, their souls are difficult to kill. If the sad emperor mastered that technique, he would be able to exterminate the bright moon disciples. That slut sect leader is still clear-headed, he did not get bewitched by that old witch. Ming Yinhui curled her lips and said, the sect leader's taste is truly unique and crafty, he actually took a fancy to that old witch. If that sad emperor mastered a technique to restrain the descendants of the divine sun divine race, then he would definitely deal with us, the Xianxia battle immortal said and then looked at Qin Yun. Ming Yinhui also looked at Qin Yun. Don't worry, I won't use it to deal with you. Qin Yun quickly spread out his hands and said with a smile, don't you know what kind of person I am? But this matter must be discussed with the sect leader, the Xianxia battle immortal said. I will meet him. I have a friend in the Bright Moon sect palace, I will ask him to take me to him. Qin Yun nodded and said. Oh right, Saintess, the sect leader told you not to cause trouble for the sad emperor because it is highly possible that she took a large amount of divine yang poison, the Xianxia battle immortal said. Qin Yun slightly frowned, he thought about something and said, Brother Xianxia, you said that the reason why the meteorite fell was because it absorbed the energy of the crystal moon divine iron? Yes, only by absorbing more energy can the divine yang poison become stronger. Furthermore, the divine yang poison is very sensitive to the crystal moon divine metal. That's why the meteorite sensed the mine and, with a slight maneuver, flew down. The Xianxia battle immortal nodded and said, that's why there's no evidence to prove that this is the sorrowful old B*TCH, he did it. Qin Yun immediately took out a black crystal and said with smile, this is the poison crystal I took from the bottom of the poison pool. This thing should also like the crystal moon divine iron very much. After knowing that it is a poison crystal, the Xianxia battle immortal and Ming Yinhui suddenly jumped away. At this time, the poison crystal in Qin Yun's hand slightly trembled. Qin Yun immediately released supergravity to make the poison crystal float, making it weightless. This way, the energy inside the poison crystal can carry the poison crystal and fly. This should be able to find the crystal moon divine iron? Ming Yinhui shouted in pleasant surprise. I can find it, but I don't know if I can find a rich or not. Qin Yun grabbed the poison crystal, thought for a moment and then took out the Gemini treasure mirror. He first used his energy duplication ability to duplicate the poison crystal's energy. Then he used this energy to carve the poison god totem and then used the Gemini treasure mirror to duplicate the totem. Then he used some special moon runes and star runes to coordinate with the Divine Universe Golden Stone's energy and the Divine Yang Poison Totem to activate the Divine Yang Poison Totem and release a strange wave. This wave has the characteristics of the Divine Universe Golden Stone. It can easily penetrate deep underground and send the Divine Yang Poison Totem's probing wave deep underground. The probing of the Crystal Moon Divine Iron situation will be transmitted to the Gemini Treasure Mirror. Actually, this kind of probing mirror is very common. There are probing souls, probing beasts, probing medicinal ingredients and so on. However, Qin Yun's is very awesome. It can probe the Crystal Moon Divine Iron hidden deep underground. This is also the result of him ingeniously using the poison crystal's perception of the Crystal Moon Divine Iron and the Divine Universe Golden Stone's penetrating power. He used runes to combine the two together to create this probing divine tool. While Qin Yun is crafting, he is also explaining the principle. Ming Yinhui and the Xianxia battle immortal's eyes are wide open after hearing this. They don't understand but feel that it is awesome. Old cousin, this thing. You suddenly thought of it? You never made it before? Now you can make it in a short while? The Xianxia battle immortal looked at Qin Yun with an incredulous expression. That's right, this is not difficult at all. Qin Yun said with a smile, I just need to carve a few more runes and it will be a success. If it is really useful, then wouldn't it be easy to find the Crystal Moon Divine Iron? Ming Yinhui is extremely excited. If she could control a few large mines and open them up, she would become the richest person in the Bright Moon sect. Let's talk about it later. Now let's probe the areas with many mines. Qin Yun's inscription speed is very fast. One of his hands is swaying back and forth, leaving behind a large number of blurry afterimages. Ming Yingyue and the Xianxia Battle Immortal are people with extremely high status in the Bright Moon sect. They have also come into contact with many powerful inscription masters and seen them carve runes. However, they have never seen someone like Qin Yun, who is astonishingly fast. Qin Yun spent a total of more than half a day to complete the probing device. He used the Divine Universe Golden Stone to activate the Gemini treasure mirror and said with a smile, "Let's go to the sky." Our Bright Moon sect has many old men who rack their brains all day long to research this kind of probing divine tool. However, none of them succeeded. Ming Yingyue said, "Old cousin, you only took half a day to make it? If they had poison crystals, they would have succeeded long ago." Qin Yun seems to have used the Gemini treasure mirror to shine below and then looked at the surface of the mirror. The terrain below appeared on the mirror. There are many faint white dots on the mirror. It should be the Crystal Moon Divine Iron Mine. The ores below are very scattered and are slowly forming. Ming Yingyue said. She is very excited because it is truly effective. "Let's go, let's look around," Qin Yun said with a smile. The Xianxia Battle Immortal also follow behind them. He wants to see how Qin Yun and Ming Yingyue will take out a large amount of Crystal Moon Divine Iron Mine in the end. They spent a few days flying above this area to probe. Finally, they found an area with a dense concentration of ores. Moreover, these ores are all relatively large. "Let's get rid of these two mountains first." Qin Yun pointed at the several thousand feet tall mountain below. "Leave it to me." Ming Yingyue blasted out two very strong divine power towards the refining mountain below. Boom boom, with two loud sounds, the two huge mountains below exploded. A large amount of crushed rocks, along with the divine power storm, surged in all directions. This movement is very big. It attracted the attention of Manager Ma and the two war gods. Manager Ma hastily rushed over and shouted, "Saintess, what are you doing?" "Mining?" Ming Yingyue said, "Isn't it very normal to open up a mountain to mine? Making a fuss over nothing." It's normal, it's normal. Please continue, you still have 10 days. Manager Ma chuckled and said, "I sincerely hope that you can dig up a lot of Crystal Moon Divine Iron Mine within 10 days. Thanks to you, we will definitely be able to dig up some," Ming Yingyue said with a smile. Then she gestured to Qin Yun and said, "Old cousin, the rest is up to you." Qin Yun's eyes suddenly turned pitch black and surged out a black gas. His body slightly trembled and a terrifying vibration wave slowly surged out from his body. This sacred god realm has some strength. Manager Ma is somewhat astonished. Qin Yun shouted loudly, his fists blasted out two earthquake divine ability power and struck the ground below. The ground below suddenly split into pieces. Following that, a wave of Crystal Moon Divine Iron Mine aura rushed up. Seeing Manager Ma's expression, Ming Yingyue was also very proud and said with a smile, "Manager Ma, this is just the normal operation of mining. There's nothing strange about it." If not for Ming Yingyue knowing Qin Yun's methods, she would have jumped in fright. Seeing so much Crystal Moon Divine Iron below, Ming Yingyue was very happy, especially when he saw the mist that was spewing out. That was the Black Crystal Moon Divine Iron. Although the amount of black mist that was spewing out was very small, it meant that there was Black Crystal Moon Divine Iron underneath. Black Crystal Moon Divine Iron could be said to be one of the rarest and most expensive kinds of iron, above purple. Major Domo Ma was only surprised. Even if the entire mine was emptied, he would not feel any heartache, because this was not his mine, but the Bright Moon Hierarch's. "You're lucky to be able to find such a good place." Manager Ma chuckled. "Thank you very much." "Thank us for what?" Ming Yingyue asked. "Thank you for helping us find this place. There are only 10 days left. Don't tell me you can dig out all the Crystal Moon Divine Iron?" General Steward Ma laughed and said, "Not to mention the three of you, even if we lend you our mining divine beast, you won't be able to dig it all out in 10 days. Ming Yingyue sneered and said, "Steward Ma, don't be happy too early." She was also very worried about this problem and she knew that Qin Yun definitely had a way. She just didn't know how Qin Yun would quickly dig out the ores below. Manager Ma smiled and said, "So what if you guys dig it out? What are you going to use to store it? How will it be transported? If you don't move it out of here within 10 days, it will still belong to us. Don't worry, we will definitely be able to take it away." Ming Yingyue snorted. If Qin Yan could dig out a large portion of it, she would be very satisfied. Even if they couldn't dig out the majority of it, they had to dig out all the black crystal moon divine iron. Attack below, try your best to loosen up all the soil below. Qin Yan said, the crystal moon divine iron mine should be very sturdy, it shouldn't be that easy to break, right? It is very sturdy, it won't be broken. Ming Yingyue said. Then, she released her divine power in the air, releasing waves of shockwaves. Shockwaves crashed down from the sky, enveloping the cracked ground below. The Xianxia battle Immortal King had also begun. After struggling for a few days, they finally loosened the deep soil. Manager Ma had been watching for the past few days. He believed that no matter what Ming Yingyue did, she would not be able to take away a large amount of crystal moon divine iron. It's about time. Old cousin, it's up to you now. Ming Yingyue said. Over the past few days, Qin Yan did not participate because he was exploring the crystal lunar divine iron mine below. The soil within a radius of several thousand meters was shaken until it was very loose. Qin Yan used the mysterious penetration divine ability to burrow into the soil. Ming Yingyue and Heaven Fiend Battle God watched from above, unsure of what Qin Yan was up to. At this moment, they suddenly felt a strange fluctuation of divine power coming from below. They did not know what kind of divine power it was, but they felt that it was very strange and not familiar to them. Of course, Qin Yan's divine powers were at the sacred god realm, so it was even less obvious to them. After Qin Yan went underground, he used Nether Sun to release supergravity domain. Through supergravity, he covered a radius of a few thousand meters. At the same time, he used his powerful spiritual power to envelop a large amount of crystal moon divine iron. With a thought, the supergravity made all the crystal moon divine iron levitate, break free from gravity, pass through the loose soil and float up. Next, Ming Yingyue, Heaven Fiend Battle God and Manager Ma saw an incomparably shocking scene. Large and small, countless crystal moon divine iron suddenly emerged from the soil, as if they were pulled up by something in the sky. Ming Yingyue and Heaven Fiend Battle God already knew that Qin Yan was a very powerful person, but they never expected him to be this powerful. It is simply inconceivable. They suddenly felt that no matter how high and mighty the Bright Moon Church's sect master was, in front of Qin Yan, not even a fart, what divine heavenly monarch, what elder, compared to Qin Yan, they were simply too weak. Most of the crystal moon divine iron floating in the air are silver, then gold. There are relatively few purple ones and the least black ones. Under Qin Yan's control, the silver ones gathered together and piled up into several tens of meters tall mountain. The gold ones also piled up into a mountain, but they are half the size of the silver ones. The purple crystal moon divine iron is even less, only a few meters tall small mountain. As for the black crystal moon divine iron, it is only 2 meters tall. However, this is already very good. From Ming Yingyue's point of view, she has profited greatly this time. Her previous small mine only had a lot of silver crystal moon divine iron and she didn't even know how long it would take to dig out so much. What Qin Yan made are already made, there is no need to dig. This is mainly because the ores in this area are very dense and the quality is also very good. Qin Yan can sense them all, that's why he can use this move. If it was any other area where the ores are scattered, Qin Yan wouldn't be able to use this move. Because he would have to cover a very large area and in the end, he would only be able to make the scattered ores float up. The consumption is very great. After Qin Yan finished, he drilled out of the ground, clearly very tired. It is clear that this move consumed a lot of divine power. Manager Ma's eyes are wide open, he looked at Qin Yan as if he is looking at a monster. He never expected that this unremarkable person would actually have such a formidable ability. I want to rest for a while. Qin Yan said. No problem, there are still a few days. Ming Yingyue also tightly held Qin Yan's hand and channeled divine power into him. Heavenly Evil Battle Immortal is thinking about how to build a good relationship with Qin Yan. He plans to follow Qin Yan from now on. From his point of view, following Qin Yan is much more promising than following Bright Moon sect leader. You guys are awesome, but how are you going to transport them? Do you have such a big storage magic tool? When Manager Ma thought of this, he felt a lot more at ease. He also revealed a calm smile. You can't transport these ores, they will still belong to the sect leader. Qin Yan said with smile, Manager Ma, you don't need to worry. As he spoke, he waved his hand and released 2,000-meter-long flying ships. This is what Qin Yin got from Inscription Palace when he returned to Ninyang Divine Palace. Refining this kind of flying ship is very easy for Ninyang Divine Palace's inscription refining masters. Of course, it is also because the space inside his Nine-Sun Divine Spirit is very big that he can store these two flying ships. His Nine-Sun Divine Spirit can even store a huge Divine Sunday compared to the Divine Sun. These two huge ships are like ants. Seeing these two huge ships, not only Manager Ma jumped in fright, Ming Yingyue and Heavenly Fiend Battle God are also very scared. They also had storage Dharma treasures, but the internal space of their storage Dharma treasures was extremely limited. They couldn't even fit a 100-meter-long ship, let alone a 1,000-meter-long ship. As for Qin Yun, he had casually thrown out 2,000-meter-long ships. Then, how big was the space inside his storage magic treasure? Old cousin, after I return, I will pack my luggage and bid farewell to the sect leader. From now on, I will follow you. Heavenly Fiend Battle God adjusted his straw hat and said to Qin Yun in low voice. What do you mean follow? We are all friends. Qin Yun said with smile. Just leave the loading to me. Heavenly Fiend Battle God said. He released his divine power and mental power, lifted up a pile of crystal moon divine iron and put them into the ship's cabin. After Ming Yingyue gang has more or less recovered, they also went to load the ship. To divine monarchs like them, this is not a problem at all. Manager Ma is stunned. He also hastily joined in and said with smile, Congratulations Saintess, I will also help you load the ship. If you need help in the future, you only need to say a word. Old Ma will definitely do his best to help you. Manager Ma also wants to curry favor with an awesome person like Qin Yun. He can see that Qin Yun is not a bright moon disciple and thinks that Qin Yun is pretending to be a sacred god. Well said. Ming Yingyue is also very polite. After all, this Manager Ma knows how to conduct himself. Very quickly, everything is loaded. Heavenly Fiend Battle God is driving one ship while Qin Yun and Ming Yingyue are together. Qin Yun has not fully recovered yet. That attack just now caused him to suffer a great loss of vitality. These two ships were refined by the Ninyang Divine Palace. There is no bright moon sect symbol on the ship and the overall style seems to be from the Divine Desolate. Therefore, Qin Yun reminded Heavenly Fiend Battle God and Ming Yingyue to pay attention to prevent people from hijacking the ship. The barrier released by the defensive formations of the two ships could only withstand a few of Shin Tianjuan's attacks. Hijacking ship? Whoever comes will die. Heavenly Fiend Battle God sent a message to Qin Yun. Although he has not recovered from the poison, dealing with ordinary divine monarchs is not a problem. The Heaven Fiend Battle God's message talisman was refined by the Bright Moon Church Palace, but it could also be connected to Qin Yun's. This was what Qin Yun had connected. Ming Yingyue said with a sneer, no matter who it is, if they come to rob our ship, only death awaits them. In the past 10 days of mining, Bing Xing had also told Qin Yun that Yu Shangyun was about to come out of seclusion. Therefore, Qin Yun is in a hurry to return. Heavenly Fiend Battle God and Ming Yingyue felt that Qin Yun is overthinking things. Because in the Divine Moonland, their Bright Moon sect is an overlord existence. Even the big sects in the sect do not dare to openly rob them. Half a day later, they realized that Qin Yun is not overthinking things, because there really is a ship hijacking, a total of more than 100 people. Qin Yun knew that in the past 10 days, more and more people from the Divine Desolate must have come. This is what the nameless old man said. Although this is the territory of the Bright Moon sect, the tyrannical powers of the Divine Desolate are still very arrogant when they come to the Divine Moonland, as long as they are not facing the Bright Moon sect. It's the people from the Divine Kingdom of the Heavens. Qin Yun said to Ming Yingyue. Which family do these two ships belong to? Tell me your name. The leader of the 100 or so people is a middle-aged man with a mustache. He is wearing armor and holding a saber in his hand. He is very aggressive. Bright Moon Sect, Saintess Palace. Ming Yingyue said coldly. Oh? A broken ship from the Divine Kingdom of the Heavens is actually pretending to belong to the Bright Moon Sect Saintess Palace. How could the high and mighty Bright Moon Saintess have such a broken ship? The leader said with a sneer. The 100 or so people in front also burst into laughter. They all took out their weapons. It is obvious that they want to rob the ship. Is King Lei Kuang in the Bright Moon City? Ming Yunyue had already flown out of the ship and was floating in the air. Her cold and murderous eyes stared at the group of people. Of course. When the leader saw that it was a woman, he suddenly became excited because Ming Yunyue was indeed a very beautiful woman. Ming Yunyue smiled coldly and said, "It's best if he's in Bright Moon City. This way, I'll take your heads and send them to Bright Moon City." How arrogant. Who do you think you are? As soon as the leader finished speaking, the Xianxia battle immortal suddenly flew over. When the terrifying Xianxia aura enveloped them, the hundreds of people from the All Heavens Divine Kingdom were suddenly terrified. The Xianxia battle immortal's attack speed was very fast. When he went over, he had already released the 9-God saber image. Under the control of the Xianxia battle immortal, the divine saber formed by the Tao idol slashed through the air. Hoo, a burst of cold saber wind whistled in all directions. Countless saber shadows enveloped the hundreds of people and slashed crazily. This group of people came from the God Wasteland, and most of them were from the 9 Heavens celestial race. It could be seen that the Wild Thunder Sovereign King was also from the 9 Heavens celestial race. They were all in the Tao God realm, and there was not even a single Shantian lord, yet they dared to rob a ship here. Ming Yunyue didn't even need to do anything. More than half of the 100 people were chopped into pieces by the Xianxia battle god. As for the remaining half, their heads were chopped off by the Xianxia battle god. Under his control, dozens of heads were placed on Ming Yunyue's ship. Then, Qin Yan sealed them with an array formation. Truly reckless. Ming Yunyue coldly snorted that whatever thunderous sovereign king, he must be just as arrogant. This is mainly because all heaven's venerable sovereigns are very arrogant. Qin Yan said. The sovereigns of the heavens are nothing. Ming Yunyue didn't care. She wasn't afraid of the divine nations of the heavens at all. The Xianxia battle immortal wasn't afraid either. After all, the Bright Moon disciples were immortal. When they fought, they dared to fight with their lives on the line. Ming Yunyue was in an extremely good mood after obtaining so many crystal moon divine iron ores. And this was mainly thanks to Qin Yan. Of course, she also remembered that she promised Qin Yan that she would bring him to see the divine moon dragon vein. Qin Yan also chose some purple and black crystal lunar divine iron. He wanted to use them to refine divine artifacts or heavenly talismans. The crystal moon divine iron was currently the material with the largest quantity, and its quality was also passable, so it was very popular. Half a day later, the 2 ships finally arrived outside Bright Moon City. When the Bright Moon schoolmaster learned that Ming Yunyue had taken a large amount of the crystal moon divine iron mine, his heart ached. At this time, he also learned that there was a very mysterious and powerful person beside Ming Yunyue. At this time, the ban on Bright Moon City was lifted, and people could enter and leave the city freely. Outside the city, Ming Yunyue shouted, "Thunder Wild Sovereign King, get out here." Her ship was hijacked on the way. Although she had taken down the bandits, she was still angry. The heads of Lei Kuang King's subordinates were chopped off, but they did not die. They were all thrown at the city gate. These dozens of heads also knew that the person they had robbed before was indeed quite strong. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to shout in front of Bright Moon City's gate. "Saintess, what happened?" Suddenly, someone flew out. It was a long-bearded old man. With a glance, one could tell that he was an elder-level figure. "These guys want to rob my ship on the way. They say they are the subordinates of Sovereign King Lei Kuang." "That bullshit Sovereign King Lei Kuang is in Bright Moon City," Ming Yunyue said coldly. "This dog is from the divine nations of the heavens." When those dozens of heads learned that the woman was Bright Moon Saintess, they were all scared silly. They only felt that they were dead for sure. "They are all small bandits. You should also chop off their heads and let this matter rest." As the elder spoke, he waved his hand and released a red flame, burning dozens of heads on the ground to ashes. With a glance, Qin Yan knew that this elder wanted to settle this matter. He did not want Ming Yunyue to cause trouble for Lei Kuang King. "Fifth elder, even if you burn these people's heads, I will still go find Lei Kuang King for an explanation." Ming Yunyue naturally knew what the 5th elder was thinking. "Saintess, let's end this matter here." The 5th elder said with a smile, "There's no need to make a big fuss. Besides, we don't have any evidence to prove that these people are Lei Kuang King's subordinates." "I don't need evidence. Ming Yunue said with a sneer, let's leave it at that for now. After I enter the city, I will definitely go find Lei Kuang King. If you know him, tell him to prepare. The fifth elder shook his head and sighed. He also returned to Bright Moon City. The next step was to transport the Crystal Moon Divine Iron Ore. Ming Yunue also arranged for her subordinates to do it. As for Qin Yun, he returned to the Crystal Moon Lane. He needs to rest well and recover to his peak state. He took out the communication talisman and contacted the nameless old man. How many people have come to Bright Moon City recently? Qin Yun asked, what's going on with that Lei Kuang King? It's like this. Bright Moon sect's people really need that remnant sun soul. The remnant sun soul is scattered in some very dangerous places in the Divine Desolate. One needs to be strong enough to go to those places to obtain it, the nameless old man said. For this, the Bright Moon sect's people are willing to use a large amount of Divine Universe golden stones to buy them. I don't know where they got so many Divine Universe golden stones. This is something that Qin Yun already knew. The reason why Ming Yunue wanted to cooperate with the Nine-Yang Divine Palace was for the remnant sun soul. Which faction of the Myriad Realms Divine Court and the Bright Moon sect are cooperating with? Qin Yun asked. In the Bright Moon sect, there are vice sect master, elders, protectors, sect master, and other powerful figures. Therefore, there are many factions. We will directly cooperate with the Bright Moon sect master. The nameless old man said with a smile, the Bright Moon sect master is very easy to talk to. He is generous and doesn't care about trifles. He is a very good person. If Qin Yun had not been with Ming Yunue these past few days, he would not have known that the Bright Moon sect master was a very scheming person. Ming Yunue was tricked by him to the point that she lost her temper. Nameless old man, you guys have to be careful of that sect master. That guy is very cunning. Qin Yun said with a chuckle. Don't judge others by your own standards, the nameless old man said with a smile. The Bright Moon sect master is a very practical person. Qin Yun can already see that the Myriad Realms Divine Court has fallen into the Bright Moon sect master's trap. Oh right, how many big shots have come from the Divine Kingdom of Heavens? Qin Yun asked. Heavenly Demon Divine King Xianxia, and a few sovereign kings. There is also the Illusion Race's clan emperor. This guy is also very close to the sovereigns of the heavens. The sovereigns of the heavens did not come, the nameless old man said. The Divine Kingdom of Heavens, what kind of people are cooperating with the Bright Moon sect? Qin Yun said, is that thunder-crazed sovereign king cooperating with the fifth elder and the others? You know a lot? In short, most of them cooperate with the sect master and then privately cooperate with other vice sect masters, elders, protectors, and so on. The nameless old man said with a smile, and we are currently only cooperating with the sect master because we can't see through the other guys. Qin Yun thought for a moment and said, tell the divine judge to come to the Crystal Moon Lane, I want to see him. Crystal Moon Lane? That seems to be the Saintess property. I've heard of it. The nameless old man said. The Bright Moon Saintess is my friend. Your Myriad Realms Divine Court can talk to her. Qin Yun said with a smile. You haven't been in Bright Moon City for long and you've already hooked up with the Bright Moon Saintess. The nameless old man said with a smile, since she's Palace King's friend, then there's definitely no problem. I'll let the divine judge go over. Qin Yun then asked about the situation of the Heavenly Lion race and the Sun Dragon race. What surprised him is that the clan emperors of these two races have personally come. Currently, they are mainly cooperating with the Bright Moon sect master. As for how they are going to cooperate, it is still unclear. Qin Yun knows Yanlong Lingyu, the elder of the Sun Dragon race, so he also let him make a trip to the Crystal Moon Lane. After contacting these old friends, Qin Yun received news from Bingxing that Yu Shangyun will come out of seclusion in 3 days. This made Qin Yun feel a lot more at ease. At least he won't have to wait that many days. Ming Yongtian also returned. He gave Qin Yun 1,000 Divine Universe golden stones, which he obtained from selling cigarettes. What made Qin Yun very surprised is that Ming Yongtian actually sold these special cigarettes for 3 Divine Universe golden stones per stick. Ming Yongtian also left the Vermilion Bird sect and wanted to establish his own sect. Previously, when he was a branch master, he had many subordinates and they were all poached by him. He also told Qin Yun that the tortoise grandson of the Vermilion Bird sect master, Ling Ying, was once again unlucky. For some reason, he controlled a moon house in the sky and smashed another branch master's moon house. There is also the Zhou family's with Xiongquan Baldi Chong. After he was plagued by bad luck, he was also plagued by bad luck during this period of time. He was tormented until he was reborn. Ming Yongtian also went outside the city to help his sister move the goods. He didn't need to ask to know that Qin Yun had helped Ming Yunyue obtain a large amount of crystal moon divine iron Oregon. After Qin Yun rested, he took out the pill transformation heavenly furnace. He wanted to refine the divine universe golden stones into bullets. He now had a large amount of divine universe golden stones, so he could withstand this kind of waste. This pill transformation heavenly furnace should be able to refine divine universe golden stones. Qin Yun threw 5 divine universe golden stones into the pill transformation heavenly furnace and then poured in a large amount of sun flame liquid. Because he wanted to refine several divine universe golden stones, he needed a large amount of energy to activate the pill transformation heavenly furnace. Qin Yun could only use the divine universe golden stones as an energy source and place them in a storage space of the pill transformation heavenly furnace. He put in 10 pills and waited patiently. 10 divine universe golden stones should be enough. As Qin Yun waited, he watched the consumption of the divine universe golden stones. Just as he had estimated, the energy of 8 divine universe golden stones was enough to activate the pill transformation heavenly furnace and fuse the things inside into a pill. 5 divine universe golden stones and a large amount of sun flame liquid fused together to refine a pill. The power could be imagined. After Qin Yun finished refining the bullet, he does not know how powerful it is. He can only roughly estimate that the bullet's power can injure Shen Tianjun. As long as he can injure Shen Tianjun, it will be a profit. Consuming a dozen divine universe golden stones is definitely not a loss. After Qin Yun finished refining the bullet, he took out the amethyst coffin. The research results left behind by the poisoned sun divine race. They researched for so many years, but in the end, they did not succeed. They were still exterminated and only left behind this last thing. Qin Yun opened his heavenly eye and looked at the amethyst coffin. He looked for a long time but did not find anything. He could not see through it and he does not know how to open it. The runes on the outside are the key. Qin Yun planned to start with those runes. At this moment, someone knocked on the door. "Xiao Yun, it's me." It is Bing Xing's voice. Qin Yun hurriedly walked over to open the door and brought her into the room. Then, he quickly closed the door. After Bing Xing walked in, she took off her veil. She saw the large amethyst coffin in the middle of the room. Her cold and beautiful face is filled with bewilderment as she asked, "Xiao Yun, what is this?" "I got it from the poison pool." Qin Yun simply explained how he obtained the amethyst coffin. Bing Xing looked and said, "Even you can't open it?" She touched the amethyst coffin and secretly used her mental power to test it. However, she was unable to probe the situation inside. "Temporarily not, but I will definitely be able to open it," Qin Yun said with a smile and put away the amethyst coffin. "Sister Xiangyun and the others will be out soon. She sent me a message from the secret room and told me to wait patiently outside." As Bing Xing spoke, she walked to the bedside and sat down. Qin Yun also arrived beside her and gently hugged her waist. He let her lean on his shoulder and said, "Sister Bing Xing, I've already agreed with Miss Ming. She will take me to the Dragon Vein to take a look." "I knew you would definitely go." Bing Xing lightly groaned, but she can't say anything now. "I must go. Rest assured, others can't enter the depths of the Dragon Vein, but I can." Qin Yun smiled and kissed her red lips, not letting her speak again. At this moment, Bing Xing also gently took off Qin Yun's clothes. Qin Yun sensed the passion of this cold and elegant beauty and also took the initiative. Soon, the two of them fell into a world of two. After a sweet night, they woke up and went to take a bath together. After the shower, they put on their clothes and went to the hall outside. "Sister Bing Xing, are you going to enter the Myriad Realms Divine Yang Land in the future?" Qin Yun held Bing Xing's hand. He is somewhat reluctant to part with her because he does not know how long she will stay inside. "Of course. But it was still a long way off. My Myriad Realms divine son has yet to be born." Bing Xing smiled elegantly and said, "Next, Sister Yu will enter." However, the fourth myriad world's divine sun has yet to appear. It should be soon, right? Qinyan lightly sighed and said, I wonder when Yueme and others will come out. Bingxing shook her head. She did not know how long she would have to wait. Oh, that's right, Sister Bingxing, can you contact Yu Tian and Yu Shi? Qinyan asked, where are they? I really want to find them. Yu Tian and Yu Shi are 9 sun divine maidens who look exactly like Bingxing. I can, but it will take some time for them to receive it. Bingxing said. Alright, then ask Yu Tian what's the current situation of the Heaven Creation Divine Palace. Qinyan said, is there any danger for her to stay in the Heaven Creation Divine Palace as the Palace Master? There's no danger, I asked her about this before. As for the current situation of the Heaven Creation Divine Palace, she should know a bit. I will ask her. Bingxing nodded and said. One of the Heaven Creation 5 emperors is the Great Emperor of Sorrow. She is currently in the Bright Moon City. Qinyan gently caressed Bingxing's warm and delicate hand and said, I'm worried that she will know that the amethyst coffin is in my hands and try to snatch it. Don't worry. Sister Xiangyun is here. She will come out of seclusion very soon. Bingxing said, besides, aren't you going to enter the dragon vein? She definitely won't dare to go in. Ming Yunyuan knocked on the door and lightly shouted, Old cousin, Sister Bingxing, are you free now? Qinyan and Bingxing are in the hall. When they heard Ming Yunyua's question, they knew that she must have knocked on the door before. Of course I'm free. Qinyan said with a smile. After Ming Yunyue entered, she smiled at Bingxing and said, Sister Bingxing, your man is really amazing. He has helped me a lot. If not for him, I wouldn't even know how I would have passed through these difficult times. How can my man not be amazing? Bingxing faintly smiled and said, Yunyue, don't run around for the next few days. Sister Xiangyun has been in seclusion for the past few days and has gained some insights into the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra. Maybe it can guide you further. That's great. Ming Yunyue is very happy. Oh right, old cousin, you told me yesterday that someone would come to find me today. Who is it? Ming Yunyue asked. The divine judge of the Myriad Realms Divine Court and Elder Lingyu of the Sun Dragon race. They are all my friends. Qinyan said, you can talk to them about cooperation. They will talk to you. Really? That's great. Ming Yunyue is very surprised. She never expected that Qinyan would know the divine judge of the Myriad Realms Divine Court. I also know the divine judge and I am also an elder of the Divine Moon Clan. I will go with you to talk to them. Bingxing said. Ming Yunyue is even more curious about who Qinyan is. He knows so many great figures of the Divine Desolate. The nameless old man and the divine judge arrived very quickly, followed by Yanglong Lingyu. He brought along Yanglong Tingting, Yanglong Yuanda and Yanglong Wanfei, the younger generation. What made Qinyan even more surprised is that the Heavenly Lion race also sent an elder to discuss cooperation with Ming Yunyue. Yanglong Lingyu, the nameless old man and the others did not say that Qinyan asked them to come. They all know that Qinyan's identity is very special and cannot be casually revealed. This is to avoid revealing Qinyan's whereabouts. They, who are well informed, all know that the Great Emperor Sorrow Emotion is in Bright Moon City. Furthermore, she has declared that she is the mother of the heavenly sovereigns. The Great Emperor Sorrow Emotion is a very high-profile person. It would be difficult not to know that she has come. The elders of the Heavenly Lion race also brought Fatty Meow and the other youngsters. Qinyan did not show his face. He can't participate in the cooperation, so he let Ming Yunyue and Bingxing go. He returned to his room to study the amethyst coffin. There are many runes on the surface of the amethyst coffin. It should be used to make a key or something. Qinyan looked at the large number of complex runes and carefully analyzed them. He said, among these runes, there are some that are rather special. Could it be that they are the key? He quickly found the useless runes and recorded the useful runes. After recording them, he discovered that these runes are somewhat similar to the Poison God's totem runes. Could it be that in order to obtain the research results of the Poison Sun divine race, I need the Poison God's divine position? Do the other god realms also have Poison God's divine position? Qinyan is filled with doubt as he carved the runes on a talisman paper. However, after carving them, the runes did not react. Xiaoyun, use the poison crystal. Ling Yin'er said. That's right. Qin Yin immediately took out a poison crystal and carefully processed it. He melted the poison crystal and turned it into a square crystal chip. This poison crystal is also very important. Qin Yin began carving the poison runes he took from the amethyst coffin on the poison crystal. After carving, the poison runes finally reacted. He promptly placed the crystal chip on top of the amethyst coffin and waited for the reaction. The crystal chip released a black-colored light, the runes began to flow and produce an effect. The amethyst coffin slightly trembled and then released a strong purple-colored light. Just as Qin Yin is pleasantly surprised and waiting for the coffin to automatically open, the purple-colored light suddenly dimmed down. I need external energy. Qin Yin promptly released his divine power and poured it into the amethyst coffin. He originally wanted to hide to the side and watch the amethyst coffin open by itself, but now it is not up to him. Not only does Qin Yin need to be very close to the amethyst coffin, he also needs to channel his divine power inside. This amethyst coffin is very big, it is not a problem to put a 2-meter-tall person inside. Therefore, Qin Yin is very worried that there is a person inside. If some powerful guy is released inside Bright Moon City, it will definitely cause a great commotion. Qin Yin shrunk the 9-sun heaven-raising pagoda and placed it in the hall. Then he brought the amethyst coffin and entered the pagoda. Even if something extraordinary is released, it won't be able to run out of the pagoda. Ling Yin'er is worried about Qin Yin, so she ran out and stood beside Qin Yin, waiting to open the amethyst coffin. Nothing will happen. What kind of great wind and waves have I not seen before? Qin Yin looked at the beautiful and charming long-legged fairy beside him and said with smile. I'm just worried. Ling Yin'er curled her lips and said, one more person, one more power. Qin Yin poured very strong imperial heaven divine power into the amethyst coffin and finally it has some effect. A crack appeared on the lid of the amethyst coffin. After all the cracks appeared, Qin Yin promptly opened the coffin lid. It is empty inside. Nothing? Ling Yin'er released very strong mental power, looked all around and said, no soul came out. Qin Yin extended his hand into the amethyst coffin and took out a small white bottle. This bottle is very, very small, only the size of a thumb. Below the bottle, there is a piece of paper with some words written on it. Qin Yin looked at the contents of the paper and a hint of happiness appeared on his face. He said, this poison sun divine race has really made some progress in their research. The main point of the paper is that they have researched a kind of poison called soul-lost dew. It targets the soul. Dripping this kind of soul-lost dew on the soul of a divine sun descendant can cause disorder in the soul, causing the memories within the soul to dissipate. Even if the soul reconstructs the body, this divine sun descendant will still be a soul-lost person, equivalent to a person with a blank mind. Moreover, this kind of soul-lost person will not have any memories in the future. Qin Yin looked at the small bottle in his hand. It was very small and the bottle's walls were very thick. It meant that there was very little soul-lost dew inside. He opened the bottle cap and looked at the soul-lost dew inside. There were only a few dozen drops of it. To deal with the soul of a descendant of the divine sun god, 1 drop was needed. In other words, this bottle of soul-lost dew could only make tens of souls lose their souls. Poison Sun Divine Clan spent a long time and suffered untold hardships to only produce this much? Qin Yin looked at the bottle of soul-lost dew and shook his head. Then, he took out the soul creation heaven cauldron. The soul of a descendant of the divine sun god was inside the soul-creating heavenly cauldron. Only the soul-creating heavenly cauldron could seal these souls. If other vessels were used, the souls of the descendants of the divine sun could easily pass through and return to the land of the divine sun of the myriad worlds to be reborn. This little blue cauldron had a pair of translucent wings that were flapping about. If the soul sealed inside was not destroyed, Qin Yin would not be able to use the soul creation heavenly cauldron. Xiaoyun, aren't you planning to use the soul-creating heavenly cauldron to find a way to seal the descendants of the divine sun? Ling Yin'er said, you can try the soul-lost dew now and see if you can make the souls inside lose their souls. Qin Yin dripped 10 drops of soul-lost dew into the soul-creation heavenly cauldron. It made him secretly pained because he had lost 10 drops in an instant. After dripping 10 drops of soul-lost dew, Qin Yin released his mental power to probe the soul inside. Before, the soul of the descendant of the divine sun was very violent, but now it was as if it was dead. There was no movement at all as it quietly floated inside the soul creation heavenly cauldron. It is indeed very effective. Qin Yun was overjoyed. Then, he sent Cauldron Spirit to see if it could destroy those souls. The soul creation heavenly cauldron tried to destroy those souls. It's still very difficult to completely destroy them. Qin Yun once again witnessed how strong the soul of a divine sun descendant is. He continued to look at the piece of paper. There were more contents on it, and they were all important contents left behind by the group of people from the poisoned sun divine race. The method to refine the soul lost due was also recorded on it, but the conditions were extremely harsh, requiring 8 types of rare divine medicines. Of course, the most important thing was the poison crystal. The poison crystal had already been obtained by Qin Yun. As for the 8 divine medicines, Qin Yun had no idea where to go. Xiao Yun, the sect leader of the Bright Moon sect, might find out about your amethyst coffin. Ling Yin'er said, the Tianxia battle immortal can't always be a scapegoat. Qin Yun said with a smile, that's easy. I'll put this piece of paper back into the amethyst coffin and then close the lid. It will return to its original state and let them crack it. How about this, you sell the amethyst coffin? It's useless to you anyway. Even if they get the content on that piece of paper, it's useless. Ling Yin'er said with a smile, and you can still take advantage of this to make a fortune. The most important soul lost ambrosia had already been obtained by Qin Yun. Although there was a formula on the paper, it was very difficult to make the final product. With the finished product in hand, Qin Yun has a way to replicate the required medicinal energy. His nether sun's ability to duplicate energy is very heaven-defying. Previously, he was asked to refine Saint Dao Divine Pill. Qin Yun immediately took action and restored the purple crystal coffin to its original state. The material of the amethyst coffin is indeed good, mainly to ensure that the things inside are not lost. Next, I'll have to discuss the price with the Bright Moon sect leader. Qin Yun laughed in his heart. The Bright Moon sect leader is not easy to deal with, but Qin Yun himself is also an old fox. Qin Yun contacted the nameless old man and learned that the Myriad Realms Divine Court, Sun Dragon Race and Heavenly Lion Race have agreed to cooperate with the Saintess Palace. They can help the Saintess Palace go to the Divine Desolate to find the remnant Sun Soul. And the Saintess Palace will give them Divine Universe Golden Stone, Crystal Moon Divine Iron or Crystal Moon Divine Armor as a reward. What surprised Qin Yun is that the nameless old man told him a very shocking news, and it has just arrived. The Heavenly Law Pawnshop has actually descended on the Divine Moonland. Qin Yun calculated that the internal meeting of the Heavenly Law Pawnshop was about to begin, and at this time, the Heavenly Law Pawnshop suddenly descended. It is obvious that they are preparing for that meeting. The Heavenly Law Pawnshop is a very large square building, like a giant city. It can also travel through space, and the internal structure is very complex. Qin Yun has 2 Heavenly Law blood tokens in his hands and Boss Dongfeng has 1. In this way, he can suppress Boss Gong Sun and Boss Ling Hu and control the mysterious Heavenly Law Pawnshop. Didn't the Heavenly Emperors not come to the Divine Moonland? Qin Yun also immediately thought that the Heavenly Emperors might come to the Divine Moonland, and it is very likely that they will do something big. This reminded Qin Yun of the Heavenly Emperor. The Heavenly Emperor is in the Bright Moon City and has a good relationship with the Bright Moon sect leader. Could it be that the Heavenly Emperors want to borrow the power of the Heavenly Emperor to control the Heavenly Law Pawnshop? Qin Yun thought about this matter. Xiao Yun, the Heavenly Emperors know that you have 2 Heavenly Law blood tokens. He thinks that you will come to the Heavenly Law Pawnshop for a meeting, so he let the Heavenly Law Pawnshop descend to the Divine Moonland and surround you in this area far away from the Heavenly Sword Formation. Ling Yin'er said. They may also set up a formation in advance to prevent me from escaping. Qin Yun took a deep breath and said, no matter what, I have the Heavenly Law blood token and inside the Heavenly Law Pawnshop, he can't kill me. It's best if you don't meet with shopkeeper Yun Long during this period of time. They might be keeping an eye on shopkeeper Yun Long. Ling Yin'er said. Let's not talk about this first. Qin Yun feels that the most important thing right now is to enter the Divine Moondragon vein. After Qin Yun walked out of the suite, someone informed him that the Heavenly Fiend Battle God was waiting for him in the living room. He hastily went to find the Heavenly Fiend Battle God. Old brother Heavenly Fiend, is there something urgent? Qin Yun asked. Sect leader is chasing me for the amethyst coffin, what should I do? Heavenly Fiend Battle God said anxiously, old cousin, if I don't give it to him, I will be annoyed to death by him. Xianxia walked back and forth a few steps and said, he should know that I helped Miss Ming obtain a large amount of crystal moon divine iron ore, right? The Heavenly Fiend Battle God nodded and said, he already knows about this matter. He said that you are an expert and wants to meet you, but the Saintess rejected him. Tell your sect leader that the amethyst coffin is in my hands. Also, tell him that I helped you detoxify the poison. Xianxia said, let him know that the amethyst coffin was taken away by me a long time ago, it has nothing to do with you. Alright. But, should I tell the Saintess? Heavenly Fiend Battle God said. I'll go tell her. Xianxia said. The Heavenly Fiend Battle God immediately went to find the Bright Moon sect leader. As for Xianxia, he went to find Ming Yunye and inform her. Next, Xianxia wanted to meet with the Bright Moon sect leader. The time and place of the meeting was at the Crystal Moon Lane. At that time, Yu Shangyun would also be present. This way, Xianxia would have more confidence to negotiate with the Bright Moon sect leader and sell the useless amethyst coffin at a high price. Xianxia did not tell Ming Yunye about opening the amethyst coffin, nor did he tell Bing Xing. He only said that it would be very difficult to open it and that it would be best to cooperate with the Bright Moon sect to open it. The Bright Moon sect leader agreed to meet with Xianxia and set a time for the meeting. The night before the meeting, Yu Shangyun came to the Crystal Moon Lane and met with Xianxia alone in the secret room of Xianxia's luxurious suite. Yu Shangyun came to the Crystal Moon Lane with the reason of looking for Ming Yunye. She entered the secret room and took off her black helmet. At this moment, it is unknown whether or not she has cultivated successfully. The cold and arrogant aura on her body is even stronger and her beautiful face is even more dignified. Fortunately, her body has a wonderful fragrance. Xianxia took a deep breath and greedily sucked in the fragrance on her body. Through this fragrance, the cold and arrogant empress gave people a very gentle and fragrant feeling. This is mainly an illusion brought about by that wonderful body fragrance. The great emperor of sorrow is in Bright Moon City. She is the mother of all the heavenly emperors. Yu Shangyun said somewhat sternly, you should have stayed in the heavenly sword formation. Such a big thing happened here, how could I not come and take a look? Xianxia said with a smile, Sister Shangyun, is your bloodline heavenly pattern box with Yunye? That's right. It seems like you know about this. Did you mention it to her? She is very sensitive about this matter, don't provoke her. Yu Shangyun warned repeatedly. She did not know that Xianxia had helped Ming Yunye a lot. Isn't that box yours? Can you get it back? Xianxia asked. Yu Shangyun shook her head and sighed, the ownership of this box has become very complicated. Because after being separated from me for so many years, it is no longer under my control. If I were to forcefully take it back, it would be useless to me, but don't worry, I will communicate with Yunye and take back the box and give it to you. My relationship with Yunye is pretty good. I will find an opportunity to talk to her. Xianxia stroked his chin, thinking about the matter of the bloodline heavenly pattern box on Ming Yunye's body. He always felt that the box might have some reaction on Ming Yunye's body. This was the direction of his research. You have a good relationship with her? To what extent? Yu Shangyun's eyes are very cold as she looked at Xianxia. It's not the kind of relationship you think. It's a friendship. I've helped her a lot. Xianxia also explained the ins and outs of the matter. You can even look at luck? What kind of evil move is this? After Yu Shangyun heard it, she also found it hard to believe. You've never heard of this kind of move? Xianxia thought that Yu Shangyun knew a little about it. How would I know? Yu Shangyun said as she took off her armor. Sister Shangyun. What are you doing? My divine moon Dao image has not broken through yet, so I can't eat Saint Dao divine pills yet. Isn't it not appropriate for me to cultivate together now? Xianxia was shocked. I've made some progress in comprehending the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra. I want to try cultivating with you. Yu Shangyun said coldly, what? Can't I? Xianxia did not know if this tyrannical empress was deliberately finding an excuse to. He smiled and said, of course you can. Then hurry up. Yu Shangyun urged. Of course Xianxia wouldn't refuse. No matter what, the miraculous fragrance on this tyrannical empress's body made him infatuated. The next morning, in front of the Crystal Moon Lane's entrance, Ming Yunyue arrived very early because the Bright Moon sect leader was coming, as well as the great emperor of sorrow. Qin Yan woke up from his incomparably wonderful dream and immediately took a deep breath. He greedily inhaled the wonderful fragrance around him. After he woke up, he saw Yu Shangyun soaking in a large bathtub. She woke up a lot earlier than Qin Yan. Why aren't you coming over to take a bath? Aren't you going to discuss the deal with Wang Haoyue later? Yu Shangyun glanced at Qin Yan and said. Wang Haoyue was the name of the Bright Moon sect leader. Yu Shangyun knew him, so she directly called him by his name. Qin Yan immediately got up from the bed and jumped into the bathtub. Don't move. Yu Shangyun lightly snorted. Why should I move? Qin Yan looked at the water in the bathtub and said with a smile, this water is so strange. It can wash away the residual fragrance on your body, so that others won't find out that you have my fragrance on your body. Yu Shangyun stared at Qin Yan and asked, what deal do you want with Wang Haoyue? Qin Yan did not tell Yu Shangyun. The reason why she knew was because the Bright Moon sect leader told her. Sell him a coffin. Qin Yan said with a smile, it's very important to him. He briefly talked about the amethyst coffin, but he didn't mention that the amethyst coffin had been opened. He said that he would meet with the sorrowful brothel keeper today. Yu Shangyun cursed in a low voice, that sorrowful brothel keeper, I never thought that she would become an emperor of the heaven creation god palace, humph. Strange, he told the heavenly evil war god to hide this amethyst coffin well. Qin Yan frowned and muttered, could it be that he wants to join hands with the heavenly evil great emperor? Or did they discuss something? Yu Shangyun said, when we talk, I will be there. I will pretend that I don't know you and then secretly help you according to the situation. Qin Yan nodded and said, all right. Oh, that's right, Sister Shangyun, you have a new understanding of the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra. Then last night, when we cultivated together, I didn't notice anything different. In terms of cultivation, I still haven't grasped how to use it, so there's no difference from before. Yu Shangyun said, Bingxing is with Wulan Fengyue and the others in the Bright Moon sect. You can try cultivating with her, maybe she will discover something. Qin Yan said, Sister Shangyun, I want to enter the Divine Moon Dragon Vein. Yunyue can take me there. I know it's dangerous, but I'm not afraid. Are you going to find your sister Kiru? I can't go in, but you should be able to. Yu Shangyun said solemnly, but you must remember, you must come back alive. I'll definitely be able to come back. Qin Yan knew that Yu Shangyun must have tried but she was unable to enter. Before you go, remember to tell me. Yu Shangyun took out the sound transmission divine pearl that Bingxing had given her, indicating that he should contact her through it. Sister Shangyun, what kind of person is that Wang Haoyue? Qin Yan wanted to know more about the Bright Moon sect master. An old fox. On the surface, he looks like a harmless guy, but in the dark, he is very good at playing tricks. Yu Shangyun said, of course, he doesn't dare to play tricks in front of me. Qin Yan said, this Bright Moon sect master is quite capable. He actually created the Bright Moon sect. These Bright Moon sect masters were all born as divine heavenly monarchs. They are truly a powerful race. My ass, he created it. Yu Shangyun said disdainfully, I don't believe that Miyu didn't help him. When the heaven's divine moon transformation realm is in place, the time inside changes. Not many days have passed outside but thousands of years have passed inside. Mingyong Tian also said before that the Bright Moon sect has been formed for a very long time. Miyu helped create the Bright Moon sect? Qin Yan said in astonishment. Apart from Miyu, there are also many old fellows who participated. The main purpose of the Bright Moon sect masters is to fight against the descendants of Divine Sun. Therefore, they are similar to the descendants of Divine Sun, their souls are difficult to kill. Yu Shangyun said. She suddenly raised her slender and beautiful long leg from the water and said, help me rub my legs. Qin Yan is stunned, he also went over and rubbed her long leg. This is also a kind of enjoyment. After taking a bath, Yu Shangyun put on her armor and hurriedly left Qin Yan's luxurious suite. Qin Yan began to disguise himself. He disguised himself as a middle-aged vagabond with disheveled hair. His eyes were wrinkled and his face was full of beard. Ming Yunue has already arrived at the hall and shouted towards the room, "Old cousin, that slut sect leader and the old witch came together. Don't be afraid, the thing they want is in my hands, let them wait." Qin Yan came out of the room and said with a grin, "I've changed my appearance, they can't see my original appearance." "Old cousin, did Sister Xiangyun come here before?" Although Ming Yunue asked this, she knew that Yu Xiangyun stayed here for the night. Of course, she did not think in that direction because she believed that it was impossible for Qin Yan and Yu Xiangyun to be together. She came. I helped her look at her luck. Furthermore, I taught her some cultivation techniques. Qin Yan said lightly. With her here, we shouldn't be at a disadvantage when we talk. Ming Yunue said. No, I can't reveal that I know Sister Xiangyun for the time being. Qin Yan shook his head and said with a calm smile, don't worry, we definitely won't suffer a loss. Do you think I look like someone who would suffer a loss? Soon after, he asked Ming Yunue to use her divine power to condense a few pearls for him. What do you want these pearls for? Ming Yunue asked. I want to imitate Shen Tianjuan's divine power aura. Qin Yan placed the few power-storing pearls into the 9-sun divine spirit and then drew in a large amount of divine universe purple energy. In this way, Ming Yunue's divine power aura has undergone a great change. It is no longer her original appearance. Qin Yan only has the cultivation of sacred god realm. If the heavenly emperor saw through him, he might be suspected to be the Nine-Yang Palace king. Therefore, he wanted to pretend to be Shen Tianjun. Is that really okay? That's my divine power aura, they will discover that it's mine. Ming Yunue shook her head. However, she quickly sensed that a faint scorching aura surged out from Qin Yan's body. Is this your true divine power aura? You are Shen Tianjun? Ming Yunue jumped in fright. Of course not, I processed your divine power and then imitated it. Qin Yan chuckled and said, isn't it very realistic? Alright. That slut sect leader has finally met her match. Ming Yunue faintly smiled, old cousin, it's up to you. Qin Yan and Ming Yunue walked out of the luxurious suite and arrived at a very spacious and bright conference hall. This conference hall is decorated with gold and jade, there is a long table in the middle, it is very extravagant. When Qin Yan arrived, he frowned slightly. He saw the Heavenly Emperor and the Bright Moon sect leader Wang Haoyue. However, the two of them are wearing white masks and did not show their true appearances. Yu Xiangyun is also beside Wang Haoyan, she is wearing a helmet. The scene is somewhat strange. The Heavenly Emperor and Wang Haoyue are wearing masks while Yu Xiangyun is wearing armor and helmet. It is impossible to see their appearances. The Heavenly Fiend Martial God and Ming Yunue are sitting on either side of Qin Yan. Their auras are not weak but compared to Wang Haoyue's side, they are somewhat weak. Qin Yan secretly released his divine power aura, it brought along a faint divine universe purple energy, which also surprised Wang Haoyue and the Heavenly Emperor. The divine power aura contains the divine universe purple energy, it means that the divine power cultivated from the divine universe amethyst is very strong. Yu Xiangyun is very sure that the middle-aged man with disheveled hair is Qin Yan in disguise. However, she still can't believe that Qin Yan has such a strong divine universe purple energy and it is even at the Shen Tianjun level. When she was in the Guanhan Palace, she heard that Qin Yan is a swindler. Today, she finally saw it, even she was almost deceived. Last night, she was crazy with Qin Yan, so she is very clear about Qin Yan's cultivation. However, she never expected that after disappearing for a while, Qin Yan would disguise himself as a mysterious super expert. Hand over the amethyst coffin, the Heavenly Emperor said coldly. Hand it over? Qin Yan smiled faintly, the amethyst coffin is mine, why should I hand it over to you? The poison pool has already been transferred by Saintess Haoyu to the Bright Moon sect leader. The thing you took from the poison pool naturally doesn't belong to you, of course you have to hand it over. The Heavenly Emperor slammed the table, stood up and shouted loudly. I'm sorry, that amethyst coffin was taken away by me before the Saintess made the deal with the Bright Moon sect leader. I saved Brother Tian Sha at that time, so I took the amethyst coffin along the way. Qin Yan said with a faint smile, sorrowful madam, we still haven't found the matter of you throwing Brother Tian Sha into the poison pool, are you settling the score? The Heavenly Emperor immediately became furious, and Wang Haoyue is also slightly shocked, because not many people know the title of the Heavenly Emperor Madam. And Qin Yan actually knows, it means that he must be someone. You. Just who are you, the heavenly? Emperor pointed at Qin Yan and angrily rebuked, you dare scold me. So what if I scold you? This is Muyu's territory, it is not a place for a madam like you to be arrogant. Even if it is Muyu, when she sees me, she has to give me some face. Qin Yan leaned back on the chair, both of his legs are on the table, he has the appearance of a boss. Old cousin, you know Muyu? Wang Haoyue is also intimidated by Qin Yan, she very calmly asked with smile. Of course I know her. She told me to come take a look after the heavenly divine moon transformation realm. Qin Yan said with smile, Wang Haoyue, Muyu, and the others helped you create the Bright Moon sect, you must properly take care of it, don't let the Heaven Creation Divine Palace's madam mess things up. You shut up, the Heavenly Emperor furiously shouted. Old cousin. Did Muyu really tell you to come? Wang Haoyue is truly scared because not many people know that Muyu helped him create the Bright Moon sect. She told me to come here to take a look, if you don't believe me, you can ask her. Qin Yan said with smile. How can it be so easy to ask? I can't even contact her. Wang Haoyue said with bitter smile, Old cousin, what did Muyu tell you to do? She told me to help the saintess. At that time, I also didn't know what she wanted me to help the saintess with, only later did I find out. Qin Yan looked at Ming Yunyue who was beside him. Ming Yunyue and the heavenly evil battle god did not doubt Qin Yan's words at all, they all believed it to be true, especially Ming Yunyue. Seeing Wang Haoyue's reaction, Tragic Emperor realized that this mysterious person is not simple. Since he was sent by Muyu, his strength is definitely not weak. Muyu sent you to help Yunyue, she is truly considerate. Wang Haoyue said with smile, Old cousin, let's not talk about this, today we are mainly talking about the amethyst coffin. Right. Qin Yan said with smile, I obtained the amethyst coffin by accident. I heard from old brother Tian Sha that it is very important to you, right? Very important. Wang Haoyue's expression is grave, she nodded and said, Old cousin, is the amethyst coffin in good condition? Of course it's in good condition. Then why are you still not taking it out? Tragic Emperor shouted. Of course, Qin Yan would not take it out just like that. He did not look at the melancholy emperor. Instead, he smiled at Wang Haoyue and said, Bright Moon Sect Master, it wasn't easy for me to obtain that amethyst coffin. It belongs to me. I'm only willing to give it to you because of Muyu. Wang Haoyue saw Qin Yan's smile and realized that he is about to be ripped off. But he has no other choice because he must obtain that amethyst coffin. He looked at Tragic Emperor and said in low voice, Big sister Tragic, you also saw it, if we want that amethyst coffin, we have to make a deal with him. I will only give you this one chance, after today, you won't be able to negotiate anymore. Qin Yan said again. What do you want? State your price. Wang Haoyue said. I want 10,000 genes of transcendental divine stone. Qin Yan directly stated his price. Transcendental divine stone is very rare, even if one has a large amount of divine universe golden stone, they might not be able to be bought. And Qin Yan learned from Ming Yunyue that Bright Moon Sect Master has a large amount of transcendental divine stone. Hearing Qin Yan's words, Wang Haoyue and Tragic Emperor jumped in fright. It can be seen that transcendental divine stone is very precious to them. 10,000 genes? Do you think transcendental divine stone are picked up from the roadside? We don't have any. Tragic Emperor shouted coldly. Then how much can you give? Qin Yan asked. At most 500 genes. Wang Haoyue sighed, cousin, you are an expert, you must know that transcending space divine stone are extremely rare, we really don't have many in our hands. 1,000 genes? Qin Yan said, if you really don't have this much, then we won't do this business. Wang Haoyue looked at the sorrowful monarch and said in a low voice, Big sister sorrowful, I will pay 500, and you will pay 500. This is very suitable for both of us. Show us the purple crystal coffin first. The sorrowful emperor gritted his teeth, clearly willing to be ripped off. Qin Yan took out the amethyst coffin and placed it on the long table. At the same time, he took out the divine king spear and said with a smile, don't mess around, this thing in my hand is no joke. If the sad emotions heavenly emperor and Wang Haoyue wanted to snatch it from him, then he could test out the might of the divine universe golden bullet. Everyone present had never seen the amethyst coffin before. They only knew that it came from the poisoned sun god clan. Now that they saw it, they secretly exclaimed in admiration at how sturdy the amethyst coffin is. It is very difficult to see inside and there are no cracks, it will be very difficult to open it. Especially the runes on the surface of the amethyst coffin are very complex. Great Emperor and Wang Haoyue can tell with a glance that this is the final inheritance of the poisoned sun god clan. Qin Yan didn't let them look for long, he stored the amethyst coffin and said, I admit that I can't open the amethyst coffin, that's why I gave it to you. Even you can't open it? Wang Haoyue said in shock. He knows that Qin Yan is a very strong person, if Qin Yan can't open it, it will be very difficult to open it. It will be very difficult to open, my level is not high enough. If many inscription masters join hands, it might be possible. Qin Yan said, also, this thing came from the poisoned sun god clan, maybe there is poison inside, it is very dangerous. Wang Haoyue took out large and small transcending space divine stones from his storage divine tool and placed them on the table. He took out 500 genes of transcending space divine stone and piled them on the table, they are emitting a faint white light. Big Sister Sorrow, it's your turn. Wang Haoyue said with smile, 500 genes of transcending space divine stone shouldn't be enough to make your heart ache, right? Great Emperor Sorrow is very unhappy because she believes that this amethyst coffin originally belonged to her. But now, she has no choice but to obediently take out the transcending space divine stone and place it on the table. Qin Yan also handed over the amethyst coffin to them. Wang Haoyue is in charge of keeping it. Next, Heaven Creation Divine Palace and Bright Moon Sect will definitely join hands to break open the amethyst coffin. Not bad, there is no shortage of weight. Qin Yan finished counting the transcending space divine stone and said with very satisfied smile. After Wang Haoyue and Great Emperor obtained the amethyst coffin, they hastily left to return to the Bright Moon Sect Palace to study it. Yu Xiangyun followed them back, she also wants to know what is inside the amethyst coffin. Qin Yan and Ming Yunyue arrived at the luxurious suite. Old cousin, you really were sent by Muyu? Ming Yunyue seems to know about Muyu, so she firmly believes it. In addition, Qin Yan's ability is very strong, making her feel that Qin Yan is not an ordinary human. Qin Yan looked around and said in a low voice, let's go to the secret room to talk. Ming Yunyue nodded and followed Qin Yan into the secret room. I wasn't sent by Muyu, that was all my last-minute nonsense. Qin Yan said with smile, however, I successfully deceived the Bright Moon Sect Master and Great Emperor Sorrow Emotion. But, my intuition tells me that you have always been helping me. Although it seems like you are helping me with conditions, you have helped me so much without asking for anything in return. Ming Yunyue lightly snorted and said, I can also be sure that you have not taken a fancy to my beauty. Qin Yan said with smile, I have taken a fancy to your beauty, that's why I helped you. If I said that I wanted to chase you, would you believe me? Old cousin, be serious. Ming Yunyue rolled her eyes and said in a low voice, you asked me to come to the secret room, what important matter do you want to talk about? Qin Yan sat down and crossed his legs. He said with smile, your intuition is very accurate. The reason why I helped you is because I have two goals. First, I want to enter the dragon vein through you. Second. When he mentioned the second goal, Qin Yan's expression became serious and he said, the second goal is because of the box on your body. Yu Xiangyun said before that Ming Yunyue is very sensitive to the bloodline heavenly pattern box. If others mentioned it in front of her, her reaction would be very big. And now, it is as expected, Ming Yunyue's expression changed in an instant. She became very cold and vigilant. Her eyebrows were furrowed, and her low and hoarse voice carried a hint of killing intent. Are you thinking about my box? No matter who it is, don't even think about taking that box away from me. Qin Yan knew that Ming Yunyue's reaction would be very big but he did not expect it to be this big. However, he appeared very calm. He quickly took out a blue bloodline heavenly pattern box and placed it on the table. This box is the one that Xiaxia left for the Nine Sun royal family. Seeing this box, Ming Yunyue is also greatly alarmed. You have it too? Ming Yunyue also relaxed her vigilance. I have it for a long time, but I know very little about this box. I only know that inside the box is a bloodline heavenly pattern. Even now, I am unable to open the box. I know that you also have a box on you. It seems like there are some changes on your body, so I want to see your box. Qinyan said. Sister Xiangyun came to find me before. This box was originally hers. I also want to return it to her, but the box on me can't leave me for now. As Ming Yingyue spoke, a round box appeared in her palm. It looks like a moon. This is Yu Shangyun's Divine Moon Bloodline Heavenly Pattern box from back then. Why can't it leave you for now? Qinyan asked. I also don't know. It's the box that doesn't want to leave me. Currently, I can use this box to obtain a very strong divine power. In the future, after I obtain a large number of remnant sun souls, I can use this box to quickly break through to the Divine Heaven Lord realm. This can help you break through to the Divine Heaven Lord realm? Qinyan said in astonishment. I can have a subtle connection with the box and can sense the box's weak thoughts. This box needs to devour remnant sun souls. Ming Yingyue said, as for the more detailed situation, I don't know. Qinyan said with a frown, did you tell Sister Xiangyun about this? Ming Yingyue shook her head, I only promised her that this box belongs to her. When the time is right, I will return it to her. The Heaven Creation Divine Palace is searching everywhere for the Bloodline Heavenly Pattern box. You must be careful. Qinyan said. Sister Xiangyun also told me about this matter. Ming Yingyue nodded. She put away the box and her eyes are filled with doubt. She asked, who the hell are you? Your cultivation is so low but your ability is so terrifying. Qinyan said with a smile, I am Qinyan, from the Nine Yang Divine Palace. I am the Nine Yang Palace King. You. Ming Yingyue is very shocked. She previously said that the Nine Yang Palace King was holed up in the Heavenly Sword Formation. She never expected that he was strolling around in the Heavenly Divine Moon. According to her understanding, the Nine Yang Divine Palace was isolated and helpless inside the Heavenly Sword Formation. Although the Divine Moon clan was also inside the Heavenly Sword Formation, they couldn't provide any help to the Nine Yang Divine Palace. But now, she knows that Qinyan has an extremely good relationship with the Sun Dragon clan and the Myriad Realms Divine Court. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the Divine Judge and Yang Long Lingyu to come to the Crystal Moon Workshop to cooperate with her. The Nine Yang Divine Palace is not as isolated and helpless as the outside world says. I won't hide it from you. I want to go to the Divine Moon Dragon Vein and enter the moon's heart. Qinyan said, I know it's very dangerous there but I want to give it a try. Ming Yingyue sighed, I should have known that you were Qinyan. Since you've helped me so much, I'll help you enter the moon's heart. No need, just wait for me outside. Qinyan said with a smile, where others can't go, I might be able to go. Don't worry about me. My box can bring me safely to the moon's heart. I've never been there before mainly because I'm afraid of the moon's heart, so I didn't dare to go. Ming Yingyue said. Ah? How do you know that your box can bring you to the moon's heart? Qinyan is very surprised. I just know that I can go. Ming Yingyue said, there's no time to lose, let's go now. Wang Haoyue did not tell the Heavenly Emperor about Ming Yingyue possessing the Bloodline Heavenly Rune Box because he knows the Heavenly Emperor very well. Once she finds out, she will definitely attack Ming Yingyue. Ming Yingyue and the Heavenly Emperor met several times before but the Heavenly Emperor was unable to see the Bloodline Heavenly Rune on Ming Yinyue's body. Therefore, the Heaven Creation God Palace did not search for a method to sense Bloodline Heavenly Rune. Ming Yinyue brought Qinyan to the largest moon house in the center of the Bright Moon City. The Dragon Vein of the Heaven's Divine Moon is under the largest moon house. Qinyan had guessed it before but he did not expect that the defense here would be so lax. It can be said that there is almost no defense here. The huge moon floating in the sky above the Bright Moon City is the Bright Moon Sect Palace. Below it is an open space and in the middle is a plaza covered with stone bricks. Ming Yinyue brought Qinyan to the center of the plaza and then opened a door from the ground. After opening the door, one can see a staircase leading down. Let's go down. Ming Yinyue said. So easy to come here? Qinyan looked around and felt that even if it was him, he might be able to easily sneak in. Don't look at the surroundings, there are many people below. Ming Yingyue said in a low voice, there are many stone rooms underground, all used for cultivation. Those who can enter here to cultivate are all great figures. Qin Yan followed behind Ming Yingyue and walked down the stairs. After going down, a very cool breeze blew over, making people feel very comfortable. Miss Ming, is this the entrance to the Dragon Vein? Qin Yan asked in a low voice. I don't feel anything different. Entering the Dragon Vein to cultivate can let people cultivate the soul. Qin Yan is now cultivating the second stage of the Imperial Heaven Divine technique. He needs to absorb a large amount of Heavenly Divine Moon Divine power to cultivate the heavenly soul. Arriving at the entrance of the Dragon Vein, he should be able to sense the dense Heavenly Divine Moon Divine power. This is still not the entrance, Ming Yingyue said. Ming Yingyue brought Qin Yan and walked for a while before entering an even deeper area. Deep underground, there is a very spacious underground palace with many stone rooms. On the underground palace's walkway, one can see many purple-clothed experts of the Bright Moon sect patrolling. When they saw Ming Yingyue, they went over and surrounded her. Ming Yingyue showed her Holy Maiden token, and the group dispersed. She brought Qin Yan to the most spacious passage in the middle of the underground palace. There were many doors on both sides of the passageway, and inside the doors were secret cultivation rooms. Only the most powerful members of the Bright Moon School could come here to cultivate. At the end of the spacious passageway, there was a door that emitted a strong light. Ming Yingyue led Qin Yan towards the door. Only the people at the top of the Bright Moon School can go in to cultivate. Everyone takes turns going in. Ming Yingyue walked to the door and opened it with the Holy Maiden token in her hand. At the instant he opened the door, Qin Yan could not help but take a deep breath. His heavenly soul and heavenly soul also became extremely active at that moment, crazily absorbing the white light that surged out from the door. Let's go in quickly. Ming Yingyue pulled Qin Yan through the door and said, I can only come in for 10 days. We have to hurry. After entering, Qin Yan saw that the place was filled with a faint white haze. It was a very large stone room. The stone walls of the stone chamber were made of white hard stones that emitted a faint white mist. And in the middle of the stone room, there was a large square well. The dense power of the celestial moon of the heavens was gushing out from that square well. The well was more than 2 meters wide. Standing beside the well, one could feel the cool and refreshing power of the divine moon surging up from below. This is the passage to the moon's heart, which is also known as the moon's heart dragon vein. Ming Yingyue said, and the rumors in the outside world say that our sect leader went in with protectors and returned with serious injuries. This is true. I was waiting for them here at that time. The entrance to the moon's heart has always been here? Qin Yan is very astonished. He said, who made this? Mother Moon left it behind. She only told us that below is the lifeline of the heaven's divine moon. Inside the moon's heart is another world. As for what's going on, I don't know either. Ming Yingyue said. Then did Mother Moon tell you not to go in? Qin Yan did not immediately go down. She didn't say it too clearly. She only said that if you can enter the moon's heart, then go in. If you can't enter, don't force your way in, you will die. Ming Yingyue took out her bloodline heavenly pattern box and said, I sneaked in before. At that time, I took out this box and smoothly descended to the bottom. Then what did you see? Qin Yan hurriedly asked. After I reached the bottom, there was a stone room. There was a door on each of the 4 walls. I didn't know which door was safe, so I came up again. Ming Yingyue sighed and said, when I was down there, those 4 doors gave me a lot of pressure. That kind of feeling is hard to describe. Then let's go down and take a look. Qin Yan is not afraid. He knows that Xiaoqiru is down there. As long as he can find her, it will be fine. N. Ming Yingyue nodded, then tightly held Qin Yan's hand and jumped into the square well together. They slowly descended. When they descended, Qin Yan used his nether moon and nether sun to frantically devour the divine moon's power around him and store it in the nether sun and nether moon. Plop, Qin Yan and Ming Yingyue suddenly fell into the water. This gave Qin Yan a fright. He never expected that there would really be water down there. Don't panic, this is liquid formed from the divine moon's power. Ming Yingyue used her mental power to transmit her voice to Qin Yan. Qin Yan can also sense that it is liquid formed from divine power. This means that he will be able to absorb even more divine moon's power. He now knows that the heaven's divine moon's stratum structure should be made up of soil and stones. Below the soil and stones is a thick crystal layer. This is very difficult to penetrate. If one penetrates the crystal layer, they will be able to reach the layer where divine power has transformed into liquid. This layer is something that even the Bright Moon sect master and the others cannot pass through. They do not have the bloodline heavenly pattern box to protect their bodies. They will be crushed by the divine power liquid and will even melt. Further down, there should be another crystal layer. Moreover, there should be an even sturdier and thicker crystal layer. However, in this passage, there is no crystal layer. The moon's core is hollow. The heaven's divine moon's core is there. Its overall structure is similar to the myriad realms' divine Sunday. This made Xianxia speculate, could there be a race inside the moon's core? Not long after, Xianxia and Ming Yunyue passed through the liquid layer. Then, they continued to descend. In the end, after a total of half an hour, they finally arrived at the stone room that Ming Yunyue mentioned before. The 4 walls and floor of the stone room are all made of white crystals. The square stone room had a 2-meter-tall door on each of the 4 walls. The door is made of golden crystals and flickered with a faint dark golden light. These 4 doors are exactly the same. Which one should we enter? Ming Yunyue asked. Xianxia took out a soul-chasing talisman. It is used to track Xiaqiru. This way. Xianxia pointed at a door and said, let's go. I won't go, I'll wait for you here. Ming Yunyue said in a low voice, I'm scared. There's nothing to be afraid of. Xianxia said with a smile, if not for your box, you wouldn't have been able to come here. Since you're here, you must be safe. Ming Yunyue mustered up her courage and nodded, let's go. Xianxia walked at the very front and opened the door. A gust of wind blew out from the door. It is ice-cold and bone-piercing, producing waves of heart-trembling whistling sound. The strong light inside the door is dazzling, making it impossible to see what is inside. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Through the 9-sun divine spirit, Xianxia released the sun heavenly shield. It is as if he is using a transparent umbrella to block in front of him, blocking the terrifying cold wind. Xianxia pulled Ming Yunyue's hand and stepped through the door. After entering the door, it turned out to be a world of ice and frost. Layer upon layer of huge icebergs stood in front of them like giant white beasts, shocking and frightening. Even Ming Yunyue, a Shin Tianjun, cannot endure this kind of terrifying coldness. So cold. Ming Yunyue has already released her divine power to protect her body, but the coldness still invaded her body. What made her puzzled is that Xianxia is actually fine. Xianxia, are you really Shin Tianjun? Ming Yunyue asked. She had heard that the 9-Yang Palace King's cultivation is only at the sacred god realm. Of course I'm not Shin Tianjun. Xianxia said with a smile, in order to cultivate the 10 images, my body has been tempered thousands of times and experienced all kinds of painful tempering. For doors, this one is ice, then after the other doors are opened, maybe it's fire, or water, thunder, and so on. Ming Yunyue guessed. This door is ice and wind. Xianxia nodded and said, I don't know about the other doors. Maybe the 4 worlds and the moon's heart will give birth to 4 powerful creatures. There are powerful races born in the core region of the myriad realms' divine sun, so there must be some in the moon's heart. Ming Yunyue sighed and said, I wonder if there will be a conflict with our bright moon sect. The races in the moon's heart should have been created by the mother moon. She will definitely mediate between you. Xianxia looked at the soul-chasing talisman. Xiaqiru's location is not far. Ming Yunyue looked at the talisman in Xianxia's hand and asked with a frown, Xianxia, what is this talisman used for? Can it sense danger? I'm looking for someone. Xianxia said with a smile, this is the soul-chasing talisman. Ah, here, is the person you're looking for? Ming Yunyue was shocked. To be able to enter the moon's heart, how strong would one be? What kind of existence would it be? Not afraid. She's not fierce. Xianxia said with a smile. He used the sun heavenly shield to block the gale and slowly advanced. Who can enter the moon's heart so early? Ming Yunyue is very curious. Before the divine moon transformation realm, Sister Xiangyun could also stay in the moon's heart. But she couldn't let go of the Divine Moon Clan, so she followed the Divine Moon Clan and moved to the Divine Desolate. Qin Yun said. Did the person you're looking for enter the moon's heart before the Divine Moon transformation realm? Ming Yunyue finally understood. At that time, she was not even born. There was an iceberg in front of him. Qin Yun and Ming Yunyue walked towards it. This iceberg does not seem to be anything special. This kind of iceberg can be found everywhere here, and Xiaqiru seems to be inside that iceberg. Qin Yun, how strong is the person you are looking for? Ming Yunyue asked, why haven't I heard of such a person in the Divine Moon Clan? She believed that those who were able to enter the heart of the moon to cultivate before the Divine Moon of the heavens were definitely on the same level as Yu Shengyun. However, according to her investigation of the Divine Moon Clan, she had never heard of a woman as strong as Yu Shengyun. It's hard to say. Qin Yun shook his head. He doesn't know what Xiaqiru's cultivation is. Just like him, Xiaqiru's strength cannot be determined through cultivation. By the way, I heard that the Heavenly Law pawnshop appeared in the Mystic Moonland. And you seem to be related to the Heavenly Law pawnshop. Ming Yunyue said. It's related. The sovereigns of the heavens should be arriving in the Mystic Moonland soon. Qin Yun felt quite pressured when he thought of this matter. Because once he entered the Heavenly Law pawnshop for a meeting, he would have to face the venerable sovereigns of the heavens. Although the holder of the Heavenly Law blood token would be protected in the Heavenly Law pawnshop, he was still a little worried because the Heavenly Law venerable sovereigns were very strong, and there was also the tragic emperor. The Heavenly Law pawnshop is very mysterious. Even the Heaven Creation Divine Palace doesn't know much about the Heavenly Law pawnshop. If he wanted to thoroughly understand the Heavenly Law pawnshop, he needed to collect all the Heavenly Law blood medallions. Qin Yun has 2 Heavenly Dao blood tokens in his hands, so he has an extremely high status in the Heavenly Dao pawnshop. All the Empyrean sovereigns also wanted the Heavenly Dao blood token, but he couldn't have it now. Once he had the Heavenly Dao blood token, he wouldn't be able to kill Qin Yun. Those who held the Heavenly Blood Medallion were not allowed to kill each other. Seeing Qin Yun remain silent, Ming Yunyue also realized that the descent of the Heavenly Dao pawnshop to the Divine Moon might cause something big. Not long after, they arrived at the foot of the ice mountain. There's no entrance. He stretched out his hand to touch the ice mountain's wall. At the same time, he used the power of the mysterious penetration divine ability, allowing his hand to pass through. He then pulled Ming Yunyue's hand and said, let's go in. Qin Yun used the penetration divine art to pass through the ice walls of the iceberg with Ming Yunyue and proceeded in the direction indicated by the soul-chasing talisman. The ice wall she passed through was quite thick, which meant that this iceberg was formed after Xiaqiru entered. Qin Yun is even more puzzled. What exactly is Xiaqiru doing? If she is just cultivating, then there is no movement here. Also, when he and Ming Yunyue came to the heart of the moon and entered the door, they didn't sense any divine power of the moon. It was far less dense than the divine power they had when they came down from the passage. Not long after, Qin Yun and Ming Yunyue finally passed through the ice wall and entered the belly of the mountain. The interior of the mountain was very bright and spacious. The surrounding white ice walls all emitted white light, and in the middle of the mountain, there was a 2-story wooden building. Seeing this small building, Qin Yun knows that Xiaqiru must be inside. What is this place? Ming Yunyue was even more confused. There were actually people inside this ice mountain, and there was even a very unique wooden building. Qin Yun walked over and gently knocked on the door. He shouted, "Is anyone there?" "Who is it?" A gentle and pleasant voice came from the inner sect. It was Xiaqiru's voice. Hearing this gentle and sweet voice, Qin Yun's heart suddenly felt sweet. He said with a smile, "I am Xiao Yun." The door opened. Xiaqiru is wearing a simple and elegant snow-white dress. Her face is as beautiful as a flawless white jade sculpture. Amidst her gentleness and elegance, there is also a bit of beauty and charm. Her pair of beautiful eyes that are as gentle as water are filled with doubt. She looked at Qin Yun and said softly, "Young master, who are you?" "I don't know you." Qin Yun is startled because it seems that Xiaqiru has lost her memories. It happened before. Seeing Xiaqiru lose her memories once again, Qin Yun's heart could not help but ache. Ming Yunyue has been sizing up Xiaqiru. She has always been very confident in her beauty, but ever since she met Bing Xing and Yu Shangyun, she has seen different kinds of beauties and none of them are inferior to her. And the beauty in front of her, who is as gentle as water, once again made her feel that she is inferior. I am Qin Yun. Qin Yun's face is filled with sadness, his eyes are filled with heartache. He said, Sister Kiru, I am Xiaoyun. You were once moon god and I was Ninyang Palace king, you already knew me. Qin Yun is also somewhat incoherent because he doesn't know how to explain to Xiaokiru how they met. Last time, when Xiaokiru lost her memories, she turned into a little girl and even named herself Nianyun. It can be seen that she still remembers Qin Yun in her heart. And this time, she doesn't seem to recognize Qin Yun at all. Therefore, Qin Yun feels very sad. I remember. Xiaokiru suddenly smiled gently, then reached out her hand to touch Qin Yun's face. She even pinched it and said with a chuckle, Xiaoyun, you finally came to find me. Qin Yun is stunned, he doesn't know whether to laugh or cry. Then he reached out his hands to rub Xiaokiru's beautiful face and said somewhat angrily, Sister Kiru, you actually lied to me. Xiaokiru stuck out her tongue and said with a charming smile, who told you to only come now? I have been waiting for you for a very long time. After she finished speaking, she looked at Ming Yunyue and said in surprise, this young lady has bloodline heavenly rune, it's Shangyun's moon box. Ming Yunyue jumped in fright because Xiaokiru can directly see that she has bloodline heavenly rune. Come in and sit. Xiaokiru sweetly smiled at Ming Yunyue. Qin Yun and Ming Yunyue entered the small building and sat in a small hall on the first floor. Qin Yun also told Xiaokiru about Ming Yunyue's matter as well as the formation of the Bright Moon sect. Xiaokiru took out a pot of sweet ice dew and poured it for Qin Yun and Ming Yunyue to drink. This ice dew is very peculiar. When it enters the mouth, it is ice cold. But after entering the body, it becomes very warm and comfortable. A very comfortable warm current flows through the whole body. My box, something happened, so I can't return it to Sister Shangyun. But I will definitely return it to her later. Ming Yunyue said. No rush, Shangyun doesn't need that box. Xiaokiru gently caressed Ming Yunyue's elegant face and said with smile, you properly comprehend that box, see if you can understand the thoughts inside. Ming Yunyue lightly nodded her head. She suddenly felt that Xiaokiru is very mysterious. She actually understands the Bloodline Heavenly Rune box so well and knows that Bloodline Heavenly Rune has thoughts. Sister Kiru, did you always wait for me to come find you? Qin Yun curled his lips and said, did I not come in time? Xiaokiru wrinkled her nose and said with light smile, I thought you would come before the Divine Moon Transformation Realm. At the Divine Moon Transformation Realm, I was inside the Myriad Realm's Divine Sun. Qin Yun said with bitter smile, at that time I think I was still being chased. It's good that you can come. Xiaokiru said with smile, moreover, you even kidnapped Bright Moon Saintess. If Wang Haoyue finds out, she will definitely scold you. What will she scold me for? Sister Kiru, you also know that slut sect master? Qin Yun said. Of course I know him. He was born from Muyu but he is rather special. He is not recognized but Muyu takes good care of him. Xiaokiru finished speaking and warned repeatedly, don't tell anyone, this is a secret. Ming Yunyue and Qin Yun are both very astonished. They never expected that slut sect master to have this kind of background. No wonder he could borrow the Bloodline Heavenly Rune box from Yu Shangyun. I'm a bit tired, I want to rest. Ming Yunyue suddenly said, along the way, I have consumed a lot of energy to resist the bitter cold. Xiaoyun, why didn't you take good care of Yunyue? You let her suffer the cold. Xiaokiru rebuked. I am Shin Tianjun, Qin Yun is only a sacred god. It is already not easy for him to use his magic tool to block the cold wind and blizzard. Ming Yunyue said with smile, Sister Kiru, arrange a room for me to rest. All right. Xiaokiru immediately arranged a room for Ming Yunyue and let her rest. Soon after, Xiaokiru brought Qin Yun to a room upstairs. Sister Kiru, is there something wrong with the thing you gave her to drink? Is that why she wants to sleep? Qin Yun said with frown. Of course not, Yunyue herself is very smart, so she avoided us and let us talk in secret. Xiaokiru said with smile, she also doesn't want to know too many secrets. Qin Yan said with smile, that's true, knowing too much will also be very vexed. Xiao Yun, aren't you afraid of being vexed? Since you came to find me this time, you must have a lot of things to ask me, right? Xianxia gracefully sat on a chair. Where is Xianxia? Qin Yan asked. She is resting in the Nining Divine Spirit. Xianxia looked at the Nining Divine Spirit in her hand. She previously used her Nining Divine Spirit to duplicate another one for Xiao Yuan. If you have something to ask one by one. Xianxia gently smiled. Sister Kiru, I came to find you mainly because I missed you. Qin Yan said with smile. Humph, such a sweet mouth. Xianxia pursed her lips and smiled, then what do you think of me? Xianxia gently pinched Qin Yan's arm and pouted coquettishly, Xiao Yun, tell me honestly, are you going to cause a lot of trouble again? Of course not. Qin Yan hugged the gentle beauty and said with smile, Sister Kiru, what exactly are you doing here? I've been sealed here. Xianxia lightly sighed and said, someone is not allowing me to help you. Who? Qin Yan frowned, he is somewhat angry. Muyu and a group of people. Xianxia's face stuck to Qin Yan's chest and said softly, Xiao Yun, don't blame Muyu. She is doing this for my own good. I don't blame her. She sealed you here because she was afraid that you would get too close to me and provoke a fatal disaster. Xianxia already knew about the Heavenly Law Dao orthodoxy. Muyu and a group of mysterious people firmly believe that Qin Yun will be killed by the Heavenly Law Dao orthodoxy just like what was written in the Heavenly Law Dao orthodoxy. But Xianxia doesn't believe it at all, so she has been secretly helping Qin Yun, hoping to help him escape. Over the years, Xianxia has watched Qin Yun grow to this stage, so she believes that Qin Yun will definitely be able to reverse his fate. Sister Kiru, my parents went to a place. They said that place has my lifeline and they must go to let me live. Where is that place? Qin Yan asked, how did they know about that place? You don't need to worry about this matter, they are very safe now. Xianxia seems to know a bit. She got up and paced back and forth a few steps and said, they must have obtained some clues while working in the Heavenly Law pawn shop. How did they obtain the clues? Could it be that someone in the Heavenly Law pawn shop deliberately leaked the information to them? Qin Yan said with frown, could it be a trap? The Heavenly Law pawn shop is very mysterious, it is also on the Heavenly Divine Moon. Qin Yan is about to enter the Heavenly Law pawn shop for a meeting. Although it has not started yet, he can already foresee that a fierce conflict will erupt. After all, he and the Heavenly Divine Emperors are fighting for control of the Heavenly Law pawn shop. Xianxia said, Xiao Yun, the reason why you can live until now is because the previous Heavenly Dao interfered and secretly changed your fate. It's mainly because the former Heavenly Dao interfered and secretly altered the trajectory of your destiny. That's why you have such a huge deviation. Qin Yan nodded and said, in that case, when my parents were in the Heavenly Law pawn shop, they must have come into contact with the previous Heavenly Dao's instructions. Yes, so it is not strange that your parents know where your lifeline is. Xianxia said, the formation of the Heavenly Law pawn shop was single-handedly facilitated by the previous Heavenly Dao. This was originally not part of the Heavenly Law Dao orthodoxy and the internal structure of the pawn shop is very mysterious. The pawn shop's ability is very strong, it exceeds many people's imagination and is very difficult to control. Qin Yan knows that the Heavenly Law pawn shop's formation is very special. Therefore, if the sovereigns of all heavens cannot control the Heavenly Law pawn shop, it will be destroyed. Xianxia said, Xiao Yun, you don't have any connection with the Heavenly Law pawn shop, right? Ah? Are they going to destroy the Heavenly Law pawn shop? Qin Yan promptly took out a key. This key was given to him by Heavenly Dao Zi. He said that it can open the secret room inside the Heavenly Dao pawn shop. If the venerable sovereigns can't control the pawn shop, they will certainly destroy it. Those guys think that the Heavenly Dao pawn shop is the root cause of the deviation in your fate. Xianxia looked at the key in Qin Yan's hand and asked, what is this? Tian Daozi gave it to me. He said that it can open a secret room inside the Heavenly Dao pawn shop. As Qin Yan spoke, he took out 2 more Heavenly Dao blood tokens and told Xianxia about the meeting at the Heavenly Dao pawn shop. After listening, Xianxia's complexion became somewhat dignified. She said, sure enough, they are very accurate. They know that the Heavenly Law pawnshop is closely related to you. Looks like this will be a fierce battle. If the Heavenly Law pawnshop descends upon the divine moonland, what kind of convenience will it bring them? Xianxia said. The divine moonland is far away from the divine desolate, it is difficult for the myriad realms' divine sun to take care of it. Therefore, it is most suitable for them to destroy the Heavenly Law pawnshop here. Xianxia said. If it was in the divine desolate, then once Xianxia controls the Heavenly Law pawnshop, he can control it to fly into the Heavenly Sword formation. Then what should I do? Don't tell me I don't care about the Heavenly Law pawnshop? Xianxia looked at the key in his hand, he has no intention of giving up. Don't be afraid, after you go out, talk to Xianxia. Tell her that you want to take down the Heavenly Law pawnshop. Xianxia took out a white jade token. This square token has a half moon in the middle. She handed over the token to Xianxia and said, "This is the divine moon token." Xianxia has another one in her hand. After these two tokens are combined, they can form a full moon. They can control the divine moon of heavens to release the strongest divine power and send the Heavenly Law pawnshop away. Then, will it cause any harm to you? Xianxia is very worried. If we use it normally, we don't need to combine the two tokens, we can still borrow a portion of the divine moon's divine power. But this time is different, so we need two tokens to borrow the strongest power of the divine moon. Xianxia said with smile, "We will be fine, but the next time we use it, we will have to wait more than 1,000 years. Xianxia is still not at ease and said, "This is very important to you." Xianxia shook her head, "It's not important, Divine Moon Clan and Guanghan Palace are now inside the Heavenly Sword formation, they are very safe. We don't really need this token." Alright. Xianxia also stored the token and decided not to use it as much as possible. Don't not use it. You must use it. If they are determined to destroy the Heavenly Law pawnshop, their might will be very strong. Xianxia saw through Xianxia's intention with a glance. Xianxia stored the token and asked, "Sister Kiru, didn't you collect nether sun spirits before? I also have sun seed now, shouldn't we create a sun?" Soon after, he talked about how his 9-sun divine soul has divine universe purple sun, heavenly universe divine sun and primal chaos divine Sunday. Next, we will create a small nether sun. As well as 2 sun embryos. After you go out, let Sushin cooperate with you. Through Passion Gemini Heavenly Rune, create White Divine Sunday. As for the other sun embryo, use it to create Myriad Realms Divine Sun. Xianxia said. Does the 9-sun divine soul have different divine suns? Xianxia is somewhat excited, he said with smile, what if there are 9 different divine suns? I also don't know. Xianxia said with gentle smile, so we will have to wait until we create them. Come, give me the sun seed. Xianxia now has 4 sun seeds. Later, both Heavenly Universe Divine Sun and Divine Universe Purple Sun will be able to give birth to sun seeds. Xianxia gave the 4 sun seeds to Xianxia. Xianxia placed the sun seed inside her 9-sun divine soul and said, I have prepared for a very long time, now I only lack your sun seed and 9-sun divine soul. Then she tightly held Xianxia's hand. 9-yin divine soul and 9-sun divine soul appeared and turned black and white. Xianxia's 9-sun divine soul turned white and Xianxia's 9-yin divine soul turned black. Now each of the pearls released a white light thread and connected with each other. 9-sun divine soul and 9-yin divine soul were created by Xianxia in the past, but he doesn't know much about these two things. Especially now, with the evolution of 9-yin and 9-sun divine soul, he is even more confused about how they work. Xiaoyun, release the nether sun. Xianxia said. Xianxia released his nether sun, it has already transformed into a Tao image and has now been transferred into the 9-yin divine soul by Xianxia. My nether sun Tao image has not transformed into sacred heavenly Tao image. I am now cultivating the divine moon Tao image, just a bit more and it will evolve. Xianxia said. No rush. Wait until I help you create a nether sun and place it inside the 9-sun divine soul. Your nether sun Tao image will evolve even faster. Xianxia said with smile. Xianxia has been creating a divine sun inside the 9-yin divine soul. The previous work has already been completed, only the follow-up sun seed and 9-sun divine soul is missing. This is also the reason why Xiaqiru is always running around everywhere. It is mainly to help Qinyan create a Sunday, really? Qinyan doesn't believe it, he said with smile. Sister Kiru, how strong can the nether sun you created be? It must be a small nether sun. Xiaoyun, don't look down on Sister Kiru. Xiaqiru said with charming smile, the nether sun I created is very strong. I have been preparing for it for many years. My 9 sun divine souls, divine universe purple sun, primal chaos divine sun and heavenly universe divine sun, I don't know how to improve them. I always felt that it would be very difficult for them to grow up. Qinyan said with sigh. Take your time. Xiaoyun, I have already transferred 2 sun embryos into your 9 sun divine soul. Xiaqiru said. To create white divine sun and myriad worlds divine sun? If myriad worlds divine sun appears in my 9 sun divine soul, what kind of benefits will there be? Qinyan asked. It will allow you to have an even closer relationship with myriad worlds divine sun. As for other uses, I am not too sure. You can dig it yourself. The divine suns in Qinyan's 9 sun divine soul can only be considered as small divine suns, their power is limited. But when they grow to great divine sun, it means that he can control the power of 9 different divine suns. It is indeed very dreadful. He opened his heavenly eye and looked at Xiaqiru's luck. There is no reaction from her body, it means that her luck will not have any change during this period of time. Xiaoyun, are you using your heavenly eye to see through me? You are becoming more and more naughty. Did that naughty girl Yuan teach you? No. Qinyan hastily explained, I am looking at your luck, I learned it from Imperial Heaven Divine Art. Imperial Heaven Divine Art? What kind of evil technique is this? You can even look at luck? Xiaqiru said with frown. Soon after, Qinyan told Xiaqiru about how he used this technique, as well as his experience with the Imperial Fate-changing technique. Hearing this, Xiaqiru exclaimed in admiration again and again. Moreover, she does not believe that this is true because manipulating and seeing through a person's fate has always been the pursuit of many experts. Even the former Heavenly Tao had to make a lot of arrangements to change a person's fate, it was not that easy. Sister Kiru, you also don't know about this technique of Imperial Heaven Divine Art? Qinyan is rather surprised, he thought that Xiaqiru knew everything. This Imperial Heaven Divine Art is very strange. It might be something you comprehended after fusing with Imperial Heaven Diagram and Imperial Heaven Heart. Xiaqiru exclaimed in admiration and said, not to mention that you alone can foresee other people's fate, you can also easily interfere. This is indeed very Imperial Heaven. Don't tell me that only I can master the Imperial Heaven Divine Art? Qinyan said in astonishment, I thought someone left this technique behind. Then what about the Imperial Heart and the Imperial Heavenly Diagram? Qinyan caressed Xiaqiru's face and said with some sadness, Sister Kiru, you can't go out, how are you going to find your mother? How long are you going to be sealed? Is it really Mother Moon who sealed you? Don't worry, I am fine here, nothing will happen to me. Xiaqiru said with smile, you also said before that Mother Moon sealed me for my own good. Qinyan curled his lips and said, it is for your own good. But I carefully thought about it, Mother Moon would never do such a thing. He looked all around and said again, if Mother Moon truly sealed you, you would not be in this kind of environment. This small building is inside an ice mountain and the environment outside the ice mountain is very vile, it might even be filled with danger. Although Qinyan doesn't know much about Mother Moon, he knows that she loves Xiaqiru very much. Thinking about it carefully, he feels that Mother Moon would not seal Xiaqiru in this kind of place. Even if she is sealed in this kind of place, there should be enough divine moon power for Xiaqiru to absorb and cultivate. Xiaoyun, why are you becoming more and more difficult to deceive? Xiaqiru said with smile, don't ask too much, I am living very well here. After you go out, just do your job properly, don't worry about me, I will be able to leave very soon. Qinyan also did not speak about this matter again. Xiaqiru is deliberately hiding things from him, he won't be able to get any information out of her. However, he must find out why Xiaqiru is trapped here. If she could leave, she would have already left. The situation outside is changing very quickly, moreover, heavenly venerables are a great threat to Qinyan. She is in a hurry to leave because she wants to help Qinyan. Xiaqiru has indeed made ample preparations. She very quickly helped Qin Yun create a small nether sundae. This small nether sun is very small, it looks like a small black ball, it doesn't have any power. So small. Qin Yun looked at the small nether sun slowly coming out of the Nine Divine Soul. It is small for now, but it will grow up very quickly in the future. Remember to use the 9 Sun Divine Soul to absorb the divine power of myriad realms divine suns and use it to feed the small nether sun. Xiaqiru said with smile. Can I use divine universe golden stones to feed them? Qin Yun asked. He also had some divine universe golden stones in his hands and he could obtain more in the future. Of course you can. If you have a large amount of divine universe golden stones to feed my divine sun, that would be very good. Xiaqiru smiled tenderly and said, Xiaoyun, did you use some method to obtain a large number of divine universe gold stones? Qin Yun explained the situation of the divine moon of the heavens. The divine moon of the heavens could produce many divine universe gold stones and the bright moon sect possessed many of them. So the divine moon of the heavens has become like this. This is a good thing. Xiaqiru said in surprise, I wonder if a large amount of divine universe gold stones will appear in divine desolate in the future. Sister Kiru, do you know about the matter regarding the partial young soul? Qin Yun asked. I'm not too sure about that. It's probably something released after the myriad world's divine sun transformation realm evolved. Xiaqiru shook her head. She has already helped Qin Yun create another sun and 2 young embryos. Her 9 divine soul will also continue to make preparations. Next time, she will create a divine sun with Qin Yun. Soon after, Qin Yun took out the bloodline heavenly rune box and placed it on a table. Xiaqiru walked over and took a look. She realized that this is the bloodline heavenly rune box and said in amazement, Xiaoyun, you actually obtained so many. This was given to me by Princess Luo, she is also the 9 heavens goddess. Qin Yun said. She actually gave you such important bloodline heavenly rune. Back then, she was a very selfish person who only cared about profit. But she has changed a lot in this life. Xiaqiru said in surprise. This one was given to me by the Purple Sun Fairy Emperor and this one was obtained by swindling the White Sun Fairy Emperor. Qin Yun told Xiaqiru about how he obtained these 2 bloodline heavenly runes. Very good, I really didn't expect that you would obtain 4 out of 9 bloodline heavenly runes, this is truly rare. Xiaqiru said with gratified smile, Xiaoyun, you are much stronger than I imagined. Of course. I have never been weak. Qin Yun laughed and then asked, what is the use of these bloodline heavenly runes? Sister Kiru, you used to be the 9 heavens goddess and I heard that bloodline heavenly runes are related to the 9 heavens, they are the lifeline of the 9 heavens, they can be used to create the 9 heavens. This is what Tian Daozi told him. Xiaqiru shook her head, it was indeed like this before. But once the 9 heavens are destroyed, the bloodline heavenly runes are equivalent to the seed of the 9 heavens rebirth. Xiaoyun, you should know what this means, right? If it is truly like this, it means that the bloodline heavenly runes are the source of the 9 heavens energy. Even if they don't have any energy, they can use all kinds of methods to obtain energy and then rebirth the 9 heavens. Qin Yun said in amazement. That's right. If used properly, the rebirth doesn't necessarily have to be the 9 heavens but rather something that is the source of the 9 heavens energy. It can be a person, it can be a beast, it can be a divine tool, it can be anything. Xiaqiru said. Qin Yun suddenly realized the importance and use of the bloodline heavenly runes. He recalled his myriad heaven divine saber. The myriad heaven divine saber can fuse with the bloodline heavenly rune box. If he can fuse with the bloodline heavenly rune inside the box, its might can be imagined. Xiaoyun, this is only my shallow understanding of the bloodline heavenly rune. The bloodline heavenly rune has many other wondrous uses, you need to comprehend them. Of course, you must first open the box, that is the most difficult part. Xiaqiru said again. Qin Yun put away the boxes and asked, when I and Yunue came here, there were 4 doors. One of them leads to this world of ice and snow, the space filled with violent snowstorm. As for the other 3, where do they lead to? I also don't know. Xiaqiru shook her head, Xiaoyun, I will help your divine moon Dao image evolve into sacred heavenly Dao image. After that, you must immediately leave this place with Yunue. Alright. Qinyan nodded, then took out a sound transmission divine pearl and handed it over to Xiaqiru. Xiaqiru looked at it and realized that it is a sound transmission divine pearl. She repeatedly shook her head and said, I don't want it. I am worried that if I contact you, someone will find your whereabouts. Qinyan put away the sound transmission divine pearl. He did not ask Xiaqiru why she is so worried. He already realized that Xiaqiru's current situation is not very good. Come, I will help you evolve the divine moon Dao image. Xiaqiru lightly smiled, pulled Qinyan's hand and walked under a blanket. Then the two of them sat down. Their palms are tightly pressed together. Xiaqiru operated Sun and Moon Heart Sutra and cultivated together with him. Sister Kiru, you are truly awesome. You can help me evolve the divine moon Dao image, even Sister Xiangyun can't do it. Qinyan said in low voice. Is that so? Xiaoyun, tell me honestly, did you and Sister Xiangyun cultivate the third layer of Sun and Moon Heart Sutra together? Xiaqiru's beautiful eyes flickered with a trace of smile as she stared at Qinyan. No. Qinyan promised you Xiangyun not to tell anyone even though Luo Yaofeng already knows. Really? Xiaqiru narrowed her eyes and smiled. Her expression is mischievous, gentle, and charming. Really, it's not like you don't understand Sister Xiangyun. How could she and I? Qinyan said with smile. He knows that he can't hide it from Xiaqiru, but he can't admit it even if he was beaten to death. That's true. Xiaqiru didn't pursue this issue any further. Speaking about it, it is quite mystical. With Xiaqiru's help, Qinyan's divine moon Dao image very quickly evolved into sacred heavenly Dao image. Of course, Qinyan also did not release it. Xiaqiru didn't let him release it because she was afraid that the commotion would be too big. The divine dragon Dao image that Qinyan cultivated before is also very strong. If he released it, the commotion would definitely not be small. Sister Kiru, my 10th Dao image is also the heavenly Dao image. How can I evolve it into the sacred heavenly Dao image? Qinyan is most worried about this. Don't worry, I will help you evolve it when the time comes. Xiaqiru said with smile. Oh, that's right, when I obtained the Empyrean inscription spirit, it transformed into Sister Kiru's form. Why is that? Qinyan has always been very puzzled about this matter. Really? Xiaqiru slightly frowned, her eyes flickered but she shook her head and said, I also don't know the reason. Sister Kiru, can I stay for a few more days? I want to accompany you. Qinyan is also reluctant to leave, he has not met Xiaqiru for long. No, it's best to leave quickly. Xiaqiru gently shook her head and softly said, after you go up, have a good talk with Xiangyun. Let her help you regain control of the Heavenly Law pawn shop. Xiaqiru did not want Qinyan to stay for long. Clearly, she was worried that he would be discovered. Qinyan also noticed this. He got up and embraced Xiaqiru. The two of them stared at each other affectionately and couldn't help but kiss for a moment before reluctantly separating. Xiaoyun, be careful of the Heaven Creation Divine Palace. Xiaqiru warned. What about Yu Tian? She is now the palace master of the Heaven Creation Divine Palace. Qinyan said, should we call her back? Ask her about the situation, maybe she wants to stay in the Heaven Creation Divine Palace? Xiaqiru said. Qinyan nodded and walked out of the room. Xiaqiru knocked on Ming Yunue's door. Ming Yunue immediately opened the door and came out. When she learned that he was leaving, she was very surprised. She thought that Qinyan would stay for a period of time. Be careful on the road. Leave the Moon Heart as soon as possible. Xiaqiru pulled Ming Yunue's hand and warned, Yunue, you have to look after Xiaoyun, don't let him act recklessly. Got it, Sister Kiru. Ming Yunue nodded and said with smile. Xiaoyun, don't be too anxious about the matter of the Divine Sun descendants. This is a matter for the future, it's still far away. Xiaqiru is worried that Qinyan would provoke the Divine Sun descendants because they are not easy to deal with. Xiaqiru repeatedly warned Qinyan to return to the surface as soon as possible. Then she watched him and Ming Yunue use the mysterious penetration divine ability and leave through the thick ice wall. When Qinyan came outside, the snowstorm is still as fierce as before. This time, Ming Yunue is not shivering from the cold like when she came. She drank the ice dew given by Xiaqiru and completely adapted to the cold here. End of chapter 2498. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.